Chapter 1. How did my lifelong benevolence lead me to become the protagonist of a tragic tale? If I were the elder sister, I would have hanged myself long ago. How could I still have the audacity to exist in this world? Bai Qingqing closed the door, her gaze lingering on the woman reclining on the couch, a flicker of jealousy flashing in her eyes. The woman upon the couch was naturally stunning, a resplendent flower amidst the throngs of the capital, unrivaled in beauty. Unlike the ninth princess, renowned for her ethereal charm, this lady exuded an air of opulence and brilliance, a noble woman whose allure commanded reverence from afar. Jiang Xueci slowly opened her eyes, observing the audacious woman before her, so frail in the eyes of outsiders, yet so brazen in her presence. With a soft sigh, she reflected on her circumstances. Having arrived in this world just a few days prior, she had inherited a substantial fortune and was poised to ascend to the pinnacle of her life. Little did she expect that a mere dental procedure would lead to her demise, only to find herself reincarnated as the unfortunate heroine of an ancient tragic narrative, destined to endure both physical and emotional torment. Throughout her life, she had committed countless acts of kindness. She possessed an impressive academic background, a graceful collarbone, and a sharp intellect. She was meant to embrace a life of luxury, surrounded by beautiful companions, while enjoying the fruits of her inheritance. After all, what was wrong with indulging in a bit of vice when she neither smoked nor drank? Yet fate had played a cruel trick on her. In the story, the male lead, Yan Jin, was groomed by the emperor as a successor. In his childhood, the original protagonist had once saved his life, only for him, in his adulthood, to mistakenly believe Bai Qingqing to be his savior. Merely days into their marriage, he fell to his knees in the imperial study, yearning to divorce and wed Bai Qingqing as his legitimate consort, disregarding the scorn heaped upon the original protagonist by the entire capital. However, the emperor and the empress dowager disapproved, leaving Bai Qingqing to become a mere side consort to the prince. The original protagonist, innocent and kind-hearted, was no match for Bai Qingqing. Once Bai Qingqing entered the household, the original protagonist's life transformed into a living nightmare, rife with suffering. The more Jiang Xueci reflected, the more vexed she became. When she had initially read this book, she had been so enraged she wished to leap into the story and dismantle Bai Qingqing piece by piece. Moreover, the male lead, Yan Jin, in his youth had ordered the massacre of the original heroine's entire family to gain the emperor's favor, driven solely by the emperor's suspicions. Though Yan Jin did not wield the blade himself, he had witnessed the annihilation of the Jiang family and had issued the command with his own lips. In a single night, the Jiang family was wiped out. Yet even to this day, no one has uncovered the truth behind this atrocity. The original heroine, upon learning of the massacre, still chose to forgive, ultimately growing old with the male lead. Jiang Xueci, upon reflecting on this tale a decade after first reading it, had once believed it to be true love, convinced that nothing surpassed love in greatness. This transcendental romance had deeply moved her for quite some time. However, looking back now, she realized her former naivety. What was the difference between this and falling for a treacherous prime minister? Now that she inhabited the body of the original heroine, the script dictated that either the male lead perished or she herself did. A fierce determination ignited within Jiang Xueci's gaze. Bai Qingqing loathed Jiang Xueci's visage the most, but upon realizing that even with the title of the capital's most beautiful woman, she remained no match for herself, her spirits lifted considerably. She scoffed disdainfully. What of noble ladies? They are but worthless beings that even men cannot hold on to. Jiang Xueci gently clicked her tongue. What a pity. Bai Qingqing frowned. What is so regrettable? Jiang Xueci remained silent, slowly rising from the couch, lifting the enameled teacup to her lips for a delicate sip. Ah, too hot. Her mesmerizing peach blossom eyes gazed at the haughty woman before her, a barely perceptible cold smile gracing her lips. Unhurriedly, Jiang Xueci set down her teacup and stood, walking toward Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing's brows furrowed slightly, her heart racing inexplicably as if she were being hunted by a fierce beast, leaving her utterly uneasy. Jiang Xueci's expression turned icy as she raised a hand to grasp Bai Qingqing's neck, pinning her firmly against the table, looking down at her terrified and furious profile. You wretched creature, how dare you treat me this way? Jiang Xueci smiled, devoid of anger. Who do you call a wretched creature? A wretched creature, that's who. Bai Qingqing regretted the moment the words left her lips. How dare she mock her? Was she courting death? Did she not fear retribution from the crown prince upon his return? You wretched creature, for treating me this way, I shall inform the crown prince. When he returns, he will surely teach you a lesson. Jiang Xueci feigned indifference. Bai Qingqing, I am still the crown princess. Today, I shall make an exception to teach you the rules. What is noble and what is lowly. With that, she took the teacup in her other hand, tilting her head to pour the scalding tea all over Bai Qingqing's face. A heart-wrenching scream echoed, startling two birds from the pear tree outside, which fluttered away in fright. Jiang Xueci sighed. Such a lovely sound. To let out a few more. Bai Qingqing trembled uncontrollably, and upon seeing Jiang Xueci's mocking expression, she fled to a corner, looking at her with trepidation. You are not Jiang Xueci. Although she had only arrived 2 days prior, she knew the crown princess of the Eastern Palace was a soft target, easily manipulated, who would not dare to scold or strike anyone. Jiang Xueci tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. I am your father. Bai Qingqing glared angrily but then caught sight of a tall figure outside the window and immediately altered her demeanor. Sister, how could you treat me this way? I merely came to request your assistance in bringing the crown prince back to the palace, so he does not act against the emperor for my sake. If you dislike me, I can simply leave. Why must you bully me so? She spoke through choked sobs, her fragile demeanor resembling that of someone grievously wronged. At that moment, a young guard entered the room. This was Shun Yi, the personal guard of Crown Prince Yan's son. Upon witnessing the scene, he was taken aback. Crown Princess, His Highness has stated that Miss Bai is a guest of honor in the Eastern Palace. Your actions may displease him upon his return. Jiang Xueci raised an eyebrow. Unfazed, are you implying that I have erred? Shun Yi remained silent, but the implication was clear to all present. Jiang Xueci's brows twitched slightly as she stepped closer to Shun Yi. In the next moment, she raised her hand and struck him across the face. The force was so intense that she felt a burning sensation in her hand. This time, not only was Bai Qingqing taken aback, but Shun Yi, too, stood frozen, covering his face in astonishment. Chapter 2 On the Day of Divorce. She was seized by the king of Beiyuan. Shun Yi stared in bewilderment at the figure of Nan Yu before him, then cast a glance at the crown princess, filled with indignation, yet unable to voice it. Although the crown princess was not favored and did not hold the prince's affection, as a mere guard, he dared not show her disrespect. Could he possibly retaliate against her slap? To his astonishment, the crown princess, whom he always perceived as serene and composed, now displayed such a fiery demeanor. Surely, the prince had provoked her to this extent. Sister, you may strike me, but why must you hit him? He is a person by the prince's side. Bai Qingqing feigned weakness, her gaze filled with concern for Qingxian. Miss Bai, I am unscathed. There is no need for your worry, Jiang Xueci remarked, raising a delicate eyebrow as she leisurely stood up. This slap was merely to sully my hands. With an unhurried grace, Jiang Xueci approached her, her jade-like hand resting on Bai Qingqing's reddened cheek, fingers trailing downward to grasp her chin. I find it rather curious. Curious about what? Bai Qingqing inquired, her tone defensive. Pausing momentarily, Jiang Xueci continued. Miss Bai, your visage is hardly breathtaking, yet has ensnared the prince's attention. It appears the prince possesses poor judgment. Bai Qingqing was taken aback, unable to fathom such words escaping Jiang Xueci's lips. Had she truly lost her mind? How could you speak so of His Highness? Do you not fear his wrath? Jiang Xueci chuckled lightly, unconcerned. I shall not acknowledge it. What can you do about it? I thrive on defiance. In this ancient era devoid of surveillance or recording devices, who could attest to her words? Even if the prince believed her, what did it matter? She was indifferent to his opinion. Bai Qingqing was convinced this woman had indeed lost her sanity. Jiang Xueci rolled up her sleeves, declaring for a decade, I have longed to strike you, and today fate has granted me this chance. Let us see how well you can endure. With that, she lunged forward, delivering blows to Bai Qingqing, who could hardly defend herself, shrieking in distress. Shun Yi stood there, momentarily stunned, before rushing forward to separate the two. However, he was met with Jiang Xueci's icy glare as she admonished him sharply, Be cautious. If you touch me, I shall report to the emperor and the crown princess that you seek to take liberties with me. Shun Yi was rendered speechless, caught off guard by her audacious words. At the doorway, Nan Yu and Shun Yu exchanged glances upon witnessing the scene before them, choosing to stand silently as though oblivious to the unfolding chaos. What was amiss with the crown princess? Had she been provoked? Indeed, it was no wonder. After only 4 days of matrimony, the prince had knelt in the imperial study, requesting a divorce. Who wouldn't he be driven to madness under such circumstances? Jiang Xueci panted slightly, contemplating how fragile this body truly was. After just a few exchanges, she was breathless, quite concerning. Yet, seeing Bai Qingqing in such a disheveled state, she felt it was worth the effort. Bai Qingqing, remember this, from now on. When you see me, keep your tail tucked and behave. Otherwise, I shall strike you each time our paths cross. With that, she dusted herself off and departed. Outside the imperial study, the palace attendants and military officials had observed for 3 days as the prince remained kneeling, unable to rise. In the present day, this matter has become widely known throughout the capital, with the majority mocking the crown princess, while a small faction expresses sympathy for the daughter of the Jiang family. Jiang Xueci immediately spotted Yan Jin kneeling before the court, clad in a moon-white brocade robe, his back as straight as a cypress. Even from this singular silhouette, it was evident that he possessed extraordinary beauty. Yan Jin's complexion was pale. He had neither eaten nor drunk in the past 3 days, fervently hoping that his father, the emperor, would grant his request to part ways with Jiang Xueci and take Qingqing as his wife. Weariness was etched upon his features when he suddenly felt a refreshing breeze pass by, and in the next instant, a familiar yet strange figure glided past him. The woman was adorned in opulence, her jewelry shimmering like a celestial goddess from the heavens, her beauty almost surreal. Having spent many years in the capital, Yan Jin had never encountered anyone dressed in such a manner, and he could not help but wonder who she was. Your servant greets the emperor, wishing you eternal health and prosperity. Jiang Xueci performed a respectful bow, whereupon the emperor warmly replied, Xueci, rise. There is no need for such formality before me. I am aware of your purpose here. Rest assured, I shall not consent to that scoundrel's request. The crown princess of Tianxian can only be you. The emperor, noting her self-reference as a mere servant rather than a child of the emperor, recognized her discontent. Jiang Xueci remained kneeling, adhering to the traditional virtue of graciousness expected of a primary wife. If His Highness favors the White Lady, how could I be so petty as to envy the separation of lovers? The emperor, puzzled, inquired, What do you mean? With a composed expression, Jiang Xueci declared, Your servant wishes to propose a concubine for the crown prince. In the Eastern Palace, I alone serve His Highness. Should there be another, it would be beneficial. The emperor exhaled deeply, this outcome falling within his expectations. Xueci has always been a magnanimous and principled child. If this brings harmony, so be it. I recognize this situation has caused you distress. Speak freely. Whatever compensation you desire, I shall grant. Jiang Xueci inwardly smiled, having awaited this very declaration. Any form of compensation? Of course, my word is my bond. Jiang Xueci knelt once more. Your servant requests a divorce. The emperor paused, seemingly astonished by her boldness. In this world, every woman covets the position of crown princess, yet you so easily express a desire for separation? Has the crown prince coerced you? Jiang Xueci shook her head. It is not coercion, it is my own will. The emperor fell silent, his brows furrowing in contemplation. After a moment, he finally spoke, Very well. Since you both are so resolute, I shall not obstruct you. I grant your request for divorce, and, as compensation, I bestow upon you the title of a first-rank noble princess and a reward of 10,000 taels of gold. Jiang Xueci bowed deeply. Your servant thanks the emperor. As the doors to the imperial study swung open, Yan Jin finally discerned the identity of the figure he had just seen. It was indeed Jiang Xueci. His eyes widened in astonishment. It was his first time witnessing her in such splendid attire. Unlike her usual, simple white garments, this ensemble was truly breathtaking, befitting the title of the most beautiful woman in Tianxian. Yet, after a brief moment, Yan Sun's brow furrowed, casting an unhappy glance at Jiang Xueci. Her presence here undoubtedly signifies her plea to the emperor against the divorce. This woman is truly shameless. Had he known this day would come, he should have resolutely refused the emperor's marriage decree from the outset, forbidding Jiang Xueci from stepping foot in the Eastern Palace. Jiang Xueci descended the steps with a measured grace, observing Yan Sun's gaze directed at her, filled with dissatisfaction and ire, and she surmised he must think she was beseeching the emperor to deny the divorce. She let out a light laugh. "Your Highness, it appears we share a mutual joy. I must also extend my congratulations to you for acquiring a fair maiden." Before Yan Sun could respond, a figure suddenly appeared before her. The man was clad in white, his features exquisitely refined, with deep eyes beneath sharp brows that sparkled like starlight, exuding the customary aloofness and coldness of one in high status. As sunlight broke through the clouds and illuminated him, he appeared as if descended from heaven, radiating an otherworldly nobility, adorned with prayer beads. Yet the chilling gaze emanating from his depths gave one an uncanny sensation of a demonic presence. Jiang Xueci sighed inwardly. She believed Yan Sun's gentle and refined demeanor was already strikingly beautiful. Yet, it was exceedingly rare to encounter a man whose mere gaze could disrupt the world. One adorned with prayer beads, with the visage of a saint yet the heart of a fiend. This must be the archetype of a villain from literature. Yan Sun had battled throughout an entire tome to overcome this adversary, Wang Jin of Beiyuan. Yan Sun appeared somewhat taken aback upon seeing the newcomer. "Wang Jin? When did you return?" Wang Jin remained expressionless, not even sparing him a glance, his attention solely fixed on Jiang Xueci. In the next instant, he abruptly grasped Jiang Xueci's wrist, pulling her away. Yan Sun sprang to his feet. "Wang Jin, what are you doing? Do you know who she is?" "She is my royal consort." Chapter 3. Come to me on the night of the full moon each month. He attempted to intervene, but was halted by a young eunuch. "Your Highness, the emperor requests your presence." Yan Sun's expression darkened, his face a mask of anger as he watched Wang Jin lead Jiang Xueci away, gritting his teeth in frustration, ultimately retreating into the imperial study. Isn't that the royal consort? The palace attendants kept their heads bowed, only speaking in astonishment after Wang Jin and the royal consort had departed. Indeed, when did Wang Jin return? How audacious to take the royal sister-in-law's hand in public. The attendants were utterly astonished. Wang Jin, who had been in Beiyuan, suddenly appeared in the palace, forcefully leading the royal consort towards the gates. Observing the royal consort stumbling along, it was clear she was being taken against her will. Is no one going to intervene? Yet in truth, no one dared to act. Even the emperor had repeatedly indulged Wang Jin. Who could possibly dare to confront him? "Get in the carriage," Wang Jin commanded, leaping onto the nearby steed. A magnificent blood bay, and galloping away. Wang Jin's personal guard, Qing Xian, courteously addressed Jiang Xueci. "Your Highness, please mount the carriage." Jiang Xueci was somewhat taken aback, scanning her surroundings. Neither the guards nor the military officials who were entering the palace to meet the emperor dared to look at her, all hastily averting their gazes and departing. It seemed evident that no one wished to provoke Wang Jin. However, why had Wang Jin suddenly sought her out? Speaking of the Northern Abyss Prince Yan Jin, she indeed has a profound memory of him, particularly because his descent into madness in later years was quite severe. His mother, Consort Lan, hailed from a family of military nobility, whose clan assisted the emperor in seizing the throne. Yet, after the nation stabilized, the emperor grew wary of them, leading to the entire family being ambushed and slaughtered by the enemy forces upon their return from the border. Although Jiang Xueci had perused this narrative, the details were somewhat antiquated. She still recalls that the official account of the ambush was merely a fade, as it was the emperor who orchestrated their annihilation. Shortly after giving birth, Consort Lan became aware of this grim reality. Faced with the emperor's threats regarding her son's life, she ultimately chose to take her own life. The emperor, cold-hearted as ever, dispatched the seventh prince, Yan Jin, to his fiefdom, leaving him to fend for himself. However, no one anticipated that Yan Jin possessed an innate talent for warfare. Over the span of several years in Northern Abyss, he He transformed the desolate and barren land into a formidable power that even the capital dared not underestimate. With an army of 130,000, he vanquished numerous foreign adversaries, earning him the title of a demonic sovereign on the Jojo continent. Such an individual, the male lead Yan's son, fought through an entire volume before finally claiming Yan Jin's life. Now, with aspirations to cling to Yan Jin's coattails, coupled with her knowledge of the plot's pivotal twists, was it not a simple endeavor to utilize Yan Jin to eliminate that scoundrel Yan's son? Seeing her hesitation, Jiang Xueci remarked, "Your Highness, our Lord wishes to invite you to the palace for a cup of tea. Rest assured, you shall not be harmed." Jiang Xueci clarified, "I am no longer the crown princess. I have divorced the crown prince." Jiang Xueci expressed mild surprise but remained composed. "Understood, Miss Jiang." Jiang Xueci turned to glance back, only to find Yan Jin's figure had vanished. She hesitated momentarily before finally boarding the carriage. The journey was smooth, and soon it came to a halt. Jiang Xueci alighted and followed the young servant inside. "Miss Jiang, this is it. I shall not accompany you further," the servant announced. Jiang Xueci raised her gaze, realizing she was not entering a parlor, but rather a bedroom. Her throat tightened as she endeavored to steady her emotions. She had intended to approach Yan Jin to exploit him for her own ends against that vile man. Yet, an inexplicable fear now gripped her, sensing an eerie atmosphere pervading the space. With a deep breath, she summoned her courage and pushed open the door. To her astonishment, the room was empty, save for some movement behind screen. As she cautiously advanced towards the sound, what she beheld sent chills racing down her spine, causing her to instinctively collapse to the ground. Before her was a lantern craftsman kneeling, laboring on a lantern, a seemingly mundane task. However, the material of the lantern was not paper, but rather a piece of human skin, still stained with traces of blood. A human skin lantern. Jiang Xueci, raised in opulence, had never encountered such a ghastly sight. Although she understood that the ancient world lacked the fairness of modern law, she was nonetheless taken aback. Trembling, her delicate visage pale with fear, she gritted her teeth and attempted to flee, desperate to escape this hellish place. Yet in the next moment, a flash of silver caught her eye as a dagger embedded itself into a wooden post beside her. The force of its thrust was such that had it struck her, it would surely have been fatal. Yan Jin rose leisurely, strolling to Jiang Xueci's side, casting a shadow that enveloped her in darkness. A subtle smile graced his lips as he observed her startled expression, and a mocking laughter escaped him. "How deplorable it is! This prince has frightened the crown princess." He turned and withdrew a dagger from the door, intrigued by Jiang Xueci's terror, before playfully placing the cold blade against her face. The chilling touch sent a shiver down her spine, rendering her immobile. A mouse has infiltrated the estate, and seeing the dimness here, it seems fitting to craft a lantern. Does it not, Crown Princess? At that moment, Jiang Xueci came to understand the madness of the beautiful yet deranged character she had read about in novels. While they had seemed exhilarating in print, now confronted with such a man, she wished to be 100,000 miles away from him. Was this why the prince had brought her here? To instill fear? Yan Jin merely raised an eyebrow, offering no response. The crown princess truly lived up to her rumored praise. Though it was a pity. A pity for what? This prince has yet to collect a beautiful skin. Jiang Xueci felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Truly, he was a madman. Who could rescue her? Had she known he was such a lunatic, she would have never dared to come. Clad in simple garments and adorned with prayer beads, his words were as fierce as those of a demon. Jiang Xueci cried, genuinely frightened by this lunatic before her. Her eyes, like peach blossoms, were filled with tears, rendering her utterly pitiful. However, Yan Jin, unlike ordinary men, felt no sympathy at the sight of her tears. Rather, excitement flickered in his gaze. A pang of dread shot through Jiang Xueci, compelling her to stifle her tears. Observing her feigned composure, Yan Jin's boredom shifted into amusement. He gestured, and a servant brought forth a cup. Jiang Xueci was perplexed. Yan Jin spoke softly, "Drink this, and you shall leave upright. Refuse, and you will leave horizontally. The choice is yours, Crown Princess. Is it poison? Who could say?" Jiang Xueci gazed at the dark concoction, her eyes darting to the human skin lantern. Gritting her teeth, she steeled herself and drank it down in one gulp. Yan Jin raised an eyebrow, saying nothing. The crown princess truly possesses remarkable courage, he remarked. Uncertain whether it was the effect of the potion or her own resolve, Jiang Xueci found a spark of bravery. I am no longer the crown princess. Having divorced the crown prince, I implore you, my lord, to refrain from addressing me as such. Yan Jin clicked his tongue lightly. Are you angry? Jiang Xueci remained silent. Very well. If you utter a few words that please me, I shall allow you to depart. Jiang Xueci could not fathom his intentions. Why he had so ostentatiously summoned her to the northern Yuan prince's residence, compelled her to drink an unknown substance, and now sought to let her go. What was he truly after? This madman was utterly inscrutable. Clearing her throat, Jiang Xueci declared, My lord, you are indeed a paragon of talent and grace. Especially those two eyes, not more, not less, precisely two. Yan Jin was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Xueci scrutinized his expression and noticed the mocking smile at the corner of his lips gradually fading, replaced by an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. She couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for her thoughtless words. After a brief moment, Yan Jin casually tossed aside the dagger in his hand, his gaze disdainfully fixed on the delicate beauty before him. His voice was crisp and magnetic. Let us go. Jiang Xueci was taken aback. She never expected Yan Jin to enjoy her flattery so much. Truly, he was a villain. His mind was simply not normal. Without hesitation, Jiang Xueci turned to flee, but just as she crossed the threshold, she heard his voice echoing behind her once more. Come find this king on the night of the full moon each month, or I shall not hesitate to gift you a coffin. Jiang Xueci paused, cursing inwardly. What a wretched being. He truly had given her poison to drink. Chapter 4. The young lady, quite timid. As Jiang Xueci stepped outside, she spotted a familiar carriage waiting at the entrance. Her eyes flickered momentarily, and she contemplated bypassing the carriage to head towards the Prime Minister's residence. After all, she was no longer the crown princess. Remaining in the Eastern Palace would be quite improper and might even lead others to think she was clinging on. However, just as she descended the steps, a young servant approached her, blocking her path. Crown Princess, His Highness requests your presence in the carriage. Jiang Xueci's eyes misted over. Crown Princess? Are you not aware that I am no longer the Crown Princess? The servant hesitated for a moment, then respectfully replied, Your Grace, His Highness requests you to board. Jiang Xueci cast a glance at the carriage and said in a deep voice, I have divorced His Highness. It is inappropriate for us to meet privately. I have matters to attend to, so I must leave. Jiang Xueci. A cold voice suddenly rang out from within the carriage. The voice was loud enough to draw the attention of passers-by. Yin Sun had not anticipated that Jiang Xueci, who had once been gentle and obedient towards him, would willingly approach the emperor to request a divorce. He had believed she would be overjoyed to accept the royal marriage when her father had mentioned it. After all, as the crown prince, he was destined to become the emperor, the sovereign of all. What woman would shy away from marrying him? Yet, why had Jiang Xueci chosen to seek a divorce? He had thought she would implore the emperor to reject his request. Yin Sun dismounted the carriage and approached her directly. Most importantly, she had actually taken the initiative to take a concubine for him while still holding the title of crown princess. He intended to marry Qingqing as his legitimate wife. Jiang Xueci, why did you agree to the divorce? Jiang Xueci chuckled lightly. Oh, is His Highness here to express his gratitude for my understanding? There is no need for such formality. Simply return the dowry I brought to the Eastern Palace when I married. Given my current status, it is indeed improper for me to continue visiting the Eastern Palace. Yan Sun gazed at the calm figure before him, suddenly feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. You know very well I intend to marry Qingqing as my legitimate wife. Why then did you request the emperor to take her as a concubine? Jiang Xueci paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. The melodious laughter, reminiscent of silver bells, was both delightful and bright, yet it carried an undertone of mockery. Why, one might ask, the answer lies in revenge. How could I simply let go of such a humiliation inflicted upon me by His Highness? Yin Sun's eyes were cold, and after a prolonged silence, he refrained from uttering another word. What was the nature of your acquaintance with Yan Jin? If there is no connection, why did Yan Jin take Jiang Xueci into the palace upon returning to the capital? Such a high-profile entrance has drawn much criticism. Jiang Xueci curled her lips in a faint smile, but it failed to reach her eyes, lacking any warmth. What does this have to do with His Highness? By what authority does he question me? As the Crown Prince? Yet, does the Crown Prince have the right to meddle in the private affairs of a minister's daughter? Does he still believe he can command me as he once did, with answers at the ready? That scoundrel dares to question me. Were this the modern era, I would surely deliver a decisive blow to teach him a lesson. At worst, I would compensate him with 200 coins. Observing his speechlessness, Jiang Xueci grew weary of standing in the sun and chose to bypass him and leave. Yan Jin watched her retreating figure, his brows furrowed, feeling an inexplicable tightness in his chest, unable to discern the reason. He should be elated, although he could not take Qingqing as his legitimate wife. As long as he cherished her, he could still crown her as empress upon his ascension. With a somber expression, Yan Jin returned to the Eastern Palace. He instructed the steward to tally Jiang Xueci's dowry and return it to the Prime Minister's residence. Shunyi appeared and reported, "Your Highness." Before the Crown Princess entered the palace, Miss Bai sought her out, requesting that she bring you back, stating she did not seek a formal title, only your well-being and to avoid offending the emperor. Yan Jin exhaled a deep breath, realizing how gentle and considerate Qingqing was, always thinking of him. Shunyi continued. Miss Bai, however, unbeknownst to her, had some conflict with the Crown Princess and was struck. Your Highness, you should go and see. What? That woman had the audacity to lay a hand on Qingqing? Yan Jin's brows knitted together as he swiftly made his way to Bai Qingqing's chamber. Upon entering, he found Bai Qingqing's cheeks flushed, receiving treatment on her wounds, with her maid displaying a look of pity. My lady, why seek the Crown Princess? Your kindness toward His Highness has led to this humiliation and punishment from her. I truly feel for you. Bai Qingqing smiled faintly, reassuring her, I am fine. As long as the Crown Princess can bring His Highness back, I shall be at ease. Otherwise, I worry His Highness may incur the Emperor's displeasure on my account. I am already content to be here. Why would I concern myself with hollow titles? Before the maid could respond further, Yan Jin entered the room. Qingqing, it is my fault that you have suffered. Bai Qingqing's eyes widened in surprise. Your Highness has returned. I am well. The Crown Princess only means well. Yan Jin took her hand, stating she is no longer the Crown Princess. My father has decreed our divorce and has permitted me to marry you. However, it will not be as a legitimate wife, but as a concubine. Yet, rest assured, Qingqing, I will ensure you become my empress in the future. Bai Qingqing covered her mouth in astonishment and trepidation, inwardly lamenting how foolish Jiang Xueci was to agree. Yet, it was not as a crown princess, but merely a concubine. She endured countless hardships to escape, aspiring to soar high and become someone of great stature. How could she settle for being a concubine? Bai Qingqing felt a sense of discontent within, yet she maintained a facade of gentle grace. To be able to accompany His Highness, even as a concubine, was a blessing she had cultivated throughout her life. Yan Jin smiled softly. Qingqing truly understands. Do not worry. I shall not allow you to suffer any grievances. Bai Qingqing nodded, resting her head against Yan Jin's chest. Yan Jin solemnly instructed that Jiang Xueci's dowry would be delivered later. The palace attendant immediately bowed in affirmation. Yes, Your Highness. Bai Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Was it truly so simple? Did he not acknowledge her wounds? He should confront Jiang Xueci on her behalf. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Prime Minister's residence, Jiang Xueci found that the servants she had brought with her, Nanyu and Shunyu, along with other attendants, were already bustling about. However, the Prime Minister's residence had always been managed by the Dowager Empress's appointed individuals, so there was no need for a major cleanup. Your Highness, you have returned. Shunyu greeted her with a cheerful smile. The palace has just sent over the documents. After your divorce, you are now a princess. Although you are no longer the crown princess, being a first-rank princess will certainly make the noble ladies of the capital envious. Observing Chunyu's proud and delighted demeanor, Jiang Xueci chuckled. All right. Go summon all the renowned doctors in the capital. Quickly. Chun Yu looked puzzled. Your Highness, are you unwell? It is one thing to call for a doctor if you are ill, but summoning all the doctors in the capital seems a bit excessive. Hurry, Jiang Xueci insisted, unwilling to elaborate. That scoundrel had poisoned her. She could not afford to wait passively. Chun Yu dared not delay and hurried off. At that moment, Nin Yu approached. Your Highness, I encountered two young ladies being bullied on the street when I returned from Onbao Tower, so I brought them back. Jiang Xueci furrowed her brow slightly. Nin Yu was not one to readily lend a helping hand. Who were they? They are from the Su family. Jiang Xueci raised an eyebrow, understanding the implication. At the Beiyuan prince's residence, the prince was informed the people from the prime minister's residence have summoned all the doctors in the capital. Yan Jin stood before a statue, hands clasped behind him, the incense swirling about the room, failing to conceal the bloodlust emanating from him. Upon hearing this, he smirked slightly. The young girl is quite timid. Chapter 5. What shall I do if you leave? The days were warm and breezy, with not a cloud in the sky. It was a splendid day. Within the Taiha Hall, the emperor spoke, Your Highness, as the Beiyuan prince returns to the capital for the memorial of his mother. I believe it is an opportune moment to bestow a marriage upon him. I concur, another minister added. The Beiyuan prince wields significant military power. If we can select a considerate princess for him, the capital may find some peace. Surely, the emperor understood the intentions of these ministers. Yan Jin, though still young, commanded an army of hundreds of thousands, and these ministers merely wished to choose a noble lady from the capital to present as a bride to him. With his military authority, the soldiers of Beiyuan were fiercely loyal to him. Should anything happen to Yan Jin in the capital, the Beiyuan soldiers would undoubtedly march in. They had once underestimated this young man, and now they found him difficult to deal with. Choosing a princess to be a consort is indeed a prudent decision. The Prince of Beiyuan has now reached the tender age of youth, and it is high time for him to select a princess and establish a family. At this moment, I find myself lacking in suitable candidates. I wonder if any of you esteemed ministers have any good suggestions? Minister Su stepped forward and proposed the esteemed Princess Zuanhuang. With her noble status, having been raised by the Empress Dowager herself, she is also a favored darling of the emperor. Marrying such a person to the Prince of Beiyuan would be a match of equal standing. Yin Sun frowned slightly. The Minister of Rights interjected, however, that the esteemed Princess Zuanhuang was once the crown princess. How could she be remarried to a prince? General Shun concurred, stating that this reasoning is flawed. Throughout the entire capital, there is no woman of higher status than Princess Zuanhuang. Moreover, having grown up in the palace under the personal care of the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, her loyalty to the Emperor is assured. A consort may lack beauty or talent, but she must hold unwavering loyalty to the Emperor and the capital. Coincidentally, this princess is renowned throughout the realm for her beauty, and her talents have been meticulously cultivated by the Empress Dowager, ensuring they are exceptional. Such a person could be entrusted to the Prince of Beiyuan, granting peace of mind to the Emperor. I second this proposal. Many witnessed the day of her departure with the Prince of Beiyuan. It seems, therefore, that the prince may indeed be willing to accept such an extraordinary beauty as his consort. Despite the many witnesses, it is curious that no one in the capital dares to openly discuss this matter. Perhaps there are those who deliberately suppress the conversation. Minister Su added, Your Majesty, the Prince of Beiyuan is set to depart for his homeland tomorrow. This matter cannot be delayed any further. Yen Sun's expression grew solemn, her words caught in her throat. In the end, she remained silent. In the Chancellor's residence, the shock of the news struck Jiang Xueci like a bolt from the blue. The Prince of Beiyuan is to depart tomorrow? This scoundrel had previously poisoned her, insisting she seek him out each month on the night of the full moon. Now he is returning to Beiyuan, leaving her at a loss as to how to find him. Despite her earnest efforts to consult physicians, none could determine the nature of the affliction within her. She had speculated that Yan Jin's concoction was merely ordinary and not poison. Yet she dared not gamble with her life. Seeing her mistress's anxious demeanor, Chunyu could not help but inquire, My lady, what troubles you? We are not acquainted with the Prince of Beiyuan. Why are you so agitated? Jiang Xueci, filled with trepidation, ordered, prepare the carriage for tonight. I must go to the Prince of Baiyuan's residence, but do not make it known. Chunyu, perplexed, replied, My lady, you are going to meet the prince alone? If word were to spread, it would tarnish your reputation. Are you now disregarding my orders? Chunyu immediately knelt, declaring, I would not dare. Jiang Xueci mused that such methods from ancient times still hold their efficacy. Hurry and attend to it, and ensure no one discovers. Chunyu complied, Yes, my lady. That night, the stars fell across the boundless sky, casting a brilliant and mysterious light. The Prince of Baiyuan's residence was situated away from the bustling city, making the streets remarkably quiet as night descended. Jiang Xueci alighted from the carriage, her only companion, Nanyu, taking the lead as she ascended the steps and rapped upon the imposing door of the royal mansion. Moments later, a servant opened the door, eyeing the visitors with a hint of unfamiliarity, inquiring, Which young lady do we have here? Nanyu promptly replied, Our mistress is the esteemed princess. May I inquire if the prince is within? The servant glanced back at the woman behind him, his gaze betraying a flicker of admiration, before responding, My lord has yet to return from the palace. Jiang Xueci's countenance darkened. Then we shall wait outside, she replied. Thank you for your trouble. The servant, though tempted to invite the enchanting princess inside to wait, recognized his lowly status and dared not overstep. Moreover, given the prince's notoriously aloof demeanor, he felt it prudent to keep the door closed. The chill of late autumn enveloped them, and Nanyu, ever considerate, draped the cloak they had brought over Jiang Xueci's shoulders. Mistress, perhaps we should return for now? We can discuss matters tomorrow. Jiang Xueci shook her head resolutely. The Northern Abyss Prince has poisoned me and commanded that I seek him on the night of each full moon. He is set to depart tomorrow. What if the poison takes effect? Nanyu had served the original protagonist since childhood, known for her efficiency and loyalty, though she was not as naive as Chunyu, whose innocent disposition would only exacerbate worries if informed of such dire circumstances. Suddenly, Nanyu comprehended why the princess had summoned every physician in the capital to her residence that day. Mistress, having studied medicine under Elder Lu, do you not possess knowledge of this poison? Jiang Xueci shook her head. How could she know what the original protagonist had learned? Her studies had taken place a decade prior, and she vaguely recalled the antidote for the chilling poison of the antagonist, Yan Jin, but beyond that, she was at a loss. The texts she had read were not medical treatises. The author could not possibly include every detail. Furthermore, if so many skilled physicians could not identify the poison, it must indeed be formidable. Suddenly, a distant sound of hoofbeats echoed through the air. Yan Jin, gripping the reins, spotted Jiang Xueci at the entrance. With an impassive expression, he approached, leisurely circling her on horseback before dismounting with a swift and graceful motion, devoid of any flourish. Qingyu promptly took the horse from him. Jiang Xueci inclined her head respectfully, refraining from any impertinence towards this living embodiment of death, despite her inner turmoil. Where she had cursed him profusely, this humble servant pays her respects to the prince. May you enjoy boundless fortune. Yan Jin responded with a curt acknowledgement before turning to enter the mansion. Jiang Xueci hesitated for a moment, then instinctively quickened her pace to catch up, grasping the sleeve of his garment. Qingyu gasped in horror. The last woman who had dared to touch the prince had lost her arm. This princess might soon transform from a stunning beauty into a one-armed enchantress. Unaware of the peril she faced, Jiang Xueci only felt an overwhelming anxiety at Yan Jin's apparent disregard. This insufferable man had no intention of acknowledging her, yet she could not afford to be ignored. Her very life hung in the balance, tethered to his whims. You have departed. What am I to do? Yan Jin's eyes flickered momentarily as she felt these words resembled the lament of a wronged wife bidding farewell to her husband embarking on a journey. Chapter 6. That deceitful creature. Qingyu, unable to bear the thought, shut her eyes, fearing for the fate of the princess's arm. Surely, the prince would heartlessly render her arm useless. Without this prince, could the princess truly not survive? Suddenly, Qingyu opened her eyes, gazing at her prince, who wore a teasing expression, indicating he had neither harmed the princess's arm nor was he in earnest. This left her questioning her own reality. Was she still dreaming? Lost in slumber? Jiang Xueci's cheeks flushed with indignation. That was not my intent. You ought to comprehend. Yet before she could finish, Yan Jin interrupted. It is getting late. I must depart for Beiyuan tomorrow. I shall not trouble the princess for tea. With that, he entered the manor, leaving behind the irate Jiang Xueci and the composed Nanyu. Nanyu, am I to perish? Nanyu quickly responded, Princess, do not speak such nonsense. You are blessed with fortune. How could you possibly die? Jiang Xueci's eyes brimmed with tears, her exquisitely delicate features twisted in grievance, resembling a fragile porcelain doll on the verge of shattering, evoking deep sympathy. That wretched creature. The heavens are blind. The original owner had no connection with this scoundrel. Yet now that I am here, I am subjected to such torment. Nanyu, go find me several handsome young gentlemen. I am on the brink of death, and have yet to savor the delights of ancient suitors. To die beneath the peony is to be a ghost of allure. Nanyu understood. At that moment, the door creaked open. Jiang Xueci turned to see a figure clad in exquisite white, none other than Yan Jin himself, engaging with a man, and within half a stick of incense, I shall send a coffin to the Prime Minister's residence. With that, the gates of the Beiyuan Prince's manor closed once more. Jiang Xueci. The entire night passed without her slumber, nor did she seek the company of young gentlemen, fearing that her dalliance with men would lead to her untimely demise. As Chun Yu entered, she beheld her princess, adorned with dark circles beneath her eyes, sitting on the bed in despair. Princess, what troubles you? Has something occurred? Please confide in me. I can offer counsel to alleviate your distress. Your plight pains me greatly. Did that scoundrel depart? Chun Yu, puzzled, inquired as to whom the princess referred, yet she urged her to rise. For a royal eunuch had arrived to summon the princess to receive the imperial decree. Jiang Xueci furrowed her brow. An imperial decree? With skepticism, she descended from her bed, allowing Chun Yu to assist her in dressing. Upon her exit, she indeed encountered the smiling royal eunuch, eagerly awaiting her arrival. At last, the princess is here. Please receive the decree. Jiang Xueci knelt. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. The prince of Beiyuan, at a tender age, is now of marital status. It is known that the esteemed princess is graceful, gentle, and possesses remarkable beauty, which brings me great joy. Thus, I grant the prince of Beiyuan the title of his princess, with a wedding to be arranged on an auspicious day. Jiang Xueci, still somewhat disoriented, was abruptly roused to clarity by the words she heard. To be bestowed upon that despicable North Yuan king? What nonsense! Wang Gonggong noticed her stunned expression, immediately approaching to place the edict in her hands, fearing her refusal would jeopardize his duties. Your Grace, the North Yuan king has reached the age for marriage, and both the court and His Majesty are preoccupied with this matter. Many officials have recommended you, as your reputation is illustrious. His Majesty desires your happiness, hence his consent. Last night, the emperor summoned the North Yuan king to the palace and mentioned this affair. Without hesitation, the North Yuan king agreed. However, he intends to take you back to North Yuan to cultivate your feelings gradually. Once a profound bond is established, a grand wedding will follow. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. With that, he hurried away, anxious that she might voice her dissent. Jiang Xueci let out a cold laugh, her mental state far from stable. According to the narrative, Yan Jin was supposed to seize by Qingqing, creating turmoil for Yan Sun and the royal family. Why then was he now intent on taking her away? He had previously poisoned her. How the plot turned so absurd. What on earth was happening? She suddenly remembered how last night, despite knowing her worries, Yan Jin had chosen to shut her out. Clearly, he had been deliberately frightening her. How could such a vile person exist in the world? Gradually, Jiang Xueci regained her composure. Yet, wasn't this trajectory what she had initially desired? To approach the great antagonist of the story, Yan Jin, and exploit him to exact revenge on Yan Sun, the scoundrel, for the original owner's family and herself. After all, having transmigrated into this body granted her a second chance at life. It was only right to do something for the original owner. Moreover, if she did not resist, the tragic fate of the original owner would become her own, a conclusion she could not bear to witness. Chun Yu, quickly gather our belongings. Chun Yu complied eagerly, yes. Your Grace, the North Yuan king, renowned for his handsome visage and military power, was akin to a local emperor in the distant North Yuan. Such a figure was certainly on par with the crown prince. Imagine her ladyship becoming the North Yuan princess, infuriating the crown prince. After all, it was the crown prince who failed to appreciate her grace. At that moment, Nan Yu entered. Your Grace, the North Yuan king's envoy has just arrived, informing that we shall depart for North Yuan tomorrow. There is no need to rush. Take your time in packing. Jiang Xueci snorted. That scoundrel dares to mock me. Are they referring to me as this king? A chill ran through her heart. What a shock. Chapter 7. Your Highness, the crown prince terrified me, Nan Yu. Do you not agree? That crown prince has yet to return my dowry. He surely covets it for himself. Jiang Xueci seethed with indignation. The North Yuan king, however, would never stoop to such shamelessness. As she spoke, she turned to face Nan Yu. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Yan Jin and was taken aback. Your Highness? What brings you here? Nan Yu remained expressionless, silently observing her lord's rather poor performance. Had I not come, I would still be unaware of the princess's profound disdain for the crown prince. Truly, the rumors were misleading. Jiang Xueci offered an awkward smile, questioning how the prince could possibly have arrived. Yan Jin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, as usual, fingers entwined around Buddhist beads, embodying the demeanor of a transcendent being, exuding an air of pity for the world, concealing his cold and capricious nature. Today, the Empress has hosted a banquet, and I have been invited to accompany you. However, at this moment, it seems more fitting for me to accompany you to the Eastern Palace to retrieve your belongings. Bai Qingqing, an orphan with no known parents, was recognized solely by the crown prince as a member of the Yaoqi clan, while others merely perceived her as a waif. Consequently, both the Empress and the Emperor were not particularly pleased with this marriage, seizing the opportunity to diminish her status as a concubine. The Empress suggested that the crown prince marry her cousin as his consort. Yet, the Emperor only granted the title of secondary consort. According to the narrative, Su Jiaojiao was meant to enter the Eastern Palace as a secondary consort alongside Bai Qingqing. One was a pawn, the other the player, both conspiring in the shadows to torment the original owner. Now, with the original owner absent from the Eastern Palace, one could merely observe the strife between the concubine and the secondary consort, one favored by the crown prince, the other possessing a distinguished lineage, neither inferior to the other. Your Highness, do you think I look well in this attire? Bai Qingqing inquired, clad in a delicate pink and white gown, her hair adorned with simple ornaments, exuding a pristine grace. Yan Sun praised her, responding, Qingqing, you look splendid in anything. However, is this not a tad too plain? Bai Qingqing smiled softly, Your Highness. I have long been accustomed to frugality and do not favor ostentation. This is quite sufficient. Upon hearing this, Yan Sun found no further argument necessary. Indeed, Qingqing's modest appearance was quite charming. As Yan Sun spoke, a memory of Jiang Xueci's lavish attire resurfaced in his mind. Opulent jewels and garments akin to the resplendent peony. Truly the epitome of a noble woman. Frowning slightly, Yan Sun wondered why he was recalling that woman. Moreover, she was already betrothed to Yan Jin as his consort, thus bearing no relevance to him now. Gently lifting her bangs, he caressed Bai Qingqing's forehead, whispering, My dear Qingqing, you have endured unjust treatment. It is not your fault. Bai Qingqing shook her head, deliberately neglecting her medication to ensure the crown prince recognized the extent of her grievances for him. Your Highness, the king of Beiyuan and the esteemed princess have arrived. Yan Sun furrowed his brow slightly, instructing, have them wait in the Ling Shui pavilion. I shall join them shortly. Upon his arrival at the Ling Shui pavilion, Yan Jin was seated in the principal position, surrounded by the awaiting troops from the north. Approaching the pavilion, Yan Sun observed Jiang Xueci languidly sipping tea, her elaborate attire making her resemble a captivating flower, far more dazzling than Qingqing. Ah, having departed from my side, she now places such emphasis on her appearance. Is it for Yan Jin's sake? My brother's leg was injured in Beiyuan. He is unable to rise and pay his respects to the crown prince, and I hope the crown prince will understand, he said with a calm, unhurried tone. his fingers still entwined with the Buddhist beads, projecting an air of ease, yet with an undeniable arrogance that was unmistakable. Jiang Xueci lightly raised her brows, inwardly lamenting the audacious nature of this madly beautiful woman. Indeed, wielding military power is formidable, unlike those princes who possess only thrones without authority. They dare not offend the crown prince during their visits to the capital. However, witnessing the crown prince's darkening expression was indeed delightful. Qingqing had met the prince and the elder princess. Bai Qingqing felt somewhat at a loss for words, cautiously glancing at Jiang Xueci, seemingly intimidated by her presence. Yan Jin, feeling no distress in his heart, reassured Qingqing, "You need not fear her. With me here, no one can bully you." Bai Qingqing nodded hesitantly, yet her heart swelled with pride. Nevertheless, seeing Jiang Xueci adorned in such lavish attire, she could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. Such extravagant attire was surely intended to overshadow her. The moment the crown prince entered the Ling Shui pavilion, all attention fell upon her. It was truly beguiling. Historically, crown princesses have embodied grace and poise, yet the crown prince, uniquely, chose a woman of such simplicity, which was indeed remarkable. Bai Qingqing's complexion paled. Even if she were foolish, she could discern that the Northern Yuan king was ridiculing her pettiness. Jiang Xueci couldn't suppress a laugh, causing Bai Qingqing to grow increasingly uncomfortable, her face turning ashen. "Jiang Xueci," Yan Jin admonished. Jiang Xueci feigned shock, clutching her chest. "Your Highness, the crown prince frightened me." Qing Yu, standing behind Yan Jin, tightly pinched her thigh, recalling all the sorrows of her life, managing to stifle the urge to laugh. It was all so contrived, yet the beauty executed it with an astonishing charm. Yan Jin, not addressing the matter directly, continued, "The crown prince's wrath directed at my forthcoming consort seems rather excessive. Does it not?" Yan Sun's expression darkened. These two were indeed a perfect match. "What brings you to the East Palace?" Jiang Xueci inwardly sighed, truly deserving of being the male lead. His patience was remarkable. The maiden has come merely to retrieve her dowry. After all, she is set to depart the capital with the prince tomorrow, so this matter cannot be delayed. Bai Qingqing understood. The dowry Jiang Xueci had brought was quite substantial, and to simply take it away would be a pity. Moreover, she had pilfered several precious items from that dowry for her own quarters. "Your Highness," Yan Jin said in a deep voice, "please have the dowry of the princess counted." Jiang Xueci smiled lightly. "I appreciate your effort, Your Highness." With that, she glanced at Bai Qingqing with interest. Bai Qingqing, meeting her gaze, felt inexplicably guilty. "Your Highness, perhaps it would be better for me to handle the counting. The steward's leg has been troubling him again, and he may not perform the task well." Before the crown prince could respond, Jiang Xueci interjected. "With so many servants in the East Palace, is it necessary for Miss Bai to take on such labor? If this were to spread, wouldn't it suggest a lack of decorum among the East Palace staff?" Yan Jin found some merit in her words. "Qingqing, you shall stay here with me. These trivial matters do not require your involvement." Yet what was Qingqing to say? She awkwardly shook her head. "It's nothing." Chapter 8. Yan Jin in the Eastern Palace. After a while, the steward entered respectfully. "Your Highness, the dowry of the princess has been meticulously accounted for and sent to the princess's residence," he announced. However, his expression betrayed a hint of anxiety, and the words he intended to speak were swallowed back. Jiang Xueci smiled brightly. The steward's efficiency was commendable, yet it was prudent to remain cautious to avoid any potential disputes later. "Nanyu, please accompany Chunyu and conduct a thorough inspection." The steward's face darkened, but seeing Yan Sun's demeanor, he refrained from further comments and steeled himself to lead the two away. He managed the finances of the Eastern Palace, and if the princess's dowry were to be discovered missing, he could face dire consequences from the crown prince. Who was the fool that dared to pilfer from the princess's dowry? If it had been delivered directly to the Jiang family, he could have claimed that they had misplaced it. Meanwhile, Jiang Xueci observed with keen interest as Bai Qingqing's face grew increasingly pale. Moments later, Nanyu returned. "Chunyu spoke too soon, Your Highness. Our dowry is missing several items." "How could that be?" Yan Jin refuted, asserting that the dowry had remained untouched in the storeroom. Could it be that your princess took some ornaments with her and forgot? Chunyu immediately shook her head. Impossible. Our princess has never touched any of the items in the dowry. The ornaments she wears are all gifts from the emperor and the empress dowager. Yin Sun's eyes narrowed. Zhou Fu, what is the meaning of this? The steward promptly knelt. I am unaware, your highness. The dowry has remained in the storeroom untouched, and I do not know why certain items are missing. Yan Sun glanced at Yan Jin, who was quietly stringing beads and appeared disinclined to speak, which only fueled his ire further. Such occurrences in the Eastern Palace, especially with Yan Jin as a witness, were utterly unacceptable. These incompetent fools. Jiang Xueci's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she softly clicked her tongue. It seems there are some unscrupulous elements in the crown prince's palace. Bai Qingqing, evading eye contact, concurred. Perhaps some servants, in a moment of folly, have stolen from the princess's dowry. Yan Sun erupted in fury. Investigate. Find out which lowly wretch has committed such an act. Behind him, Shuni nodded. Yes, your highness. Jiang Xueci had been in the palace for a few days, and this was the first time she witnessed the crown prince in such a rage. Given the gravity of the situation, particularly in front of his adversaries, it was no wonder he was so incensed. Yet, one couldn't help but ponder how he would react if he discovered that the missing jewels and ornaments had been taken by his beloved Qingqing. The thought was amusing. Although the Eastern Palace was not lacking in wealth, the original owner had been a pampered darling since childhood. The Prime Minister had scoured the world for treasures to create exquisite jewelry for her, making her collection a coveted dream for countless women in the capital. How could Bai Qingqing not be tempted? In the narrative, the original protagonist never consented to a separation from the crown prince, nor did she ever take away her dowry. However, upon discovering the absence of her dowry, she found that it was hidden in Bai Qingqing's quarters and promptly informed the crown prince. To her astonishment, the crown prince, seemingly enchanted by Bai Qingqing, chose not to punish her, but instead rebuked the protagonist for defaming Bai Qingqing. Now that she was no longer in the Eastern Palace, she was eager to see how this despicable man would continue to scold her. Shen Yi, as the crown prince's personal guard, executed his tasks with remarkable efficiency. In a mere incense stick's time, he returned accompanied by individuals from the Fufang Pavilion. Bai Qingqing's heart raced, her concealed hand gripping tightly, her nails digging into her flesh, refusing to loosen. Yan Sun frowned and inquired, what is the purpose of bringing back the maidservant by Qingqing's side? Kneeling on one knee, Shen Yi reported, Your Highness, I have located the missing jewelry in Miss Bai's room. Yan Sun was taken aback, his incredulous gaze shifting to Bai Qingqing, who had risen, her expression one of disbelief as she stared at the kneeling maid. Qinger, the items in my room were entrusted to your care. What is the meaning of this? Qinger immediately replied, Miss, this is not. Before she could finish, Bai Qingqing interjected, Qinger, I am aware that your mother is ill, but you cannot resort to stealing the dowry of a noble lady to procure money for her treatment. Your younger brother is still but a child, and your mother is gravely ill. If something were to happen to you, what would become of them? Qinger was taken aback. The implication of her words was unmistakable. The young lady was threatening her, using her family as leverage. Gritting her teeth, Qinger knelt and confessed. It was my foolishness that led to this grave error. Bai Qingqing, feigning sorrow, replied, Qinger, if you are in need of money, you must tell me. I would certainly find a way to assist you, but you are truly misguided. Upon finishing her words, she suddenly knelt down. Your Highness, it was all Qinger's moment of folly that brought about this great mistake. Please do not blame her. If blame is to be assigned, let it be directed at me for not managing my subordinates properly. Just as Yan Sun intended to help Bai Qingqing to her feet, Jiang Xueci stepped forward, admonishing, Miss Bai, your words are misguided. The actions of a servant have no bearing on you. While speaking, Jiang Xueci assisted her in rising. In a seemingly accidental gesture, she tugged at Bai Qingqing's sleeve, prompting Nanyu to keenly observe, Your Highness, is that not the coral bracelet bestowed upon you by the Empress Dowager? Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Bai Qingqing's wrist. Bai Qingqing stared incredulously at Jiang Xueci, suddenly realizing that this entire scene had been orchestrated by that wretched woman. She had known all along that Bai Qingqing had meddled with her dowry. Yan Sun's dark gaze fell upon the bracelet. Qing, what is the meaning of this? Jiang Xueci sighed lightly. Miss Bai, surely that maidservant isn't bearing the blame for you? If you desire it, I would gladly gift it to you. Why resort to such underhanded tactics? Bai Qing, her willow-like brows knitted in feigned confusion, grasped Yan Jin's garment and exclaimed, Your Highness, I truly do not understand how this came to be. Earlier this morning, Qing helped me adorn myself with jewelry. Perhaps she made a mistake. Qing immediately replied, Indeed, Your Highness, I was too careless in my thievery and mistakenly placed this bracelet in the young lady's jewelry box, inadvertently adorning her with it. Yan Jin, feeling a surge of impatience, rose abruptly and unsheathed the sword from Qing Yu's waist. In a flash of silver light, Jiang Xueci could only perceive a bright gleam before a heart-wrenching scream echoed in the air. Jiang Xueci turned back, only to witness Yan Jin severing one of Qing's arms with his sword. He forcefully flicked the blood from the blade, his obsidian-like eyes half closed, brimming with a chilling aura, as if a fierce winter had descended, suffocating those around him. Yan Jin's cold and heavy gaze fell upon the writhing maid on the ground, his voice dripping with sinister intent. You should be grateful that this is the capital and not Beiyuan. Otherwise, what you would lose would not merely be an arm, but your very life. Jiang Xueci marveled inwardly at the audacity of this madman. How brazenly he dared to spill blood within the Eastern Palace. It was as if he held the crown prince in utter contempt. With an elegant turn, Yan Jin raised his hand and aimed his sword towards Bai Qing, who was clutching the coral bracelet. Gasps of shock filled the air. Jiang Xueci exclaimed, What the? Chapter 9. The Art of Manipulation by Jiang Marin. Bai Qing froze, helplessly watching the sword descend towards her arm, as if bound by a malevolent spirit, unable to move. Just as the blade was about to strike, Yan Jin swiftly pulled her into his embrace, narrowly avoiding the lethal blow. A sharp gasp escaped Bai Qing as her wrist was grazed and the coral bracelet shattered, beads scattering across the ground. Yan Jin, do you even comprehend what you are doing? Yan Jin raised an unimpressed eyebrow, dismissing her concern with a casual tone. I am merely assisting the crown prince in dealing with thieves. This is the Eastern Palace. Who permits you to act so recklessly? Yan Jin's face darkened with anger, losing all semblance of his usual noble demeanor. Bai Qing, utterly terrified, leaned against Yan Jin, her gaze filled with fear as she averted her eyes from Yan Jin. However, her peripheral vision caught the mocking smile of Jiang Xueci, and a wave of humiliation crashed over her. My lord, were we not to enter the palace? Let us go. The crown prince likely needs to attend to family matters, and our presence may be unwelcome. Yan Jin said nothing, merely tossing the sword to Qing Yu before departing. Jiang Xueci commanded, Nanyu, Chunyu, you stay behind to tidy up the bridal dowry and return it to the Xiang residence. If Miss Bai desires the coral bracelet, present it to her. Nanyu glanced at the scattered beads, nodding in agreement. Yes, my lady. Before leaving, Jiang Xueci cast a final glance at the anguished Qing, who in the book became Bai Qing's right-hand companion, often scheming against and bullying the original character. Her fate now was far less severe than the gruesome end she met in the storyline at the hands of the crown prince. Once the crowd dispersed, Bai Qing cautiously examined Yan Jin's expression. Your Highness, shall we also proceed to the palace? Yan Jin shrugged off her grasp on his sleeve. No need. You have been startled today. It is unwise to enter the palace now. I shall escort the daughter of the Su family to the palace. You should rest well. As for that servant, handle her as you see fit. Bai Qing's eyelashes fluttered lightly as her hands, hidden within her sleeves, gradually clenched tighter. She watched Yan Jin turn away without a hint of mercy, her body stiff as if chiseled from stone. Within the Linshui pavilion, silence reigned. Only Bai Qing and her servant, Qing remained. Qing knelt on the ground, too frightened to rise, enduring the pain with great restraint. After what felt like an eternity, she suddenly noticed someone standing before her. Cautiously, she rose, gazing at the expressionless figure in front of her, too afraid to speak, her head bowed low. Bai Qing struggled to quell the bitterness and fury within her, feigning a gentle demeanor as she helped Qing to her feet. Qing, you have suffered injustice. The prince has spoken. I cannot spare you from punishment. You may return home. I shall provide you with a sum of silver to care for your family. Qing'er was momentarily taken aback, then immediately knelt in gratitude. Thank you, miss. She had anticipated certain death, but now, to leave with her life was, in truth, a favorable. Yet, with the loss of an arm, the prospect of marrying and starting a family seemed forever beyond her reach. By Qing softly warned, however, if your lips cannot remain sealed, I shall have no choice but to ensure your entire family reunites in the afterlife. Qing'er stiffened, quickly responding, rest assured, miss. In the palace, the emperor summoned Yan Jin to the study, leaving Jiang Xueci to make her way alone to Kunning Palace. Having grown up within the palace walls, she was well acquainted with its every corner. Ah, is that not Jiang Xueci? A youthful voice called from behind, as a young man swiftly caught up to her. Blocking her path, Jiang Xueci sized up the man before her. He was Su Taishi's grandson, the brother of Su Jiao, a notorious dandy. Before Jiang Xueci's marriage to the Eastern Palace, he had even proposed to her, only to be rejected by the dowager consort. Subsequently, he had wed into the Eastern Palace. Su Linqi's eyes shimmered with undisguised astonishment and infatuation as he exclaimed, "You truly are remarkable. A person rejected by the crown prince has transformed into a prospective princess. How did you manage that?" His gaze held a hint of malice. Could it be that when the king of Beiyuan took you away, you enchanted him during your night at the royal estate? Do you not realize how many women have been sent to the king of Beiyuan, only to meet disastrous fates? If you seek marriage, there is no need to take such risks. You might consider marrying me. I could ensure your safety for a lifetime. Though a second marriage, you would still be worthy as my concubine. Su Linqi held his head high, proud of his status as the legitimate grandson of the Taisher, a figure of prominence in the capital, perhaps even rivaling the king of Beiyuan. Such a man, wielding considerable military power, could meet an untimely end any day. Jiang Xueci rolled her eyes inwardly, recognizing that one must not only consider the appearance of a suitor, but also reflect on one's own. What do you mean? You and Su Jiao share the same mother. How is it she is charming and graceful while you are less than appealing? How dare you say that? Su Linqi retorted angrily. You, a second marriage woman, have the audacity to insult me. Do you not consider your own worth? Jiang Xueci observed Su Linqi's flustered demeanor with a calm and composed expression, replying coolly, "You have something stuck in your teeth." Su Linqi was momentarily taken aback, but soon covered her mouth, striving to remove whatever was on her teeth. After a considerable effort, she found nothing amiss. Jiang Xueci harbored a cold mirth within her heart. Just as she intended to continue her performance, she caught sight of several familiar figures approaching from the moon gate. Instantly, she pinched her thigh, and a mist of tears welled in her eyes, rendering her utterly pitiable. "Young Master Su, I have never wronged you, yet why do you target me so? My separation from His Royal Highness was mutually agreed upon, and my marriage to the King of Beiyuan was proposed by the court and sanctioned by the Emperor. How can you deem me, a second marriage woman, unworthy?" With a gentle sob, Jiang Xueci's alabaster skin resembled the frost of winter. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Though she appeared fragile, as if a mere breeze could topple her, she fought to remain steadfast, akin to a ray of dawn piercing through the darkness, radiant and enchanting. Su Linqi was momentarily stunned by her sudden display, yet an inexplicable surge of indignation arose within him. This woman was frightened. She was a harbinger of calamity. Initially, she had refused to marry him, instead choosing to wed the crown prince, and now she was cast aside by him. A hypocritical and shameless woman. She seduced the king of Beiyuan, seeking to climb the ranks of power. What? Do you know your Jiang family has fallen, and thus must seek a royal consort, sacrificing dignity for power? Enough! A sharp reprimand echoed from behind. Chapter 10. Your Highness, you cannot hinder my pursuit of a better life. Su Linqi's heart plummeted as he slowly turned around, only to find the Emperor standing there. His legs weakened, and he fell to his knees. Your Majesty! The Emperor, enraged, rebuked. How dare you slander others within the palace? Do you seek to endanger your life by fabricating tales about the princess? Su Linqi was utterly terrified. He had not anticipated that his momentary impulse to chastise Jiang Xueci, that audacious girl, would reach the emperor's ears. "Your Majesty, forgive me. I was merely jesting with the princess, with no malicious intent." Su Linshi trembled, entirely shedding his earlier bravado. Jiang Xueci could not help but reflect on the many arrogant individuals in the world. Yet perhaps only Yan Jin would remain unyieldingly arrogant until the end. Yan Sun spoke in a deep voice. "Linshi, what are you doing here?" Su Linshi replied, quivering, "Your Highness, I was escorting my sister to the Empress Dowager's residence. I intended to leave the palace when I encountered the princess and exchanged a few light-hearted words." Su Linshi was the legitimate grandson of the Grand Tutor Su, and also the nephew of the reigning empress. Currently, Su Jiaojiao was being groomed as a concubine for the crown prince, much to the empress's dissatisfaction, prompting her to summon Su Jiaojiao early into the palace for a serious discussion and to offer some comfort. Yan Sun said, "Father, Linshi is often reckless. Perhaps it would be wise to have him reflect in solitude." The emperor paused for a moment before inquiring, "We think, Jiner?" Yan Jin's expression remained impassive, revealing no emotions. Upon hearing the emperor's words, a cold disdain slipped from her lips. "I believe this person's tongue serves only to stir discord. It would be better to silence it." The emperor's countenance grew stern. Yan Sun said, "Father, Linshi merely misspoke in a moment of folly. I believe such a severe punishment is unwarranted." Jiang Xueci silently scoffed, realizing that unless the prince himself suffered the humiliation, he would remain oblivious to its sting. She softly wept, acknowledging the prince's words. "Indeed, as a mere orphan, I cannot compare to the esteemed young Master Su, who enjoys the protection and support of a prominent status. Such humiliation is merely a slip of the tongue. I am truly ignorant." Yan Sun frowned, seemingly taken aback by Jiang Xueci's audacity in addressing the emperor in such a manner. Did she not intend to save face? With such words spoken, would not the emperor perceive a lack of fairness in his actions, leading to accusations of favoritism in state affairs? "I did not mean that," he began to clarify, but the emperor interrupted with a smile. Jiner's suggestion is quite sound. If one cannot wield their tongue adeptly, perhaps it would be better to sever it. "Wang Fu," the emperor called, prompting the servant to step forward. "I shall attend to it immediately." With a wave of his hand, several guards swiftly covered Su Linshi's mouth and led him away. "Come, the queen's banquet must be ready. If we delay further, she may send someone to fetch us." The emperor's voice was warm and amiable, reminiscent of a beloved elder in a large family. Yan Jin followed, casting a glance at Jiang Xueci's pitiful demeanor, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. What a convincing act! Her fragile appearance was indeed amusing. If only she could weep even more sorrowfully, it would be perfect. Once Yan Sun noticed that the emperor and Yan Jin had moved a distance away. He spoke, "You harbor intentions of revenge. If you still hold any regard for me, why feign consent to separation?" Jiang Xueci wiped away the tears pooling at the corners of her eyes, sighing, "Your Highness, you're truly overconfident, believing that everyone in the world will be hopelessly enamored with you." "What do you mean?" Yan Sun inquired, bewildered. Jiang Xueci chuckled, her cheeks flushing with a radiant beauty akin to a blooming flower. "Your Highness should not take yourself too seriously, in terms of looks and allure. The king of Beiyuan surpasses you." Yan Sun momentarily froze, clearly taken aback by Jiang Xueci's unexpected words. You are such a promiscuous woman," he exclaimed, his face turning a shade of deep anger. Jiang Xueci, observing his truly vexed expression, felt a surge of satisfaction. For a man who held himself in such high regard, dignity was paramount. As a prince, Yan Sun had always been elevated, adored by all, and would naturally consider the equally remarkable Yan Jin as his rival. The realization that a woman he had always looked down upon would dare to claim inferiority to another man in any aspect must have struck a blow to his pride. If it were an ordinary person, he might dismiss it as mere stubbornness. Yet, the man in question was the king of Beiyuan, a figure of divine beauty, adored by women across the realm. Jiang Xueci lightly laughed. "Your Highness cannot possibly prevent me from seeking out someone better, can you? Defeating a scoundrel with the words of a vixen? Absolutely." As expected, Yan Sun's face turned a deep shade of anger, his dark, piercing eyes fixated on Jiang Xueci, as if he wished to see through her very soul. Chapter 11. My Beloved Goose. The atmosphere at the banquet was vibrant and lively, filled with melodious songs and graceful dances. Su Jiaojiao occasionally cast disdainful and envious glances at Jiang Xueci while engaging in conversation with the prince beside her. However, the prince was in a foul mood and paid no heed to Su Jiaojiao's words, responding with a stoic demeanor. Despite her discontent, Su Jiaojiao refrained from voicing her grievances. Even when the empress reproached the prince, she observed Su Jiaojiao defending him. Xueci, I have heard that you will embark on your journey to Beiyuan tomorrow. Once you leave, it may be a long time before we see each other again. What shall I do if I miss you? Lin Jining sighed softly, her heart heavy with reluctance. Jiang Xueci smiled gently. We can still correspond through letters. She remembered that Lin Jining was a legitimate princess sent from a neighboring kingdom, ostensibly as a gift. But in reality, she was a hostage. Nevertheless, Lin Jining's charming innocence rendered her immune to mistreatment in Tianxian. Eventually, she befriended the original owner of this body, and they became one of Jiang Xueci's few cherished friends in the capital. Lin Jining nodded, downing her cup of fine wine, her spirits dampened. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon Yan Jin, who sat across the table, cold and expressionless as he toyed with his wine glass. With a heavy sigh, she lowered her head and poured herself another drink. Her beautiful Jiang had become someone else's. This farewell seemed to stretch infinitely, leaving her uncertain of when they might reunite. Upon entering this narrative, her first instinct was to protect the pitiful goose. However, she arrived just in time for the goose's wedding, rendering her efforts futile. Now, bewilderingly, she had become the princess of Beiyuan, plunging her once again into peril after escaping one danger. Lin Jining sighed deeply, lamenting the cruel fate. What a wicked author, determined to thwart the happiness of the goose. Yet, the goose was sweet and delicate, even more enchanting than the author as portrayal. Indeed, she was a radiant flower amidst the crowd, a paragon of nobility. Both adorned in opulent attire, yet while the goose exuded grace and elegance, Su Jiaojiao resembled a flamboyant peacock. As Lin Jining leaned against Jiang Xueci, intoxicated by the wine, her heart ached for the goose's gentle and vulnerable nature. The goose possessed a kind heart, always considering others and never intending to harm or insult anyone. Should she find herself in Beiyuan, a stranger in a foreign land, how would she fare if she were bullied? This body she inhabited was also a hostage, tethered to the capital, unable to accompany the goose and act as her knight in shining armor. Furthermore, the Prince of Beiyuan was a quintessential villain, known for turning Tianxian into a veritable hell on earth. Alas, Jiang Xueci, you are to depart for Beiyuan tomorrow. I have nothing of worth to give you, save for this hairpin, a gift from the late emperor on the occasion of my marriage to his majesty. I bestow it upon you. The empress had never held Jiang Xueci in high regard, viewing her as a solitary girl incapable of aiding the prince, and resented that she had taken the position of crown princess that rightfully belonged to her niece. With the two now separated, it seemed her wishes had been fulfilled. Jiang Xueci rose immediately, accepting the hairpin presented by the palace maid. I thank Her Majesty the Empress, she said. The emperor spoke gently. Xueci has grown up in the palace since childhood, and now she is to embark on a long journey. I truly feel a twinge of reluctance. However, I desire for you to find a good home. Although it is a faraway marriage, as long as you find happiness, I shall be at ease. Su Jiaojiao scoffed lightly, asserting that Jiang Xueci, being an orphan, would fare the same no matter where she married. But if you cannot live in harmony with your husband and end up parting ways shortly after the wedding, it would indeed be a cause for concern for the emperor. The empress admonished, Jiaojiao, do not speak foolishly. You will also be a concubine to the crown prince. Your words and actions must reflect discretion. Su Jiaojiao responded with a laugh, Yes, aunt. I shall remember, and I certainly will not engage in such disgraceful behavior. Jiang Xueci cast a glance at Yan Sun's somber expression, secretly lamenting how Su Jiaojiao had indeed been spoiled and showed no regard for others' opinions. While her words were a veiled insult to herself, it was Yan Sun who had sought a divorce. Such remarks not only disparaged her, but also cast a shadow upon the crown prince. It would indeed be a rarity for them to live harmoniously as husband and wife in the future. Lin Jining let out a cold huff, her ire rising at Su Jiaojiao's ostentatious display of pride akin to a peacock. Was she mocking her in front of everyone? Just as she was about to speak, the beauty beside her interjected, "I shall be leaving the capital tomorrow, and it is fortuitous that I have encountered Miss Su today, for there are matters I wish to discuss." Su Jiaojiao shot her a glance of disdain. "Speak." Jiang Xueci raised a harmless smile, clear and radiant. "A few days ago, I chanced upon two young ladies being harassed on the street. Unable to bear the sight, I brought them back to my residence. To my surprise, they looked familiar. I discovered they were Miss Su's younger sisters." Upon hearing this, Su Jiaojiao's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of panic in her eyes. The two girls appeared disheveled, as if they had escaped from a dire situation. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that they had accompanied Madame Su to their hometown to celebrate their grandfather's birthday, only to be sold by her. They had endured great hardship to return to the capital. Jiang Xueci expressed her astonishment, pondering whether the Su family had indeed lied about losing their daughters 2 months prior, or if these sisters were the ones deceiving her. Su Jiaojiao had two half-sisters, born of her father's favored concubine. During the family's decline, Su Shilang had married Madame Su at the behest of Su Taisher. Madame Su was not known for her gentle nature. Rather, she had a tendency to flaunt her family's influence, leading to discord in the household. It was well known that the sisters had a tumultuous relationship, and it was likely that during the trip back home to celebrate the birthday, Su Jiaojiao and her mother had seized the opportunity to rid themselves of the sisters once and for all. Now, having returned to the capital after much hardship, it seemed Su's family would soon be embroiled in chaos. Jiang Xueci sighed, remarking that the two girls appeared quite frightened and were currently residing in her household. "However, as I am departing tomorrow, I fear I will not be able to continue providing for them." Su Jiaojiao became increasingly anxious, for it was she and her mother who had initially sold them. It was only due to the absence of her father that she dared to act in such a manner, intending to show the overbearing Zhang concubine a lesson. Although her father later expressed his anger upon returning to the capital, he was at a loss for evidence and could only send someone to investigate. Now that those two wretched girls had returned, the Zhang concubine was bound to create a scene, and her father would undoubtedly be enraged. "Jiao, what is the meaning of this?" the emperor inquired gravely. The empress, having spent considerable time in the inner palace, was well aware of the sordid affairs within. She replied, "Your Majesty, it must be that those two children were frightened and thus are speaking nonsense. Jiang Momo, you are to visit the Xiang residence and return the two children to the Su family, so as not to disturb Xueci." Jiang Xueci found the situation amusing. If Jiang Momo were to go, the two illegitimate daughters would surely face dire consequences. Unhurriedly, she said, "There is no need to trouble the empress, for I have already sent the two young ladies back to the Su family this morning. Coincidentally, Grand Tutor Su and Minister Su are both present, and I am certain they are comforting the young ladies quite well." Suddenly, the wine cup in Su Jiaojiao's hand clattered to the floor, producing a crisp sound. Chapter 12. Both timid and arrogant Jiang Xueci watched with keen interest as Su Jiaojiao's face betrayed her panic despite her attempts to appear composed. A fleeting glance at Lin Jining by her side revealed her eyes sparkling with delight, as if she were proud of her blossoming friend. Jiang Xueci raised an eyebrow, finding her original friend's demeanor rather peculiar. The gathering ended on an unpleasant note. Su Jiaojiao typically clung to the crown prince whenever he was present, yet today, perhaps due to some hidden concern, she did not pursue him even as he departed. "Xueci, you are leaving tomorrow. Can you not stay in the palace tonight and have a proper talk with me?" Jiang Xueci smiled gently. "The Grand Dowager Empress has summoned me, so I fear it is not possible today." "Very well," Lin Jining replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. It was rare to encounter the beloved heroine of her story, only to see her depart after so little time. Such is the capriciousness of fate. Jiang Xueci glanced at Yan Jin's retreating figure, reasoning that he must have left the palace ahead of her, and thus she did not chase after him. Instead, she proceeded directly to the Ningshou Palace. The The Grand Dowager Empress was engrossed in her reading when she noticed Jiang Xueci's arrival. She set down her book and beckoned her to sit beside her. Xueci has arrived. Grand Dowager Empress. With kind eyes. The Grand Dowager Empress had taken Jiang Xueci under her wing after the latter's family was annihilated. When the palace servants mistreated her, the Grand Dowager Empress intervened, bringing Jiang Xueci into the palace for personal guidance. Over the years, Jiang Xueci held deep affection for the Grand Dowager Empress who, having no children of her own, cherished Jiang Xueci as her own grandchild. Consequently, no one in the palace dared to bully this unprotected child any longer. You are departing tomorrow. The emperor has bestowed upon you gold, silver, and jewels. You lack for nothing in material possessions. The distance from Beiyuan to the capital is vast, and I worry for your safety, she said, glancing at the nearby matron. The matron nodded and called out in a loud voice, "Come in." At that moment, a young man clad in dark garments entered. The Grand Dowager Empress remarked, "This is Shi1. He possesses remarkable skills. With him by your side for protection, I can rest easy." "Thank you, Grand Dowager Empress." Shu Taifei let out a sigh. "Are you aware of the implications of the officials recommending you as the princess consort of Beiyuan? Please elucidate, Taifei." The Prince of Beiyuan commands a formidable army, and the capital must remain vigilant. Having grown up in the palace, you are inherently familiar with the royal family. If you could relay any disturbances from Beiyuan to the capital, it would bring them peace of mind. Jiang Xueci feigned confusion, questioning how the Prince of Beiyuan, a member of the royal family, could be viewed with suspicion by the emperor. Shu Taifei observed her innocent demeanor and felt a pang of concern. Over the years, she had only taught her the ways of propriety, neglecting to expose her to the malevolence of the world, which resulted in such a naive disposition. Had she known earlier that Xueci would be treated as a mere pawn sent to Beiyuan, she would have imparted the intricacies of deceit and treachery, striving to prevent it. Alas, the emperor had concealed his intentions so well that she only learned of Xueci's impending marriage when the decree was issued. The official's recommendation for Xueci to become the princess consort of Beiyuan was merely the emperor's voice through their mouths. "Xueci, you must understand that regardless of what others may say to you, your primary focus should be on your own happiness and future." Jiang Xueci nodded, assuring Taifei that she would indeed protect herself. "Good child, go now. You leave tomorrow, so rest well and prepare your belongings." After Jiang Xueci departed, the emperor summoned her, subtly echoing Taifei's sentiments. However, unlike Taifei, the emperor genuinely desired her to serve as an informant, relaying information to the capital. Jiang Xueci navigated the conversation skillfully, knowing that once she arrived in Beiyuan, she would determine what messages to convey. Assisting her family's enemies? In truth, she would relish the prospect of Yan Jin's rebellion succeeding. Embracing her new identity as Jiang Xueci, she accepted all that came with it. The splendor and wealth were hers to embrace, as was the vendetta against her family. Shi1 did not follow Jiang Xueci out of the palace directly, as he was a shadow guard and preferred to remain discreet. Thus, when Jiang Xueci left the palace alone, she assumed Yan Jin had already returned, having arrived in his carriage. Now, she had no means to return with him. The emperor arranged for a carriage to escort her home, and she sank into it, allowing herself to ponder the words exchanged between the emperor and Taifei. Suddenly, the carriage halted abruptly, causing Jiang Xueci to nearly topple over. What was happening? She lifted the curtain, wondering who would dare to obstruct the carriage. The driver cautiously replied, "Princess, it is young Master Qingyu, a confidant of the Prince of Beiyuan, who has halted our carriage." Jiang Xueci peered ahead and, indeed, saw Qingyu. Wasn't he supposed to have left the palace with the Prince of Beiyuan? Why was he here? Could it be that Yan Jin had not departed and was waiting for her? Surely not. That madman could not possibly be so considerate. Qingyu respectfully announced, "Princess, the prince is awaiting your return." Jiang Xueci smiled awkwardly and said, "No need, Your Highness. The emperor has arranged a carriage to take me home, so I shall not trouble you any further." It was laughable trying to distance herself from such a capricious madman. The further away, the better. She had yet to decipher the madman's fluctuating emotions and certainly did not wish to approach him. for one misstep in words could lead to her becoming a mere human lantern. It was foolish of her to have once thought she could draw closer to Yan Jin in order to ensnare that scoundrel Yan Sun. Seeing Jiang Xueci's resolute demeanor, Qin Yu moved to the carriage window, awaiting instructions. After a moment, Qin Yu seemed to receive a command, nodding in acknowledgement before advancing towards Jiang Xueci's carriage. Drawing his long sword, instinctively, Jiang Xueci recoiled into the carriage, trembling as she stammered, "What are you doing? This is the palace. You cannot possibly intend to kill someone here." Qin Yu remained silent, merely springing forth with a light leap towards the carriage. Jiang Xueci immediately shielded her eyes with her hands, lamenting inwardly that she had lived a life of virtue and, having been granted a second chance, was she to perish here? Was it truly such a grave matter that she had not boarded his carriage? Why the excessive temper? Suddenly, a cacophony of splintering would fill the air, and the world fell silent. Cautiously, Jiang Xueci lowered her hands and opened her eyes, only to find the carriage walls and roof had vanished, leaving a scatter of wooden planks on the ground, prompting her to question her sanity. Yan Jin gazed through the window at the curled-up, trembling figure within, suddenly doubting whether this timid creature could indeed be the same one who had schemed against Su Jiaojiao at the banquet. Both cowardly and arrogant. Chapter 13. The wedding gift prepared by Yan Jin. Jiang Xueci burrowed into the carriage, observing Yan Jin resting with an air of sacred nobility, akin to a holy figure. She inwardly cursed him. If one were unfamiliar with his true nature, they might mistakenly believe him to be a compassionate sage based solely on his appearance. Indeed, the more exquisite the facade, the more potent the poison. Hiding in the corner with her head bowed, Jiang Xueci fervently wished to arrive home soon. Merely sharing a carriage with him felt suffocating. Gradually, the carriage came to a halt. Jiang Xueci lifted the window curtain and glimpsed the gates of the Prime Minister's residence. In a hushed tone, she said, "I've arrived. I shall take my leave now. Thank you, Your Highness, for escorting me back." Noting that Yan Jin showed no sign of awakening, she swiftly descended the carriage and darted into the residence. The carriage resumed its journey. Upon reaching the gates of the Wang residence, Yan Jin finally opened his eyes and alighted from the carriage. Qin Yu approached him, saying, "Your Highness, we have discovered the whereabouts of that person. He is currently in the rear courtyard. How does Your Highness wish to proceed?" "Let's go see," Yan Jin replied. "Yes, Your Highness." In a room within the rear courtyard of the Wang residence, a middle-aged man in his 50s paced restlessly. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he turned to look. The leader of the group, clad in fine garments, despite wearing a simple robe, radiated a striking brilliance in the sunlight, clearly indicating his considerable wealth. "Who are you? What do you intend by bringing me here?" the man asked with suspicion. Yan Jin remained silent, scrutinizing the man before inquiring, "Are you Zheng Yin? How do you know who I am? Who exactly are you?" the man demanded. Yan Jin's expression remained indifferent as he listened to Zheng Yin recount that Jiang Xueci, at the tender age of 7, had once resided in Suzhou for a period of recuperation due to her frail health before misfortune befell her family. It was during this time that she had rescued a young lad, and it was indeed you who accompanied Jiang Xueci in that endeavor, was it not? Zheng Yin pondered deeply, recalling that after the young lady departed from Suzhou, he too had bid farewell to his master's household and returned to his hometown. Years had passed since that parting, yet upon hearing this name, he could confirm that such an event did indeed transpire. The boy possessed striking features, and Zheng Yin retained a vivid memory of him. Upon regaining his health, the boy had left behind a piece of jade, which Jiang Xueci had forgotten to take when she left. Zheng Yin had kept it safe all these years. "Could it be that you are that very boy?" A hint of mockery flickered in Yan Jin's eyes as he replied, "I am not, but I have located that individual." He paused momentarily, then continued, "I have heard that you possess a granddaughter, a delightful child of exquisite beauty." Zheng Yin quickly grasped the implications of Yan Jin's words. His presence here, coupled with his knowledge of family affairs and the mention of a past incident, undoubtedly indicated that he sought something from him. To threaten one's family is truly despicable. Yan Jin's eyelids drooped slightly as he stated, "When the prince weds, you shall present that piece of jade to him and recount the events of yesteryear in full detail. Afterward, You will naturally return home to meet your granddaughter. Jiang Jin was baffled. The prince? Was the person saved by the young lady none other than the prince himself? I have heard that the young lady married the prince. How is it that there is to be another wedding? What has transpired? In the Eastern Palace, upon his return, Yan Jin found by Qingqing kneeling outside his chamber. Though he felt a spark of irritation over the events of the day, her frail and pitiful demeanor softened his heart. Why are you kneeling here? Yan Jin asked, attempting to help her to her feet, only to see her shake her head in refusal. Your Highness, it is all my fault. I have not managed my subordinates well, allowing them to act in such a manner and causing you to lose face. Qingqing has troubled your Highness. Please punish me as you see fit. Yan Jin glanced at the jade pendant adorning her waist. It was the very same piece she had worn when she saved him during their youth. He recalled their first encounter in a temple. Initially oblivious to her significance until he noticed the pendant, realizing she was indeed the one who had rescued him. Unsure of her circumstances, he inquired about the jade he had left with her, only to learn that after a misfortune befell her family, she had sold all her valuables, leaving him at a loss for words. Had it not been for Qingqing, he might not have survived. What did a small mistake matter now? Yan Jin, determined, lifted her with ease, unaware that her prolonged kneeling had weakened her legs, nearly causing her to collapse. Without hesitation, he swept her into his arms. The fault lies with the servants, not with you. Enough of this. The Emperor and Empress have conferred, and our wedding is set for the 3rd of next month. Do not dwell on unnecessary thoughts. Bai Qingqing's eyes sparkled with delight. Is it true? Am I truly to become your Highness's consort? It feels like a dream. Yan Jin chuckled gently. Indeed, it is true. As for Jiang Xueci, although a twinge of guilt lingered in his heart, the moment he observed her demeanor towards him, that fleeting sense of remorse dissipated entirely. The one he had spurned, Yan Jin, was now free to marry. He was curious to see how Yan Jin could dare to elevate herself above him. After all, a prince remains merely a prince, forever beneath the crown prince. Princess, the dowry has been returned. Would you like to take a look? Chunyu entered cheerfully. The gold bestowed by His Majesty, amounting to a staggering 10,000 taels, is all stored away. There is scarcely room left. Jiang Xueci clicked her tongue lightly. In her modern life, she was a wealthy woman, and now, in this ancient setting, she remained affluent. Chunyu, don't you think our princess is truly unfortunate? Apart from beauty and wealth, she possesses nothing. Chunyu's smile faltered, sensing discomfort at the words. Princess, everything you requested has been prepared. Nanyu entered, holding a garment made of rather ordinary fabric. Chunyu frowned in confusion. Princess, why did you ask Nanyu to bring this? Is it for your servant? This material seems too plain for you. Jiang Xueci scoffed lightly. This is for myself. Were you planning, Princess? Chunyu felt an ominous premonition rising within her. Jiang Xueci smiled, her eyes curving delightfully, her features exquisite and flawless. Be it in anger or joy, she captivated all gazes. I have yet to experience the opulence of this capital. Having come this far, it would be a pity to leave without witnessing anything before heading to Beiyuan. Wouldn't it? It would be a waste. During her reading, she recalled the author's mention of the Lingren Pavilion, where Su Jiaojiao, after losing the crown, Prince's affection post-marriage, had secretly visited. This revelation, discovered by Bai Qingqing, led to Su Jiaojiao's execution, with even the Empress unable to intervene. Now, she merely intended to take a look. She would not engage in any wrongdoing. Moreover, with everyone in the capital watching the movements of the Beiyuan Wangfu, who would even notice her presence? Chapter 14. The Lingren Pavilion Princess, where are you headed? Chunyu observed the garment Nanyu had brought, utterly bewildered as to where it might be worn. Jiang Xueci smiled softly, leaning in to whisper conspiratorially, to a place where one can find joy. Children shouldn't pry. Chunyu bowed her head in silence, watching as Jiang Xueci took the garment behind the screen to change. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she rushed forward. Princess, you aren't truly going to the Lingren Pavilion, are you? Hearing her tone, Jiang Xueci sighed slightly. Do not worry. No one will discover us. Besides, I won't do anything untoward. Merely a visit to broaden my horizons. Chunyu furrowed her brow, speaking earnestly. Princess, I am truly uneasy about you going alone. Take me with you. I will protect you, care for you. As she spoke, she raised her right hand, displaying 3 fingers. I absolutely do not wish to go for my own sake. It is solely for your safety. Jiang Xueci chuckled. You little rascal. Your intentions are quite transparent. That night, 2 women emerged from the rear gate of the residence, stepping into a carriage, one following closely behind the other. The carriage driver set off towards the bustling Fenglin Street, illuminated by the glow of countless lanterns. Your Highness, we have arrived, announced Jiang Xueci as she alighted from the carriage, observing the throngs of people at the entrance. She couldn't help but express her admiration. Though it was a pleasure house, the clientele included not only elegantly dressed women, but also men seeking amusement. Why does this young lady still wear a veil? Could it be her first visit? The madam scrutinized the girl before her, noticing her attire did not suggest wealth, which dampened her enthusiasm. At that moment, Chunyu stepped forward to shield the madam from her judgments. Our young lady is indeed here for the first time. We kindly ask you to summon your top performers. I assure you, she will be generous. As she spoke, she placed a pouch of silver in the madam's hand. The madam waited, and her previously dismissive expression vanished, replaced by an eager smile. Dear young lady, please come right in. I shall have the best room prepared for you immediately. The madam continued. Since this is your first visit, you must meet our charming talents. The gentle willow and the gentle breeze. I will call them over shortly. They're sure to delight you. With a beaming smile, the madam led Jiang Xueci and her servant to a refined private chamber on the 3rd floor. The room was filled with fragrant aromas and elegantly arranged, effectively isolating them from the chaotic noise below. Please wait here for a moment. I will fetch the gentleman for you, the madam said. Wait, Jiang Xueci interjected. Why only 2? Bring all your talented gentlemen here. I have ample funds. To the madam, this was akin to encountering a walking fortune, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Very well. Rest assured, my lady, you will be thoroughly satisfied, she replied, her expression conveying an understanding of the situation. These young ladies truly know how to enjoy themselves. Chunyu wandered around the room and suddenly exclaimed, Your Highness, look, is that not the 9th princess? Following her gaze, Jiang Xueci approached. In the realm of Tianxian, there were only 2 princesses, and the one referred to as the 9th princess was the one sent by a neighboring kingdom, Lin Jining. How remarkable! It seems she truly was a friend of the original owner, aligned in spirit with her. Just as Jiang Xueci was about to close the door, she caught sight of Lin Jining in the opposite room, and their eyes locked. A profound silence enveloped them. After a moment, Jiang Xueci shut her door, and Lin Jining, in perfect synchrony, closed hers as well, as if they had never seen each other. After closing her door, Lin Jining found herself questioning her reality. How could her sweet and innocent friend be at a pleasure house? Surely, she must have been mistaken. Yet, what if it truly was her friend? Wouldn't her presence there create an awkward situation? After much hesitation, Lin Jining ultimately refrained from investigating further. She merely ushered the gentleman out of her room and positioned herself by the door, watching the movements across the way. If anything unusual occurred, she would dash over to protect her friend. However, upon witnessing a dozen handsome young men enter the opposite room, Lin Jining was utterly stunned. Her friend was indeed adventurous. Greetings, young lady. A dozen handsome young men respectfully greeted her. Jiang Xueci, with a hint of a smile concealed beneath her veil, surveyed the individuals before her and inquired, What talents do you possess? If you can satisfy me, there shall be ample rewards. The young men had heard from the brothel keeper that this young lady was quite wealthy, often bestowing generous tips, urging them to serve her well, for she might become a returning patron, a source of inexhaustible wealth. Upon hearing her words, they eagerly showcased their skills. Some played the flute, others strummed the zither, danced, or sang, creating a truly enchanting atmosphere. Chunyu, having never encountered such a spectacle, could only recall the graceful dancer she had seen in the palace alongside Jiang Xueci. The lengths these men went to in order to win the favor of a lady left her utterly astounded. At that moment, a young man clad in green approached. He was strikingly handsome, tall and elegant, with a gentle demeanor that exuded no hostility. His captivating phoenix eyes gazed at her as he knelt before her and offered, "My lady, would you like me to massage your shoulders?" His voice was as soothing as a gentle spring breeze, imbued with an irresistible tenderness. Jiang Xueci raised an eyebrow. "What is your name?" "Feng," he replied. Jiang Xueci noticed the fleeting astonishment on the faces of the other men and felt a spark of intrigue toward him. With a subtle smile, Feng rose and moved behind her, gently kneading her shoulders. "Shouldn't you felt a pang of worry, my lady, this? It is of no concern. He has done nothing out of line." Chinyu was left speechless. Was this not indeed crossing a boundary? The lady of noble birth was not someone these men should dare to touch. Observing was one thing, but this was entirely different, and a sense of unease began to settle in her heart. "How does the pressure feel, my lady?" Feng asked. Jiang Xueci initially perceived him as merely charming, but to her surprise, his technique was exceptional, leaving her feeling unexpectedly relaxed. If he were a male model in modern times, her friends might very well be left without their undergarments. At that moment, the brothel keeper entered with a beaming smile. "Is my lady satisfied?" Upon seeing Feng kneeling behind Jiang Xueci, gently massaging her shoulders, she paused in disbelief, momentarily doubting her own eyes. Rubbing them and looking again, the scene remained unchanged. Chapter 15. Jiang Xueci's public flirtation with the Northern Yuan King Feng had arrived earlier that year and, due to his striking looks, quickly became the establishment star attraction, even overshadowing the former top performer, Weak Willow. However, Feng was known for his unpredictable temperament. He would play a tune when pleased, but could dismiss a client at a whim if displeased, indifferent to their opinions. Despite his eccentricities, patrons adored him, so she had refrained from voicing any objections. Moreover, unlike others, Feng did not sell his body, and he never touched his clients. Had he now changed his disposition? "Is my lady still satisfied?" "How fare you, esteemed gentleman Fu Feng?" Jiang Xueci nodded, affirming her well-being. "Spring Rain, fetch me a reward." Spring Rain promptly complied, rising to hand a silver ingot to the matron, followed by 2 more to Fu Feng, who, however, did not spare a glance at the coins. With a sigh of resignation, Spring Rain placed the silver beside him. "Thank you, miss. Truly, our young masters here are unparalleled throughout the capital. Your presence here is most fortuitous. Should you return, I shall ensure Fu Feng attends to you, guaranteeing your utmost satisfaction." Jiang Xueci replied with a smile. "That will be much appreciated." It was merely a polite acknowledgement, as she intended to depart the capital the following day. This haven of tenderness would no longer beckon her. Once she arrived at Beiyuan, within Yan Jin's domain, even seeking solace would be a challenge. Thus, she resolved to leave joyfully tonight. The matron, delighted with her earnings, withdrew. "Where do you hail from, miss?" Jiang Xueci hesitated before responding, "From Beiyuan." Fu Feng, with his slender, pale hand gently resting, half closed his eyes and said softly, "Beiyuan is quite distant from the capital. Your journey must have been arduous." "How fortunate, for I too am from Beiyuan, which explains the familiarity I feel upon meeting you." "You are from Beiyuan? What brings you here?" Jiang Xueci inquired. Fu Feng rose, gesturing for the other gentleman to bow and withdraw. Jiang Xueci frowned slightly, preparing to speak. When Fu Feng knelt before her, he remained silent, looking at her through the veil, his exquisite peach blossom eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. "Miss, are you aware?" Before he could finish, a cacophony erupted from outside. "The water has broken. Run the fire. Help!" At that moment, the door burst open with a loud bang. Lin Jining quickly locked her gaze on the veiled beauty, rushing over to grasp Jiang Xueci's hand and pull her outside. "My lady, we must flee. The place is ablaze." "Excuse me?" Jiang Xueci thought she might have misheard, but there was no time for clarification as Lin Jining tugged her along. Spring Rain followed closely behind, leaving Fu Feng still, unmoving. After a moment, he slowly rose, his noble silhouette standing within the room, his gaze fixed on the warm cushion, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Lin Jining did not exit through the main entrance, instead guiding Jiang Xueci through a back door. After all, The lady was to be a future princess. If she were discovered in a place like this, it would spell disaster. Moreover, those unfamiliar with her would not recognize her, but those who had encountered her would surely know her beauty, for her striking features were undeniably captivating. Xueci, let's use the back door. The front must be crowded. It would be troublesome should you be jostled. Yan Jin released her grip, prepared to open the back door. However, as she did, a line of blinding torches illuminated the alleyway as brightly as day. Jiang Xueci observed the stiff demeanor of Yan Jin with a hint of perplexity, prompting her to step forward and follow the direction of her gaze. Upon doing so, she unwittingly found herself becoming a second Yan Jin. Although the rear of the Lingren pavilion was not situated on the main thoroughfare, it was hardly a mere alleyway. Presently, at least 30 to 40 individuals stood in a row, each brandishing a torch. In their midst sat Yan Jin, elegantly reclined in a grand chair, his long, fair hands toying with a string of prayer beads. With his left hand propped against his forehead, he exuded an air of languid aristocracy, reminiscent of a resplendent moon in the boundless sky, beautiful yet untouchable. Jiang Xueci was unable to decipher Yan Jin's thoughts and found it exceedingly strange that he would appear in such a place. Although he presented himself with a demeanor of sanctity and compassion, Jiang, having read novel from a godlike perspective, could not be deceived into believing that Yan Jin was genuinely the amiable and accommodating individual he seemed to portray. The more composed he appeared, the more ominous the situation became. Yan Jin, though feeling a surge of fear within, caught sight of her pitiful companion, who looked as though she might falter at any moment, and instinctively her maternal instincts surged. She grasped Jiang Xueci's hand, intent on leaving, only to be obstructed by several guards wielding swords. Yan Jin furrowed her brow in dissatisfaction and demanded, "Prince Beiyuan, what are you trying to do? I simply wish to escort my friend away from here, yet you send your men to block our path." Yan Jin remained unmoved, his gaze still averted, and calmly instructed, "Escort the 9th princess back to the princess's residence." The two guards nodded in compliance and promptly forcefully led Yan Jin away. "What are you doing? Release me at once. Hurry, let me go." "Prince Beiyuan, you are being utterly audacious. Do you not adhere to the law of the land?" Yan Jin's voice grew progressively weaker, while Jiang Xueci found herself rooted to the spot, feeling as though her feet were nailed to the ground. At this moment, she understood, even in her ignorance, that Yan Jin's actions were aimed at capturing her. With her prospective position as a princess consort looming, and having visited the Lingren pavilion just a day before leaving the capital, Jiang Xueci couldn't shake the dread that, given Yan Jin's twisted psyche, she might not survive to see the dawn of a new day. A wave of despair washed over her, and she endeavored to suppress the irrational fear that surged within. With audacity, she strode directly to Yan Jin. "I merely ventured out for a bit of amusement, to enjoy a show and listen to some music. Why is it that only you men are permitted to seek beauty and indulge, while we women are not allowed to follow suit? If death is inevitable, I refuse to succumb in a manner that is stifling," she proclaimed, "to live with grandeur and to die with honor." She had committed but one error, one that countless women across the world would make. With reckless determination, Jiang Xueci approached Yan Jin and cupped his face in her hands, planting a kiss on his cheek. Having lived 2 lifetimes, she had never encountered a man of such exquisite beauty. If death was imminent, how could she not seize the opportunity for a fleeting advantage? To die beneath the peony blooms is to be a spirited ghost. This bold act left all present utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. The crowd murmured, "The princess has gone mad." Finally, Yan Jin lifted his gaze, regarding the proud and audacious woman before him, perplexed by her audacity. "Someone, take the princess to my quarters." Chapter 16. How dare you? Jiang Xueci faltered, fearing that this madman intended to assault her before ending her life. Although Yan Jin possessed an undeniably exquisite visage, even in slumber, one could hardly consider it a fortune when subjected to the torment of a madman. How could one not feel a sense of dread? Did he believe that his demise was inevitable, prompting such a display of fury? In my grasp, no one has ever met a swift end. Qin Yu stepped forward, to urge Jiang Xueci to depart. She remained motionless, gazing at the impassive Yan Jin, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of the nearly petrified Chunyu. With gritted teeth, she approached him. Yan Jin's delicate lashes fluttered slightly, his starry eyes fixated upon her, reflecting the radiant beauty of Jiang Xueci, akin to a blooming lotus. Just as everyone anticipated that Jiang Xueci would confront Yan Jin with the typical haughtiness of a lady from the capital, they were taken aback when she suddenly knelt before him. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Had the esteemed princess been possessed in an instant? The audacious woman who had dared to challenge their lord moments earlier was now on her knees. "My lord, I was mistaken. In a moment of folly, I believe the men here to be more handsome than you. Could I truly trust such rumors? I had to witness for myself the place that would dare spread such absurd tales. However, upon my arrival, I discovered those words to be mere gossip. Not a single man in this establishment could compare to even a single finger of your grace." Jiang Xueci's fervent indignation widened the eyes of those around her. This princess truly knew how to adapt to her circumstances. It was laughable. Yan Jin was no ordinary man. He would never be softened by the sight of a woman in distress. Rather, it would only heighten his excitement. She would not foolishly seek her own demise by feigning vulnerability. The previous flattery had proven remarkably effective, and Yan Jin surely reveled in such praise. "Oh, you have come for my sake, esteemed princess?" Jiang Xueci nodded vigorously indeed. "I have no interest in handsome men." Yan Jin regarded her earnest demeanor with a hint of playful mockery. "Do you believe I would take you at your word? Nevertheless, it matters not. You are to be my future consort, free to act as you wish." Jiang Xueci, half convinced, replied, "Really? You want to kill me? Why would I?" Yan Jin raised an eyebrow. "Bring all the men from this establishment to my residence, that they may serenade my future consort." Jiang Xueci was uncertain about the emotions that accompanied her arrival at the Northern Yuan Prince's manor, but upon her arrival, she found that the performers from the establishment were already kneeling in the courtyard. Moreover, there were many more undoubtedly seized by the prince's guards. After surveying the scene, she noted the absence of one named Fu Feng. Qing Yu intoned gravely, "The prince summoned you to sing for his future consort. Should any of you fail to perform wholeheartedly, you shall remain here forever, becoming mere nourishment for the flora of this estate." Upon hearing this, the men were filled with trepidation, yet dared not act out of line, each beginning to sing in turn. Jiang Xueci felt as though she were perched upon a bed of nails, surrounded by guards clad in silver armor, brandishing long swords. Let us not dwell on the tremulous voices of the performers that instilled fear, for even she found their sounds disconcerting. Meanwhile, a guard clad in dark robes hastily approached Yan Jin, whispering in his ear, "My lord, we have not located the individual. It is likely they have already fled. Should we continue the pursuit?" A dangerous glint flickered in Yan Jin's eyes as he replied, "There is no need. Such a commotion suggests they have left the capital." The guard nodded cautiously and added, "My lord, would you like me to escort you directly to the warm chamber?" Yan Jin's complexion was notably pale. Tonight marked the full moon, and his cold poison had flared. For the past few years, every full moon had forced him to endure a torturous night in the warm chamber. Yet, even with its comforts, it was a fate worse than death. "No need. Return to the manor," he commanded, prompting the guard to refrain from further discussion. Today, the lord had come to capture talent, yet true to his character. Yan Jin would never create such a ruckus if he intended to apprehend someone. It was akin to broadcasting their arrival and inviting them to flee. Moreover, he had inadvertently encountered the princess here, who had just emerged from the back door, much to his surprise. The prince has returned. Chunyu, who had been standing beside Jiang Xueci, was the first to notice Yan Jin's figure at the moon gate and promptly reported in a hushed tone. Jiang Xueci, lulled into a near slumber by the performer's melodies, abruptly awakened at Chunyu's words, instantly aware of Yan Jin's return, and observed his displeased demeanor. The performers, upon recognizing the return of the Northern Yuan prince, fell silent, bowing their heads in trepidation. Yan Jin's gaze fell upon Jiang Xueci, scrutinizing her without restraint, akin to a serpent poised to strike, sending a chill down her spine. He clicked his tongue lightly, remarking, It seems you have lulled the audience to sleep. Your dedication is lacking." At this pronouncement, the performers immediately knelt, trembling in fear. "In that case, Qing Yu, take them away for punishment." Qing Yu nodded. "Yes, my lord." "Please, my lord, spare us." One of the performers crawled before Jiang Xueci, pleading, "Princess, no. Your Highness, please save us. We do not wish to die." Jiang Xueci quickly interjected, "My lord, it was I who felt unwell and dozed off. It is not their fault. Please spare them." "You wish to save them?" Yan Jin inquired, to which Jiang Xueci nodded. "To save a life is to surpass the construction of a 7-tiered pagoda. Perhaps the King of Hell would reward her for her good deeds in the afterlife with a splendid beginning in her next life." Yan Jin remained silent, merely lifting his gaze to the full moon hanging in the sky. Jiang Xueci furrowed her brows, contemplating the unpredictable nature of this man, whose thoughts were as inscrutable as the weather. As she spoke, she glanced at the sky and wondered, what is there to gaze at above? Are there flowers in the heavens? She carelessly swept her eyes across the sky before dismissing it. In the next moment, a realization struck her. Today is indeed the night of the full moon. The treacherous individual resorted to poisoning himself, previously inviting me to seek him out on the night of the full moon. A detail I momentarily forgot. He had poisoned me without reason, though it was not the same poison that had initially taken effect. Now, having stealthily visited the Linger Pavilion, in this feudal era, I still possess the identity of a future princess. Which man would allow such an affront to occur? Yet, Yan Jin, this madman, not only refrained from punishing me, but instead summoned performers to entertain me. Reflecting on this, it is evident that Yan Jin must have found some utility in my existence, desiring to preserve my life, yet fearing I would not serve his purpose, thus resorting to threats of poison. Jiang Xueci, considering this, felt a sense of clarity. "Everyone, step back. I intend to have a serious discussion with your lord." At that moment, Chunyu could hardly believe her eyes. How could the princess dare to act in such a brazen manner? This was the North Yuan prince's residence, not the minister's. Had the princess truly gained the audacity of a bear? Moreover, having been caught at the Linger Pavilion, not only did she not plead for mercy, but she also displayed such arrogance. Was she perhaps holding some leverage over the North Yuan prince? Qing Yu remained silent, sensing that within the lord's domain, the princess did not embody the gentle and virtuous persona of the rumors, but rather resembled a cunning enchantress, capable of retreating and advancing at will. Despite her audacious behavior, why did the prince not treat her as he would other women? Was he overly indulgent? Although the prince was not known for his fondness for women, his repeated leniency towards this princess suggested he might truly be bewitched by her beauty. "Did you not hear? Everyone, leave," commanded the prince. The guards complied, swiftly escorting Chunyu away. In an instant, the once lively courtyard fell into a profound silence. Jiang Xueci inquired directly, "Let us speak openly. What does the prince wish to obtain from me?" Her straightforwardness did not surprise Yan Jin. Her earlier bravado clearly indicated she had surmised the value of her life to him, emboldening her to act recklessly. When she felt endangered, she feigned helplessness. Yet when she sensed her advantage, her confidence soared. This young lady displayed two distinct personas, her cunning laid bare for all to see. "Are you capable of dispelling cold poison?" It became apparent that Yan Jin, having poisoned me, had spared my life for this very purpose. But why had he sought me out? If I assist the prince in alleviating his poison, what could he possibly offer in return? He must be aware that my family was annihilated by thieves, leaving me with no attachments. Since he requires my assistance, our relationship should be one of trade, rather than his unilateral demands. This aligned with my initial intentions, to locate Yan Jin to aid him in dispelling the poison and subsequently eliminate the dogged male protagonist, Yan Sun. The last individual who dared to negotiate with me is now deceased. Jiang Xueci remained silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. "Oh." With that, she quietly regarded Yan Jin, showing no intention of continuing the conversation, as if patiently awaiting his next words. Silence enveloped the room, as Yan Jin fell into contemplation. With a slight furrow of her brow, she urged, "Speak your demands." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xueci's face lit up with delight. "I am quite amiable and never impose excessive requests. However, since the prince has inquired, I shall state a few simple conditions. Firstly, upon our arrival in Beiyuan, the prince must ensure my personal safety. Secondly, although we are bound by a marriage decree, you must not be overly restrictive in your governance of me. Thirdly, I possess a considerable fortune, and the prince is obliged to safeguard my wealth from theft. That money is my lifeblood. It is not merely the gold bestowed by the emperor, but also the inheritance from the Jiang family, sufficient to secure my sustenance for 10 lifetimes. I cannot protect such wealth alone, and its potential loss would be a dire blow to my very existence. While avenging the original owner's grievances against the male protagonist, Yan Sun, remains paramount, it is apparent that Yan Jin is still unaware of the tragic fate of her maternal lineage at the emperor's hands. Even if she were to demand Yan Sun's death, Yan Jin would likely refuse. Despite their mutual disdain, they have yet to reach such an extreme. Observing Yan Jin's lack of response, Jiang Xueci tentatively extended her hand, eager to solidify their agreement with a pinky promise. Yan Jin had anticipated that the young lady might present unreasonable demands, yet her requests were merely assurances regarding her finances and personal safety, alongside a plea for less stringent oversight. Essentially, she sought the freedom to pursue her own pleasures without undue interference. This notion did not particularly trouble him. As he regarded Jiang Xueci's outstretched hand, he refrained from reciprocating the gesture. However, should you fail to alleviate this king's chill poison, I shall personally escort you to your demise. Jiang Xueci chuckled. You need not worry about that. I shall wager 10 years of my ex-husband's life to assure you that I can indeed cure your affliction. However, the process will require time and cannot be remedied in a single attempt. Yan Jin was taken aback, pondering the peculiar assurance of her ex-husband's lifespan. It appeared she harbored a profound disdain for Yan Sun. Let us seal our agreement, Jiang Xueci urged. Reluctantly, Yan Jin grasped her hand, feeling a cool sensation akin to a gentle electric shock coursing through him. Jiang Xueci shook their joined hands lightly, chanting, "Pinky promise, for a century unchanging. Whoever falters shall be deemed a broken sleeve." Yan Jin observed Jiang Xueci's satisfaction, but soon noticed her pale complexion, reminiscent of a frail being, as if a gust of wind could topple her. Vague recollections of descriptions from the text regarding Yan Jin's affliction surfaced in her mind. His body, as cold as ice, trembled in an unrelenting chill, every movement accompanied by excruciating pain. Yet, it was indeed commendable that he could endure such torment. Is there a warm chamber within this palace? Yan Jin shook his head. No, the warm chambers under my command are situated outside the city. That is far too distant. My residence boasts a warm chamber. You should come there first. I shall procure the necessary herbs and prepare the antidote immediately. Jiang Xueci finished speaking and promptly pushed her way outside, where she immediately spotted Qingyu waiting at the gate. Without a hint of courtesy, she commanded, "Hurry and bring your prince to the warm pavilion of my residence. Qingyu, you'll guide them." Qingyu felt an odd disquiet. After all, he was the prince's bodyguard. Why was he being so casually ordered by the royal princess? "What are you dawdling for? Go," Jiang Xueci urged. Reluctantly, Qingyu replied with a hesitant "oh." Jiang Xueci muttered under her breath, "How foolish." Qingyu paused, casting a sidelong glance at her hurried departure, and felt an urge to inform her that he had heard her. Once the others had left, Jiang Xueci's expression turned grave as she suddenly inquired, "Shiwen, have the people arrived?" "They are already at the Shi residence," Shiwen responded from the shadows. In the Prime Minister's residence, the servant announced, "Your Highness, this is the warm pavilion. I shall take my leave now. If you require anything, just call for me." Qingyu spoke hurriedly before exiting. Alone now, the weight of the presence before him felt daunting, filling him with trepidation. "You may go," Qingyu acknowledged with a nod. As the door closed, Yan Jin finally succumbed to the overwhelming pressure and knelt upon the floor. His complexion was pale to the point of being sickly, his lips devoid of color, akin to a sunless winter day, dazzling yet distant. After a long pause, he mustered the strength to rise, making his way toward the warm pavilion. This pavilion had been constructed by Prime Minister Jiang for Madame Jiang, featuring a hot spring pool fed by waters from Xi'an Mountain. The steam rose from the pool, creating an ethereal atmosphere behind screen. Yan Jin removed his outer coat and stepped into the pool, immersing himself in the warmth. Yet the chill and pain emanating from within him remained unyielding. "Call me your majesty. Call me your majesty." Yan Jin abruptly opened his eyes, his cold, piercing gaze settling on a birdcage beside the pool. Within it, a parrot was chattering away. Chapter 18. The former Jiang Xueci has perished. Yan Jin lowered his gaze, noticing the parrot tilting its head, continuing to exclaim, "Jiang Xueci is your majesty. Jiang Xueci is your majesty." It was evident that the current master of the Shi residence was Jiang Xueci. Thus, the parrot in the warm pavilion clearly belonged to her. "Your majesty? Quite an ambition," Yan Jin mused, removing the jade hairpin from his head. With a slight exertion, he sent the hairpin flying toward the lock of the birdcage. With a click, the door of the cage swung open. The parrot paused momentarily, then fluttered out. Meanwhile, Jiang Xueci was in the apothecary gathering herbs, unaware that the parrot she had purchased the previous night to alleviate her boredom on the journey was now liberated by Yan Jin. Its incessant proclamation of her as Her Majesty sent the entire Shi residence into disarray as everyone scrambled to capture the bird. Just as Jiang Xueci was about to return with her freshly gathered herbs, she found her path obstructed by two maidservants. Raising her head for a closer look, she quickly realized who they were. Blocking her way were two maids, and behind them stood Su Jiaojiao, the granddaughter of the Grand Tutor Su. Given her furious demeanor, it was evident she had come to settle a score, likely due to the extravagant gift Jiang Xueci had presented to her at the recent banquet in the palace. Upon reflecting on the plight of her daughter, it is fair to say that the concubine at her residence must have caused quite a commotion. The mark of a slap upon her face suggests, without a doubt, that it was inflicted by her father. As she made her way to the medical clinic, she vaguely overheard passers-by discussing the affairs within the Duke's household. It was nothing more than the concubine's desperate antics. The deputy minister Su's favoritism toward his mistress leading to the beating of Su Jiaojiao's mother, and even the application of familial discipline upon Su Jiaojia herself. Were it not for Duke Su's refusal to allow his son to dismiss his wife, both Su Jiaojiao and her mother would have likely been cast out from the Su family by now. Good dogs do not block the road, they say, but who hasn't heard of it? Su Jiaojiao was unjustly punished, especially considering that she is merely a lowly half-sister, further exacerbated by the audacity of Jiang Xueci. That reckless wretch, who took her in and brought her home, provoking her father's wrath and leaving her palm still aching fiercely. All of this was Jiang Xueci's fault. Jiang Xueci, you have caused me to incur my father's punishment. Today, having caught you alone, it is your misfortune, Su Jiaojiao declared, hands on her hips. What are you standing there for? Take this wretched girl away. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, you audacious wretch. The two young maidservants, hearing her command, rushed forward to seize Jiang Xueci, while the doctor at the clinic, witnessing the commotion, dared not offend them. He recognized Su Jiaojiao, who was notorious for her tyrannical behavior in the capital. However, mentioning Jiang Xueci, the one she was targeting, undoubtedly referred to the esteemed princess who had recently gained notoriety for her separation from the crown prince. He feared to offend either of these significant figures and hurriedly shut the door to avoid the fray. Su Jiaojiao, do not be unreasonable. I kindly returned your sister home. It is enough that you do not express gratitude, but why must you trouble me? Su Jiaojiao could hardly believe that Jiang Xueci could be so shameless, pretending to be innocent despite her clear intentions. You are despicable. You did this on purpose. You know I've always looked down upon those two wretched girls. So you deliberately took them in and returned them to the Su family. What are you waiting for? Seize her. Jiang Xueci remained motionless. Just as Su Jiaojiao felt assured of her victory, the two maidservants suddenly weakened in their legs and fell to their knees before Jiang Xueci. Su Jiaojiao was taken aback and immediately scolded. You useless creatures, get up at once. With a delicate hand, Jiang Xueci tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, acknowledging the exceptional ability of her hidden guards. Although she was unaware of the methods employed to bring the two maidservants to their knees without touching her, Their discernment in protecting her inspired a degree of confidence as she journeyed through northern Yuan. Su Jiaojiao, allow me to enlighten you. The former Jiang Xueci is no more. Su Jiaojiao furrowed her brow, gazing at her as if she were a fool. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you unwell? As she spoke, she glanced around, bewildered by the bizarre claims made on this dark evening. With a cold laugh, Jiang Xueci's radiant visage revealed a hint of mischievousness. I speak no falsehood. The previous Jiang Xueci has indeed perished. This body has now been occupied by me. Do you know who I am? Who are you? Su Jiaojiao stammered, her curiosity piqued. Jiang Xueci suddenly burst into laughter, causing Su Jiaojiao to feel as though she had encountered a specter, sending chills down her spine as she instinctively took a step back. I am the malevolent spirit, a Rakshasa that feasts upon mortals. Do you dare provoke me? Today, I shall not spare you. First, I shall deal with these two maids, and then I will attend to you. As Jiang Xueci spoke, she feigned a spell-casting gesture, advancing menacingly towards the two maids. At that moment, hidden in the shadows, she went expertly launched concealed weapons at the maids, rendering them unconscious. A jolt of fear coursed through Su Jiaojiao, her delicate features betraying her terror. Gazing at the two maids crumpled on the ground, she glanced back at Jiang Xueci's mocking smile and, in a moment of panic, screamed and fled as if pursued by some malevolent spirit, her speed astonishing. Help! Jiang Xueci has been possessed by a Rakshasa. Help! Jiang Xueci watched Su Jiaojiao's rapid retreat, unable to suppress her laughter. Her enchanting, peach blossom eyes sparkled like countless stars, radiant beyond belief. Oh dear, I almost forgot my primary task, Jiang Xueci exclaimed, glancing at the medicine in her hand before dashing homeward. Not far along the long street, a carriage was stationed by the roadside. Yan Jin observed the entire scene through the window, finding the bright and whimsical Jiang Xueci to be utterly different from the impression she had of her. She radiated an incredible brilliance, akin to the sun itself. Yan Jin drew the curtain, speaking softly, "Let us go." At this moment, the outcome was already the most favorable. The Jiang family had been exterminated by the imperial family. To be frank, he felt a twinge of pity for Jiang Xueci, though it was only a fleeting sentiment. The rulers must be obeyed. The late Jiang Xiang had harbored treasonous thoughts, and the emperor's actions against the Jiang family were thus not unfounded. Now, she was to marry into Beiyuan and become Yan Jin's princess, a position that could not compare to that of the crown princess. To allow Yan Jin to wed a woman he did not desire was, in its own way, an elevation for him. Yan Jin exhaled a deep breath, resolving not to dwell on such chaotic matters any longer. The Ministry of Rites was already preparing for the grand wedding. It would not be long before Qingqing would be his. She had once saved his life, and now marrying her would be the most fulfilling resolution imaginable. Furthermore, Qingqing's obedient and sensible nature brought him considerable peace of mind. Chapter 19. The beauty-skinned Jiang Xueci stepped behind the screen, enveloped in a mist that resembled an ethereal paradise. She searched the warm pavilion for Yan Jin, but found no trace of him. Noticing Qingyu still standing outside, she surmised that Yan Jin had retreated to the hot spring to dispel the chill. "Your Highness?" she called softly. After a long silence, no response came. Could he have fainted from the pain? She recalled descriptions from books of the cold poison, likening it to being trapped in an ice cellar, a penetrating cold that few could endure, with limbs feeling as though they were being sliced by knives, making life a torment. Although Yan Jin would spend the night of each full moon in the warm pavilion, even that could merely alleviate a fraction of his suffering. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Xueci disregarded all else and stepped in the misty hot spring, where, as expected, she found Yan Jin collapsed against the shore, unconscious. She strode over in a few steps, only to suddenly feel a wave of suffocating pressure surge in her throat, and at once, she coughed up a splash of crimson blood. The vivid red hue fell into the soup pool, instantly diffusing and blossoming into a strikingly beautiful flower. Jiang Xueci furrowed her brow slightly, pressing her hand against her chest. She had yet to administer her antidote. Casting a glance at Yan Jin, who had fainted with his eyes closed, she felt too weak to appreciate his current delicate beauty, enduring the agony radiating from her chest. She forcefully fed every drop of the concoction she had painstakingly prepared to Yan Jin, her movements lacking in gentleness as her sole focus was to save his life and prompt him to produce her antidote. Jiang Xueci felt her eyelids growing heavier, the pressure in her chest suffocating her breath, until she ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. The soup pool fell into silence. Outside, Qingyu gazed up at the luminous full moon hanging in the sky, troubled by thoughts of the prince's cold poison. Although the prince had once mentioned it, the search for a remedy had yielded no results even among the most renowned physicians, leaving him skeptical of the royal princess's medical skills. Meanwhile, Yan Jin slowly opened his eyes, his deep, cold gaze instinctively scanning his surroundings, his wariness gradually dissipating. Lowering his gaze, he observed Jiang Xueci, who lay atop him, her hand resting on his abdomen. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the blood in the soup pool gradually fading, and he understood. The poison had struck. He exhaled a heavy breath, feeling the lingering pain in his body. Though it remained, it was considerably less severe than during the initial onset of the poison. At least now, the pain was bearable. Jiang Xueci was indeed his antidote. Yan Jin attempted to rise and carry Jiang Xueci to a nearby couch. But as he lifted her, he placed her back into the water. He noticed her garment had somehow become loose, exposing her snow-white skin to the gaze, igniting the imagination. Her luxurious attire, soaked in the soup water, seemed to reveal the flawless form beneath, enough to make one blush. Yan Jin had heard tales of Jiang Xueci's beauty, lauded as the most exquisite woman in the capital. Once, she had not been his goal, but now he believed taking her back to Beiyuan was an excellent strategy. Not only could he cure his cold poison, but he would also gain the company of a peerless beauty. This visage was destined to be cherished and admired. Yan Jin looked down upon Jiang Xueci, her pristine garments dripping with water. Though she appeared to embody a compassionate sage, his gaze towards her was twisted and sinister, as if a hunter had set his sights on prey, darkness swallowing the light. In a moment, he knelt before Jiang Xueci, lifting her hairpin and slicing his arm to draw blood. The crimson liquid flowed forth without a hint of hesitation, and he directed the dripping blood into her mouth. The mother-child poison required that the one who ingested the child poison must consume the blood of the mother poison bearer on the night of the full moon each month, lest they perish. Yan Jin gently wiped the corner of Jiang Xueci's mouth and, after a brief pause, commanded softly, "Qingyu." At once, the door creaked open, and Qingyu entered, inquiring, "What are your orders, Your Highness?" "Fetch a blanket and place it at the entrance," Yan Jin instructed. Qingyu nodded in acknowledgement and soon returned with a clean blanket, swiftly exiting and closing the door behind her. Yan Jin rose and draped the blanket over Jiang Xueci, then effortlessly lifted her in his arms as he exited the warm chamber. The silver light cascaded, illuminating the residence which, at midnight, should have been enveloped in tranquility. However, an inexplicable commotion erupted. "Miss Su, you cannot enter. Stand Azida. I am here for your princess's sake. You, a mere servant, should know your place." Su Jiao's brazen voice echoed, loud enough for Yan Jin to hear even from the depths of the inner courtyard. Spring Rain was unable to restrain her. As Su Jiao arrived with a large entourage, including several monks from a nearby temple. Moments later, a loud crash resonated as the door was violently kicked open. Su Jiao, in a fit of rage, commanded, "Light the candles at once. I shall see how this demon can continue to wreak havoc with so many witnesses." Unaware of whether Jiang Xueci was truly possessed, she only knew that the latter had been frightfully terrifying moments ago, having caused 2 maidservants to faint without any contact. Now, with an army of sorcerers summoned, she was determined to rid herself of this scourge and, in the process, deal with Jiang Xueci, whom she deemed a reckless wretch. Had it not been for Jiang Xueci, she would have been the crown princess, not merely a secondary consort. Had it not been for her, she would not have faced her father's reprimands, which only served to increase his affection for the 2 illegitimate daughters. The maidservants dared not delay and promptly ignited the candles. Just as Su Jiao was about to unleash another tirade, She froze at the sight before her. "Your Highness? What are you doing here?" She gasped, startled by the sight of Jiang Xueci, seemingly just emerged from a bath, asleep on the bed, and then glancing at Yan Jin, whose collar appeared somewhat disheveled, leading her to think thoughts best left unconsidered. Meanwhile, Prince Yan Sun, who had followed in, was equally taken aback by the scene. "Yan Jin, what is the meaning of this? You and Jiang Xueci are not yet wed. How can you engage in such behavior?" His anger was palpable, while Bai Qingqing behind him felt an overwhelming sense of delight. Initially, she had been annoyed at being awakened by Su Jiao's ruckus in the dead of night, finding the pretext of summoning the prince to exorcise evil spirits utterly ridiculous. However, the thought of Su Jiao's foolish antics leading to greater disdain from the prince brought her joy. Little did she expect to witness such an intriguing event. It would be splendid for the prince to discover Jiang Xueci's true nature as a woman of loose morals. "Your Highness, the princess is to be the future crown princess. Perhaps there is no harm in this early display of affection. Do not be angered," Bai Qingqing gently advised. Upon hearing her words, Yan Sun's expression darkened further. Jiang Xueci had never been so proactive with him, not even on their wedding night, when she had silently watched him depart. Yet now, before their marriage, she was engaging in such shameless acts with Yan Jin. In her eyes, Yan Jin was even better than herself. A wave of inexplicable resentment surged within her heart. Chapter 20. A heartfelt encounter with Jiang Xueci. Su Jiao let out a cold snort. Although she was already the prospective consort of the crown prince, she felt profoundly displeased to see someone dismissed by His Highness the Crown Prince turn into the intended princess of the Northern Yuan King. Especially now, even before her marriage, she dared to entice the Northern Yuan King. Truly, it was as if a demon had possessed her. How utterly disgraceful. What right did she have to such good fortune? Just a mere orphan. "Your Highness, look, I truly feel it is an injustice for you. Such a person once held the title of crown princess, and now, unwed, she engages in such scandalous behavior." Su Jiao exclaimed with indignation. "Your Highness, Jiang Xueci must surely be possessed by a demon. I inadvertently encountered her on the way. She even killed 2 of my maidservants. It must be the work of sorcery. I implore your Highness to command the sorcerer to exorcise this fiend." Yan Sun's gaze darkened, his expression sullen, looking at Jiang Xueci, who was sleeping soundly and undisturbed by the commotion. A flicker of displeasure arose in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, an uproar erupted from outside, followed by Lin Jining bursting in. Lin Jining pointed an accusatory finger at Su Jiao, berating her. "How dare you? You have always looked down on Xueci, and now you resort to these demonic slanders to bully her. I see you are tired of living. Today, let me teach you some manners." With that, she lunged forward recklessly, engaging Su Jiao in a fierce brawl. Lin Jining had trained in martial arts, taught personally by her father who ran a martial arts school. Thus, with a flurry of punches, Su Jiao, who had been coddled since childhood, stood no chance against Lin Jining and soon found herself sprawled on the ground, utterly humiliated, pleading for help. The crown prince frowned slightly, waving his hand in annoyance, prompting the guards behind him to pull Lin Jining off Su Jiao. "Princess 9, this is Tian Xian. You cannot assault a noble woman without cause." Lin Jining paid no heed to such archaic notions and had no interest in conversing with these feudal-minded individuals, especially when it came to standing up for her cherished friend. After being forcibly sent back by the Northern Yuan King's men, she had exerted considerable effort to escape, wishing to check if her dear friend had been harmed or bullied. To her dismay, she arrived just in time to witness Su Jiao leading a group to bully Jiang Xueci. How could she possibly tolerate such behavior? Jiang Xueci, overwhelmed by the noisy commotion, felt as if something strange was wailing nearby. Groggily, she opened her eyes and, upon seeing the chaotic scene before her, instantly became alert. What on earth is happening? Am I being sent away by so many people? Yan Jin slightly tilted his head, observing the bewildered Jiang Xueci on the bed. Casting a glance at Yan Sun, he approached the bedside and gently inquired, "Awake now? Were you in a daze? Why are you looking so lost?" A chilling shiver ran down Jiang Xueci's spine. The madness in his gentle tone unsettled her. Cautiously, she raised her hand to pinch Yan Jin's cheek, but upon noticing his slight frown, she instinctively withdrew her hand. The smooth, soft texture felt real. She was still alive. She had not perished. Yan Sun's expression grew increasingly somber. Jiang Xueci, Su Jiaojiao claims you killed her 2 maidservants in the street, yet you have not even laid a finger on them. What is the matter? He was skeptical of the tales of demons. Jiang Xueci glanced at the bruised Su Jiaojiao on the ground and, observing the look of deep resentment on her face, could roughly surmise the situation. Did this fool truly believe she was possessed by a demon? Did she not have any hidden guards? How pitiable. She pressed her concealed hand against her thigh, and her alluring peach blossom eyes misted over, appearing fragile and harmless, as if she had suffered an immense injustice that would soften anyone's heart. With a somewhat choked voice, she asked, Sister Su, what are you saying? Murder? I wouldn't even dare to step on an ant. How could I kill someone? Yan Jin raised an eyebrow, choosing not to respond. Su Jiaojiao seemed momentarily stunned, taken aback by Jiang Xueci's audacity to counter her. How shameless. Lin Jining's anger intensified. Su Jiaojiao, you have gone too far. Everyone in the capital knows what kind of person Xueci is. Can you at least make a credible accusation? No. Su Jiaojiao stumbled over her words, insisting, she's lying. I'm not deceiving anyone. She didn't touch my 2 maidservants, but still killed someone. I swear I'm telling the truth. Although the 2 maidservants were merely unconscious, she had arranged for them to be killed to ensure Jiang Xueci's downfall. If she let Jiang Xueci deceive her this time, her efforts would have been in vain. Jiang Xueci lowered her head and softly wept, her delicate lashes fluttering, her voice weak. If Sister Su insists that I killed someone, then I suppose I did. After all, I am but a lonely orphan without support. Perhaps it is better to seek reunion with my parents in the underworld. Su Jiaojiao was completely taken aback, feeling as if she had been struck heavily against the pillow. You were not like this before. You were so arrogant. Was it all deliberate? Jiang Xueci's tears fell like rain, her dark eyes clouded. Whatever Sister Su says will be true. I lack eloquence and cannot argue with you. Su Jiaojiao burned with anger. You insolent wretch. Yan Sun scolded sharply. Su Jiaojiao flinched and fell silent. Bai Qingqing realized that Jiang Xueci had been concealing her true self, and Su Jiaojiao was no match for her. Although Jiang Xueci had not been publicly humiliated, Su Jiaojiao had foolishly sought her own demise and brought the prince no pain, which was worth it. Now that Jiang Xueci had already blocked her path, Su Jiaojiao was the real obstacle to eliminate. Your Highness, the princess is also pitiable. Being disturbed in the middle of the night must have frightened her. Sister Su may have some grievances with the princess, and this is just a moment of folly. Please do not be angry. Yan Sun snorted coldly. A moment of folly? I see her as deliberately causing trouble. Your Highness, no, cousin, I did not. It was all Jiang Xueci's lies, not my doing. Su Jiaojiao desperately defended herself. Jiang Xueci's expression shifted slightly as she feebly remarked, Miss Bai is also present. I wonder why the maid named Qing'er by Miss Bai is nowhere to be seen. Bai Qingqing's brow twitched slightly, and after a moment's hesitation, she softly replied, The princess is aware that Qing'er, lacking in propriety, has stolen the princess's dowry, and I have already sent her back home. Although I feel reluctant, I cannot keep her by my side any longer. As she spoke, a mixture of regret and disappointment flickered across her face. Jiang Xueci nodded gently, casting a sidelong glance at the waiting Nanyu at the door, who then silently slipped out of the room, unnoticed. Jiang Xueci sighed softly, agreeing with the sentiment that it would be best not to retain someone with such unscrupulous behavior. Miss Bai has a kind heart. I trust she has ensured that the maid's family is well taken care of. Bai Qingqing found her words somewhat peculiar, but nodded in agreement. Indeed, although she has been with me for only a brief time, I cannot bear to see her suffer. Yan Sun frowned, unwilling to linger any longer. Despite having severed ties with Jiang Xueci, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable seeing her interact so amiably with Yan Jin. Qingqing, let us return, Yan Jin said, taking Bai Qingqing's hand as they prepared to leave. Just as they reached the threshold, a commotion erupted at the door. "You cannot enter. Stand back." A disheveled young woman, covered in dirt and blood, rushed in but was immediately stopped by Yan Jin's guards. Nanyu hastily approached. "Your Highness, this person must have slipped in through the back door. I failed to stop her. Please forgive me." Jiang Xueci cleared her throat and rose from the bed, moving to the door. She brushed aside the hair obscuring the woman's face and took a step back in astonishment. "Ah, is that not Qing? What on earth has happened to you? You look as though you have been pursued." Boy King froze, staring at Kingar in disbelief. Chapter 21. A dog-eat-dog scene. Quite the spectacle. Yan Jin sat leisurely in a grand armchair, observing the scene before him. After a glance at Jiang Xueci, a teasing smile graced his lips, as if he had no intention of becoming embroiled in the affair. "Qing, what brings you here?" Bai Qingqing feigned surprise and hurried forward to ask gently. Yet her gaze was icy, seemingly warning her to refrain from speaking carelessly. Qing'er fixed her eyes on Bai Qingqing, devoid of warmth. Jiang Xueci delicately removed the straw from Qing'er's hair with her fair, lustrous hands and softly inquired, "Qing'er, what has happened to you? Did not Miss Bai say you were returning home? How is it that you are here?" Qing'er remained silent, fixated on Bai Qingqing. Yan Sun furrowed her brow slightly, and Bai Qingqing's heart sank as she grasped Qing'er's hand. "Qing'er, is it your mother who has fallen ill and requires money? Do not worry, come with me, and I shall send someone to provide funds for your mother's treatment." Jiang Xueci remarked softly, "Miss Bai truly is beautiful and kind-hearted. None could compare to her." After a pause, she continued, "Qing'er must have come here in desperation, knowing Miss Bai was present, seeking her assistance. It is indeed a testament to her filial piety." Upon hearing this, Yan Sun's expression softened slightly, whether from appreciation of Bai Qingqing's enduring tenderness or from Jiang Xueci's unjealous admiration for Bai Qingqing remained unclear. Bai Qingqing was taken aback by Jiang Xueci's unexpected praise and quickly seized the opportunity to respond, urging, "Yes, Qing'er, let us depart from this tumultuous place at once." As she spoke, she attempted to pull Qing'er away, fearing that any ill-advised words might entangle her in perilous circumstances. Jiang Xueci added, "Indeed, Miss Qing'er's mother is gravely ill. We cannot afford to linger." Upon hearing this, Qing'er abruptly freed herself from Bai Qingqing's grasp, her eyes blazing with fury as she seized Bai Qingqing by the throat, cursing vehemently, "Wretched woman, your heart is filled with malice. Today, I shall strangle you to death." Yan Xuanlin, witnessing the unfolding chaos, immediately intervened to push Qing'er away, while Shun restrained her on the ground, rendering her immobile. "Qingqing, are you all right?" Yan Xuanlin inquired with concern. Bai Qingqing, though seething with anger and trembling with fear, shook her head repeatedly, stammering, "Your Highness, I am unharmed. I do not understand why Qing'er has gone mad. I am so frightened. Please, Your Highness, take her away." As she spoke, her body shook uncontrollably. Observing from a distance, Jiang Xueci and Lin Jining exchanged knowing glances, shaking their heads in unison. "What an exquisite display of a fragile white lotus," they mused. "Does this man truly fail to see through her fade? Is he blind?" Yan Xuanlin felt a pang of sympathy for Qingqing, who had been unjustly frightened, and with a flick of his sleeve, he signaled for Shun to escort Qing'er away. Jiang Xueci raised an eyebrow, recalling the narrative that Bai Qingqing, in an effort to prevent the scandal of her dowry theft from resurfacing, would ostensibly send Qing'er home with a generous sum of money to care for her ailing mother. This would not only portray her as benevolent, but also further convince Yan Xuanlin of her innocence and naivety regarding the treacheries of the world. However, unbeknownst to them, Bai Qingqing had secretly commissioned assassins to eliminate Qing'er's entire family. Aware of this sinister plot, Bai Qingqing, having taken possession of the original character's body, was resolute in seeking vengeance for the wrongs inflicted upon the original owner. Thus, she had dispatched Xuan to covertly monitor the situation. As anticipated, the assassins infiltrated Qing'er's home under the cover of night, tragically slaying her mother and younger brother. Her directive to Xuan had been clear. After the demise of Qing'er's family, he was to rescue her, For nothing incites a thirst for revenge more than the murder of one's kin. While she intended to depart the capital for Beiyuan, she would not permit Bai Qingqing to live in peace, assuming the role of Yan Xuenlin's delicate concubine and eventually the future empress. Just as Shun Yi was about to escort Qing'er out, they were confronted by Qing Yu, brandishing a long sword and blocking their path. Yan Xuenlin furrowed his brow and turned to address the owner of the guards at the entrance. "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this?" Yan Jin, with his lashes cast down, offered no glance in his direction. His noble and austere visage bore no expression, resembling a celestial being, untouched by mortal affairs, exuding an ethereal beauty that seemed almost unreal. After a brief pause, he parted his lips, his voice resonant and magnetic. "You cannot simply leave as if this were a marketplace." Yan Xuenlin, growing impatient, retorted, "What is it that you propose?" Yan Jinyu cast a glance at Qing Yu, who then spoke in a deep voice. "I must ask Miss Qing'er to clarify why there has been such a commotion within the residence. If she cannot provide an explanation, I shall have no choice but to summon the Ministry of Justice." He concluded his words, urging the Crown Prince not to take offense. For if matters at the minister's residence remained unclear, it could inadvertently implicate the young lady. Jiang Xueci sighed inwardly, finding the simplicity of his reasoning rather commendable. Yan Sun, awakening from the commotion, deemed it prudent to clarify the situation rather than remain in the dark. Bai Qingqing, however, wished fervently that such an incident had never occurred, feeling a strong urge to silence Qing Yu's incessant chatter. Yet, she understood that Qing Yu merely echoed the sentiments of the Northern Yuan king, who, in truth, was defending that wretched Jiang Xueci. Why should someone so despised by the crown prince receive protection from the powerful Northern Yuan king? She was merely a second marriage woman. What was there to admire? Was it merely her beauty? Men, indeed, are often hypocritical. Her heart sank as she weakly pressed her forehead and lamented, "Your Highness, my head aches terribly." Jiang Xueci felt a chill run through her. It seemed that the next moment she might feign faintness to escape this charade. It would be a pity if her elaborate performance were to be so easily overshadowed by a white lotus. Jiang Xueci spoke gently, "Nanyu, it appears that Miss Bai is unwell. I cannot allow her to return without assistance. Please fetch the physician to examine her." Bai Qingqing gritted her teeth in frustration, finally conceding, "There's no need. I'm not gravely ill, merely a bit unwell from the wind." Jiang Xueci smiled softly. "That is good to hear." Lin Jining suddenly interjected, "You are Qing'er, correct? Why did you cause such a disturbance at the minister's residence? Speak plainly. Let us not have this be another of Bai Qingqing's schemes to entrap the young lady." Qing'er trembled with rage, her disdain for Bai Qingqing's feigned frailty overwhelming her senses. She retorted, "Your Highness, the mastermind behind the theft of the royal dowry was not me, but Bai Qingqing." One day, she entered the storeroom and, seeing the dowry, selected a few items for me to take. She even claimed that the young lady was not favored by the crown prince, and that should the young lady complain, the crown prince would merely feel pity for her and chastise the young lady, allowing me to take the items without worry. On that day, when I was about to confess, Bai Qingqing suddenly spoke of my family, using them to coerce me into admitting guilt. Afterward, she pretended to give me a substantial sum to care for my mother. But in truth, she had assassins arranged to eliminate both me and my family, intending to silence us. Luckily, I narrowly escaped. She killed my mother and my brother, and I wish nothing more than to flay her alive. How could I not? Qing'er's anguished tirade resonated deeply, and had it not been for Shun Yi holding her back, she would have lunged at Bai Qingqing with deadly intent. Yan Sun remained silent, casting a dark glare at Bai Qingqing. Chapter 22. 3 prostrations for the crown prince's intended consort. Bai Qingqing felt a chill under Yan Sun's scrutinizing gaze, a coldness that spoke of distrust. She shook her head repeatedly, her voice choked with emotion. "Qing'er, what are you saying? I understand that in a moment of desperation, you stole for your mother's medical treatment. Out of respect for your filial piety, I offered you a sum of silver when you departed. But how can you slander me so? Who has incited you to speak such lies? I recognize that you're not one to speak frivolously. At this moment, Qing'er has finally discerned the true nature of this duplicitous woman. In the past, when she was assigned to serve by Qingqing, the latter treated her with kindness and warmth, extending the same courtesy to others. However, it is now evident that such demeanor was merely a fade, concealing a heart as ruthless as that of a venomous viper. It was a grave misjudgment on her part to believe that Bai Qingqing genuinely wished her well, having granted her a sum of silver to return home and tend to her mother's illness, thereby providing for her family. Little did she anticipate that Bai Qingqing would orchestrate an assassin's arrival to silence her, showing no mercy even towards her family. You know whether I speak falsely. You are well aware of your own actions. To act boldly yet deny is the epitome of hypocrisy. Individuals like you deserve to descend into the depths of hell. Upon hearing these words, Bai Qingqing's mind began to formulate a plan. Qing'er, how can you slander me without evidence? I have treated you fairly. Yan Jin, witnessing Bai Qingqing tremble with rage, gently patted her shoulder. Qingqing, I believe in you. Accusations without proof are merely slander. Qing'er had barged in without cause, claiming that Qingqing had dispatched someone to murder her entire family and silence her. Yet, from her previous remarks, it was clear that Qing'er possessed no tangible evidence. Yan Jin understood Bai Qingqing's character. She was certainly not a woman with a heart of malice. Conversely, if it were Jiang Xueci, he might entertain some doubts. After all, on the day of their separation, Jiang Xueci had coerced Qingqing, in her position as the crown princess, to bow before her, even striking her several times. Reflecting on this, Yan Jin furrowed his brow slightly. The incident transpired within the residence, and Qing'er had charged in, indiscriminately accusing Qingqing of murder. Could it be that Jiang Xueci intended to frame and defame Qingqing by enlisting Qing'er? After all, with so many people in the residence, how could they not restrain a defenseless woman? Observing the exchange of glances between Yan Jin and Jiang Xueci, she speculated that Yan Jin was suspecting her of colluding with Qing'er to malign Bai Qingqing. It was not unexpected for Yan Jin, being inherently suspicious, to draw parallels to her own actions. However, she had already divorced him. Could she still harbor feelings of jealousy towards Qingqing? Little did Jiang Xueci know what thoughts occupied Yan Jin's mind. Perhaps Qing'er had indeed been sent here under someone else's orders. Yet, with no evidence to present, she suggested, I think it would be best to transfer this matter to the Ministry of Justice for investigation. Yan Jin was somewhat taken aback by her proposal. If Jiang Xueci was indeed behind Qing'er's allegations against Qingqing, she should be striving to prevent the matter from escalating to the Ministry of Justice. Why then was she so willingly suggesting their involvement? What was truly at play? Bai Qingqing contemplated that sending Qing'er to the Ministry of Justice would afford her time to devise a response. Perhaps she could find an opportunity to eliminate Qing'er in prison, thus resolving the matter once and for all. Your Highness, the princess raises a valid point. It would be prudent to send Qing'er to the Ministry of Justice. Yan Jin nodded slightly in agreement. Very well. Shun Yi, take her away. Shan Yi compliant. Yet he witnessed Qing'er's loud retort. I am but an insignificant individual in the eyes of your powerful elite, merely an ant. I possess no evidence, and you do not believe the words spoken to me by the assassin. But by Qingqing, even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. This hypocritical vixen. Upon uttering these words, she exerted all her strength to break free from Shun Yi's grasp and dashed headlong into the wall, meeting her demise before the onlookers. Everyone stood in stunned silence, except for Bai Qingqing, who exhibited a faint smirk, seemingly relieved. Yan Jin remained silent for a considerable time, casting a fleeting glance at Bai Qingqing before slightly furrowing his brow. Did Qingqing just smile? After a moment, he spoke solemnly. Have you not caused enough commotion? Should we not escort Miss Su back to her residence? Jiang Xueci, you are to become the princess of Beiyuan. I advise you to refrain from courting trouble. Jiang Xueci scoffed. So today, Su Jiaojiao stirred up trouble at the mansion, and you, Yan Jin, came here to assist her? Am I the one sowing discord? Am I to be berated for such impatience? What is there to laugh about? Yan Jin inquired. Jiang Xueci shrugged dismissively, finding amusement in the situation. Yan Jin's brow furrowed deeper. What do you mean? Are you implying that my words were laughable? Has this woman lost her mind to speak to me so boldly? Jiang Xueci clicked her tongue lightly, sauntering to Yan Jin's side before murmuring, "Your Highness, have you not received an education? Why is it that you fail to comprehend my words?" "Impudent," Yan Sun rebuked. Just as he was about to continue, a sharp sound interrupted him, cutting off his words. The crowd turned towards the source of the noise, discovering that Yan Jin had crushed the teacup in his hand. Lin Ji pressed her lips into a straight line, marveling at the thrilling spectacle. She was fortunate to have witnessed it tonight. Indeed, this madcap antagonist, adored by many book fans, exuded an aura of effortless authority, with a noble, ascetic exterior that commanded attention. How delightful it would be if one were merely a lovesick fool enamored with her gentle demeanor. Alas, what a pity! Jiang Xueci, however, regarded Yan Sun's livid countenance with keen interest. Yan Jin, relying on her own means to dispel the cold poison, would not allow her life to be extinguished. Moreover, with military power in her grasp, even if Yan Sun held the title of Crown Prince, he could not easily undermine her. After all, even the emperor hypocritically tolerated Yan Jin, fearing a rebellion from Beiyuan. What harm was there in being a bit audacious? If Yan Jin did not wish to protect herself, she must do so. Yan Sun remained silent, ultimately refraining from further comment, and turned to leave. Bai Qingqing noticed his lack of intention to take her along, stirring discontent within her. Though he outwardly expressed trust in her, such subtle actions revealed his lingering doubts. What was to be done? Jiang Xueci sighed internally, acknowledging Yan Sun as the male protagonist, truly possessing a level of composure beyond ordinary men, capable of restraint. Just as the crowd was about to depart, Yan Jin suddenly spoke again. "Is this mansion one you may enter and exit at your whim?" Bai Qingqing softly remarked, "Your Highness, this is all a misunderstanding. It was Sister Su who momentarily lost her composure. I implore your Highness to show forgiveness. If your Highness cannot find solace, I shall offer my apologies on behalf of Sister Su." With these words, she lowered herself to perform a bow. Yan Jin chuckled lightly, a glimmer of mockery flickering in his eyes, stating, "Not everyone is entitled to offer apologies to this prince." Bai Qingqing's expression stiffened. This time, Yan Sun did not come to her aid. "What do you intend to do?" Yan Sun inquired. Yan Jin's icy gaze met his. "The daughter of the Su family has come to disturb the residence at night, slandering my future consort as a demon and accusing her of murder. To simply depart so brazenly is hardly in accordance with propriety, is it? What exactly do you wish to achieve?" The room fell into profound silence, with only the sound of the prayer beads turning echoing, each click resonating in the hearts of the onlookers, making it hard to remain calm. "Have her kneel and offer 3 bows to Jiang Xueci, and this matter will be resolved. Otherwise, I shall have her tongue severed to keep company with her brothers." Upon utterance of these words, everyone was taken aback. Although this statement ostensibly targeted Su Jiao, who could fail to comprehend that it was directed at the Crown Prince. Su Jiao was now the prospective side consort of the Crown Prince. Requiring her to bow to a future consort was tantamount to slapping the Crown Prince's face. Lin Jining could not contain herself and exclaimed, "Goodness, this is truly exhilarating. Witnessing it firsthand is far more thrilling than reading about it." Jiang Xueci frowned slightly. "Is a subject's bow not to be tolerated?" Yan Sun shot a disapproving glance. "Su Jiao is the granddaughter of the Grand Tutor and the future side consort of the Crown Prince. How could she bow to another?" "Yan Jin, do you understand the concept of moderation? If this affair spreads, will not your own reputation be trampled underfoot?" His side consort bowing to Yan Jin's future consort would not only humiliate Su Jiao, but also himself. "Moderation? I have never been acquainted with such a notion." Yan Jin replied flippantly. His tone as elusive as a wisp of ethereal breeze, making it difficult to discern his true thoughts. Yan Sun's countenance darkened abruptly. He was acutely aware of Yan Jin's temperament. Having been bullied in the palace since childhood and later sent to a territory with no guidance, Yan Jin had developed a defiant and arrogant disposition. His father had repeatedly warned him that without thoroughly suppressing the unruly weed of Beiyuan, he must refrain from actions that might provoke Yan Jin, lest the overly loyal soldiers of Beiyuan harbor rebellious thoughts. Yet now, Yan Jin's behavior was utterly excessive. When his father had dispatched someone to administer cold poison, for reasons unknown, it had failed, allowing Yan Jin to speak so boldly to him today. Had the poisoning been successful, would he not have been at will to manipulate him? The lament of lost opportunity was profound. Su Jiao was gripped by fear. She had initially intended to seize the opportunity to reprimand Jiang Xueci, but for reasons unknown, she found herself being sternly admonished by the crown prince, leading her to apologize to Jiang Xueci instead. In trepidation, she glanced at Yan Jin, and without delay, crawled to Yan Sun's side. "Your Highness, please save me. Do not leave me here. I do not wish to remain." Lin Jining teased. "Now you are afraid. What were you doing before?" At that moment, the spring rain hurriedly swept in, and the Duke Su requested an audience with the princess outside the door. Jiang Xueci raised an eyebrow, glancing at the relieved Su Jiao. Realizing that the Duke had come to defend his granddaughter in her time of distress. This was indeed intriguing. In the past, the Su siblings had repeatedly bullied the original owner without any intervention from him. Yet now, when his granddaughter found herself at a disadvantage, he appeared so swiftly. Before long, Duke Su, leaning on his cane, entered at a measured pace. Though advanced in years, his long-standing presence in the court imbued him with an aura of authority that commanded respect. The venerable elder bowed, addressing the crown prince, the prince, and the princess. Yan Sun promptly assisted him, expressing, "Your Grace, there is no need for you to make this journey at such a late hour." Duke Su cast a glance at his disheveled granddaughter, his mind already devising a plan. He did not respond to Yan Sun's remarks. Instead, he approached Yan Jin and, with a deliberate slowness, knelt before him. This act stunned everyone present. Duke Su was among the most esteemed figures in the court, someone whom even the crown prince must honor. Yet, here he was, kneeling before the Prince of Beiyuan. Yan Jin maintained a calm demeanor, neither indicating an intention to speak nor to assist Duke Su in rising. He elegantly lifted his teacup and took a measured sip before leisurely inquiring, "What is the meaning of this, Your Grace?" Duke Su replied gravely, "The elder's granddaughter has been spoiled since childhood. She is unaware of proper conduct and has disturbed the princess and the prince's rest, leading to this absurdity. I implore the prince and the princess to mete out punishment." Inside the room, a profound silence ensued. Su Jiao, overwhelmed, dared not speak, anxiously observing her grandfather, bewildered at how matters had escalated to this extent, even drawing the attention of her grandfather. Jiang Xueci stood behind Yan Jin, observing the unfolding scene with a sense of admiration. Indeed, Duke Su had arrived at the opportune moment. The presence of such an esteemed elder, personally offering an apology and even kneeling, was not something Yan Jin would dismiss lightly. Although Duke Su had been a leader in the court who had frequently criticized Yan Jin, the latter would not disregard appearances. Reflecting on the misdeeds Su Jiao had inflicted upon the original owner, Jiang Xueci felt that this was a fitting turn of events. Yan Jin set down his teacup, his half-closed eyes cold and profound. He looked up at Duke Su, who held his head high yet unyielding, and a fleeting interest sparked within him amidst his ennui. "Princess, you are, after all, the victim in this scenario. How do you intend to address this?" Duke Su felt reassured. As long as the Prince of Beiyuan gave him a favorable response, the matter would be easily resolved. After all, how much trouble could a mere young girl cause? A girl who had not encountered significant situations before was hardly a threat. It seemed that this issue would conclude more swiftly than anticipated. Duke Su patiently awaited Jiang Xueci's concession to assist him in standing. After a moment of silence, Jiang Xueci finally spoke softly. "Though Su Jiao has slandered and insulted a subject's daughter, it bears no consequence. However, as she is the prince's betrothed, to insult a future princess is indeed a grave offense. Should this matter remain unresolved, its repercussions would tarnish the Su family's reputation, and I, as a subject, am totally apprehensive." Su Taishe, with deep affection for his granddaughter, made a special visit, wishing to take on her punishment. How could a humble servant like me disregard the heartfelt intentions of Su Taishe? Upon hearing this, Su Taishe was momentarily taken aback. "What did you say?" he inquired. A subject's bow she could endure. Jiang Xueci remained silent and instructed Qingyu at the door, fetch a cushion. Given Su Taishi's advanced age, she felt remorseful at the thought of him kneeling on the cold ground. Qingyu raised an eyebrow at his lord, puzzled by the ease with which the princess commanded him, seemingly oblivious to his role as the prince's personal guard. In just a moment, he returned with a cushion, placing it beneath Su Taishi's knees. Su Taishi, however, was a man of stubbornness. He resolutely knocked his head 3 times, his expression dark as thunder. Jiang Xueci smiled lightly and immediately directed people to assist Su Taishi to his feet. The sky was growing dim, and she politely declined to see the prince and Su Taishi off, wishing them a safe journey. Yan Jin furrowed his brows, observing her with a sense of unfamiliarity. This calm demeanor, which caused even Su Taishi to stumble, seemed to mask a deeper intention. On the surface, it was for the benefit of the Su family. Yet it was ultimately a means to undermine their dignity. Was she relying on Yan Jin's support from behind? Upon exiting the residence, Su Taishi, with a face ashen as iron, turned and struck Su Jiao across the face. The force was such that it sent her sprawling to the ground. Su Jiao clutched her face in disbelief, unable to comprehend that her grandfather, who had never laid a hand on her in her lifetime, would strike her in front of the prince. Yan Jin paused and stepped forward to help Su Jiao up, advising Su Taishi to temper his anger. For Jiang Xueci's actions were merely backed by Yan Jin. We must carefully consider how to pacify Beiyuan rather than harboring resentment. Su Taishi fell silent, exhaling a heavy sigh after a while. What the prince says is true. He glanced at the prince, then turned to observe how tenderly he regarded Jiao, feeling somewhat reassured. Hearing of the prince's affection for a commoner was one thing, but witnessing his demeanor towards Jiao put his heart at ease. If exclusivity was unattainable, then sharing mutual affection was certainly commendable. At the very least, Jiao had the Su family behind her, ensuring her future would not be too bleak. Yet, the humiliation of today would surely be avenged in the future. Yan Jin turned to Bai Qingqing and said, "You may return. I shall escort Jiao home." Bai Qingqing, her face pale, nodded in acquiescence, clenching her hands tightly within her sleeves as she watched them depart. Chapter 24. I know to run home in wind and rain. Why doesn't the prince like me? Did the princess find today as far satisfactory? Jiang Xueci stood by the window, gazing at the luminous full moon in the night sky, her cascading hair flowing like a waterfall behind her. The silver light enveloped her, rendering her as radiant and enchanting as a celestial being. She turned around to find Yan Jin seated in the Taishi chair, his eyes curved in a gentle smile, resembling a refreshing breeze, strikingly beautiful. Indeed, I am quite pleased. It has been a long time since I witnessed such an entertaining spectacle. It was truly delightful. I hope that once we arrive in Beiyuan, I may enjoy such performances daily. Yan Jin raised an eyebrow, his noble elegance reflected in his obsidian-like eyes as they mirrored Jiang Xueci's figure. Is that so? The orchestrator of this drama undoubtedly finds great amusement in playing his role. Jiang Xueci, upon being exposed, displayed an unexpected lack of astonishment. Yan Jin's voice, sharp and laced with a hint of mockery, noted how early on he had dispatched someone to locate Su Jiao's 2 half-sisters and brought them to reside in the estate, only to later proclaim to everyone at the imperial banquet that these 2 illegitimate daughters had been sent away, effectively slapping Su Jiao's face. Subsequently, he deliberately chose the pharmacy opposite the Su residence for his visit today to gather medicine. As anticipated, Su Jiao, who had been watching his movements since dawn, appeared with her entourage, eager to impart a lesson. Yet, how could 2 maidservants possibly contend with skilled hidden guards? Yan Jin clicked his tongue playfully, enticing Su Jiao further into the scheme, and she did not disappoint, escalating the situation considerably. Su Taishi treasures his children, Su Jiao and her brother, above all else. This incident was clearly aimed at him. Jiang Xueci had been bestowed upon the emperor as his princess, a decision heavily influenced by the ministers led by Su Taishi. Though she holds the title of princess, she is merely a pawn in the court's game, to be used as a piece on the board. The first to be avenged must surely be Su Taisher, who spoke up first. This little one certainly harbors a grudge. As Yan Jin rose gracefully, his noble stature framed by the window, he gazed at the moon that Jiang Xueci had just been admiring. Almost forgotten was the fact that Bai Qingqing had suffered a significant setback today, which was undoubtedly a trap laid by his soon-to-be princess. Jiang Xueci was taken aback by the idea that Yan Jin might be monitoring her. The maidservant's family had been assassinated, only for a savior to appear after their demise, indicating a desire for vengeance against the maidservant's family. This opportunity could be leveraged to have the maidservant implicate Bai Qingqing. Even if she could not bring Bai Qingqing down, it would surely lead to Yin Sun's disillusionment. This intricate plot was indeed a masterstroke. Jiang Xueci offered a frail, seemingly innocent smile, though it bore an awkward undertone. These two matters had indeed been part of her early calculations. Su Taisher was merely ancillary, while Bai Qingqing was the main act. A deep-seated disdain between individuals requires a lengthy build-up. Otherwise, a mere spark could reignite a blazing fire. This was merely the beginning. Time was of the essence, as she was soon to depart for Beiyuan. Although she was once a wealthy heiress in her past life, she was an only daughter, having witnessed the treachery and deceit among the multitude of relatives eager to feast upon her inheritance. Countless relatives had met their demise due to her machinations, and she had always excelled at making others uncomfortable. Jiang Xueci tilted her head, gazing at Yan Jin with her enchanting peach blossom eyes, blinking innocently, and mused. Could it be that the prince's keen interest in me is a long-held affection? She seemed to have stumbled upon a grand secret. If the prince truly has feelings for me, he should have expressed them sooner. With such striking looks, I would certainly choose you over the crown prince. Yan Jin, bewildered, pondered. What is this woman saying? Jiang Xueci smiled triumphantly at his momentary confusion. Rather than wallowing in self-doubt, she preferred to inflict emotional wounds upon others. Jiang Xueci let out a soft sigh, her delicate eyelashes fluttering like the petals of a fan. Ah, the prince must be aware of my situation. Apart from beauty and wealth, I possess nothing. It is hardly surprising that I have garnered his affection. Yan Jin furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for words. Who said that I like you? Jiang Xueci playfully poked Yan Jin's chest, her voice teasing. You are merely being disingenuous. I know when the wind blows and the rain falls to rush home. I know when I am hungry I should eat, and when I am thirsty I should drink. If the prince does not favor me, then whom does he favor? Yan Jin fell silent, and this silence was genuine. He had intended to reveal Jiang Xueci's past misdeeds to embarrass her, to witness her flustered expression. But he never anticipated her reaction. She neither denied it nor hesitated to utter such absurd words. After a while, he finally spoke. You are quite confident, which is commendable. Jiang Xueci chuckled lightly, suddenly perceiving Yan Jin as if he were a character come to life from a painting, brimming with vitality. Tomorrow we shall depart for Beiyuan. Be sure to rest well. With that, she intended to take her leave. However, Jiang Xueci abruptly inquired, Prince, do you know which wine is most likely to intoxicate? Yan Jin halted and turned back, observing her serious demeanor, and shook his head. This prince does not know. Jiang Xueci's eyes sparkled with playful mischief as she replied. It is the everlasting bond between you and me. Leave. Where shall I go? To your embrace or to your heart? Yan Jin exhaled sharply, his handsome face marred by frustration. He stepped closer, watching as Jiang Xueci instinctively retreated a step, gritting his teeth. You are pushing me to this. The following morning, the sun's radiant glow bathed the earth, enveloping the residence in a magnificent golden light. Spring rain, have you awakened, my lady? I am coming in, a voice called softly, knocking on the door. Upon cautiously pushing the door open, the maid froze at the sight before her. My lady? Who has suspended you like this? She hurried inside, exclaiming, Who dares to be so audacious? Tell me, and I shall flay him alive. Jiang Xueci whimpered, her mouth gagged. Did this girl not realize she should remove her own obstruction before addressing her? How could she converse when her mouth was sealed? Spring rain carefully lowered her, asking, My lady, are you all right? Jiang Xueci chuckled. Of course, I am perfectly fine. Just a bit of pain in my legs, back, and behind. It's merely a trifling matter. Spring Rain felt a twinge of fear. Her lady seemed somewhat unhinged. What had transpired last night? Had Su Jiaojiao stealthily intruded to torment her? My lady, who has done this to you? Please tell me. I shall avenge you. Will you seek revenge on anyone? Spring Rain resolutely nodded. Of course. I would gladly traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire for my lady. Jiang Xueci beamed with satisfaction. Good child. It was Yan Jin who suspended me. Spring Rain paused, her eyes darting as she shifted the topic. By the way, my lady, I had someone prepare a nourishing soup for you. I shall fetch it at once. With that, she dashed out. Jiang Xueci pressed her lips into a straight line. What an astonishingly superficial relationship between master and servant. Chapter 25, Odd Changes, Even Constants, Symbols Observe Quadrants. In the imperial palace, the emperor stood with his hands clasped behind him, facing a celestial map. Father, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, he said. The emperor turned around. Wait a moment. What further instructions do you have, father? Yan Jin's return to the capital was for the commemoration of his mother's tomb. The emperor had used the ministers to bestow Jiang Xueci upon him as a consort. A strategic move to place a spy beside Yan Jin. Yan Sun's expression shifted slightly. However, such an overt pawn would surely be guarded against by Yan Jin. The emperor chuckled lightly. I have no expectation of Jiang Xueci relaying any significant information back. After all, she is merely a pawn to divert Yan Jin's attention. The distance from Beiyuan to the capital is vast. Would I send merely a spy? In recent years, several have been removed. Sending Jiang Xueci there could indeed draw Yan Jin's notice. But father, Jiang Xueci has already suffered greatly. Why not allow her to remain in the capital and live a peaceful life? Although that woman could be somewhat absurd and detestable at times, at her core, she was an orphan, sent to such a distant place as Beiyuan, especially to be near Yan Jin. The emperor replied sternly, she is but a woman. If you cannot harden your heart over such trivial matters, how can you fulfill your role as the crown prince? Yan Sun hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I understand. Father. The emperor nodded and summoned a young woman named Fuyu, who entered from the inner hall. She possessed a delicate and alluring beauty. Approaching respectfully and kneeling on the ground. Your Majesty. Yan Sun raised an eyebrow. Father, this is... Her name is Fuyu. You shall escort Yan Jin out of the city today, and take this woman with you to serve Jiang Xueci, claiming that I am concerned for her well-being. Having grown up in the palace, Yan Sun understood the implication of these words. Jiang Xueci was a pawn the emperor used to monitor Yan Jin, and this maid was to keep an eye on Jiang Xueci. I shall obey your command. At the Jiang residence, the princess was informed. The carriage from the Prince of Beiyuan is waiting for you at the gate. His Highness the Crown Prince is also here. Shall we depart? Jiang Xueci sat drowsily on a stool, as Chunyu styled her hair behind her. She had not slept well the previous night, having been hung up by that wretched man. Now, fatigue weighed heavily upon her, her eyes barely able to stay open. Chunyu, however, paid little mind to her mistress's weariness, contentedly adjusting the final hairpin and admiring her through the mirror. Your Highness looks truly beautiful. Though I am but a maid, I cannot help but be captivated by your grace. Today, as she set forth for Beiyuan, especially alongside the prince, it was only fitting that she be adorned splendidly, dazzling the envious eyes of the capital as she departed in grandeur. As Jiang Xueci stepped out of the residence, she was met with gasps of astonishment. Dressed in a flowing crimson peony-patterned gown, her long, jet-black hair was elegantly styled into a delicate cloud-like chignon. Exquisite hairpins swayed gently, and a stunning floral ornament adorned her forehead, radiating opulence and beauty. Jiang Xueci has been renowned as the most beautiful woman in the capital since her youth. Even when she appears barefaced, her beauty is astonishing and radiant. How much more so when she adorns herself with finery. Truly a resplendent flower of wealth that no one in the capital dares to rival. Catching a glimpse of the gazes around her, she scoffed inwardly. Just wait until I arrive in Beiyuan, for I shall become the premier beauty influencer of Tianxian, leading the trends in fashion. Yan Jin's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he noticed Yan Sun openly gazing at Jiang Xueci, his expression turning subtly darker. Jiang Xueci observed a woman clad in vibrant red, standing diagonally opposite Yan Jin, her alluring phoenix eyes fixed upon him like an enchanting siren, silently beckoning. The woman seemed to sense Jiang Xueci's scrutiny and swayed her hips as she approached, slightly bowing before her. "Your servant greets the princess. May the princess be well." "And you are?" Jiang Xueci inquired. The woman replied, "I am a servant appointed by His Majesty to accompany the princess to Beiyuan and attend to your needs. My name is Fu Yu." In an instant, Jiang Xueci understood. This was an informant placed beside her, dressed so elegantly and in such radiant colors. She hardly resembled a mere maid. Rather, it seemed as though she had brought a concubine for Yan Jin. With this person now present, it would be impossible to decline her presence. However, keeping such an individual nearby could lead to numerous unnecessary troubles in the future. "Since you are appointed by His Majesty, I shall certainly allow you to remain." Fu Yu smiled, casting a glance at Yan Jin, her heart fluttering with excitement. She had long heard tales of the noble and ethereal prince of Beiyuan, a godlike figure, a celestial being not to be trifled with. To accompany him to Beiyuan was indeed a stroke of fortune. Yet, going as Jiang Xueci's maid felt like a tarnishing of her own status. As Jiang Xueci descended the steps, she grasped Fu Yu's hand and examined it closely. The young woman's beauty was undeniable, her hands exquisitely delicate. "If you were to become my maid, it would truly be a disservice to you." Fu Yu looked up, a trace of jealousy flickering in her eyes, and softly replied, "Your Highness is too kind. It is a fortune for me to serve you." Jiang Xueci chuckled lightly. "You are too modest, dear Fu Yu. It would indeed be a pity for one so lovely to serve as a maid. I have heard that there are no attendants at the prince's residence in Beiyuan. Perhaps I should take you under my wing. What do you think?" Yan Jin's eyes gleamed with mischief. Such words had inadvertently cast this predicament upon him. Fu Yu appeared surprised yet elated, her gaze fixed on Yan Jin in anticipation, seemingly awaiting his acceptance. Yan Sun frowned slightly. "Jiang Xueci, this was bestowed upon you by father. How can you allow Fu Yu to serve the Prince of Beiyuan?" Jiang Xueci, perplexed, retorted, "Your Highness has stated it was granted to me by the Emperor. Since it is mine, I naturally possess the right to decide." Yan Sun realized she was feigning ignorance, and knew that further discussion could provoke unnecessary complications, so he chose to remain silent. Yan Jin spoke up. "Since the princess has such benevolent intentions, I would feel remiss not to accept." The hour was growing late. It was time to set off. With that, they boarded the carriage. Fu Yu's heart swelled with delight as she watched Yan Jin climb aboard, eager to follow suit. Yet, just as she was about to ascend, she found her path obstructed by Qing Yu. Furrowing her brow, Fu Yu hesitated to engage in conflict with a member of the Northern Yuan King's entourage, ultimately retreating to the rear of the carriage. Jiang Xueci observed Fu Yu's reluctant departure to the back carriage, bemused by Yan Jin's acceptance of the situation. In stark contrast, Qing Yu's reaction suggested that Fu Yu would not fare well. "Xueci, wait!" From a distance, Lin Jining galloped down the long street, the sound of her horse's hooves growing ever louder until she dismounted before the Xiang residence and rushed towards Jiang Xueci, breathless. "I thought I would miss you. This is truly wonderful." Jiang Xueci smiled faintly. Lin Jining was one of the few cherished friends of the original character, and her presence was welcomed. However, the smugness that had escaped Lin Jining's lips the previous night left Jiang Xueci with lingering doubts. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xueci cautiously inquired, "Is it true that odd changes lead to even ones?" Lin Jining gasped in disbelief, her voice trembling as she responded, "The symbol indicates the quadrant." Jiang Xueci's pupils widened in shock. "How much does the royal jade liquor, hammer and small hammer equal?" Lingzi ninget climate, kaksata kakskument. Sisters. Chapter 26. The heart of the matter, the onlookers were left dumbfounded. What were the ninth princess and the honorable princess discussing? What sisterhood? What nonsense was this? Yan Sun asked, "What are you two?" Fearing suspicion, Jiang Xueci quickly interjected, "Aning, we might not see each other for a long time after this." Why don't you ride in my carriage, and you can disembark at the city gate? Lin Jining, unable to refuse, nodded excitedly and took her hand, leading her to the rear carriage. The lengthy procession commenced, a grand spectacle indeed. Inside the carriage, Jiang Xueci and Lin Jining clasped each other's hands, their faces aglow with excitement. Sister, when did you arrive? Lin Jining sighed. Don't even mention it. 5 days ago, I was on a plane that encountered terrorists and crashed. When I opened my eyes, I found myself here. What bad luck. She lamented her beloved fried chicken, cola, stir-fried rice noodles with snail powder, and durian skewers, all bidding her farewell. She had initially hoped to assist the female protagonist in reaching the pinnacle of her life, only to discover that the protagonist's very essence had changed. But this is also a blessing. What about you? What brought you here? Surely, it cannot be worse than my plight. Jiang Xueci sighed deeply. I arrived a day later. I had a tooth extraction gone awry. That must be worse than your experience. Lin Jining couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, that sounds more dreadful. However, sister, did you know that the world we inhabit is within a book? Your character is in quite a dire situation. Ah, could I be unaware of that? The male lead is a scoundrel. Just seeing him infuriates me. If this were modern times, I would surely find someone to teach him a lesson. Jiang Xueci declared with indignation. Lin Jining felt relieved. That's good to hear. We are, in a sense, endowed with golden fingers. However, I worry for you being beside Yan Jin. The book's antagonist is not one to be trifled with. The hands have been tainted with the blood of countless souls, and in the aftermath, the entire realm of Tianxian has been transformed into a hellish landscape. Rivers of blood flowing and corpses scattered for miles. A moment's carelessness could cost one their life. Jiang Xueci gently patted her hand, reassuring her, "Fear not, my sister. I shall exercise utmost caution. What are your plans for the future?" Lin Jining replied with a hint of resignation. What plans could I possibly have? As a noblewoman, I am bound to the capital, merely keeping a few paramours for indulgence and leisure. It may be a bit challenging, but I am no stranger to hardship. Jiang Xueci was speechless, finding her pretentiousness infuriating. The two conversed from the southernmost reaches to the northernmost corners until they reached the city gates, where Lin Jining reluctantly disembarked from the carriage. Observers noted their deep bond, casting doubts about whether they were sisters of different fathers and mothers, given their profound affection for one another. Jiang Xueci, as you embark on this journey, take good care of yourself. Yan Sun's voice rang out, a stark departure from his previous cold demeanor towards Jiang Xueci, now imbued with genuine concern and a gentle tone. Jiang Xueci nonchalantly nodded. Oh, do you have nothing else to say? Yan Sun felt a twinge of guilt. He lacked conclusive evidence regarding Qing'er's assassination by Qingqing, leaving him somewhat conflicted about her. Now, witnessing Jiang Xueci's impending departure, he recognized that he might have acted rather excessively, subjecting her to ridicule from so many in the capital. Well then, take care of yourself. Jiang Xueci responded with another perfunctory, "Oh." With that, she turned to board her carriage, but paused as she passed Yan Jin's opulent vehicle, which exuded an air of first-class luxury. In stark contrast, her own carriage resembled a mere economy-class seat, lacking any semblance of comfort. An old adage states that those who are shameless are invincible. Contemplating this, Jiang Xueci lifted her leg to board Yan Jin's carriage. Qingyu, aware of his master's temperament, swiftly stepped forward to intervene. "Princess, your carriage is behind." Jiang Xueci clicked her tongue lightly. "My carriage is quite bumpy. If I fall ill from the discomfort, how will your master find another flawless princess like me?" Such insensitivity. She disregarded Qingyu's warning and climbed aboard. Surely, the prince would not mind? Yan Jin, with his right hand clasped around prayer beads, appeared ethereal in his simple white attire, exuding an air of noble detachment from worldly affairs. He raised his gaze slightly, his voice calm. "Get down." Jiang Xueci immediately adopted a pleading expression, kneeling before him, her voice a mere whisper, "Have mercy. It would be so embarrassing if I were to leave like this." Yan Jin's brow arched slightly, a faint chuckle escaping him, which he interpreted as tacit approval. Jiang Xueci exhaled in relief, asserting, "Qingyu, your master hasn't protested. Next time, refrain from meddling. Outside the carriage, Yan Sun's countenance was stern. It was unheard of for Yan Jin's carriage to carry others, yet he had allowed Jiang Xueci to remain aboard. Was it possible that he had been bewitched by her beauty? Yet, he did not seem the type to be swayed by mere appearances. If he were, the beautiful courtesans he had arranged over the years would not have met such tragic fates. Yan Jin pushed open the window, gazing at the crown prince, standing not far away with his hands clasped behind his back. "Your Highness, I have heard that your wedding day is approaching. Alas, I shall not have the pleasure of witnessing such a momentous occasion," he remarked. Yan Sun replied politely, "There is no need for such formalities, brother. We need not speak of this between us." Yan Jin's gaze was sharp, yet he continued, "However, I have prepared a wedding gift that I believe the crown prince will surely appreciate." Yan Sun dismissed the notion, knowing that he and Yan Jin had never been on good terms. What thoughtful gift could he possibly offer? It was likely nothing more than a treasure retrieved from the treasury, presented as a mere token of congratulations. Moreover, Su Jiaojiao was merely his concubine, not a woman he held any affection for. What was there to celebrate? A smirk of mockery graced Yan Jin's lips. He was quite eager to see the crown prince's reaction to this gift. Regrettably, he would not witness Yan Sun's splendid response. The savior he had sought for many years turned out to be Jiang Xueci, the very person he had disdain for, who had humiliated the one he cherished for the sake of Bai Qingqing. It was indeed a delightful twist of fate. Chapter 27. Kill her, and you shall not be able to kill me. The night was hazy, the crescent moon hanging mysteriously in the sky, casting a faint silver light upon the earth and enveloping it in a melancholic atmosphere. The soldiers set up camp, some kindling fires while others prepared meals. Jiang Xueci, groggy, rubbed her eyes and lazily rose, discovering she was alone in the carriage. "Princess, you are awake," Chunyu exclaimed as she lifted the curtain. Jiang Xueci acknowledged her with a nod, her gaze scanning for Yan Jin, but finding no trace of him, she inquired, "Where is the prince?" Chunyu shook her head. "I have not seen him. Is there something you wish to discuss with the prince? Should I go and find him for you?" "No need for that. Is there a river nearby? After traveling for 2 days, I wish to bathe." Chunyu pointed westward. "I just accompanied them to fetch water from a river not far from here. It isn't deep. If the princess wishes to bathe, I will accompany you along with Nanyu." The three of them made their way leisurely to the riverbank, where the soldiers were busy with their meals, leaving the riverside tranquil. Jiang Xueci's keen eyes noticed 2 figures in the distance. She raised her right hand to halt Nanyu and Chunyu's steps, signaling for silence. "Is the prince in a foul mood? Why is he alone here?" Fu Yu, dressed in cool attire, spoke softly, her enchanting eyes sparkling with warmth. Yan Jin, clad in white under the moonlight, coldly replied, "If I were indeed in a foul mood, what would you do?" His tone was chilling, starkly contrasting with the warmth of the spring day, sending a shiver through the air. Fu Yu smiled gently. "I am now the prince's servant. Whatever the prince desires, I shall comply." Although she had been sent as a pawn to the northern Yuan king, by a twist of fate, she had become his. It was indeed a stroke of fortune, for the northern Yuan king was renowned as a handsome figure, and serving him was no misfortune. She was grateful that the royal princess had the wisdom to transfer her to the northern Yuan king. Otherwise, being a servant to that princess would have been quite disheartening. Yan Jin seemed to have caught wind of something intriguing. Slowly turning, her icy gaze settled upon the blushing Fu Yu, who shyly lowered her head. She resembled a flower bud poised to bloom in the spring, eager yet bashfully hesitant. Jiang Xueci sighed inwardly, astonished that she had only given this beauty to him yesterday, and now he was to indulge in her? Was it not said that this formidable antagonist shunned the company of women? While reading, she had once thought Yan Jin to be a man of disinclination towards the fairer sex. How else could one wield such immense power without being entangled with women? Yet, it seemed the author had left certain details unelaborated, leading her to a misunderstanding. How thrilling! Had she known of such a raucous scene in the wild, she would have instructed Chun Yao and Nanyu to prepare some seeds and tea. "Your Highness, should we take our leave?" Chun Yu whispered in her ear. Jiang Xueci waved her hand. "You two may return first. If this scene is discovered, I have little to fear, as Yan Jin is to be my future husband. However, for these 2 little maids, Should Yan Jin become enraged and harm them? What then? Such perilous matters are best left for me to shoulder. Chun Yu wished to say more, but Nan Yu urged her to leave. Come on, the princess has spoken. We should not linger here. Reluctantly, Chun Yu followed her away from the scene. Meanwhile, Fu Yu, her heart alight with joy, raised her gaze to the distinguished man before her, only to find his expression calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. His indifference was unsettling, evoking an inexplicable desire to flee. Fu Yu muzed. Although the prince appeared noble and pure, he was, after all, a young general forged in the crucible of bloodshed and carnage, and a certain aura of menace lingered about him. Suppressing her unease, she gracefully lifted her hand to unfasten the buttons at her chest, intending to offer her warmth and softness. Did I instruct you to undress? Yan Jin queried, leaving Fu Yu puzzled about his intentions. With eyes akin to obsidian, half closed in a devilish manner, he declared, I have a fondness for red. If your blood could stain this patch of grass beneath us, it might brighten my mood. Fu Yu was momentarily taken aback, then forced a smile. Your Highness truly enjoys jesting. Such humor at this hour might frighten a mere servant. Yan Jin remained unfazed. How could this be a jest? He never used wifants. A chill gripped Fu Yu's heart as a wave of murderous intent crashed over her, making her breath laborious. She took 2 steps back, warily regarding the resplendent figure before her. In the next moment, Qing Yu descended from the tree, landing deftly behind Fu Yu. Sensing a presence behind her, she turned, but before she could react, a long sword pierced through her chest with precision. Yan Jin did not even blink as he watched Fu Yu's wide-eyed, unblinking demise, her blood gradually blooming upon the ground like a crimson flower, prompting him to step back in disdain. Fu Yu has been assassinated. Return her body to the capital. Qing Yu nodded, Yes, Your Highness. With that, he lifted Fu Yu's lifeless form and departed, silently departing, had it not been for the pool of crimson blood on the ground. Jiang Xueci might have believed that the recent events were merely a figment of her imagination. Was a life extinguished so easily? A shiver of apprehension coursed through her. Indeed, in this ancient realm where power reigns supreme, authority dictates everything. Is the performance captivating? A clear voice inquired. Jiang Xueci realized she had been discovered. Yet she found herself perplexed as to how this individual had detected her presence while she remained motionless behind the tree. Had he acquired some sort of clairvoyant aid? Composing herself, she emerged with a sweet smile. If you kill her, you shall not be able to kill me, Yan Jin remarked. Chapter 28. Are you a dog? Then you must belong to me. Yan Jin's gaze fell upon Jiang Xueci, who stood amidst the blood-stained grass. Aren't you afraid? Following his line of sight, Jiang Xueci shook her head, questioning, Why should I be afraid? The prince is here, and no one can harm me. Even if a ghost were to appear, should it bring about my demise, I could still confront it as a spirit. As the old adage goes, one should regard life and death with indifference. If one is unwilling, then fight. Besides, that person had no enmity with her. Why would they seek her out? It was Yan Jin who had taken her life. So if retribution were to be sought, it should be directed at him. Yan Jin found himself perplexed by the thoughts that occasionally occupied Jiang Xueci's mind. Was she perhaps disturbed by Yin Sun's actions? Did she require a bath? Jiang Xueci nodded, clutching a change of clothes, and felt no curiosity regarding how Yan Jin had deduced this. Go ahead. I shall keep watch for you, he replied. A playful thought suddenly crossed Jiang Xueci's mind. Surely you do not wish to spy on me? Yan Jin maintained a calm demeanor, briefly scanning her from head to toe before chuckling softly and turning to leave without uttering a word. Jiang Xueci's confidence took a hit. What did that imply? Was he suggesting her figure was lacking? The body of the original owner resembled her own, possessing curves that were pleasing to the eye. Did he not know how to appreciate beauty? How stingy! It seemed that Yan Jin had recalled something. Just as he was about to turn back to speak, he caught sight of Jiang Xueci baring her teeth. Are you a dog? Jiang Xueci huffed softly, muttering, You're the dog. Yan Jin fell silent. The moment her words escaped her lips, Jiang Xueci regretted it. Yet upon seeing his lack of reaction, she felt relieved that she had spoken softly. After bathing by the river, Jiang Xueci returned in a clean outfit, her hair cascading down her shoulders. The soldiers accompanying her had settled down beside the campfire in small groups. "My lady, you have returned," Chunyu greeted her. Jiang Xueci nodded, noting the hour was late. "You two should rest now." As Chunyu noticed her heading toward the carriage, she hesitated before stopping her. "My lady, perhaps you should rest in the rear carriage instead." "Why?" Chunyu hesitated to speak, but Nanyu was forthright, recounting when the prince returned, he ordered Chunyu to prevent anyone from entering the carriage. Should anyone dare approach, he would have their arms severed, and that includes you, my lady. Jiang Xueci pursed her lips, realizing that he had indeed heard her. She lightly tapped her mouth, wearing a dejected expression as she walked toward the carriage that was significantly less grand than Yan Jin's. What a miser! Yan Jin closed his eyes to rest, only to be amused by the words he heard. Chunyu, upon hearing this, promptly opened the carriage door, inquiring what the prince commanded. "Go and destroy the carriage behind us." Jiang Xueci was heading towards the rear carriage when she suddenly noticed Chunyu hastily passing by her side. Puzzled by his intentions, she was taken aback as he drew his sword and shattered her carriage into smithereens, leaving only an exposed wooden platform, with the surroundings and roof vanished without a trace. Jiang Xueci was left in shock. The following day at dawn, Aki, Jiang Xueci sniffled, her enchanting peach blossom eyes glistening with tears, appearing exceedingly delicate. The passing soldiers glanced at the distraught princess, who sat weeping pitifully beside the extinguished campfire, wrapped in a blanket. And they found it curious that she was not supposed to have spent the night in the prince's carriage. It seemed she had indeed slept outside. As Chunyu passed by with breakfast for the carriage, he casually remarked, "My lord, it appears the princess has caught a chill. Should I summon a physician to examine her?" "A chill? Wasn't she sleeping by the campfire?" Chunyu nodded, confirming that indeed she was wrapped in a blanket, yet somehow had contracted an illness. After all, she was a delicate flower raised in the capital, fragile as could be. "Let the physician take a look at her." Chunyu acquiesced. "Yes, my lord. Shall we proceed on our journey today? Does the princess need to board the carriage? After all, there is only one carriage accompanying the prince, along with the one he had just destroyed. Now, that carriage was utterly unfit for anyone to sit in, especially since the princess had caught a chill." Yan Jin remained silent, not uttering a word. Chunyu dared not say anything further and respectfully withdrew. "Wait." Chunyu halted. "Is there anything else, my lord?" Yan Jin retrieved a brocade box from within and handed it over. "Take this." Chunyu, puzzled, descended from the carriage, and upon seeing the contents, fell silent. "Spring Rain, what are you doing?" Spring Rain glanced up at Chunyu and retorted, "What concern is it of yours?" Chunyu was aware that she was envious of his actions from the previous night, yet he was merely following orders. And now he found himself as the target of her ire. "You're making ginger soup for the princess, right? Perhaps you could add this. It might help her recover more swiftly." Spring Rain shot a glance at the brocade box. "I have no need for your things. Who knows your true intentions?" Chunyu opened the brocade box, revealing a ginseng root. This ginseng was a millennium-old offering from the northern desert kingdom to the prince, certainly not a poison. "I have already summoned the physician to examine the princess, and he confirmed that this ginseng is safe for consumption." Spring Rain smirked. Chunyu clearly did not possess the authority to bestow such a precious item upon the princess. It was undoubtedly a directive from the Northern Abyss King. Is it truly necessary to use a millennium-old ginseng as a remedy for a mere chill? What difference is there between that and consuming excrement with a golden spoon? The world of nobility is indeed beyond the imagination of a mere servant girl like me. Did your prince mention how the princess is to commence her journey today? Is it possible she will sit atop that shattered carriage? Chunyu shook her head, indicating that the prince had not spoken and that she had matters to attend to. Thus she took her leave. Chunyu let out a small sigh and, after half an hour of preparation, finally ladled out the ginger soup, rising to approach Jiang Xueci. "My lady, please drink the ginger soup to warm your stomach. It contains a millennium-old ginseng." Jiang Xueci received the bowl, inquiring, "A millennium-old ginseng? From where?" Although she possessed numerous treasures, having retrieved her dowry along with the emperor's rewards, it would not be an exaggeration to say she could easily purchase 5 cities. Yet, for convenience, she had exchanged most of her valuables for silver notes. Therefore, Such a precious item could not have come from her modest treasury. It must have been sent by Qingyu, presumably at the prince's behest. After all, how could Qingyu possess such resources? Jiang Xueci lowered her eyelids and sipped the ginger soup, feeling warmth radiate throughout her body, an exquisite comfort. Qingyu then asked, "My lady, how shall we set off today?" The prince did not instruct you to board the carriage. Should we request his permission? If this continued, the lady's condition would surely worsen. Ever since Qingyu had accompanied her, Jiang Xueci had been quite delicate. She was unaccustomed to such hardships, as her usual journeys were merely half a day's ride in a carriage. Now, the poor food and accommodations outside made Qingyu's heart ache for her. Request. This lady has never begged anyone in her life. Qingyu sighed, "My lady, this is not the time for stubbornness. Your health is of utmost importance." Jiang Xueci lightly scoffed. He sent me a millennium-old ginseng to remedy a mere chill, yet refuses to let me ride in the carriage. He simply wishes for me to plead with him, does he not? Men. Qingyu privately acknowledged this reasoning, yet found it somewhat perplexing that the lady seemed to understand so well. Could it be true, as the rumors in the capital suggested, that the crown prince had left her emotionally scarred? Cursed crown prince. May he never father a child. After consuming a bowl of ginger soup, Jiang Xueci quietly remarked, "Qingyu, your lady is about to faint, the kind that leaves one unconscious." What? Just as Qingyu was about to inquire further, she witnessed the delicate lady before her suddenly close her eyes and collapse. Qingyu paused momentarily, staring at the scene before her for quite some time, before finally reacting. Standing up and shouting at the top of her lungs, "Oh no, my lady has fainted." Her voice was so loud that all 3,000 soldiers accompanying them heard her clearly. Chapter 29. Let me know the antidote formula, or you shall suffer. My lord, the lady has fainted. Qingyu, upon hearing the commotion, turned to see Jiang Xueci lying on the ground, promptly walking over to the carriage to report. Inside the carriage, Yan Jin was reading a confidential message from Beiyuan. Upon hearing this news, his brow arched slightly, and his deep, obsidian eyes darkened. He soon set the message ablaze in the candlelight and tossed it into a basin. "Let the doctor examine her thoroughly. Once she is well, we shall depart." Qingyu nodded and immediately sought out a physician. Jiang Xueci felt somewhat speechless, mentally chastising Yan Jin for not considering to have her checked on the carriage slowly. Reclining on the ground against a stone, she felt as if her eyes might tremble and take flight. She couldn't help but admire the actors in the entertainment industry. How on earth could they manage to refrain from blinking? Yan Jin dismounted from the carriage and leisurely approached Jiang Xueci, casting a glance at her delicately quivering lashes, a barely perceptible smirk of mockery gracing his lips. "Bring a chair," he commanded. The attendant, displaying remarkable discernment, promptly fetched a chair and placed it beside him. Yan Jin seated himself with elegant poise, the warm spring sunlight cascading over him, bestowing an ethereal radiance akin to a celestial being emerging from a painting. He possessed a striking appearance and refined features, and he often favored a robe of pristine white with a string of subtly glowing Buddhist beads in hand. Resembling a compassionate son of Buddha, devoted to the salvation of all beings. Yet, the insinuation of amusement at the corners of his mouth invoked an inexplicable sense of suffocating pressure. What a princess! The physician's brow furrowed deeply. The princess's pulse was strong, her constitution robust enough to consume an entire pig without effort, presenting no outward signs of illness. Yet, if she were indeed healthy, what could account for her sudden fainting and prolonged unconsciousness? "I have already administered acupuncture," he lamented. "The princess may simply be fatigued. A good rest should suffice for her to awaken soon." He ventured, his words laced with ambiguity. Yan Jin's expression remained placid. "Should? The esteemed princess was not so easily deceived by your words." His tone was light, yet the physician trembled, immediately kneeling in supplication. "Forgive me, your highness. I beg for your pardon." "Enough," Yan Jin said, his gaze unabashedly surveying Jiang Xueci. "Since the princess remains unresponsive, you must devise a solution. If acupuncture is ineffective, apply more needles. If that fails, you may resort to herbal remedies. I possess a wealth of medicinal materials, Try them one by one. Surely the princess cannot remain in this state. Jiang Xueci thought to herself, what a heartless wretch. Is he truly intent on poisoning me? According to customary protocol, shouldn't he send someone to gently carry her into the carriage for recuperation? Why must he insist on doubling the acupuncture? Why must he test every remedy? Was she to be his guinea pig? Clenching her teeth, she instinctively knew that numerous onlookers surrounded her. Pretending to awaken now would be utterly mortifying. Yan Jin waved his hand dismissively. You may all withdraw. As Jiang Xueci pondered what this wretch intended to do next, the footsteps around her gradually receded. Hesitating whether to open her eyes a fraction to discern the situation, she suddenly felt her body lighten. Instinctively, she opened her eyes, only to behold Yan Jin's exquisitely chiseled jawline. He had lifted her in his arms. The princess has fainted. How could she open her eyes? Close them. Jiang Xueci instinctively complied, yet she found it curious how obediently she acquiesced. Behind her, Chinyu raised her head with a haughty air, snorting, what can the prince do? What does it matter if he puts on a brave front? Does he not care for the princess, carrying her back himself? So prideful. The princess's beauty has certainly proven effective. Jiang Xueci was gently placed upon the soft cushion, feeling a cool breath graze her face, causing her earlobes to redden instinctively. With her eyes closed, her delicate lashes quivered intensely. I indulge you because you are my antidote, he remarked. The princess must be cautious. The remedy should remain unknown to me, lest you suffer the consequences. Jiang Xueci chuckled inwardly, suddenly envisioning a scene. On that moonlit night, Yan Jin had instructed Qingyu to secretly investigate the various herbs Jiang Xueci had procured. Ultimately, they discovered that she had acquired over 100 different herbs to obfuscate the truth. Upon returning, she had utilized all these ingredients, concocting 2 potions. The surplus was discarded, leaving no trace of the contents in the bowl she had prepared for him. Furthermore, both concoctions were infused with an abundance of petals to mask their scent, rendering it impossible to discern the herbs she had chosen for him. Jiang Xueci's desire to keep the formula for the antidote a secret was merely a means of ensuring her own safety. Having administered the potion to her, he felt no apprehension regarding her sharp claws. Yet, at times, her antics proved to be tremendously vexing. It had been ages since he had encountered such a spirited little creature. Your Highness, Jiang Xueci suddenly opened her eyes, gazing intently at him. Yan Jin was momentarily taken aback by their sudden eye contact. The sunlight streaming through the gap illuminated her profile, causing an unexpected flutter in his heart. He had not anticipated her abrupt awakening and instinctively leaned back. What is it? I'm a bit hungry, she replied. Yan Jin remarked, you truly lack awareness, don't you? Chapter 30. The Yaoqi clan in the capital city. By Qingqing received word, Miss. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince mentioned that he is rather occupied with state affairs and will not join you for dinner. Bai Qingqing surveyed the lavish spread before her, but found herself devoid of appetite. Ever since that day at the minister's residence, when Qing'er had implicated her with her dying breath, the Crown Prince had grown noticeably distant. Reflecting upon it now, she sensed something amiss. King Evas merely aloli might. How could she possibly escape from the clutches of an assassin? Someone must have rescued her, and now she reappeared at the minister's residence. Could it be that Jiang Xueci had saved her, intentionally sending her to accuse Bai Qingqing? With a frown etched upon her brow, Bai Qingqing realized she resided in the Eastern Palace and must firmly secure the Crown Prince's heart. If she continued to wait idly, what would happen if Su Jiaojiao entered the palace and claimed the Crown Prince for herself? Where would that leave her? Miss, allow me to serve you some dishes. The maid offered. There's no need. I wish to take a stroll. Accompany me to the streets, Bai Qingqing replied. The maid nodded in agreement, aware that Miss Bai had once been cherished by the Crown Prince, treated like a treasure. It was puzzling why she had suddenly fallen out of favor. Undoubtedly, it weighed heavily on her heart. Upon exiting the Eastern Palace, Bai Qingqing made her way to the Fufang Pavilion. As soon as the proprietor spotted her, he greeted her with a broad smile. After all, this esteemed guest was the beloved of the Crown Prince, and her generosity was well known. He could not afford to neglect such a fortunate patron. Miss Bai, welcome. Recently, we have received numerous exquisite items. Please take your time to browse. I'm certain you will find something to your liking. Bai Qingqing replied warmly. Thank you for your hospitality. Lead the way, please. Right this way. The shopkeeper led her to a private room at the back, boasting proudly, Miss Bai, these exquisite jewels are among the finest, recently favored by the noble ladies of the capital. However, I have reserved a few selections especially for you. I wonder if anything catches your eye. Bai Qingqing, lacking enthusiasm, approached nonetheless. Having encountered numerous treasures in the Eastern Palace, she doubted anything here could surpass them. As she lowered her gaze to scan the items on the counter, her body suddenly stiffened. Her breath caught in her throat as she beheld a jade pendant, disbelief flooding her eyes. Startled, she trembled slightly, unable to suppress the reaction. This pendant, was it not the heirloom of the Yaoqi clan's sacred palace? How could it possibly be here? The shopkeeper's laughter interrupted her thoughts. Miss Bai, you indeed have a discerning eye. This pendant belongs to the esteemed princess of the royal family. Not long ago, she was preparing to leave the capital for Beiyuan and exchanged many treasures for silver notes for her journey. This pendant was among them. It is the most valuable piece. Just look at its luster, rarely found even in the palace. Bai Qingqing gripped the counter, her knuckles turning white as she fought to remain composed. This pendant was indeed priceless, and none could rival it within the palace. It was an artifact passed down through generations of Yaoqi's sacred maidens, crafted from holy crystal, unique, invaluable. How could this be? Could it be that Jiang Xueci? No, it can't be. Miss, are you all right? The shopkeeper noticed her pallor and inquired with concern. Bai Qingqing's expression turned cold. How much for this pendant? Seeing her promptness, the shopkeeper seized the moment to inflate the price. 10,000 taels. Very well, I shall buy it. Internally, the shopkeeper regretted his audacity. He had lost out. Bai Qingqing delicately caressed the jade pendant, her gaze dark and menacing, filled with murderous intent. If her suspicions proved true, Jiang Xueci must not be allowed to live. Please return for now. I wish to wander alone. The maid, sensing unease, hesitated but ultimately refrained from voicing her concerns, replying, As you wish, Mississippi. Upon exiting the Fufang Pavilion, Bai Qingqing neither returned directly to the Eastern Palace nor lingered on the streets. Instead, she silently slipped into a narrow alley, seemingly well acquainted with the terrain. After several turns, she finally halted before a dilapidated, abandoned courtyard. Glancing around to ensure no one was present, she pushed the door open. Inside, a young man was eating steam buns. Upon noticing Bai Qingqing, he grumbled, Oh, so the future noblewoman deigns to visit me. Bai Qingqing, irritated, retorted, I will pay you 500 taels to kill someone for me. It must be done at all costs. The man scoffed. Who is it that compels you to seek me out in broad daylight? Bai Qingqing's voice turned ominous. This person is likely connected to the sacred palace. The man paused, his demeanor shifting from carefree to serious as he regarded her. I understand. After Bai Qingqing exited the courtyard, she promptly made her way to Fenglin Street. Su Jiao frequented a theater there, where she would indulge in performances daily. Calculating the time, it was just a moment when Su Jiao would return home from the theater. That foolish girl, Su Jiao, could easily be lured into her own trap with the slightest provocation. Now that the prince had turned his back on her, Bai Qingqing decided to let Su Jiao torment her, believing that the prince would inevitably feel pity for her. The matter concerning Qing Heir lacked concrete evidence. As long as she feigned vulnerability, the prince would surely remember her past act of saving his life and would not continue to neglect her. A cold smile escaped Bai Qingqing's lips. Though she was unaware of who had saved the prince in his youth, she would claim that credit for herself. As long as this favor persisted, she would forever hold a place in the prince's heart. In the Eastern Palace study, a dark-clad shadow guard entered silently, bowing respectfully before Yan Jin. He soon approached his side and reported, Your Highness, Miss Bai has just gone to an abandoned courtyard in the West City. Yan Jin furrowed his brow slightly, pondering her purpose. To meet a young man, the subordinate continued, I overheard Miss Bai instructing him to kill someone. Yan Jin's brow furrowed deeper. Previously, the maid had taken her own life in a desperate attempt to accuse Qingqing of plotting to annihilate her entire family. Lacking definitive evidence, he could not ascertain whether Qingqing had indeed committed such an act, leading him to harbor doubts. Thus, he had distanced himself from her considerably. Yet he had planned to visit her soon, for Qingqing had saved his life in their youth, and he could not allow himself to truly neglect her for the sake of a mere maid. However, now, Yan Sun exhaled deeply, lifting his teacup to take a sip. Who does she intend to kill? The shadow guard replied in a low voice, Jiang Xueci. Yan Sun's deep-set eyes darkened instantly, and the teacup slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor with a piercing clatter. Chapter 31. Not necessarily to slay men, but certainly to slay women. Princess, look, we can already see the city gate, exclaimed Chunyu Rain from outside the carriage. Jiang Xueci had been cooped up in a luxurious carriage for over 2 months. Although the carriage was indeed opulent, remaining inside for such an extended period had made her feel quite uncomfortable. Now that she could finally catch a glimpse of the majestic city gate, it heralded the promise of lying on a grand bed for a well-deserved rest. She opened the window and, true to her expectations, beheld the imposing city gate, bustling with throngs of people cheering as if welcoming her arrival. It was worth noting that the citizens of Beiyuan held Yan Jin in the highest esteem. Unlike the people of the capital, most of these individuals lived in hardship had it not been for Yan Jin's presence. The citizens of Beiyuan would not have enjoyed such prosperity today. Jiang Xueci rummaged through a small drawer, retrieving an array of cosmetics. Gazing into the mirror, she meticulously began to groom her brows and apply powder. This marked her debut in Beiyuan, and as she was destined to reside there for an extended period, she needed to firmly establish her persona. She aspired to become Beiyuan's foremost beauty influencer, leading the forefront of fashion trends. In the future, whether one speaks of Beiyuan or gazes across the vast expanse of the Jiuzhou continent, the mere mention of oneself must evoke the immediate impression of beauty and trendiness. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to this face, identical to my own in the modern era. Yan Jin observed her as she meticulously applied her brow and powder, resting her chin on one hand, seemingly perplexed by what this little one was sketching upon her exquisite visage. You should try drawing mountains for your brows. It would suit you beautifully. Yan Jin's lips parted slightly. Her interest piqued as she took the copper powder from her hands, gently grasping her chin to begin her delicate artistry. Jiang Xueci pressed her lips together, refraining from comment, yet found herself captivated by Yan Jin's face at such a close distance. It was truly a masterpiece, flawless in every aspect. Your Highness, we have arrived. Qingyu opened the carriage door and, upon seeing her lord attentively shaping the princess's brows, abruptly closed it again, her heart racing in alarm. Oh no, how careless of me. Why did I even open the door? Yet, was it possible that the prince would adorn another woman's brows? Qingyu exhaled a long breath, looking up at the sky in confusion. Surely, the heavens had not collapsed. No, could it be that the prince intended to deliberately make the princess appear unappealing? To tease her? At that moment, a young lady of about 18 approached with a light, sprightly gait. Her delicate face radiated joy, charmingly adorable. Qingyu, why hasn't the prince come down yet? Qingyu glanced at the newcomer and politely replied, Miss Shun, my lord will be down shortly. Shun Ziqing nodded, her heart brimming with anticipation. Having traversed from the modern world, she had not expected to find herself within the pages of a book she had once read. Alas, she was not the protagonist, but that mattered little. According to the novels she had perused, those who crossed over were always the heroines, the destined ones. But so what if she hadn't inhabited the role of the leading lady? Since she was here, she would navigate her own path toward becoming the heroine, driven by her avant-garde spirit. Although she had yet to finish the book, her favorite character was undoubtedly the second male lead, Yan Jin, the villain, stained with blood. She was determined to win Yan Jin's heart and become his princess. After a brief pause, the door finally swung open. The moment Yan Jin's figure emerged, both Shun Ziqing and numerous young ladies present gasped, unable to tear their gazes away from him. Shun Ziqing felt her heart racing uncontrollably, as if it might leap from her chest, overwhelmed by the sight. She knew that the author had penned Yan Jin as the most handsome man in the tale, but witnessing that breathtaking beauty in person was utterly astonishing. Such allure, if placed in the entertainment industry, would certainly cause a sensation. Shun Ziqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she prepared to step forward and speak, But the next instant, another woman appeared before everyone's eyes, adorned in resplendent jewels and silks. With cascading hair fashioned into an exquisite updo, she bore intricate hairpins of exquisite craftsmanship. Her enchanting, peach blossom eyes sparkled with an alluring charm, yet were strikingly clear and pure, a beauty that was almost unreal. With her delicate lashes slightly lifted, the warm sunlight illuminated her figure, resembling a celestial being, radiant and unparalleled like a blooming lotus. Not only at the city gates, but throughout the entire northern abyss. One would be hard-pressed to find a woman more enchanting than the one before them. Jiang Xueci cast a glance at the gathering crowd, utterly satisfied. This somewhat audacious makeup might not captivate men, but it surely ensnares women. The way those ladies gazed at her made it evident. They were utterly bewitched. Yan Jin inquired with curiosity, "Qingyu, who is this person?" Qingyu, realizing the news likely hadn't yet spread, exclaimed, "This esteemed lady is the princess of the capital. The emperor has arranged a marriage, making her the future consort of the prince." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The princess? Yan Jin could hardly believe it. The book stated that Yan Jin had no official match. How could a princess suddenly appear? And an imperial marriage at that? What was going on? Jiang Xueci sensed an unusual gaze upon her and met Yan Jin's eyes, detecting a hint of inexplicable hostility from the latter. Unwilling to back down, Jiang Xueci wondered what was wrong with this young woman, who seemed fixated on her without blinking. Yan Jin hesitated, caught off guard by Jiang Xueci's earnest tone, unable to discern whether it was a deliberate mockery or genuine concern. Yan Jin, with her eyes half closed, lightly alighted from the carriage. This carriage belonged to her, and, typically, there were no footrests provided. Noticing that Jiang Xueci had yet to descend, a young servant knelt beside the carriage, awaiting her to step down. Just as Jiang Xueci was about to do so, Yan Jin spoke up. "Why does the princess not step down using the footrest? A noble lady like her, accustomed to a life of luxury, clearly does not comprehend the notion of equality." Jiang Xueci raised an eyebrow, finding the statement oddly familiar, reminiscent of the trope in novels where time-traveling heroines advocate for equality in ancient settings. Chunyu, incensed, retorted, "If there were a footrest, our princess would never step down on this servant's back. Do you see a footrest here? This carriage is quite high. Do you expect our princess to leap down?" Observing the boldness with which this woman spoke to Yan Jin, Jiang Xueci surmised that she was no ordinary individual, certainly not a lowly servant. She offered a gentle smile, saying, "Chunyu, let this servant be excused." "Your Highness," Chunyu protested. Jiang Xueci gave her a reassuring glance before her gaze settled on Yan Jin. "You kneel." Chapter 32, what did you say? Yan Jin was taken aback. The woman before her was strikingly beautiful, and in the narrative, such an exquisite character could only be the protagonist, Jiang Xueci. Although she was puzzled as to why she was here, wasn't the protagonist known for her gentle and kind-hearted nature in tragic tales? Why was she now commanding her to kneel? This was entirely at odds with the behavior expected of a tragic heroine. Jiang Xueci's captivating eyes were half closed, her tone soft yet tinged with an icy firmness. "I command you to kneel in place of that servant. Since all are equal, what is wrong with you being treated as a mere footstool?" Although she is a woman from another era, she never dared to imagine applying modern ways of life in this feudal society. She is but an ordinary person, not a deity with omnipotent powers. Throughout history, overturning a concept requires an immeasurable amount of time and countless sacrifices of blood. She cannot change her circumstances. She must adapt, never foolishly believing that a few words could alter this world. Moreover, whether in ancient or modern times, true equality among all has never existed. "Do you know who I am?" Yan Jin clenched her teeth, suppressing her anger. How could a well-educated woman be expected to kneel before a figure from a feudal era? Then you respectfully approached Jiang Xueci and whispered, "Your Highness, this person is the daughter of the prince's wet nurse." Jiang Xueci understood. Indeed, this character was mentioned in the book. Years ago, Yan Sun had sent assassins to kill Yan Jin, who was ultimately saved by Yan Jin's wet nurse. who shielded her from the blade with her own body. This wet nurse's only daughter, having lost her father early on, was raised in the prince's residence. Instead of serving as a maid, she had attendants to cater to her, living much like a young lady. After marrying early, her presence in the narrative diminished. Now, however, something felt increasingly amiss. Jiang Xueci clicked her tongue softly, observing the young woman's attire. She initially thought she was just another oblivious maid, only to realize she was the daughter of the prince's wet nurse. Yan Jin cast a glance at her own clothing, which was no different from that of the young ladies in the city, and indeed far more extravagant, looking nothing like that of a servant. Jiang Xueci was deliberately mocking her. The maidservant behind Yan Jin intended to intervene, saying, "Your Highness, please step down upon this humble servant." As she spoke, she moved to kneel beside the carriage. Quick-witted, Yan Jin seized her and exclaimed, "Su, we are all equal. From now on, you are my sister. How can you kneel so?" Jiang Xueci frowned slightly, her mind stirring with doubt at Yan Jin's insistence on equality. Could it be that Yan Jin was also a woman from another era? What a contrast! While Lin Jining was an angel, this one was simply irksome. Her pursuit of equality had little to do with herself. Yet here she was, confronting her directly. How could she possibly endure it? Qingyu found herself in a quandary. One was the daughter of the wet nurse who had saved the prince's life, and the other was the future princess. Why were they at odds? Moreover, what was wrong with Yan Jin today, constantly speaking of equality and wanting to be sisters with a maid? How strange. Yan Jin's cold gaze fell on Yan Jin, his peripheral vision catching her grasping the maid's hand, and he remained silent. Yan Jin sensed Yan Jin's attention on her, suppressing her inner exhilaration. Surely, he would see her as extraordinary. After all, she was a woman from another era, completely unlike the mundane women of this feudal society. Though her identity is merely that of a wet nurse's daughter, devoid of any lofty titles, is she not akin to Cinderella? There will surely come a day when she shines. Yan Jin caught a glimpse of Yan Jin approaching and restrained herself from looking, maintaining a resolute expression as she gazed at Jiang Xueci. Yet, she could only watch as Yan Jin passed before her, halting in front of the carriage. He extended his long, slender hand, and a voice rich and magnetic emerged. "Come down, I shall assist you." Jiang Xueci instantly understood that his actions were merely to extricate Yan Jin from her predicament. After all, she was the daughter of the wet nurse who had once sacrificed herself to shield him from harm. He could not disregard her. Yan Jin, observing her indifference, felt perplexed. He had personally come to her aid in front of so many, yet she remained unperturbed. Jiang Xueci averted her gaze, sulking slightly. Noticing her haughty demeanor, Yan Jin chuckled lightly and turned, saying, "Did you not see the princess's displeasure? Kneel and apologize to the princess." Yan Jin was momentarily taken aback, staring incredulously at Yan Jin, surprised that he would utter such words to her, especially in front of so many onlookers. At that moment, she felt the weight of all eyes upon her, some filled with pity, others with mockery. "Your Highness." Yan Jin furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of impatience. Yan Jin gritted her teeth, her face pale under the scrutiny of the crowd, and knelt down. Watching Jiang Xueci's lofty demeanor, she felt an intense jealousy. Yet unwilling to relent, she bit her lip and spoke, "Princess, this commoner offers her apologies." "I am sorry." Qingyu could not help but shake her head in disbelief, exclaiming that the princess's delicate and refined demeanor truly rendered her weak at the knees. Indeed, when a woman pouts, a man's heart is easily swayed. Only then did Jiang Xueci lift her hand to rest upon Yan Jin's, which he grasped firmly, leading her down from the carriage, and soon he lifted her by the waist. Yan Jin released her, internally sighing, "Ah, how delicate, soft to an extreme." The assembled ministers and common folk, witnessing her descent, could not help but marvel at the princess from the capital, who was indeed proud, and yet the prince dotes on her excessively. It is no wonder, with a face capable of captivating the world, what man could remain unmoved? Not only men, but even many women felt their hearts flutter. The crowd promptly knelt. "We, your subjects, the common folk, respectfully welcome your Highness. May you live 1,000 years." "We, Your subjects, the common folk, respectfully welcome the princess. May she enjoy peace and prosperity. Chapter 33. Before crossing over, I was a simpleton. Do I really expect my intelligence to elevate post-transportation? Your servant pays her respects, princess. May you enjoy longevity. Zhou Qianyun, the head maid of the Beiyuan Wang Fu, upon seeing the woman disembark from the carriage, immediately concluded that she would be the future mistress of this estate. Zhou Qianyun bowed respectfully, stating, Princess, I am Zhou Qianyun, the head maid of the Wang Fu. Should you have any needs in the future, do not hesitate to instruct me. You must be weary from your journey. Allow me to escort you to your chambers for rest. With that, she led the way toward the rear courtyard of the Wang Fu. Jiang Xueci surveyed the scenery within the royal residence, taking in the meticulously arranged layout, the symmetrical structure, the pavilions and towers, the gracefully curved eaves, and the winding corridors that intertwined elegantly. It could easily be mistaken for a palace. Your Highness, this Tsiyu pavilion is your residence, one attendant remarked. Is the largest room in the estate, aside from the Lord's quarters. I am uncertain of your preferences for decor. If it does not suit your taste, I shall send for someone to make the necessary changes immediately. Zhou Qianyun opened the door, revealing an elegant yet opulent arrangement that caught Jiang Xueci's eye. Although the decor did not boast the lavish grandeur she had anticipated, it exuded a serene elegance, clearly the result of thoughtful consideration. I find it quite to my liking. Thank you for your efforts, Jiang Xueci replied. Zhou Qianyun smiled gently, reassured that the princess was pleased. After your journey, you must be weary. I have arranged for hot water. You may bathe and then rest. Jiang Xueci nodded slightly. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Zhou Qianyun stated, stepping back 3 paces before turning to exit, closing the door behind her. Zhou Qianyun glanced at the servants busy tidying the courtyard and gestured for them to approach. Once they gathered, she spoke, the Tsiyu Pavilion is now home to our future princess. You must all serve her diligently and avoid any negligence. Do you understand? Yes. Miss Zhou, they chorused in unison. With a wave of her hand, Zhou Qianyun dismissed them and proceeded towards the entrance to organize some items brought by the princess. Although the items were not numerous and had been exchanged for silver notes, she needed to handle them with care. Miss Shun, why do you appear so troubled? Has something occurred? Zhou Qianyun wondered, perplexed by Shun Ziqing's unusual demeanor. Previously, Shun Ziqing had always been amiable, but in recent days, she seemed to have transformed, associating closely with certain maids and proclaiming that they were all equals and should refrain from calling each other maid, that they were sisters. Yet now, her expression was notably dark, as if she had suffered an injustice. Shun Ziqing's face was grim as she spotted Zhou Qianyun emerging from the Tsiyu Pavilion, her displeasure intensifying. The Tsiyu Pavilion was the largest and finest room in the estate, second only to the Lord's quarters. Setting aside the fact that the Lord had tacitly allowed Jiang Xueci to reside there, how could Jiang Xueci, the central figure embroiled in a love-hate relationship with Yan Jin, suddenly become the betrothed of the secondary male lead, Yan Jin? It was all too perplexing. Had her arrival somehow altered the narrative of this tale? Shun Ziqing fixed her gaze on the closed door of the Tsiyu Pavilion, remaining silent for a moment before returning to her own quarters with a frosty expression. Zhou Qianyun found her behavior odd, but chose not to comment. The weather in Beiyuan differed from the orderly seasons of the capital. While the capital was approaching summer, Beiyuan still retained a hint of coolness. After a refreshing bath, Jiang Xueci blissfully indulged in a deep slumber, awakening to the rare absence of morning irritability. She blinked sleepily, observing the unfamiliar curtains as she stretched languidly. Her long hair cascaded gracefully behind her as she sat up, a vision of delicate beauty and innate charm. Chunyu? At the doorway, Chunyu was engaged in conversation with a maid in the courtyard. Upon hearing this, she hurried inside, lifting the curtain to behold the princess. Soft and tearful in her gaze, lying on the bed. Her heart melted at the sight. How she longed to take a bite. The princess had awakened. With the night now enveloping the world, it was the perfect moment for her to rise and partake in the evening meal, after which they could stroll outside. It was said that the nights in Beiyuan had no curfew, a spectacle to behold. What a prince! Jiang Xueci hesitated and suddenly inquired. Chunyu pursed her lips, explaining that the prince had returned at dusk, retreating to his study upon arrival, and had yet to emerge. I just inquired, and the prince advised that you should dine without waiting for him. Nevertheless, when she exited the study, that insufferable Shun Ziqing was there, carrying a food box, intending to enter. A child born of a wet nurse is, in essence, merely a maid. Yet, within the residence, Shun Ziqing paraded about like a favored cousin, even attended by her own maidservants. As the princess's close attendant, she could not abide Shun Ziqing's presence. That little scheme of hers was merely an attempt to win the prince's affection, was it not? Moreover, the prince had stated that henceforth, the princess need not wait for him at mealtimes. This, in plain terms, implied that the prince would no longer dine with the princess. Having arrived in Beiyuan, the princess was already being neglected, with no concern for her adjustment. Could he truly treat her well in the future? It seemed that all the affection he had displayed in the capital was nothing but a facade, emerging from the wolf's den only to enter the tiger's lair. How could such a stunning beauty as the princess fail to encounter a worthy man? Chunyu murmured softly, "Princess, shall we perhaps take some pastries to the study and pay the prince a visit?" Jiang Xueci rose and approached the table. Gazing at the array of exquisite dishes from the capital, I could not help but sit down, her appetite ignited. This banquet of delicacies was indeed thoughtful. What is he doing? Chunyu lowered her brow, pouting, uncertain of how to begin. Jiang Xueci cast her a glance, adopting a serious demeanor as she inquired, "What has transpired? Speak." Under the pressure of her gaze, Chunyu reluctantly confessed, "I have seen it with my own eyes. That Shun Ziqing's intentions are clear, and the princess must not allow that wretched girl to usurp the prince's favor." Jiang Xueci, upon hearing this, suddenly chuckled, unfazed. "Princess, how can you be so unconcerned? That Shun Ziqing harbors such hostility towards you during the day. Do you not feel anxious? What is there to be anxious about? Such a naive person will inevitably meet a dismal end," she replied languidly. "I have a fair idea of Shun Ziqing's ambitions. It is nothing more than the archetypal narrative found in ancient dramas and novels, where an individual embodies equality and perseverance, ultimately captivating the male lead and achieving a union. How could one seated at the pinnacle of power be swayed by mere uniqueness? Perhaps possessing some utility might suffice. But to preach equality to a prince from a position of insignificance is to court disaster without needing to lift a finger. Did they truly consider the ancients to be fools? Observing the words she uttered today, one cannot help but recall her previous foolishness. Did she really expect her intelligence to elevate post-transmigration? Chapter 34. Nanyu, do strike me. As dusk gradually descended, the crimson sky was enveloped by an enigmatic darkness. Gentle moonlight poured through the window, and the candle flames flickered to life, illuminating the study as brightly as day. "Your Highness, the prince and princess have departed after their evening meal," Qingyu reported upon entering, relaying the servant's announcement. Yan Jin was engrossed in a backlog of documents, his exquisite profile illuminated by the candlelight. He seemed to perceive something, his jaw tightening slightly, exuding an air of somberness and coldness. Ensure someone keeps a close watch on her. While she is restrained by poison, she was raised by the Empress Dowager and grew up in the palace. Thus, she remains a figure to be wary of. The emperor had summoned Jiang Xueci to his side, fully aware of the implications. It was merely a strategic placement, a subtle warning that ministers would forever remain as such. Had he not discovered that Jiang Xueci had studied medicine under a renowned healer during her travels and possessed a genuine remedy for the cold poison, he would have certainly found a pretext to eliminate her, even with the emperor's favor. However, for now, her life must be preserved. Yan Jin set aside the document in his hand and took a delicate sip from the nearby teacup, his brows furrowing as he inquired, "What is this?" Qingyu glanced over. "Your Highness, this is flower tea sent by Miss Shun. She claims alleviates fatigue. Miss Shun has also sent some pastries. Shall I fetch them?" Yan Jin placed the teacup down. In the past, he would never have permitted such presumptuous acts, not only in delivering gifts, but also in showing disrespect to others in public. Indeed, had it not been for Shun Ziqing's sudden appearance, he might have nearly forgotten her existence. A person so devoid of presence, now intruding upon his space. He instructed Qingyu, "Instruct her not to come to the study anymore." "Yes, Your Highness." The long street was ablaze with lights and teeming with voices, the moonlight cascading down like a celestial river, yet consumed by the earthly glow. Jiang Xueci experienced the vibrancy of the ancient night for the first time. The capital enforced a curfew, with most establishments shuttered except those catering to late-night trade. Yet, North Yuan thrived in its revelry, a scene of sheer delight. Jiang Xueci gazed into the distance, observing the smiles adorning the faces of the populace, revealing the happiness of the citizens under Yan Jin's rule, even though those outside North Yuan harbored suspicion and disdain towards Yan Jin. The subjects of North Yuan perpetually revered him. "Miss, look at this. How can North Yuan have roasted beef bones? The dogs here are truly fortunate, having bones roasted for them," Qingyu exclaimed, pointing at a roadside stall grilling beef bones. "Pray tell, what is the matter with you, young lady? This is for people, not for dogs," the stall owner retorted, his brows knitting together in irritation. Jiang Xueci chuckled. "Qingyu, this is not roasted beef bones. It is beef marrow. This is precisely it. In our household, the beef bones I prepare are unmatched, not to be found anywhere else in the entirety of North Yuan." The vendor boasted without reservation. Qingyu was somewhat incredulous. What exactly was this beef bone marrow? "Give me 3, Jiang Xueci commanded, and soon after, Nanyu stepped forward with a silver. The vendor's demeanor transformed instantly, his joy evident as he handed over 3 pieces of beef bone marrow. At the very moment Qingyu tasted the marrow, her eyes suddenly sparkled. "Miss, this beef bone marrow is truly delicious. I've never had anything like it before," she exclaimed. "How did you know this was beef bone marrow?" Jiang Xueci responded with a glint of amusement in her eyes. "What is it that I do not know? I even know that you call your father's sister aunt, which means you must be younger than your father, and you were not present at your parents' wedding." Unable to contain herself, Nanyo's lips curled into a smile, though it vanished as quickly as it appeared, replaced by a stoic expression. Qingyu frowned slightly, absorbing the vendor's hearty laughter, and for a moment, she was taken aback, secretly impressed by the princess's cleverness. However, as they continued to stroll behind Jiang Xueci, Qingyu suddenly smacked her thigh, exclaiming, "Miss, you are teasing me." Jiang Xueci's melodious laughter rang out, playfully retorting, "Oh dear, are you experiencing a delay in your reaction?" Miss Qingyu averted her gaze, choosing to ignore her. From a tea-house window on the 3rd floor, a strikingly handsome young man observed Jiang Xueci's silhouette, his gaze unabashedly appraising her. He watched as she oscillated between joyous laughter and serious banter, her slender white hands rhythmically tapping on the window frame, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. Eventually, his attention was drawn to a hairpin that fell from Jiang Xueci's head. "Go retrieve that hairpin," he instructed his attendant in dark attire, who promptly bowed. "Yes, my lord." Jiang Xueci and her companions sought refuge in an inn to relax and enjoy some wine and music, but just as they stepped inside, they were confronted. "I apologize, young lady, but our inn has been reserved by young Master Qi, and we are not admitting guests." Jiang Xueci peered inside and indeed saw a man lounging in a private booth, leisurely sipping wine and listening to music, exuding an air of nonchalance that was unmistakably that of a wealthy young master. "Who is young Master Qi?" Nanyu inquired immediately. "He is the only son of the Marquis of Huayin and is greatly favored by his parents. The emperor has decreed that he will be conferred the title of young Marquis after his coming-of-age ceremony next year." Qingyu huffed in frustration. "After finally finding the most famous inn in Beiyuan, we cannot even enter. How unfortunate! What is all this noise? Who dares disturb this young master while I enjoy my music?" Qi Han grumbled, rising lazily to peer toward the entrance. Upon seeing Jiang Xueci, a flicker of astonishment crossed his features. Sensing the teasing glint in her eyes, his expression hardened, and he adopted a stern demeanor. "What is the commotion? Do you not know this young master is inside enjoying music and wine?" Jiang Xueci, uninterested in engaging with such a spoiled air, replied coolly, "We are leaving now. Our apologies for the disturbance." Qi Han swiftly stepped in front of her, blocking her path. "Did I permit you to leave? You have disturbed this young master. And now you think you can just walk away? What is this wild girl, lacking decorum, come from? Was she born to a mother, but raised without one? Do you know who I am? The innkeeper felt a pang of regret. Another person had caught the eye of young Master Qi. Those who attracted the attention of young Master Qi rarely ended with a favorable outcome. It was truly a pity, especially since this time it was such a beautiful young lady. Jiang Xueci found his arrogant demeanor amusing, placing her hands on her hips and lifting her chin slightly. She boldly inquired, "How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you even know who I am?" Qi Han seemed momentarily taken aback by her sudden bravado and, following her lead, asked, "Who are you?" Jiang Xueci let out a cold laugh. "Don't know?" "Excellent. Nan, you strike." The innkeeper, caught off guard, rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he witnessed the striking young woman's companion land a punch squarely on young Master Qi's eye. As the trio quickly vanished from sight, he finally grasped the situation. "Young Master Qi, are you all right?" Qi Han ground his teeth in frustration, clutching his eye and seething. "This mad woman, if I find you, I will not let you off easily." Chapter 35. The Supreme Salesperson of Tianxian, Your Highness. "Do you think young Master Qi will seek revenge on us later?" Chunyu panted, glancing back to see if they were being pursued. Jiang Xueci lightly patted her chest. "What if he does? Am I supposed to be afraid of him?" Chunyu pouted. "Not afraid, yet you still ran?" Jiang Xueci snorted softly. "I had no intention of hitting him, but he said something utterly aggravating." Although she was not the original host, she could not tolerate hearing disparaging remarks about her parents. It was his own fault for being so reckless with his words. "Enough, the day is growing late. We should return." "Oh, Nanyu, tomorrow procure 2 courtyards and buy some timber. Remember, avoid timber from Beiyuan. It must be sourced from south of the walled city." Nanyu never questioned Jiang Xueci's orders, though she was puzzled as to why there was a sudden need for timber, especially not from Beiyuan. "How much timber does your highness wish to buy?" Jiang Xueci paused. "Filling 2 courtyards should suffice." Nanyu understood that isn't much. "Oh, and make sure the courtyards are as large as the residence of the Xiang family in the capital." Nanyu responded, "Are you buying enough wood for coffins for the entire city?" "Your highness, why do you need so much timber?" Jiang Xueci casually replied, "I wish to build a grand residence, fashioned to my liking. It's merely a way to pass the time, given the tedium of the days. Commoner pays respects to your highness." At that moment, a tall young man appeared before Jiang Xueci, bowing in greeting. However, the man wore a mask, making it difficult to discern his identity. Yet, there was something familiar about his voice. "Who are you?" The man raised his hand to remove his mask, revealing a strikingly handsome face that captivated the attention of the 3. "Fu Feng." Jiang Xueci recognized him, recalling that he was the star performer from the renowned entertainment house in the capital. "What brings you here?" She remembered that day when Yan Jin had caught her and taken her to the royal estate. Subsequently, Yan Jin had all the performers from the theater bound and taken to the royal palace to sing for her. After searching high and low, he found everyone but Fu Feng. Initially, it was presumed that Yan Jin had carelessly disposed of him. However, encountering him here was indeed a surprise. Fu Feng's features were delicate, and since that fateful night, he had returned to Beiyuan. He had once confided in the princess that he hailed from Beiyuan, and now it felt as if he had returned to his roots. "Where are you now?" "I shall come to support you one day," he said with a gentle smile, his pale skin illuminated by the moonlight, giving him an ethereal, almost sickly beauty, like a fragile flower that could be blown away by the slightest breeze. "I no longer perform," Fu Feng continued. "I engage in small business ventures now, sufficient to make ends meet." Jiang Xueci paused, seemingly disappointed. Beside her, Chunyu wished to cover the princess's face at that moment, finding her overt display of disappointment rather unbecoming. If one were unaware, they might think the princess possessed a rather lascivious nature. Fu Feng's eyes sparkled with mirth. "If the princess desires, I can play the zither for you whenever you wish." He then produced a hairpin, a delicate blend of pale gold and crimson, which he had found earlier and intended to return to the princess, but had lost sight of her in the crowd. "I am fortunate to have encountered you here." As he spoke, Fu Feng handed over the ornament, which swayed gently in the air, catching the moonlight and gleaming faintly. "Princess, it is getting late. We should return," South Yuzu remarked. Jiang Xueci nodded, promising, I shall treat you to a meal another day. I take my leave now. Fu Feng nodded in acknowledgement, watching her depart before turning to leave in the opposite direction, entirely oblivious to the watchful gaze of another in the shadows. Such distrust towards one's future princess, he thought, incredulously. For the next fortnight, Jiang Xueci thrived in Beiyuan, her days brimming with joy and fulfillment. She would rise only when the sun was high, and, after breakfast, she would sit before the mirror, experimenting with various styles of makeup and attire unseen by ancient sages, which ignited excitement among the maidens of Tsiu Pavilion, who eagerly anticipated the princess's daily appearance. Once adorned, she would venture out, inspiring a wave of imitation among the young women of Beiyuan, who eagerly followed her lead. Previously, these ladies had favored shops brimming with rouge and silk. Now, wherever Jiang Xueci went, a throng of admirers followed, clearing the shops of their wares in mere moments. The shopkeepers of Beiyuan regarded Jiang Xueci as a cat would a mouse, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chunyu, have someone procure more pearls. I wish to create a pair of shoes adorned with them, Jiang Xueci instructed. Chunyu, gazing at the princess in the mirror, found herself momentarily breathless. The princess's exquisite and opulent makeup was complemented by a singular pearl nestled on her forehead. Her raven-black hair was elegantly styled, adorned with hairpins crafted from pearls, and her gown was a flowing skirt embellished with pearls. Her alabaster skin contrasted beautifully with her cherry-red lips, her brows shaped into a distinctive design reminiscent of distant mountains, while her clear, autumn-like eyes sparkled as if crushed starlight had been captured within them, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Your Highness, the pearls are no more. Ever since you instructed someone to purchase pearls a few days ago, they vanished from the entirety of Beiyuan City within a mere day. The shopkeepers say that the unsold pearls were sold at exorbitant prices, yielding profits several times over. Jiang Xueci could not help but click her tongue in admiration. With such a talent for promotion, she would undoubtedly become a prominent internet celebrity in modern times. Alas, it is a pity that such prowess is wasted in this ancient era. Nevertheless, if there are none left, so be it. My lady, where shall we venture today? I have heard that today is the first day of the month, and the prince has gone to the temple as per tradition, expected to return only by nightfall. Shall we perhaps go as well? I've heard the vegetarian meals at Xiankong Temple are quite delightful, Chunyu inquired eagerly. For quite some time now, the princess had been going out daily, and Chunyu accompanied her, indulging in a life of merriment and leisure. One could hardly imagine a happier maid in all of Beiyuan, or even in the entire capital, than herself and Nanyu. Jiang Xueci sighed and decided against going out today, suggesting instead, let us remain in the estate. Please prepare some fish food. We shall feed the fish shortly. Tonight is the night of the full moon, a day of poison for both myself and Yan Jin. It has been half a month since Yan Jin last visited. I have been carefree and indifferent, never seeking him out. Yet now, if I do not pursue him, he may well endure without me, while I fear my own fate may be sealed. Chapter 36. Jiang Xueci. Oh dear, it has fallen. What a pity. At this hour, why had the princess not yet departed from the estate? The street before the Beiyuan Wang Fu bustled with activity, yet many noble ladies strolled back and forth, as if awaiting someone. Who could say? Typically, they would have set out by now. Perhaps today they were dressing elaborately? It seemed quite likely. Recently, the princess had purchased numerous pearls, so one could only wonder how she might adorn herself today. Fortunately, I am clever. Shortly after the princess left, I procured a box of pearls myself. Me too. I shall see how the princess presents herself today, and I shall emulate her tomorrow. I detest people like you. You hoard pearls while others are left with none. Selfish. What did you say? I am speaking of your selfishness. Care to challenge me? In an instant, the two sides were embroiled in a scuffle, neither yielding, each intent on tearing the other's face. The guards at the entrance of Beiyuan Wangfu exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads, choosing not to intervene. Such occurrences were commonplace, happening every few days. Everyone awaited the princess's exit, eager to imitate her attire. Initially, the princess had garnered a rather poor reputation in Beiyuan City, accused of arrogance and bullying those of the Wangfu, even displaying disdain towards the prince. Yet, in the blink of an eye, public opinion had shifted. Now it was worse. They claimed she was a frivolous woman, yet they still sought to mimic her. It was even said that since entering Beiyuan Wangfu, the prince had not once visited the princess in the past half-month, suggesting he harbored no affection for such a haughty woman. They criticize her yet imitate her, truly perplexing. However, when these words reached Jiang Xueci's ears, she appeared rather unfazed. She merely remarked that throughout history, no one has risen to prominence without detractors, and then proceeded to go about her business. Jiang Xueci strolled towards the pond in the rear garden, accompanied by Nanyu, who held an umbrella for her, and Chunyu, who carried fish feed. Meanwhile, Shun Ziqing was conversing with her maid, Su, on a stone bench by the pond. Upon catching sight of Jiang Xueci approaching slowly, adorned in splendid attire, a flicker of awe and jealousy passed through her. Indeed, she was nothing more than a decorative figure. Otherwise, the prince would not have neglected her for half a month. What a female protagonist! In the presence of this time-traveling girl, she could only be a defeated foe. After all, there are no instances of failure among time-traveling heroines in any novel. Suyu, the prince will not return from Shinkong Temple until evening. Given the long journey, please prepare a bowl of ginseng fish ma chicken soup for him. It is his favorite. Yes, I shall remember that, Suyu replied. Shun Ziqing furrowed her brows and admonished. How many times must I tell you? Everyone is equal. There is no need to distinguish between servant and master. From now on, you shall refer to me as sister, and we shall address each other as sisters henceforth. Suyu, still somewhat unaccustomed, cautiously responded, Yes, Sister Shun. Satisfied, Shun Ziqing turned and said, Oh, it is the princess who has arrived. I thought it was someone important, given the pomp surrounding her. With someone carrying fish feed and another holding an umbrella, does the princess not feel it is an imposition on them? As human beings, the princess is merely fortunate to have been born into a good family. We are all born of parents. Do you not feel the slightest remorse in commanding them so? Jiang Xueci secretly admired her, were it not for the ancient setting. She would surely have sent Shun Ziqing to the Leshan giant Buddha. Mind your own business. Chunyu shot her a glare. The monthly stipend the princess provides us is quite generous. I advise you to refrain from meddling. Yet Shun Ziqing remained unperturbed, responding patiently, You do not understand. In this world, all are born equal. You should not be destined to be a servant. Have you never considered living with dignity as a person, rather than as a lowly maid? Chunyu glared fiercely. You are the lowly one. Your entire family is lowly. You. Jiang Xueci chuckled softly, finding Chunyu's bluntness both amusing and infuriating. She spoke without pretense, directly hurling insults. Taking the fish feed, Jiang Xueci approached the edge of the pond and scattered a handful upon the water's surface, instantly attracting a swarm of koi that joyfully splashed in their eager competition. Look, they've all come. Shun Ziqing, feeling ignored and embarrassed, approached. Princess, I am speaking to you. Do you not hear me? A person of your stature should not. Before she could finish, Jiang Xueci stepped back slightly and extended her foot, while Nanyu, perceptively, gave her a push from behind. Shun Ziqing fell into the pond with a splash. Help! Help! She cried out. Unhurriedly, Jiang Xueci produced a silk handkerchief from her waist and covered her mouth in feigned surprise. Oh dear, she has fallen in. She let out a slight sigh. What a pity. She could have come back up. Suyu, terrified, watched Jiang Xueci's seemingly regretful expression, feeling an inexplicable chill run down her spine. Her complexion resembled that of a celestial maiden, yet she engaged in such actions with remarkable composure. For the first time in her life, she felt the chilling indifference and ruthlessness characteristic of noble women. At that moment, she found herself at a loss, uncertain whether to summon help or feign ignorance. However, as Miss Shun had always treated her with kindness, Jiang Xueci turned her gaze towards the flustered Suyu and gently urged, Why are you still standing there? Go call for help. If she drowns, my hands will be sullied by such a person. Suyu, trembling, responded, Yes, my lady. With that, she hurriedly departed, calling out, Help! Miss Shun has fallen into the water. Help! Miss Shun has fallen into the water. Jiang Xueci grabbed a handful of fish feed, observing Sun Ziqing struggling in the water. She smiled and scattered the feed around her, causing a frenzy as the fish surged forth, accompanied by the cacophony of screams and cries for help echoing throughout the North Yuan prince's residence. Chunyu could only watch in silence, feeling that the lady's laughter, while tormenting another, increasingly resembled the tactics of a wicked woman, akin to the notorious villains depicted by storytellers. Yet, she found herself rather fond of this version of the lady. Compared to her previous submissive demeanor, she preferred the lady who had transformed after being hurt by the crown prince. At that moment, several people rushed over, entering the water to rescue Sun Ziqing. She coughed violently, the terror of nearly suffocating still fresh in her mind. Jiang Xueci stood calmly by, observing her as though she were not the one who had caused her to fall into the water. With a slight pout, she remarked, "Why were you not more careful? You nearly made me worry. Do be cautious by the pond in the future. It would be too unfortunate if you were truly drowned." Jiang Xueci feigned a look of concern, while the onlookers, unaware of the circumstances, instinctively concluded that it was Miss Shun's carelessness that had caused the lady's distress. Sun Ziqing trembled with rage. Green tea. The scent of green tea. How dare she feign innocence at such a moment? Why are you still hesitating? Quickly escort Miss Shun back to her room to change into dry clothes. The weather is quite chilly. Catching a cold would be undesirable. The crowd promptly nodded in agreement and assisted Sun Ziqing back. She wished to speak, but being soaked to the skin, she realized that if not for Tiyu draping a cloak over her, she would be exposed for all to see. Now is not the time for a direct confrontation with this green tea. Once the prince returned, she would ensure he knew just how malicious this woman truly was. After all, she was the protagonist. It was as if her arrival in this world had shifted the protagonist's halo onto her head, while Jiang Xueci, once the heroine, began to darken and transform into the antagonist. Sooner or later, there would come a day of reckoning for her. The housekeeper, Zhou Qianyun, watched Sun Ziqing depart, then turned to Jiang Xueci with a subtle change in expression before approaching. The lady must have been startled. The weather has inexplicably turned cold these past few days, and I am somewhat concerned for your well-being, my lady. Jiang Xueci smiled lightly. It is of no consequence. I am quite resilient to the cold. It is indeed peculiar that as spring approaches, the weather has suddenly reverted to chill. Zhou Qianyun sighed, expressing her thoughts on the weather. Our northern Yuan is indeed like this, lacking the distinctly defined seasons of the capital. I imagine the capital is already on the brink of summer. As she spoke, she lowered her head with a hint of regret, lamenting that she had never experienced the beauty of a place with such clear seasonal changes. Alas, it seems she would never have that opportunity in this lifetime. Jiang Xueci, with a smile in her eyes, politely replied, "If ever I have the chance to return to the capital, I shall take you along. Then I shall express my gratitude to you, esteemed princess." Zhou Qianyun watched her depart, and only then did the little maid beside her dare to speak. "Sister Zhou, we clearly saw the princess push Miss Shun into the water just now. Why do you act as if nothing has happened?" Zhou Qianyun sighed, pondering what could be done. But the princess is to be the future princess consort. Even if the prince currently neglects her, she will ultimately become the mistress of the Wang residence. As servants, we must remain loyal to our masters and disregard everything else. Although she had known Miss Shun for a long time, she understood her own position even better. That night, the moon hung high in the vast sky, round and smooth like a coin, casting a silvery glow upon the earth, enveloping it in a chilling desolation. At the entrance of the Wang residence, a carriage approached slowly. Yan Jin alighted and quickened his pace towards the back courtyard, with Qingyu following closely. However, she diverted towards Siyu Pavilion. "Qingyu, the prince has returned?" Upon seeing Qingyu, Sun Ziqing rushed over to inquire. Qingyu, her expression serious, nodded. Sun Ziqing immediately turned to leave, intending to find Yan Jin and inform him of Jiang Xueci's actions during the day. Qingyu blocked her path, stating, "The prince is currently occupied with important matters and has no time to see you. I advise you not to seek trouble at this moment." With that, she hurried towards Siyu Pavilion. Sun Ziqing was momentarily taken aback. Seeing Qingyu's grave demeanor, she sensed something was amiss. If Qingyu felt this way, pursuing her own agenda would indeed be foolish. With this thought, she abandoned her intention and decided to return. Yet just as she was about to head back to her own courtyard, she noticed Qingyu hastily escorting Jiang Xueci towards the prince's quarters. "Sister Shun, it is getting late. We should return to rest," Qingyu suggested. Shun Ziqing, already vexed, snapped back, "Be quiet." Suiyu was startled and dared not speak further. "Princess, please enter. The prince is waiting for you inside." Jiang Xueci's complexion was exceedingly pale. Since nightfall, she had begun to suffer from the effects of poison, feeling intense pain in her chest and struggling to breathe as if on the verge of suffocation. Yet, with Yan Jin still absent, she had no choice but to wait in the Wang residence. As Jiang Xueci entered the dimly lit inner chamber opened by Qingyu, she finally beheld Yan Jin, who was desperately enduring his own suffering, his face unnaturally pale. She placed the food box on the table and hurried to the edge of the pool. "Your Highness, please rise and take your medicine." Yan Jin, in a daze, suddenly heard someone speaking beside him. Slowly, he lifted his eyelids, his vision slightly blurred as he focused on the woman by the water's edge. Jiang Xueci's heart jolted with trepidation, perplexed by the sight of Yan Jin's eyes, which were a disturbing crimson, as if he were desperately suppressing some inner desire, radiating a chilling and sinister aura. Before Jiang Xueci could fully comprehend the situation, Yan Jin suddenly seized her wrist and forcefully pulled her into the water. She gasped in surprise, struggling to push him away. But the disparity in strength between the sexes rendered her efforts futile, creating an almost reluctant intimacy that only intensified Yan Jin's heavy breathing. His heated breath brushed against her neck, causing Jiang Xueci to freeze in place, paralyzed by the sensation. "Your Highness?" Yan Jin did not respond. His lips hovered dangerously close to her neck, seemingly intoxicated by a cloying sweetness that clouded his reason. He bit down on her neck with fervor. Jiang Xueci was caught off guard by the bite, letting out a muffled groan. The pain in her chest, compounded by the sting on her neck, threatened to overwhelm her senses. Was he some sort of beast? Why had the cold poison made him lose his sanity this time? Jiang Xueci felt his hands traverse her back, and in retaliation, she twisted his head and bit down hard on his lips until she tasted the metallic sweetness of blood before releasing him. Gradually, Yan Jin's reason began to return, and his vision cleared. He gazed at the disheveled yet stunning woman beneath him, resembling a violated goddess, and an unusual emotion surged within his eyes, an urge to destroy her, to utterly annihilate her. Yan Jin's throat tightened, his breaths growing erratic as he fought to suppress the turmoil within his heart. "Apologies, I have inadvertently succumbed to an aphrodisiac. I did not mean to frighten you. Where's the antidote?" Jiang Xueci felt the wound on her neck and pointed towards the stone table. Following her, Yan Jin spotted a bowl of medicinal soup. He rose and drank every last drop of the concoction, then seized a dagger hanging on the wall, advancing toward Jiang Xueci. Her body stiffened, watching as he approached with the dagger in hand, prompting her to retreat into the water, warily eyeing him. Was he truly going to kill her? "What are you doing? Don't you want my antidote anymore?" Yan Jin stepped down into the warm pool, the water rippling around him until his shadow loomed over her. His noble figure crouching down, he raised the dagger and sliced open his arm, blood immediately seeping from the wound, a shocking crimson cascading into the water, blooming like dark red flowers. "My blood shall serve as your antidote." Jiang Xueci finally understood. He had previously dripped his blood into a bowl. She had often wondered why the antidote had such a pungent taste. It was his blood. Without hesitation, she grasped his bloodied arm with her delicate, pale hand, kneeling in the water as she began to drink. Yan Jin's cool, piercing gaze observed her as she consumed his blood, his profile illuminated by the shimmering pearls adorning the walls, rendering his complexion porcelain-like, while the depths of his eyes remained inscrutable. Chapter 38. Is it merely some pearls? The prince's compensation for you is merely a reflection of his gradually reddening countenance. Yan Jin observed the tears welling in her eyes, realizing that he had momentarily lost his composure, causing her to weep. It was simply an unfortunate consequence of the aphrodisiac. Even now, its effects lingered. Yet perhaps due to the antidote brought by Jiang Xueci, he retained a semblance of rationality. He raised his other hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, a barely perceptible cold smile gracing his lips. Truly, she was a sharp-clawed little cat, biting with considerable ferocity. I have heard you procured a substantial amount of timber. What do you intend to do with it? Yan Jin's voice, resonant and clear, suddenly pierced the air, reaching Jiang Xueci's ears like a melodious instrument, delightful beyond compare. She felt a wave of comfort wash over her, and only then did she release his arm, wiping her mouth. With no particular occupation, I plan to construct a house according to my whims, filled with garments and jewelry that I adore. Yan Jin had indeed heard whispers of her recent endeavors. She adorned herself like a blooming flower, venturing out daily to shop for various silks and cosmetics, spending her wealth with abandon. However, it was understandable. Her riches could sustain several cities and were far from exhausted. Jiang Xueci lowered her gaze to scrutinize herself, pouting, "It is all the prince's fault for dragging me into this mess. My attire has been ruined, and I demand compensation." Yan Jin found amusement in her plight. "Do you not wash your garments? Are you truly afraid of water?" "Of course I am," Jiang Xueci retorted, her brows furrowing. "The pearls adorning my attire are exquisite Chanfei pearls. Prolonged exposure to water will cause the layers to peel, diminishing their beauty. They cost me a fortune. When it comes time to wash them, the pearls must be dismantled, cleaned, and then reset." Although she possessed wealth, she was no fool. Discarding such a lovely dress after a single wear would be a pity. Materialistic, Yan Jin quipped, "What are mere pearls? I shall compensate you." He turned away, declaring, "I must take my leave. Why must I turn away while you exit?" Yan Jin raised an eyebrow, bemused by her sluggish response. Nevertheless, he thought that once she rose and caught sight of her drenched appearance, she would undoubtedly shyly lower her gaze. To his dismay, Jiang Xueci did not avert her eyes since he stood. By heavens, she looked stunning. Clothes that flatter her form and reveal her curves. Her figure is simply remarkable. With such a physique, she could easily deceive my naive friend in modern times. Yan Jin, acutely aware, sensed a bold gaze fixated upon him. Instinctively, he turned to see Jiang Xueci scrutinizing him intently, and his expression darkened. Jiang Xueci seemed to notice his stare as well. When their eyes met, she smiled brightly, sincerely complimenting, "Your figure is quite pleasing to the eye." Her admiration was purely aesthetic, devoid of any lascivious thoughts. Surely Yan Jin would not mistake her for a lecherous individual. After Yan Jin departed, it was but a brief interval before Nanyu entered, clutching a set of clean garments. Typically carefree, Jiang Xueci had not informed her of the poisoning incident or the antidote administered to Yan Jin. She confided everything to the cautious Nanyu. "Your Highness, the pearls on your garment have all fallen off. It seems it can no longer be worn. It's of no concern. Yan Jin has promised to compensate me." Nanyu understood. "Your Highness, must you endure such torment every month? Is there no other solution? Perhaps sending out your antidote and consulting a physician?" Jiang Xueci exhaled deeply. "That scoundrel is cunning. My antidote is his blood." Nanyu paused. "Then it is indeed a curse, as only the mother and child of the cursed can be resolved with blood." This presented a dilemma. If the prince were to perish, the princess would certainly follow suit. Yet, should anything happen to the princess, the prince would inevitably meet his end. After all, if the cold poison could be alleviated, why would the prince risk seeking the princess? She is, after all, a child raised in the palace. Jiang Xueci donned a clean garment, entirely in elegant white, contrasting sharply with her usual opulent attire. Now, she resembled a celestial maiden beneath the moonlight, pure and untouchable, who administered the aphrodisiac to the prince. Yan Jin lit 3 incense sticks before the altar, closing his eyes in meditation. The fragrant smoke spiraled into the air, exuding a unique aroma that inexplicably calmed the heart. "There are many who wish to harm me. How could I possibly know?" His voice was detached, as if the peril did not concern him. "So they have escaped?" Yan Jin remained silent for a moment, placing the incense sticks in the burner, quietly observing the Buddha statue before him. It felt akin to the winter sun that fails to offer warmth, distant and indifferent, devoid of any heat. "Someone has incited betrayal among my ranks." administering an aphrodisiac with intent to assassinate. They disdain my existence and resent my growth. Do you think I should retaliate? He did not turn back, his fingers deftly manipulating the prayer beads, producing a jarring sound in the otherwise silent room. Jiang Xueci's expression was faint. I am not the prince, nor have I endured what he has. How could I offer counsel? Yet I believe, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But should they provoke me, I shall eradicate them entirely. Yan Jin slowly turned, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, yet his eyes were icy. A delicate flower nurtured in the capital. Who would have expected such thoughts? Jiang Xueci chuckled softly. The capital is a place that devours even the bones of its prey. Beneath Ling Mountain, the presence of demons is abundant. The closer one draws to the center of power, the more palpable the malice of this world becomes. For instance, the original owner's father harbored no rebellious thoughts. He met with annihilation simply due to the emperor's suspicions. How utterly ridiculous! As Jiang Xueci exited, she encountered Qingyu, who bowed in greeting before turning to enter the chamber. Your Highness, all assassins have been beheaded, their heads displayed at the West Vegetable Market. How shall Lord Zhang Ying handle this? Yan Jin responded coolly, bestow the bamboo punishment. Jiang Xueci furrowed her brows. Standing before the Buddha, her hands clasped around the prayer beads, yet her thoughts were filled with life and death. Does he truly worship the Buddha? She averted her gaze, looking at the luminous full moon suspended in the sky, feeling the chill. Nanyu tightened her garments. Your Highness, let us return. The weather grows colder. You mustn't catch a chill. Despite the passing of winter, an inexplicable chill enveloped the air. Jiang Xueci nodded, and the master and servant proceeded towards the Siyu Pavilion. Meanwhile, behind the moon gate, Shun Ziqing clenched her fists, coldly gazing at the retreating figure of Jiang Xueci, a tempest of anger igniting within her mind. After emerging from the prince's chambers in the late hours of the night, she confirmed her suspicions regarding his seductive allure. Chapter 39. The Princess is an Angel. The following day, an unexpected spring rain heralded the morning, causing a stir among the servants in the courtyard as they exchanged hushed whispers. As if a momentous event had transpired, Jiang Xueci was jolted awake from her slumber, her small face etched with resentment. What on earth was causing such a commotion? At that moment, Nanyu entered. Princess, it is snowing outside. Snow? Nanyu nodded. This is indeed strange. It should be the time for spring to blossom. Yet we are besieged by such heavy snowfall. Overnight, the snow has accumulated to half a person's height. Initially, the maid had thought the climate in Beiyuan differed from that of the capital, and thus dismissed it. However, upon hearing the locals claim that such a phenomenon had never occurred in Beiyuan before, Jiang Xueci found herself devoid of sleep, realizing the potential devastation that loomed. Calculating the days, it was now the season for sowing. This sudden snowfall meant that their efforts would be in vain. The abnormal weather posed a grave threat to this year's harvest. Beiyuan's land was already less fertile than that of the capital in Jiangnan. This disaster could spell catastrophe. What of the prince? Jiang Xueci inquired. Nanyu promptly replied, the prince has been in the study since early morning, likely discussing strategies with his ministers. For 4 or 5 consecutive days, the blizzard showed no sign of relenting, with the sun obscured. The firewood that the common folk had stockpiled for winter had dwindled significantly, and even what remained had been largely consumed. Many homes had succumbed to the weight of the snow, leaving numerous individuals homeless. The government had to find shelter for them and provide firewood to establish porridge kitchens, lest they freeze or starve. In the council chamber, a minister exclaimed, Your Highness, the timber within the city and its surroundings is nearly exhausted. If this continues, we shall face dire consequences. While households had stored rice and flour, timber was not so readily available. Each winter supply was typically consumed by spring, with the intention of restocking in autumn. Without natural disasters, it would suffice. Yet now, with the relentless storm, timber merchants were raising prices repeatedly, making it unattainable for the common people. Though the affluent could afford the rising costs, they were monopolizing the timber, leaving the poor to suffer the consequences. Yan Jin furrowed his brow, considering that purchasing timber from other regions was feasible, but bulk buying would inevitably lead to inflated prices. Despite Buyuan's recent prosperity, it still paled in comparison to the wealth of the capital in Jiangnan. Should they be forced to purchase timber and grain at exorbitant rates due to this calamity, how could they sustain the expenses of a million-strong army? Conversely, failing to procure supplies would also result in substantial losses. Compounding the issue was the fact that even if they sought alternatives, time was of the essence. Every day of delay meant another day of suffering for the populace. At that moment, the door swung open abruptly. Yan Jin entered, disregarding the astonished and discontented gazes of those present. "Your Highness, I have a suggestion that may assist you in resolving the current predicament. Pray, share your thoughts." It is said that the esteemed princess recently procured a substantial quantity of timber, purportedly for the construction of a residence. If we could repurpose this timber, it would indeed alleviate our immediate woes. That stockpile is considerable, enough to fill 2 grand estates, not to mention the size of the dwelling, which may rival even the royal palace. Upon hearing this, a chorus of ministers readily concurred. Indeed, should we be able to utilize the princess's timber, it would certainly remedy our plight. As the future princess consort, it is only fitting that she contributes to the welfare of the Northern Territory. With a proper discussion, she would surely not inflate the prices as unscrupulous merchants do. Even a doubling of the cost would be acceptable. The dialogue among the ministers seemed to breathe new life into what once appeared to be a deadlock. Yan Jin lowered her gaze, her expression somber. Jiang Xueci had purchased a large quantity of timber in advance, shortly before the onset of a protracted snowstorm. To profit from this misfortune would not only enrich her, but would also leave the Northern Territory impoverished, resulting in the suffering of the populace and leaving the army without financial support. An opportune moment for her to exploit. Yet, this was a natural disaster. How could Jiang Xueci have foreseen it? Observing the reactions of the crowd, Yan Jin felt a sense of triumph. "Your Highness, the princess, as the future princess consort, ought to share in the tribulations of the Northern Territory. She would certainly not object. Even if she were to disagree, would you, with your ruthless disposition, truly care for her approval? It is likely you would grow increasingly disdainful of Jiang Xueci's ignorance and disregard for the greater good. And I, having resolved such a significant dilemma for you, shall surely earn your admiration. Alas, I have only witnessed the beginning of this tale. Had I delved deeper, I might have understood the nature of this calamity, allowing me to prepare you in advance." Yan Jin's eyes narrowed. A person like Jiang Xueci could not be swayed by mere words. Convincing such a money-minded individual to forego a lucrative opportunity would be akin to scaling a precipice. Nonetheless, this remains the most viable course of action at present, and we must endeavor to attempt it. Should she refuse, we shall be compelled to enforce her compliance. Qingyu summoned Jiang Xueci. Upon hearing this, Yan Jin felt a surge of satisfaction. Even if Jiang Xueci were to agree to provide the timber, it would appear to be a reluctant concession. All the accolades would ultimately rest upon her shoulders. "Your Highness, I shall certainly strive to persuade the princess to assist us in alleviating the current crisis facing the Northern Territory." The magistrate expressed his approval, stating that it was thanks to Miss Shun that they were no longer mired in despair. Indeed, all credit belongs to Miss Shun. We now eagerly await the princess's willingness to prioritize the greater good. After all, they had all heard whispers of her recent actions. Each day, she seemed more occupied with embellishing herself and spending lavishly. It is Miss Shun, with her wisdom, who has stepped forth at this crucial moment. Su Dusher remarked with a smile. Miss Shun resembles the perfect partner for the prince. Her future prospects are boundless. Yan Jin was somewhat elated by the flattery she received. Su Dusher praised her, stating, "Having grown up in the Wang residence under the guidance of the prince, this is simply expected." A group of antiquated individuals, all of whom could be easily manipulated by her mere gesture. At that moment, Qingyu hurriedly entered. Upon seeing him return so quickly, Su Dusher felt a flicker of unease. "Qingyu, why are you back so soon? Is it because the princess refused to come?" As soon as these words were spoken, a somber atmosphere enveloped the room. Yan Jin smirked. This suited her intentions perfectly. The more muddled she appeared, the better she could capitalize on the situation. "Qingyu reported, my lord, The princess sent the servants of Tsiu Pavilion to the streets early this morning, instructing the common folk to collect timber for free at Shishirko with their household registration tokens. Now, Shishirko is teeming with people. At this revelation, the crowd exchanged glances, some feeling sheepish for their earlier assumptions. Chapter 40. Rise to Fame. Everyone, please remain calm. Each individual can collect timber for 1 month with their household registration token. There is enough for all, so do not push forward. Jiang Xueci, clad in modest attire, stood in stark contrast to her previous opulent garments, exuding an elegant and understated beauty. A single ordinary silver hairpin adorned her ink-black hair, and her unadorned face, untouched by cosmetics, still made her the brightest crescent moon among the throngs. She had become a goddess in the hearts of countless citizens, a deity concerned for the welfare of the people. Thanks to the princess, we have a means to survive. Otherwise, we would surely freeze to death. Indeed, the unscrupulous merchants had hoarded timber, making it unaffordable for us, forcing us to spend our remaining coins on rice. The princess is truly kind, providing us with so much timber for free, a heart of compassion. The prince is a good man, and so is the princess. Surely, our Bei Yuan will flourish in the future. Jiang Xueci wore a gentle smile that inexplicably drew people closer, instantly bridging the gap between her and the masses. What use was it for someone like Yan Jin to ingratiate herself with the lower classes daily, slowly amassing her reputation? This was what it meant to achieve fame in a single battle. In this ancient world, winning the hearts of the people was the greatest support. She had long anticipated a calamity for Bei Yuan, a relentless snowstorm lasting 10 days. This storm would severely deplete Bei Yuan's resources, resulting in a significant financial loss and ultimately rendering them incapable of sustaining military expenditures, leaving the capital with an opportunity to exploit. Dispatching 400,000 troops to the south in exchange for grain and firewood from the capital was a desperate measure. Thus, she discreetly instructed Nanyu to procure a substantial quantity of timber from the surrounding Lin city, claiming it was for the construction of a grand residence. At this juncture, timber was not a necessity, allowing her to purchase it at a low price. Had she sought to buy firewood, it would have raised suspicion. Within Bei Yuan City, timber prices have been inflated and hoarded by the wealthy, leaving the authorities helpless. Only by seizing this opportunity to provide aid in a time of need could she elicit profound gratitude. This would also allow her to swiftly alter her reputation within Bei Yuan, already possessing wealth beyond measure. Spending a little to gain prestige was the most advantageous transaction. Moreover, Yan Jin was likely another time traveler, but her lack of foresight and planning in the face of impending disaster suggested she was unfamiliar with the narrative, rendering her a negligible threat. Jiang Xueci graciously accepted the praises from the common folk, marveling at the intriguing nature of humanity. Just days prior, she had scolded herself for her extravagant and ostentatious demeanor, yet now she found herself exalted beyond measure. Her peripheral vision caught sight of a commotion in the distance. It was a group led by Yan Jin approaching. Noticing their attire, they seemed to be officials from Bei Yuan. And there was Yan Jin following behind them. Why has the prince come? Jiang Xueci feigned ignorance. Yan Jin stood with his hands clasped behind him, observing the grateful expressions of the citizens receiving firewood, devising a plan in his mind. Truly astute, he had chosen the moment wisely. Hearing that you were distributing wood to the people for free, I came to take a look. Jiang Xueci's eyes radiated warmth, akin to a gentle breeze on a spring day, pure and comforting. Aware of the prince's concerns regarding the natural disaster, she, as a mere woman, could only assist him in whatever capacity she could, hoping her humble efforts would be of aid to him. Upon hearing her words, the citizens gazed at Jiang Xueci with even greater reverence. She is a celestial being. How could they have once thought the princess was capricious and willful? How misguided they were. What woman does not enjoy adorning herself? One cannot dismiss another's kindness simply because she takes pleasure in her appearance. Yan Jin found her docile demeanor amusing, as the girl who had fiercely bitten her lip in frustration just the night before seemed a world away. The princess is too modest. Such benevolent acts for the nation and its people are far from trivial. Beiyuan is truly fortunate to have you. Shun Ziqing was infuriated, her teeth nearly grinding in frustration as she witnessed their affectionate exchange, realizing that her previous remarks in the council chamber had become a mere jest. She had suggested that Jiang Xueci should distribute the wood, only to discover that she had donated it all. How generous of her! Now, she had become the laughingstock. The funds for this will be reimbursed to you in due time. Jiang Xueci's expression softened, stating, "What is mine is yours, Prince." There is no need for such formality. Polite words are easily spoken. It is mere commercial flattery. She stepped closer and whispered in Yan Jin's ear, "If the prince refrains from biting me in the future, I shall be eternally grateful." Yan Jin glanced at the nape of her neck, covered by her garment, a mischievous glint in his eyes. The princess's actions could be seen as a solution to Beiyuan's predicament. She truly possesses a compassionate heart. Su Dusher praised her endlessly, declaring that with such beauty and kindness, the prince is truly blessed to have her as his wife. Shun Ziqing felt a twinge of embarrassment. Just moments ago, Su Dusher had extolled her virtues, likening her to the prince's capable consort. Now she understood that Su Dusher merely spoke sweetly to whomever was present. "Prince, leave this matter to me. Your affairs are numerous, and it would be best for you to return," Jiang Xueci gently urged. And Yan Jin had only wished to witness the situation for himself. Now that he had confirmed its nature, he would not linger any longer. He removed his fur cloak and draped it over Jiang Xueci's shoulders, stating, "I shall take my leave." Jiang Xueci bid farewell to his departure and instructed, "Nan Yu, the recent blizzard has collapsed numerous houses. Use my name to fund their reconstruction. We must not allow the common folk to be left despondent." "Of course, Your Highness," Nan Yu replied. Chunyu added, "Your benevolence will surely earn the gratitude of the people." Jiang Xueci remained silent, her thoughts clouded. In her previous life, she was a merchant, a profession that prioritizes profit above all. Now, alone in the Northern Territory, surrounded by unfamiliar faces in an alien environment, relying solely on Yan Jin felt precarious. In this world, the only entity she could trust was herself. Thus, solidifying her reputation and standing in Beiyuan was imperative. This natural disaster presented the perfect opportunity to achieve that. Spending a little money would be worthwhile. In the blink of an eye, the name Jiang Xueci became a topic of conversation throughout Beiyuan City, with all discourse reflecting admiration and respect. "Are you certain of what you say?" Shun Ziqing grasped Suyu's arms with surprise. Suyu nodded. "Sister Shun, the person I inquired about came from the capital, and I even gave him a bit of silver. He cannot be mistaken." He said that the esteemed princess was kneeling in the imperial study shortly after the crown prince's wedding, requesting a divorce. Subsequently, the emperor conferred upon her the title of a first-rank princess as compensation. However, for reasons unknown, she was later given to our prince. Shun Ziqing scoffed. "Second marriage? I shall see how the populace reacts when they learn she is a woman discarded by the crown prince and bestowed upon the prince." Chapter 41. Sincerity is always the ultimate weapon. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the blizzard finally ceased. The vibrant crimson hues painted half the sky, warming Beiyuan City, dispelling the dark clouds. Jiang Xueci personally oversaw the distribution of timber and assisted in the reconstruction of homes for the disaster-stricken, busily occupied for many days. Nan Yu approached, tightening her fox fur cloak. "Your Highness, allow Chunyu to accompany you home. I'll handle the remaining matters. You should take a well-deserved rest." Jiang Xueci nodded slightly. "Very well. I appreciate your efforts." As her feet crunched upon the snow, the once bleak landscape transformed into a vivid crimson, bringing an inexplicable calm to her weary spirit. Although this calamity had drained a considerable amount of silver, it paled in comparison to the losses depicted in the books, effectively minimizing the damage. The snow on the roads was too deep, making it difficult for the carriage to proceed. Jiang Xueci resorted to walking daily, and while she once overheard idle chatter on the streets, now, not a word could be heard. Occasionally, concerned citizens would check on her, and children would come forth with innocent greetings. The people's attitude had undergone a complete transformation. Princess Sister, a boy of 4 or 5, donned in a tiger-headed hat, scampered in front of Jiang Xueci, blocking her path. Jiang Xueci crouched down and gently inquired, Do you need something from your sister? The boy replied in a sweet voice. Princess sister, a big brother asked me to deliver this to you. Upon finishing his words, he handed her a small note and scampered off with candy. Jiang Xueci glanced at the note, which read, Wangyue Tower, at the hour of high. Spring Rain inquired with a hint of confusion, My lady, who is it? Jiang Xueci shook her head, uncertain, I do not know. This person likely wishes for me to visit Wangyue Tower at the hour of high. Spring Rain's apprehension surfaced. My lady, given the ambiguity, we should exercise caution. What if this individual harbors ill intentions? There must be something sinister about someone summoning you under the cover of night. Jiang Xueci blinked her beautiful eyes, concealing the note with a smile. Could it be a human trafficker? At the Beiyuan Wangfu, a young shadow guard entered, my lord. Yan Jin, engrossed in his meal, did not even flinch as he replied. The shadow guard respectfully reported, A little boy just delivered a note to the princess. I was too far to discern its contents, but I overheard the boy mention that a big brother instructed him to hand it over to the princess. Moreover, I saw the princess smile after reading the note. Perhaps she knows the sender. Yan Jin's expression shifted slightly, a fleeting glint of coldness passing through his eyes as he replied, Understood, you may leave. Within the chamber, he was once again alone. Princess? Is there something you wish to discuss? Qingyu inquired upon spotting Jiang Xueci in the corridor. Her petite face, pale as porcelain, adorned with lips that were naturally rosy, resembled that of a doll. She replied wistfully, Am I not allowed to visit if there is nothing to discuss? Your audacity has grown in my absence. Do you know who I am? Jiang Xueci tilted her head slightly, embodying a charming innocence. Qingyu scratched his head. You are the royal princess, of course. Incorrect. Jiang Xueci crossed her arms in a gesture of disapproval. I'm the benevolent goddess in the eyes of the common folk of Beiyuan. Qingyu understood that she was merely teasing him. What Yan Jin was he occupied with? As she spoke, she ventured further inside. Qingyu, feeling flustered, entered and reported. My lord, I truly could not prevent the princess from coming. Jiang Xueci flashed a sweet smile. It's not that he couldn't stop me. He simply chose not to. Qingyu's expression darkened. I truly appreciate your assistance. What brings you here? Yan Jin set down his chopsticks and sipped from the teacup beside him, casually inquiring. Jiang Xueci pulled out a chair and sat opposite him, propping her chin on her hands. I have come to give you an opportunity to express your gratitude. I have rendered you a significant service. Had I not intervened, Beiyuan would have faced dire losses, not to mention the many lives that could perish in this calamity. Yan Jin leaned back in his chair, his posture remaining erect, a cold pride flickering in his deep-set eyes. Can you bear the consequences? He continued. If you do not provide the timber, I possess numerous methods to compel you to do so. Jiang Xueci frowned slightly. Have you taken offense? Why so hostile? If you choose not to thank me, then simply do not. There is no need for such anger. She pouted, lowering her voice. Jiang Xueci, the reason I indulge you in front of others is that you are of value to me. But do not forget, I have no interest in squandering time on you. Nor should you presume to manipulate me. Jiang Xueci fell silent, while Spring Rain held her breath, cautiously awaiting the outcome. Qingyu felt perplexed. The lord had seemed in good spirits earlier, yet suddenly he was filled with wrath. Jiang Xueci furrowed her brows, casting an unusual gaze upon him. Just as everyone anticipated her to rise in indignation and storm away, she unexpectedly spoke. Why the lack of interest? Is it because I am not attractive enough? She inquired earnestly. I am quite wealthy and, I dare say, rather good-looking. Is it my excellence that intimidates you? I understand you feel unworthy of me. But we have been betrothed by the emperor. It wouldn't hurt me to endure a little discomfort. Yan Jin lowered his gaze and exhaled a heavy sigh, feeling as though a tremendous blow had struck cotton. Her thought process was utterly perplexing. He found it challenging to comprehend what was transpiring in her mind. He leaned his elbow on the armrest, resting his forehead in his hand, suddenly beset by a headache. Observing his exasperation, Jiang Xueci let out a soft huff. Angering her? When it came to discomforting others, she was truly adept. Let the ancients experience the taste of an ordinary woman. You handle this, she said, placing the note the young boy had given her before him. Yan Jin's expression turned grave as he picked up the note with his distinctly knuckled hand and unfolded it. "What is this?" Jiang Xueci replied nonchalantly. "Who knows? This person wants me to meet him at the moon viewing pavilion tonight. And who am I? I'm the prince's betrothed. How could I privately meet a stranger? This matter, after all, should be left to the prince to resolve." Yan Jin's gaze softened slightly, troublesome. Jiang Xueci understood this as his implicit consent. Rising, she added, "I am utterly exhausted. I must return to rest." After her departure, Qing Yu inquired, "My lord, shall I make arrangements for someone to go tonight?" Yan Jin casually tossed the note into the charcoal brazier. "No need. I shall go personally." Chapter 42. From now on, when encountering Jiang Xueci, one must tread carefully. In a refined chamber on the third floor of the moon viewing pavilion, the fragrance of incense wafted through the air, and the atmosphere inside was as warm as spring, forming a stark contrast to the cold outside. It was evident how grand this premier establishment in Baiyuan City was, willing to expend such resources on charcoal and firewood at this critical juncture. How should I frighten that princess? Chi-Han languidly reclined in his chair, legs crossed, embodying the demeanor of a carefree young nobleman. Despite being the sole heir of a prestigious family, he was notorious for his penchant for trouble in Baiyuan City. Recently, he learned that the one who had transformed his eyes into a panda's was, in fact, a princess from the capital. He had nursed his bruises for quite some time, yet the lingering dark circles remained unsightly. Encouraged to venture out, he was told that the princess was not only kind-hearted but also possessed unparalleled beauty, a description that was not an exaggeration. He had never been captivated by women, finding their incessant chatter utterly irksome. Yet his curiosity was piqued when Lu Er extolled the princess with superlatives, leading him to take a look. To his shock, he discovered that the haughty individual who had allowed her maid to beat him was indeed the esteemed princess. Bah, a goddess, you say? More like a demoness. Today, he was determined to demand a proper apology from the princess. Otherwise, he would relentlessly trouble her every day, as long as she dared to step outside. He would not let her off easily. "Young master, is it not better to let this go?" The servant advised kindly. "Let go." Chi-Han's voice rose several notches. "Why should I? What if she's a princess? Does that grant her the right to strike others without consequence?" The servant, feeling helpless, replied, "But even if the princess receives the note, she may not come. After all, she has no idea who sent it. One must always be cautious. I have given her a chance. If she chooses not to come, she cannot blame me for my lack of courtesy." At that moment, the door creaked open. Chi-Han paused slightly, seated with his back to the entrance, unable to see what was happening. Yet, he remained defiantly nonchalant, feigning composure. The servant, glancing towards the door, was instantly filled with dread. "Why, young master?" Chi-Han shot him a sidelong glance, then coolly remarked, "I thought you were too frightened to come. Surprised, are we? I, your humble servant, am quite resourceful and have found you. Fear not, I am not an unreasonable ruffian. If you perform 3 grand bows, I shall let you go. Otherwise, do not blame me for my mistreatment of women." After his declaration, a long silence ensued. "Are you afraid now? How boastful you were before. Even if you are frightened, I will not spare you. Do not think your status as a princess makes you untouchable." As he spoke, Chi-Han rose slowly and turned around at a leisurely pace. However, upon seeing the figure at the door, he was taken aback. "Why, your highness?" Yan Jin stood there, draped in a snow-white cloak, his features strikingly perfect, his skin porcelain-like yet devoid of any hint of frailty. When expressionless, he exuded an air of cold detachment, akin to a compassionate deity. Yet, Chi-Han, having grown up in Baiyuan and having heard tales from his father, knew that the king of Baiyuan was a saintly visage concealing a heart of a demon. "What is going on?" "Unable to handle it. And you've summoned the prince?" "Your highness, what brings you here?" Kifan's bravado diminisha, a hint of embarrassment coloring his handsome face. Yan Jin's expression was somewhat aloof. "So, it appears that the young master intends to entangle himself with my betrothed. How bold to meet in secret at night." Though his voice was gentle, to Chi-Han's ears, it felt as ominous as a ghostly demand for retribution, causing his legs to buckle as he fell to the ground with a thud. "How embarrassing! The servant quickly knelt beside him, lowering his head in fear of being implicated by the young master. After all, the young master was the sole heir of the Duke of Huayin, and the prince would likely spare him for the duke's sake. But for a mere servant like him, it was uncertain. What if the prince chose to vent his frustration on him? Your Highness, I did not pursue the princess. It was she who struck me without provocation that day. Look, I still have a bruise on my eye. He pointed at his eye as he spoke. Yan Jin remained silent. When he first heard the news, he assumed it would be someone from the capital attempting to extract information from Jiang Xueci through indirect means. To his surprise, the visitor turned out to be the ineffectual son of the Huayin Marquis. Fortunately, he had stationed his men at Wangyue Tower, which delayed the matter. Hang him. Qing Yu promptly nodded and approached Qi Han with a rope in hand. Yan Jin added, hang him outside. Qi Han, wished to beg for mercy, he stammered. But the icy gaze of Yan Jin rendered him speechless, the words caught in his throat, unable to ascend or descend. Qing Yu deftly bound him and lowered him out of the window. Yan Jin elegantly approached the window and declared, when you see Jiang Xueci again, remember to keep a low profile. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Qi Han replied, pouting, his voice tinged with indignation. Yan Jin paused momentarily before commanding, withdraw. Yes, Your Highness, Qing Yu responded. On their way back, Qing Yu, perplexed, inquired, Your Highness, did you not suspect the princess to be a spy from the capital? Why then assist her in warning young Master Qi? The moonlight bathed Yan Jin in a luminous glow, rendering everything around him dim and obscure. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. She has aided me in resolving a significant dilemma, and I shall not withhold my gratitude. Without Jiang Xueci's supply of timber, not only would the common folk suffer, but many in the military would also freeze to death, resulting in considerable financial loss. It seems fate has played its hand. Her sudden inspiration to build a grand residence provided the necessary resources. Yet, why would she assist Beiyuan? Those in the capital would relish seeing Beiyuan in turmoil, eager to seize the opportunity. Is it to gain my trust? Your Highness, the princess has returned, a voice announced. Jiang Xueci, enveloped in warm water, closed her eyes in blissful comfort. So soon? What Qi Han? Nanyu replied, young Master Qi is suspended outside Wangyue Tower, witnessed by many, yet none dare intervene. Jiang Xueci chuckled lightly. He deserves it. Who told him to insult me, suggesting I was born without a mother? He even attempted to deceive me, thinking I did not notice him lurking in the corner. However, with Yan Jin orchestrating such a grand spectacle around Wangyue Tower, could he truly believe it was a spy seeking her? Chapter 43. Yan Jin. Not even a dog would eat it. Jiang Xueci, I would. It was a splendid day, clear and blue, with not a cloud in sight. Chunyu joyfully dashed into Tsiyu Pavilion, exclaiming, Princess, look at this. As she spoke, she gestured for the two attendants behind her, who carefully entered, carrying a large chest, placing it gently on the ground. Jiang Xueci sipped from a cup and glanced into the bronze mirror before rising to inspect the chest. What is this? Chunyu opened the lid, revealing a treasure trove of exquisite pearls within Jiang Xueci's view. Princess, these are Chanfei pearls. To acquire so many at once requires a significant sum. Qing Yu mentioned this was sent by the prince. He truly treats you well. Jiang Xueci had resigned herself to the situation. Previously, she had asked him to compensate her with pearls, and although she thought he might have forgotten, she was pleasantly surprised to find that he had indeed sent her a considerable amount. She lifted a handful to examine, confirming they were exquisite Chanfei pearls. A smile danced at the corners of her mouth as she instructed the embroiderer to craft a new outfit for her. With the recent calamities behind them, Beiyuan was returning to normalcy, and she intended to host a banquet in honor of the noble ladies of Beiyuan. Yes, Your Grace, Chunyu replied. By the way, the weather is splendid today. The prince has mentioned he wishes to visit the military camp and would like you to accompany him. The military camp? Chunyu nodded. Indeed, I have never been to a military camp before. Jiang Xueci found it peculiar that Yan Jin suddenly wanted her to visit the camp. But with nothing pressing to occupy her time, she decided to dress up and leave the manor. As she scanned her surroundings, she noticed there was no sign of Yan Jin's luxurious black and gold carriage. Instead, A group of riders stood nearby, with no carriage in sight. Surely, I'm not expected to ride there? Though she had learned horseback riding, the journey to the military camp was not a short one, and such jolting would be quite unbearable for her. Does the princess not ride? Yan Jin's voice suddenly rang out as she guided her horse closer to Yan Jin. Your Highness, it would be rather inconvenient for the princess to ride to the military camp. Perhaps it would be best if she remained at the manor. Yan Jin was dressed simply today, eschewing elaborate gowns, presenting herself as clean and sharp, exuding a sense of vigor. From her elevated position on horseback, she regarded Jiang Xueci, who was adorned like a blooming flower. Fear not, I shall attend to the prince on your behalf, she added, a clear hint of provocation in her tone. Jiang Xueci lowered her gaze, meeting Yan Jin's disdainful stare, yet she responded with a smile instead of anger. She approached Yan Jin's horse with measured steps, extending her delicate, snow-white hand as if waiting for him to assist her onto the mount. Yan Jin frowned slightly. Your Highness and the prince are not yet wed. Sharing a mount may invite unwarranted gossip. It will be wise for you to maintain your decorum. Yan Jin raised an eyebrow, remaining still. You do not ride? Jiang Xueci's voice was light and melodic, reminiscent of birdsong in the forest, ethereal yet captivating. I can ride, but I choose not to. Yan Jin's deep-set eyes studied her quietly. Indeed, she was spoiled, a true flower of the capital. He did not extend his hand to assist her, but merely commanded, have the carriage brought forth. An attendant immediately nodded in compliance. Yes, Your Highness. Yan Jin scoffed softly. How could the prince possibly favor such a headstrong woman? Jiang Xueci withdrew her hand, intrigued by Yan Jin's demeanor. You have successfully captured my attention, she thought. Another episode of mischief, Yan Jin remarked. In the carriage, Chunyu expressed her discontent. Your Highness, how is it wrong to ride together? It seems to have pleased Yan Jin. It vexes me to no end. Jiang Xueci chuckled lightly. Why are you upset when I'm not? I had no intention of truly riding with him. After all, Yan Jin was known for his fastidious nature in the texts, making the idea of sharing a mount quite improbable. Reluctant to ride a horse, and with Yan Jin not having prepared carriage, would it not be rather absurd to summon a carriage simply because one did not wish to share a steed? Surely, sitting alone in such a spacious carriage would be utterly comfortable. What is there to be vexed about? Outside the carriage, Yan Jin quickened her pace to walk alongside Yan Jin. Glancing at his exquisitely handsome profile, an inexplicable sense of joy blossomed within her. Such a dashing and formidable man deserved to be paired with someone as unique as herself, a modern individual with avant-garde ideas from the 21st century. As the old adage goes, to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. The journey to the military camp would likely take until noon, and with a sumptuous hot pot that no one could refuse, the prince would undoubtedly regard her with newfound admiration. Yan Jin moved briskly, and upon arriving at the military camp, she immediately began bustling about. Jiang Xueci leisurely descended from the carriage. The snow that had blanketed the ground in recent days was gradually melting, leaving the path muddy and treacherous. She treaded carefully, beginning to regret her decision to come. Was tea at all about dining? What would they eat? Chunyu hurried over, saying, Princess, it seems we must wait. That Yan Jin insists on preparing some exquisite dish for the prince to taste, something called hot pot. As she spoke, she let out a soft huff, remarking that it was the ugly who often caused trouble, thinking a mere meal could win the prince's favor. Our princess is far too discerning. What is so remarkable about that wretched hot pot? Jiang Xueci clicked her tongue softly. Hot pot. It had been ages since she last indulged in such a feast. There's a saying that all the world's discontent can be resolved with a hot pot meal. If one meal does not suffice, then two will surely do. With a chef readily available, could she possibly refuse? Finally, she thought she had accomplished something worthwhile. Jiang Xueci mused. Chunyu frowned in confusion, glancing at Nan Yu beside her, shrugging in bewilderment. Within the main tent, Yan Jin delicately brought forth the hot pot, followed by several soldiers carrying an array of vegetables, meats, and the carefully prepared sauces she had concocted. The hot pot bubbled vigorously, exuding steam that quickly warmed the tent. Shun Ziqing proudly proclaimed, "Your Highness, this is called hot pot. You pull out the cooked ingredients and dip them in this sauce. It is truly delightful. Please do sample it." As she spoke, her gaze fell provocatively upon the newly arrived Jiang Xueci, challenging, "Princess, you should try some as well." Yan Jin took a seat, selecting a piece of lamb to dip into the sauce and taste, his expression inscrutable, revealing nothing of his preferences. Shun Ziqing, however, paid little heed to this. After all, countless heroines in time travel novels had prepared hot pot for their male counterparts, and without exception, the men adored it. Surely, the prince would soon request her to prepare it for him frequently. An ancient woman, daring to vie for his affection? Such pretensions were laughable. Withdraw. Shun Ziqing thought she must have misheard. What? Jiang Xueci quickly grasped the situation. Yan Jin was accustomed to a more refined diet, favoring light and delicate flavors. Decidedly not one for spicy dishes. Shun Ziqing prepared a hot pot laden with spice. Surely Yan Jin would find it distasteful. Did she not conduct any market research before commencing? Yan Jin, with a hint of impatience, mused that such fiery fare would be unfit even for dogs. Jiang Xueci interjected, "I shall partake, otherwise it would be a waste." Shun, having toiled so diligently, would surely be disheartened if her efforts went unappreciated. She feigned understanding, yet her eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the hot pot. Yan Jin, with his tongue pressed against his palate, felt a sudden urge to tease, pondering how the princess should not be compelled to consume something so unpalatable. "Qingyu, remove it," he commanded, observing Jiang Xueci's protective demeanor as she obstructed Qingyu. Unable to contain himself, he chuckled softly, his smile akin to a clear spring, pure and serene. His smile lingered as he fell silent for a moment before instructing, "Shun Ziqing, you shall be punished 30 strikes for this." Chapter 44. Some are born into Rome, while others are born as beasts of burden. "Your Highness, have I erred in some way that warrants your reprimand?" Shun Ziqing was bewildered. She had neither acted nor spoken amiss, so why the sudden ire from Yan Jin? She had thought that, even if he disdained hot pot, he would not wear such a sullen expression. After all, he still bore a smile. He hardly appeared displeased. Yet now he jested lightly while declaring a punishment against her. Yan Jin's lashes fluttered like a fan, his lips parting slightly as he stated, "You have squandered my time. Should I not hold you accountable?" He had insisted on a dish he had never tasted, one he would surely enjoy once he did, only to be presented with this. Jiang Xueci sighed inwardly. Yan Jin's capricious nature was quite predictable. One moment he jested, the next he reproached. Shun Ziqing could not comprehend why he would chastise her over such trivialities, especially when this body's mother had perished for him. How could he treat her this way? "Your Highness, I act for your benefit. You cannot treat me thus. I merely care for you," Shun Ziqing asserted, pushing aside 2 approaching guards, her head held high. "Your Highness, all men are born equal. I have committed no unforgivable sin. How can you impose such a severe punishment upon me?" Yan Jin remained calm. "All are born equal?" A flicker of joy ignited within Shun Ziqing. She knew these ancient minds would find it difficult to resist her indomitable spirit and unique kindness. "See, it has worked." Qingyu, petrified, stammered, "Miss Shun, are you perhaps intoxicated? How can you speak such nonsense in broad daylight?" Shun Ziqing scoffed. "You ancients have grown accustomed to suffering. You are like mud that cannot be molded. All are born equal, though some merely enjoy a more favorable upbringing. Must your Highness punish me solely because my dish does not suit your taste? Do you not find that a bit excessive?" Jiang Xueci found Shun's audacity amusing, reminiscent of a classic fairy tale heroine, delightfully foolish. Was it possible she had been overly influenced by those antiquated novels and dramas, imagining herself as the protagonist, expecting everyone to adore and accommodate her? One might mistakenly believe that opposing others with a steadfast and unyielding demeanor would pique their interest or allow them to manipulate others. The philosophies of ancient sages starkly contrast with those of contemporary individuals. The illusion of change leads only to a dead end. How could someone nurtured in an era of peace possibly contend with the offspring of scheming aristocrats, especially when that individual is a prince? Yan Jin suddenly chuckled. leaving everyone perplexed about his true thoughts. Only Sun Ziqing felt an escalating excitement, convinced that the Northern Yuan prince must be interested in her. How simple palace intrigue seemed. A mocking smile graced Yan Jin's lips. He commanded the military and political power of Northern Yuan, a hard-fought achievement forged through youthful trials amidst bloodshed. Yet now, you dare to speak of equality? Do you feel worthy? Such insignificant creatures have the audacity to utter such absurdities? His tone was calm, yet a formidable aura surged forth, suffocating those around him. Sun Ziqing inexplicably felt a chill run down her spine, rendered speechless by fear. Perhaps 30 lashes were too few. 100 lashes and 50 slaps would suffice. Take her away. With a dismissive wave, Yan Jin signaled for 2 guards to escort Sun Ziqing out. Jiang Xueci disregarded Sun Ziqing's pale face as she was dragged away. After all, she was merely a Na'vi girl from the modern world. A modern individual transported to ancient times, unable to keep her time-traveling secret and audaciously proclaiming equality. Look, she merely prepared a hot pot that did not suit their tastes. Wasting time and facing such consequences. Since ancient times, some are born into privilege, while others toil their entire lives without ever reaching it. Equality? Such notions are laughable even in modernity, let alone in a society with stark class distinctions like the ancient world. Jiang Xueci, unfazed, settled down on the other side to enjoy the hot pot. The moment tender lamb dipped in oil sauce touched her lips, an overwhelming sense of joy enveloped her. If a celestial being were to descend at that moment, she would have no regrets. Yan Jin found it perplexing to see Jiang Xueci reveling in this seemingly inedible dish. Was it truly so delectable? Jiang Xueci caught his gaze lingering on her, prompting her to ask, "Why do you keep staring at me? Does my eating make you hungry?" Yan Jin replied with composure, "I merely find it remarkable that you derive such joy from this food. You truly have a hearty appetite." Jiang Xueci thought, "What a peculiar notion." She set down her chopsticks and stood, saying, "Wait for me." With that, she exited the tent. After a brief interval, she returned with a tray in hand. Yan Jin watched as she placed a bowl of peculiar concoction before him, followed by a clean, large bowl filled with water, and inquired curiously, "What is this for?" Jiang Xueci explained, "Knowing you likely dislike spicy food, I brought this non-spicy dipping sauce. You can wash the items from the pot in the clean water and then dip them in this sauce to enjoy." In modern Southern cuisine, oil dips are favored, while Northern cuisine leans towards sesame paste. It seems few can resist the allure of hot pot. As for Yan Jin, the reason for his dislike was simply that it was too spicy. Jiang Xueci assured him that it would be delicious and urged him to try it. Life would be undoubtedly lacking without indulging in hot pot. Rest assured, if it doesn't taste good, you can hold me accountable. With a hint of skepticism, Yan Jin picked up a piece of lamb and briefly dipped it in the clear water before placing it in the sesame sauce. After coating the entire piece with the rich sauce, he finally took a bite. Instantly, the creamy aroma of the sesame sauce mingled with the unique freshness of the lamb, exploding with flavor in his mouth. Yan Jin paused slightly, seemingly surprised by the taste. "Well, is it good?" he was asked. He cleared his throat softly, his starry eyes blinking as he responded, "It's just passable, at least it's edible." "Humph," so proud came the retort. How could the prince settle for anything less? Spring rain. Remove the prince's bowl and serve him some lighter dishes. Yan Jin's gaze turned cold. No need. There are too many princesses here to finish this. And leaving it would be wasteful. Jiang Xueci laughed heartily. "You're as stubborn as a mule." "What do you mean?" "You're being tough." Jiang Xueci shrugged, displaying no fear of him. Moments later, she noticed a bit of sauce at the corner of Yan Jin's mouth and reached over to wipe it away. The moment her soft hand brushed against his skin, Yan Jin was momentarily taken aback. Regaining his composure, he saw her smear the sauce from her finger onto the back of her own hand. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Jiang Xueci." Jiang Xueci pouted. "What? Are you scolding yourself now?" The onlookers murmured, "The princess knows how to torment people." Yan Jin's expression darkened significantly, emanating an aura of coldness as he cast a frosty glance at everyone. "You all leave." Jiang Xueci immediately halted her chopsticks, watching as everyone, including her 2 maidservants, were ushered away, sensing that the situation had turned dire. Chapter 45. Both talented and playful Jiang Xueci, aware of her ability to adapt, noticed that everyone had retreated, even her maidservants being forcibly taken away, and promptly adopted a different demeanor. So timid, she thought. A forced smile graced her lips. "Your Highness, I was merely joking with you. If you don't like it, I'll clean it off." As she spoke, she used her handkerchief to wipe the sesame sauce off his hand. "Your hands are truly fair and beautiful," Jiang Xueci awkwardly complimented. Yan Jin regarded her submissive demeanor with narrowed eyes. It's too late. No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Xueci felt a sudden dizziness. "No, help! Your Highness, I was wrong." "Ah!" Outside the tent, the onlookers exchanged glances, filled with curiosity about what was transpiring inside, yet hesitant to enter, stirring their intrigue. Spring Rain covered her mouth, concerned. Could it be that our prince has succumbed to his primal instincts and is bullying the princess? Though our princess is stunningly charming, it's still before marriage, and such misdeeds cannot be tolerated. Qin frowned. "What are you thinking? Our prince is not that kind of person," Spring Rain retorted. "Then explain why our princess emits such a wretched and pitiful sound." Qin felt utterly incapable of defending herself, scoffing softly. "I shan't engage in conversation with you. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady." Spring Rain scoffed in response. "Well, a lady should not compete with a gentleman either." Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Xueci was bound to a pillar with a satin ribbon, her hands secured behind her, utterly unable to escape, resembling an immobile porcelain doll. Her small, delicate face was contorted in distress, teetering on the brink of tears, exuding a softness that could melt one's heart. Yet, Yan Jin was an anomaly. Upon witnessing the beauty's pitiable state, he felt no inclination to cherish her, but instead, a morbid curiosity arose within him, a desire to torment her further, to amplify her wretchedness. Nonetheless, a fleeting flicker of reason prevented him from acting on that impulse. Yan Jin lifted a bowl of sesame sauce from the table, dipping a spoon into it, and then, with a delicate stroke, he smeared a thin layer across Jiang Xueci's exquisite face, instantly tarnishing her porcelain complexion with the sauce. Jiang Xueci felt as though her heart was shattering. Was this a game of such perversion? Had she merely placed a small amount on his hand, only for him to bind her and smear her face with sesame sauce? Yan Jin's lips curved into a smile, his amusement growing more apparent as he meticulously continued to apply the sauce to Jiang Xueci's face, as though he were completing a work of art, utterly engrossed in the act. "Madman, he is a capricious lunatic. Pray tell, how did you come to know of such a dish as hot pot?" "To my knowledge, it seems there is none such in the capital." Shun Ziqing, having been a native of Beiyuan since birth, was aware that no dish by the name of hot pot existed there, nor in the capital. The manner in which Shun Ziqing presented the hot pot, and Jiang Xueci's familiarity with it, struck him as peculiar. Jiang Xueci, cognizant of Yan Jin's suspicious nature, feigned calmness and replied nonchalantly, "When I was young, I passed through a village where I tasted this delicacy, and I often prepared it myself thereafter." Yan Jin observed the subtle expressions on her face, yet found no hint of evasion, which lent some credence to her words. "Your Highness, would you kindly release me? I merely smeared a little on you, while you have adorned my entire face with it. Surely, that evens the score." "Even the score?" Yan Jin scrutinized her now soiled face, bemused that even in such a disheveled state, her beauty remained apparent. Indeed, she was a treasure worthy of admiration. "Perhaps I have indulged you too much of late, allowing you to cultivate such a haughty demeanor. Today, you shall reflect here on how to converse with me in the future." Jiang Xueci muttered, "I am not one to remember easily." "Then you shall learn to remember more." Fuming with embarrassment, Jiang Xueci retorted, "Then I shall withhold the antidote from you next time. I shall withhold it from you as well." As Yan Jin spoke, he lightly clicked his tongue. "I require no antidote for a single night of discomfort, but you, my dear, may find your life in peril. However, it is not entirely a misfortune. Should you perish, I would acquire a beautiful skin to collect." Jiang Xueci fell silent at once. This man seemed to speak with a chilling sincerity. Yan Jin observed her suddenly obedient demeanor, and realized she had once again succumbed to fear. He set aside the bowl in his hand and turned to exit the tent, ensuring that not even a fly would escape. The guard nearby immediately nodded in acknowledgement, casting wary glances at Chun Yu and Nan Yu, replying in unison, "Yes, my lord." The tent fell silent, and Jiang Xueci gazed at the steaming hot pot, astonished that Yan Jin could harbor suspicions regarding her and Shen Ziqing over something as trivial as a hot pot. Such meticulousness and suspicion were fortunate for her, as she had no desire to seek Yan Jin's protection and trust, nor had she divulged the plot contained within the book or the various traps set by the crown prince. Otherwise, she feared her fate would have been dire. "Enough, enough. Quickly take her inside to find a military doctor," one of the guards interjected, looking at the already fainted Shen Ziqing. 100 lashes was an exceedingly heavy punishment for those who had served in the military for several years. It was unclear what grave error Shen had committed to warrant such a severe penalty. Fortunately for her, she was still alive. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have long since perished. 2 guards lifted Shen Ziqing, only to encounter Yan Jin, who immediately received their respectful greeting. "Greetings, my lord." Yan Jin cast a glance at the unconscious figure and calmly commanded, "If she is not dead, take her back to the manor. Do not let her linger here." "Yes, my lord," they replied. Qing Yu interjected, "My lord, news has arrived from the capital indicating that the crown prince is set to marry his secondary consort by Qingqing at the beginning of next month." Yan Jin's gaze turned icy, laced with a hint of mockery. "Very well. I hope he enjoys the grand gift I have prepared for him." Chapter 46. Qing Yu remarked, "Thank you, princess. Currently, the mental state is not very good. My lord, it is already the hour of the dog. We should return to rest," Qing Yu reminded. Since the completion of their midday meal, the lord had been engaged in discussions with the soldiers in the council hall, and then had spent the remainder of the day addressing the accumulated matters. Now that evening had fallen, it was even more pressing as the princess seemed to still be tied up there. "There's no rush," Yan Jin replied without raising his head, casually reaching for the teacup only to discover it was devoid of tea. Qing Yu promptly stepped forward, saying, "I shall brew another pot for you, my lord." Yan Jin set down the cup, dismissing the notion, "It's not urgent. We shall deal with it tomorrow." "Have the scouts from Shilling uncovered anything?" Qing Yu shook his head. "Not yet. Those scouts are remarkably tight-lipped. Even with some coercion, we cannot pry any information from them." Shilling was stirring restlessly. A decade ago, when the lord was still young, he had led an army to quell Shilling's repeated provocations against Tianxian, achieving 7 victories and successfully repelling them. Subsequently, Shilling had sought peace by offering the legitimate princess, Lin Jining. However, in recent years, they had begun to exhibit restless behavior once more, whether by instigating unrest at the borders or dispatching spies to gather intelligence. As Yan Jin returned to the tent, he noticed Chun Yu and Nan Yu flanking him like guardians, which reminded him that Jiang Xueci was still bound within. He pushed open the tent's entrance and stepped inside, finding it engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light, where his hand could not discern its surroundings. In the next moment, a faint candlelight flickered to life, momentarily illuminating the somewhat unkempt face of Jiang Xueci, who lay sleeping, her small head drooping, blissfully unaware of the light's presence. Yan Jin observed her with a sense of incredulity. It was remarkable how someone could sleep so soundly in such a position. He approached the side of the pillar and untied the silk bindings that secured Jiang Xueci. In the next instant, he gathered the delicate figure into his arms as she slumped downwards, her face inadvertently smudging his garment with remnants of sesame paste. Yan Jin frowned slightly, a hint of annoyance crossing his features, yet he refrained from casting her aside. With uncommon patience, he gently placed Jiang Xueci onto the bed within, casting a fleeting glance at the stains on his clothing before darkening his expression as he moved toward the entrance, only to halt abruptly. Turning back, he beheld the sight of Jiang Xueci lost in slumber, his gaze lingering on her long, curled lashes, and he suddenly called out, "Qing Yu." Qing Yu promptly entered, inquiring, "What are your orders, your highness?" Yan Jin approached the tactical map beside the tent, retrieving a confidential letter from a drawer. "The supplies being transported by the Duke and Jiangnan are crucial for quelling the mobs. Dispatch someone to incinerate the provisions. This will surely infuriate the emperor and implicate the crown prince, who is about to oversee matters of the Ministry of Justice. Qing Yu nodded immediately, accepting the letter with a dutiful, "As you wish, your highness. I shall attend to it at once." Yan Jin acknowledged her response with a nonchalant air, yet his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Xueci as he eventually exited the tent. He instructed Nanyu, who stood nearby, "You may enter." With that, he made his way toward the spring water pool cascading down from the western mountain. Chunyu and Nanyu hurriedly opened the door, scanning the room for their missing mistress, only to find her sound asleep, her face smeared with sesame paste, which left them momentarily speechless. How did the lovely young lady end up like this? What a devil! How could anyone be so cruel? Despite the absurdity of the situation, Nanyu was the first to break the silence. "I'll go fetch some water." Chunyu nodded in agreement. Jiang Xueci slowly opened her eyes, disregarding Chunyu's comment, and commanded, "Prepare paper and a pen." Although Chunyu was perplexed, she complied and soon returned with the requested items. "Stand guard at the door and allow no one to enter. If anyone attempts to breach, alert me." Chunyu, assuming her mistress had pressing matters to attend to, nodded conspiratorially, "Rest assured, my lady." With that, she stationed herself at the door, vigilantly scanning the surroundings as if wary of intruders. The patrolling soldiers could not help but wonder about the behavior of the maid beside the young lady, who seemed to be keeping watch like a thief. After a brief interval, Chunyu, holding the confidential letter recently penned by Jiang Xueci, navigated the military camp, skillfully avoiding the patrolling guards, until she finally delivered the missive to the hidden guard, Shiwen. Shiwen secured the letter to the leg of a carrier pigeon and set it free. However, just as he crossed the mountain forest, he was struck by an arrow. The dove plummeted uncontrollably to the ground. A young man clad in dark attire leisurely retrieved the fallen bird, extracting the secret message it bore. The morning sun gradually began to rise, its brilliant light spreading across the eastern horizon like a crimson hue painting the sky, resplendent and warm as a gentle breeze. Unlike the tranquil mornings of Beiyuan City, the military camp was already alive with the sounds of soldiers training, their voices resonating with an invigorating enthusiasm. After completing his morning ablutions, Yan Jin offered 3 sticks of incense before the revered Buddha, then meticulously polished a string of softly glowing prayer beads in his hands. "Has Jiang Xueci risen yet?" he inquired. Qing Yun responded, "The princess has been awake since dawn and is currently at the archery range, accompanied by her 2 maidservants. The princess's archery skills are rather lacking," he added, "yet she seems quite enthusiastic about it. Let's go take a look." Qing Yu kindly advised, "Your Highness, perhaps it would be best if you refrain from attending. If you witness the princess's archery, I fear you may lose your appetite." He had never seen anyone shoot arrows so absurdly poorly. The arrows in her hands seldom traveled more than 2 meters. Intrigued by his remarks, Yan Jin expressed a desire to witness this for himself, curious to see just how ridiculous her skill could be. The archery range was eerily quiet, save for Jiang Xueci and her 2 attendants. Nanyu nocked an arrow and drew her bow, sending the feathered projectile soaring towards the target with precision and strength, hitting the bullseye effortlessly. "Nanyu, how impressive!" Chunyu exclaimed. "Your archery skills remain as remarkable as ever." Nanyu glanced at Jiang Xueci, but said nothing. An orphan raised by the Jiang family, she had stayed by the princess's side after the Jiang family faced a tragic fate. Her archery and martial skills were honed under the tutelage of the eldest son. Following the calamity that befell the Jiang family, the princess had mourned for a long time. Eventually, realizing her own talents should not go to waste, she began training in martial arts under the guidance of the imperial concubine. Xinyu muttered, "Princess, perhaps you should stop. Look at all these arrows scattered about. It's becoming difficult to navigate." At that moment, Qingyu pointed to the arrows littering the ground. "Your Highness, look." Jiang Xueci caught sight of Yan Jin and his attendants, a charming smile gracing her lips. She withdrew another arrow from her quiver, knocking it with deliberate aim towards Yan Jin. Qingyu chuckled. "Your Highness, the princess is about to show off her skills to you. You might just lose your composure." In the next instant, the arrow shot forth from Jiang Xueci's grasp, a silver streak hurtling towards Yan Jin at an alarming speed. Xingyu was taken aback. Just as the arrow was about to strike Yan Jin, he deftly caught it between his fingers, snapping it with a resounding crack before tossing it aside. Yan Jin's cold, piercing gaze fell upon Xingyu, who now dared to deceive him. Run 10 laps around the military camp. The people of Xingyu were utterly astonished. This morning, he had visited the archery range and witnessed firsthand the princess's abysmal archery skills, which were simply unbearable to observe. Chapter 47. Your Highness, is this revenge? Jiang Xueci wore a subtle smile. The original owner possessed no martial prowess but was truly exceptional in archery. Her skills had been honed under the tutelage of the late imperial concubine, who, being a daughter of a prominent family, had imparted more than mere rudimentary techniques. Furthermore, during her time in the modern world, Jiang Xueci had received specialized training in horseback archery, making her current performance appear effortlessly accomplished. After all, Xingyu had remarked yesterday that he was toxic and that he looked like anything but a good person. Yan Jin realized Xingyu had been outsmarted by Jiang Xueci. But his displeasure did not stem from being deceived. It was rather from the fact that Xingyu had underestimated Jiang Xueci, resulting in his failure to evade her arrows. Too much comfort can dull one's senses. Yan Jin observed the mischievous glimmer in Jiang Xueci's eyes and suddenly recalled the secret message intercepted by the Dark Guards last night, which she had dispatched. He had indeed deliberately spoken of military matters in her presence, suspecting she might be a spy who would relay such news back to the capital. Despite their mutual reliance to cure each other's poison, Jiang Xueci had been raised within the palace, under the meticulous guidance of the emperor and the late imperial concubine. The capital had long been sending spies and informants to Beiyuan, and Jiang Xueci had to remain vigilant. As expected, the message had been sent out, and the words inscribed upon it had provoked both amusement and exasperation in him. The note brought back by the Dark Guards bore only 3 large characters. As clever as Jiang Xueci was, she undoubtedly recognized that he had set a trap for her and was intentionally provoking him. When it came to inciting anger, she was indeed unparalleled. Your Highness, I pay my respects, Jiang Xueci said with the utmost decorum, her smile sweet and disarming. Perhaps it was because she had not donned any makeup today, rendering her particularly docile. Were it not for the hint of mischief in her eyes, one might truly believe her to be a paragon of obedience. It seems the punishment from yesterday did not teach you a lesson, daring to shoot arrows at this prince. Yan Jin remarked, a playful smile gracing his lips. Oh, but I merely wished to witness your Highness's valor and reflexes, Jiang Xueci replied, her laughter light. And indeed, you live up to the title of valiant. With a slight raise of his brow, Yan Jin responded, since the princess wishes to observe, how could this prince disappoint her? Jiang Xueci was puzzled by his meaning, but when he summoned 2 guards and instructed one to place an apple atop his head, the truth dawned upon her. Steady now. If you move, the soldiers may take advantage of your misfortune and feast on you, Yan Jin teased. Xingyu sighed in exasperation. The princess truly had a short memory. Clumsy yet playful, she often found herself firmly under the princess' thumb. Jiang Xueci had seen many noblemen in dramas utilize this method of archery and had thought little of it. However, as she now watched arrow after arrow hurtling toward her, her face turned pale with terror. Your Highness, are you not hungry? Shall we not go eat? Yan Jin's mischievous and obstinate gaze fell upon her. Do not move. Until every arrow in this quiver has been loosed, no one is permitted to dine. Jiang Xueci, with a sulky expression, removed the apple from her head. Your Highness, is this an act of revenge? Revenge for what? Yan Jin feigned ignorance as he inquired. Of course, it's retaliation for the letter from last night, Jiang Xueci stated directly, surprising Yan Jin. He leisurely nodded, and what if it is? Jiang Xueci, flustered, found herself at a loss once again. Yan Jin, true to form, released all the remaining arrows from the quiver, leaving Jiang Xueci pale and breathless, resembling a pufferfish. I have already instructed someone to prepare hot pot. You are to mix the sauce you made for me yesterday, Yan Jin commanded. With a cold snort, Jiang Xueci remarked, yesterday you said it was mediocre. Yet today you wish to indulge in it, and so early in the morning. Men, how hypocritical! Your Highness, when shall we return? Jiang Xueci asked while savoring the hot pot. Yan Jin paused for a moment. The day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, the envoy from Xiling will enter the capital from a border, and I must go to greet them. Jiang Xueci frowned. The envoy from Xiling? Why should you go to welcome them? This seems overly flattering to Xiling. It was undeniable that for someone like Yan Jin, who wielded military power and controlled the entirety of Beiyuan, to receive an envoy from Xiling was indeed perplexing. It felt somewhat beneath him, although Xiling had gradually risen in recent years, reclaiming some semblance of its former glory. The entry of an envoy hardly warranted such attention. Is it that Xiling has come unexpectedly? Jiang Xueci queried further. Yan Jin replied calmly. The Empress of Xiling has fallen gravely ill, according to our scouts. She likely has only a few months left. The Empress of Xiling cherished her legitimate daughter, Princess Lin Jining, and after reluctantly sending her away, had been melancholic, eventually succumbing to illness, her vitality waning to mere months. Jiang Xueci, puzzled, asked, Is the Empress of Xiling coming to Tianxian as well? Yan Jin nodded. Indeed. The Emperor of Xiling is aware of his guilt towards the Empress and has permitted her visit. Accompanying her is the 13th Prince, Lin Yan. Jiang Xueci frowned and scoffed lightly. So, it seems the Empress wishes to replace the 9th Princess with the 13th Prince? To bring her daughter home and retain a prince? She recalled that the 13th Prince's mother held a lowly status and upon returning to Xiling, had repeatedly attempted to assassinate the crown prince, ultimately meeting a tragic end. With a deep sigh, Jiang Xueci released a breath of frustration. While she did not know the 13th prince, she was acquainted with the 9th princess, Lin Jining, who was currently a hostage in Tianxian. As a fellow traveler from another world, she naturally hoped for Lin Jining to return to Xiling and live a tranquil and content life. However, it seemed she might never see her again, a bit of a pity. It was a rare encounter with a reliable compatriot. Yet now, there was another compatriot in Beiyuan, one who was constantly scheming to capture Yan Jin's interest and affection, striving for the pinnacle of life, while occasionally casting glances at herself. Alas, despite sharing the same experience of traversing worlds, the disparity was striking. Your Highness, I have no appetite. You may dine alone. Jiang Xueci sighed, her voice tinged with melancholy. Yan Jin cast a cold laugh at the sight of the 3 large platters of lamb meat before her, all devoured. Indeed, I have lost my appetite, having consumed only 3 substantial plates. Chapter 48, Iconic Scene. I, Jiang Xueci, either do not engage, or I shall do so with utmost resolve. In the capital, amidst the celebratory atmosphere of 10 miles adorned in red, the city is enveloped in festivity. The prince's wedding to a secondary consort should not have been so grand. However, the young lady is the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rights and the niece of the current empress. Naturally, the imperial family would accord due respect when the prince marries his cousin. Thus, despite the fact that the prince had recently divorced his former consort, no one dares to voice any objections in the presence of the emperor. Your Highness, Qingqing understands her humble status and can only await your Highness here. Yet she feels an overwhelming sense of contentment and happiness. Here, Qingqing must also extend her congratulations on your Highness's acquisition of a secondary consort. By Qingqing, donned in a delicate pink gown, secondary consorts are forbidden to wear bright red, finds this tender hue perfectly befitting her gentle disposition. Yan Sun's expression remained tranquil, seemingly at a loss on how to face Qingqing ever since learning of her intent to send someone to assassinate Jiang Xueci. Consequently, he has continuously found excuses of pressing state affairs to avoid returning. He nodded slightly. Very well, I shall take my leave. Bai Qingqing's lips curled into a warm and benevolent smile, which she only retracted once the prince's figure faded into obscurity. Unwillingness coursed through her. She felt deep resentment. Clearly, she could have been the prince's consort, yet due to Jiang Xueci's actions of taking a concubine before their divorce, she was relegated to being merely a secondary consort. Nevertheless, she had already dispatched someone to eliminate Jiang Xueci. Why had no news returned yet? Alas, it mattered little. It would not be long before the front courtyard became lively, albeit the merriment would revolve solely around Su Jiaojiao, and she could not even venture forward to partake in it. How infuriating! The master of ceremonies proclaimed loudly, "Bow to heaven and earth." The empress, seated in the primary position as the elder, naturally ought to attend, especially since this concerns her own niece. The emperor, being of exalted status, would certainly not be present. While she gazed with satisfaction at the newlyweds bowing, a commotion outside abruptly caught her attention. What was happening outside? The empress inquired sternly. A nearby matron intended to investigate, but was interrupted by a middle-aged man who barged in, causing a stir and drawing the gaze of all present. Yan Jin's countenance darkened. "Who dares enter here? Do you know where you are and the bounds of propriety?" Jiang Jin scanned the surroundings. It was merely a wedding for a secondary consort, yet so many had gathered. More perplexing was the presence of the empress. "It is only natural for the esteemed prince to forget the common folk," he retorted. Yan Jin scrutinized him, and upon noticing a birthmark on his right cheek, he felt an unsettling familiarity, as though he had encountered this man before. "Who are you?" Jiang Jin declared loudly. "My mistress once saved His Highness the Prince." "Is this how you repay her, Your Highness? After only a few days of marriage, you cast her aside, leaving her to bear such a heavy stigma. A debt of gratitude, repaid with enmity." The empress slammed the table in fury. "Impudence! Seize this man and execute him." "Wait," Yan Jin interjected. "You claim your mistress saved me?" Jiang Jin spoke candidly. "Indeed, otherwise I would not have appeared at this moment to voice my grievances on behalf of my young lady. Years ago, she saved a dying youth by the riverside in Wei County, and in gratitude, he left behind a piece of jade." As Jiang Jin spoke, he produced the jade stone. The youth had promised before he departed that he would repay my young lady's kindness. Yet after all these years, I never imagined that His Highness the Crown Prince would be the one to repay her in such a manner. Yan Jin, with piercing eyes, approached and examined the jade closely, his heart jolting with realization. This was the unique gift bestowed upon him by his father at the moment of his birth. It was impossible for such a singular piece of jade to be counterfeit. Suddenly, he recalled his first encounter with Bai Qingqing, during which he had subtly inquired about the events of that time. She had claimed that her family had perished and that such a tragedy had rendered her unable to remember events from long ago. He had only deduced the identity of his savior based on the jade pendant worn by the one who had rescued him. Yet after so many years, perhaps he had misremembered the shape of that pendant, or perhaps it had found its way to Bai Qingqing. Now, spurred by this man's words, he finally remembered. The girl who had saved him indeed had a steward by her side, and that steward bore a birthmark the size of a fingernail on his right cheek. If that were the case, was it possible that the one who had rescued him was Jiang Xueci? Yan Jin stumbled back weakly, as if struck by a thunderclap. His mind went blank, and his blood seemed to freeze. What had he done? He had mistaken the identity of the person. The girl in his memory was gentle and kind, leading him to mistakenly believe that Bai Qingqing possessed a similar disposition, and that the jade pendant could not be false. Yet in retrospect, how could one who secretly orchestrated the massacre of Qing'er's family and attempted to assassinate Jiang Xueci be considered virtuous? For the sake of an unrelated individual, he had harmed the very person who had once saved his life, someone to whom he had vowed to repay his gratitude. "Your young lady, who is she?" he asked, clinging to the last shred of hope, his voice cautious. It seemed he feared that the name he was about to hear might be the one he dreaded, as emotions swirled within his gaze. Jiang Jin answered without hesitation. "Jiang Xueci. She is the solitary daughter of the Jiang family, who knelt in the imperial study just days before the crown prince's wedding, pleading for a divorce." Upon hearing this, Yan Jin felt as though he had plunged into an abyss, his body freezing in shock. His grip faltered, and the jade fell to the ground with a thud. The onlookers exchanged glances, as if they had stumbled upon a monumental secret. The empress, furrowing her brow, approached Yan Jin. "Sir, what troubles you?" Yan Jin, seemingly unhearing, took a moment to retrieve the fallen jade before turning towards the courtyard. Bai Qingqing, cursing Su Jiaojiao and Jiang Xueci in her heart, caught sight of Yan Jin approaching and felt a rush of joy. Surely, the prince favored her above all else. Casting aside Su Jiaojiao to seek her out, with delight, she ran towards him, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she exclaimed, "Your Highness, what brings you back? Is it But before she could finish her sentence, Yan Sun raised his hand and struck her with a resounding slap. The force was such that Bai Qingqing was sent sprawling to the ground, utterly disheveled. The servants in the courtyard were taken aback by the scene before them, unable to believe their eyes. Wasn't the crown prince particularly fond of Miss Bai? How could he act so ruthlessly now? Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Yan Sun's fierce, piercing gaze turned coldly towards her. You wretched woman, how dare you deceive me? At that moment, in the northern Yuan Wangfu, Jiang Xueci gazed at the parrot sent by Shun Ziqing, her eyes devoid of warmth. Calculating the time, she realized that today marked Yan Sun's marriage to his secondary consort, Su Jiaojiao, and his concubine Bai Qingqing. When Yan Jin had yet to return to the capital, Yan Sun had orchestrated the loss of a crucial strategist. Thus, with Yan Jin's temperament, how could he refrain from seeking revenge upon Yan Sun upon his return? According to the narrative, he would have snatched Bai Qingqing away to provoke Yan Sun. However, when he suddenly shifted his focus to herself, she understood that she could play her cards wisely. She deliberately allowed Zheng Yin, who had accompanied her son to live in the capital, to be exposed to Yan Jin's sight, indirectly revealing the incident from the original owner's youth when she had saved Yan Sun. Through Yan Jin's hand, she would deliver Zheng Yin to Yan Sun. In doing so, she could both avenge the harm inflicted upon the original owner and eliminate Bai Qingqing, the venomous second female lead. On the day of the grand wedding, upon discovering the truth, one could only imagine how gratifying Yan Sun's expression would be. Regrettably, she could not witness it firsthand. Jiang Xueci's frigid gaze fell upon the parrot in the cage as she leisurely opened the cage door and grasped the parrot in her hand, tightening her grip gradually, until the parrot, capable of mimicking speech, emitted a desperate cry, eventually falling silent. A cold laugh escaped her lips, the malevolent chill on her face growing ever more pronounced. I, Jiang Xueci, either do nothing or I do it thoroughly. Chapter 49. The son's extreme disdain for Bai Qingqing was utterly bewildered as to why the usually gentle and considerate crown prince had suddenly turned ferocious towards her, striking her in front of so many servants. Your Highness, how have I deceived you? Is there some misunderstanding? Your Highness, you have truly frightened me. Tears welled in her eyes, her voice trembling with grievance, evoking pity. Had it been any other day, Yan Sun would have certainly lifted her up and offered her comfort. Yet now, aware of the truth and the wickedness of this woman's heart, he found her previously obedient facade utterly repugnant. It was her presence that had led him to treat Xueci so outrageously. If not for her, he and Xueci could have cherished a life of love together. Now, he was forced to watch Xueci prepare to marry Yan Jin. No, they were not wed yet. He still had a chance. Bai Qingqing, noticing his changed demeanor towards her, felt a surge of panic. She crawled to Yan Sun's feet, cautiously tugging at his robe, and looked up at him with fear. Your Highness, please do not treat me this way. I'm truly frightened. Yan Sun sneered. Frightened? You should be far more afraid. He commanded, guards, take this woman and confine her to the dungeon. No one is permitted to see her without my consent. Upon these words, Bai Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom the icy indifference with which he treated her. Was she not his savior? How could he treat her in such a manner? Your Highness, what has transpired? Why do you treat me thus? Before Bai Qingqing could receive an answer, two guards stepped forward to forcibly escort her away. Shun Yi hurriedly approached. Your Highness, the Queen has sent someone to inquire about the situation. What shall be done with that individual named Zheng Yin? Lock him up for now. I still have questions for him. Shun Yi nodded, ready to continue when the Queen arrived. Greetings, Your Majesty. The Queen frowned, visibly displeased. Suna, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly leave during your wedding? You risk inciting gossip. Yan Sun remained silent for a moment before responding in a deep voice. Mother, I have no intention of taking Bai Qingqing as a concubine. The Queen immediately retorted. What do you mean? Do you intend to make Bai Qingqing your official consort? I will not allow it. A woman of such lowly status is unworthy of the position of crown princess. She shall neither be the crown princess nor a secondary consort. I will no longer harbor feelings for her. I have already imprisoned her in the dungeon. As for Su Jiaojiao, I shall have her sent back. The Queen, perplexed by the unfolding events, recognized his resolute demeanor and knew that she could not sway his stubborn temperament. "Where are you going?" Yan Sun's voice was somber. "I must journey to Baiyuan." "Impudent," the queen scolded. "Do you comprehend what you are saying? Do you not fear being detained by Yan Jin in Baiyuan and never returning? Do you understand the gravity of your actions?" It was as though he had been possessed by some malevolent force. Yan Sun did not falter in his steps, igniting a surge of anger within the queen. "Shen Yi, stop the crown prince. Otherwise, I shall have your head." Shen Yi dared not disobey and promptly positioned himself to obstruct Yan Sun. Seeing Yan Sun remain resolute, he knelt before him. "I beg your highness to spare my life." Yan Sun's expression darkened. At this moment, his sole desire was to reach Jiang Xueci as swiftly as possible. "Yan Sun, do not forget that you are the crown prince. Be heir apparent. I do not know the reasons behind your actions, but you must remember your own identity. Regarding the wedding, I shall not force you, but you cannot go to Baiyuan. You shall have to step over my corpse to do so." With that, she turned and departed. After a considerable time, Yan Sun commanded, "Bring the man who intruded into the East Palace." Shen Yi promptly complied and set off to fulfill the order. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Shen Yi returned, his expression tense and fearful. "Your Highness, that man has vanished. I have sent people to search, but he cannot be found anywhere in the East Palace." Yan Sun's eyes narrowed. "Search for him. Spare no effort to bring him to me." Meanwhile, in a hidden passage within the capital, a masked man in black handed a household registration token to Zheng Yin. "You have performed commendably. The prince is quite pleased. Here is your new token and reward. Your family awaits you in Yinzhou." Zheng Yin promptly accepted the talisman and several banknotes, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness. It is a blessing for a commoner like me to have the opportunity to assist the young lady in alleviating this grievance." The masked man issued a stern warning. "Once you leave the capital, remember to guard your tongue. Should you utter anything inappropriate, be wary of your family's safety." "Yes, yes, rest assured. For the young lady's sake, I shall certainly remain silent and avoid causing any trouble." The masked man inclined his head slightly. "Follow this secret passage, and you shall exit the capital. Keep your mouth in check, and you may live safely with your family. Now go." Zheng Yin hurried away, relief flooding his heart as he clutched the new talisman and banknotes. How fortunate it was to assist the young lady. Not only had he helped her, but he had also acquired enough wealth to ensure his family's comfort for a lifetime. Chapter 50. Lay by be gentle. Shen Ziqing winced in pain. Cui Yu's hand trembled slightly upon hearing this, and she immediately softened her touch. Shen Ziqing had returned from the military camp in a state of near collapse. It had taken considerable effort to save her, but her injuries were severe. Fortunately, the physician's skills were exceptional. With nourishment and treatment, she had improved significantly. However, according to the physician, it appeared her waist might never fully recover. Shen Ziqing felt a surge of indignation. She had merely wished to prepare a hot pot for Yan Jin, believing he would appreciate it according to the novel she had read. This led her to perceive herself as unique and worthy of interest. Yet to her dismay, he seemed disinclined, even punishing her harshly. Was it merely that he was in a foul mood then? Had she inadvertently invited misfortune upon herself? Meanwhile, Jiang Xueci had benefited, enjoying several days in solitude with the prince at the military camp. Nevertheless, she had dispatched a well-trained parrot to him, one that excelled at mimicry. She was confident that Jiang Xueci would inevitably reveal something inappropriate within her quarters. At that moment, she could use the parrot to bring Jiang Xueci's reputation to ruin. For now, however, she focused on recuperating diligently. It was imperative that she regained her strength to ascend to greatness and become the consort of a powerful minister. Utilizing her knowledge from the 21st century, she envisioned herself effortlessly ascending to the status of a revered empress. After all, she had always favored the second male lead over that blind, dissolute protagonist in her readings. She reached out to grasp Cui Yu's hand, her brows knitted in concern. "Cui Yu, I was simply in too much pain earlier. Did I frighten you? I apologize. Please do not hold it against me." Cui Yu shook her head repeatedly, though she cautiously replied, How could I blame Sister Shen? You have always treated me with such kindness. I am more grateful than anything." That is good to hear. We must continue to support one another. Xueci smiled cautiously, her gaze evasive, as she lowered her head to continue applying the medicine. She dare not mention that earlier that morning, while passing by Tsiyu Pavilion, she had seen someone burying a parrot beneath a tree. Though she could not ascertain whether it was the same one sent by Miss Shun to the princess, an unsettling premonition lingered in her heart. If Miss Shun were to learn that the parrot had perished so swiftly, she would surely be incensed, wouldn't she? In the Tsiyu Pavilion, a hushed tone was urged by Nanyu at the door, lest the princess overhear. Spring Rain stomped her foot in indignation, seemingly quite vexed. Inside, Jiang Xueci was engrossed in examining a new design when she inquired about the commotion outside, asking, "What are you whispering about so mysteriously?" Spring Rain immediately shook her head, insisting, "It's nothing. Nanyu and I were merely speculating on what to have for dinner this evening." Jiang Xueci set aside the pine needles in her hands, chiding the little maid for daring to deceive her. Such audacity. Spring Rain pouted, "Your Highness, it isn't that I do not confide in you, but the rumors outside are rather unseemly. People are saying you are a second marriage woman sent to Beiyuan to keep an eye on the prince." Jiang Xueci scoffed lightly. "Unperturbed, isn't that the truth? I am indeed a second marriage woman, and the emperor has subtly tasked me with monitoring Yan Jin. There's nothing wrong with that." Spring Rain was momentarily taken aback, but quickly closed the door and entered with Nanyu. "Your Highness, how can you say such things? If others were to hear, the rumors would become even more outrageous." Nanyu remarked, "Though the gossip is rampant, I feel it is being deliberately spread. Many do not view second marriage women negatively. They merely worry that you may be a spy. After all, the customs in Beiyuan are quite liberal, and the populace does not harbor many prejudices against women remarrying after divorce." Jiang Xueci maintained a gentle smile, her eyes crescent-shaped like a waning moon. "Just a few black-hearted detractors. There's no need to pay them any mind. By the way, do try this." As she spoke, she poured the contents of a jar into 2 cups and pushed them toward the 2 maids. Spring Rain eyed the teacup with suspicion. The concoction had been something the princess had been experimenting with for several days, and she had always wondered what it was, yet Jiang Xueci had never disclosed its nature. Now, the mixture bubbled ominously, and she feared that if she drank it, she might meet her departed parents once more. Hesitant, she observed Nanyu downing her cup with ease, which spurred her resolve. With a heart full of determination, she closed her eyes and drank it all in one go. She anticipated a torturous ordeal, but upon opening her eyes the next moment, disbelief filled her gaze as she exclaimed, "Your Highness, what is this? It's utterly delightful." Nanyu echoed her sentiments, remarking on the strange yet exhilarating taste. Jiang Xueci laughed, a smile of accomplishment gracing her features. Who in this world could resist the joy of a fizzy drink? Having idled away her time watching DIY Sprite videos, she found her newfound creation quite useful. She felt grateful to the creator of those videos. Truly, a good person. A good person must have 108 children. "Your Highness, what is this drink?" Jiang Xueci pursed her lips, concerned that if she named it Sprite, she might inadvertently reveal her identity. After all, in her time here, she had already encountered 2 time travelers. Who knew if a third lurked about? What if one is not a person of virtue like Lin Jining? Wouldn't that unnecessarily invite trouble upon oneself? "This beverage is called Lei Bai. Lei Bi. What an unpleasant name," Chunyi remarked disdainfully. Jiang Xueci feigned ignorance. Whether it's unpleasant or not is inconsequential. What matters is that it is delicious. "Has the banquet for the esteemed ladies of Beiyuan been arranged?" Nanyu replied, "Everything has been prepared. This morning, I personally sampled the dishes." "Excellent. There is no need to prepare tea. Let us serve only this lay-by. Let these ancients experience a taste of modern soda." She aimed to assist the original owner in avenging herself, but one must also embrace life, mustn't one? At that moment, a deep male voice resonated from outside. "Your Highness, I am Qingyu, here to report an urgent matter." "Gumin." The door creaked open, and Qingyu entered respectfully. "Your Highness, the prince wishes to share dinner with you tonight. Please go to Jing'an Pavilion after nightfall." Jiang Xueci nodded slightly, acknowledging the message. "Understood, you may leave. Tonight marks the full moon, a time when that fellow never dines with her. Yet now he uses this occasion to require her assistance in detoxification. Jiang Xueci recalled the last time he had bitten her in a fit of madness. The mark on her neck still bore the imprint of his teeth, a painful reminder that made her wish to sew his mouth shut. Chapter 51. This prince does not favor biting little fat lambs. Jing and Pavilion had prepared a sumptuous feast early in the day. Yet the atmosphere within remained tranquil amidst the rustling wind. Yan Jin stood before the Buddha, hands clasped behind him, his eyes closed, concealing his thoughts. His tall figure exuded an air of noble elegance, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, embodying the essence of tranquility and clarity. "Greetings, Your Highness." The servant at the entrance bowed respectfully. Jiang Xueci nodded as she entered, spotting Yan Jin's back not far away. Adjusting her hat, she exclaimed, "I'm so hungry. Let's eat." Yan Jin slowly turned, but upon seeing Jiang Xueci's attire, his gaze flickered with a mix of helplessness, confusion, and even amusement. The young girl donned a high-necked shoe brocade dress in red and white, her face unadorned yet radiating natural beauty. Her long, inky black hair cascaded down her back like the smoothest silk. Atop her head rested a festive red tiger hat, enhancing her endearing charm and exuding the sweetest aura, making her utterly adorable. "What are you doing?" Yan Jin inquired, his eyes filled with curiosity. Despite the recent cold, due to natural calamities in Beiyuan, the weather was gradually warming, and though still somewhat chilly, there was no need for such heavy attire. She revealed only her hands and a petite face, the rest of her body thoroughly bundled up. One might mistake her for an immobile porcelain doll. Jiang Xueci pouted in complaint. "The place where you bit me last time hasn't healed yet. I must take precautions. What if you go mad again?" Yan Jin seemed amused, sensing that Jiang Xueci's presence had brought a lively atmosphere to the estate. He found it impossible to fathom the peculiar thoughts swirling in her mind, strange yet delightful. This prince does not favor biting little fat lambs. Last time, it was merely a momentary lapse of reason due to the effects of an aphrodisiac. "Who are you calling a little fatty?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xueci immediately furrowed her brows in displeasure. Was this a veiled suggestion that she was overweight? Please. She was quite slender, standing at 1.70 meters. Her wrists were delicate enough to snap, and yet someone dared to claim she was fat? Yan Jin paid her no mind, placing the Buddhist beads aside into a brocade box before taking a seat at the table. With a disdainful huff, Jiang Xueci reluctantly opened the food box she had brought, presenting the antidote before Yan Jin. Next time, she would surely add a laxative to this insufferable creature's meal. Jiang Xueci watched him drink the antidote she had brought with great satisfaction, noticing the way his Adam's apple bobbed, which inexplicably made her swallow hard. Goodness, even the act of consuming medicine appeared so alluring. It was truly appetizing. Yan Jin set down the medicine bowl, about to speak when he noticed Jiang Xueci sitting across from him, eating while observing him with a face that, despite its divine handsomeness, seemed somewhat helpless. "By the way, Your Highness, I plan to invite some young nobles from Beiyuan City tomorrow. Will you attend?" Yan Jin, lacking appetite, did not pick up his chopsticks to join her meal. "I have matters to attend to. I cannot go." Disheartened, Jiang Xueci chose not to respond, devouring 2 whole bowls of rice before setting down her chopsticks, wiping her mouth, and extending her hands. "Where's my antidote?" Yan Jin, unhurried, rolled up the sleeve of his right arm and, with a deliberate slowness, took out a dagger, making a small incision on his arm from which blood began to seep. Jiang Xueci winced at the sight, but then recalled that this was the poison he had chosen. He alone must bear the consequences. Were it not for him, she would not have been poisoned, requiring his blood each full moon. Why not collect it in the bowl? Yan Jin did not respond to her query, but simply shifted the conversation. "Come here." Jiang Xueci shrugged and rose to sit beside him, cradling his right hand in hers. Leaning in, she pressed her lips to the cut, slowly sucking. It felt like a kitten just learning to drink milk, the wound tingling and numb. At that moment, the door burst open with a loud bang. Chi-Han rushed in, breathless, ready to report a matter of utmost importance, only to freeze at the sight before him. He tilted his head to observe Jiang Xueci cradling the prince's arm, blood seeping from the wound, as a crimson droplet trickled down her lips, rendering her appearance both enchanting and eerie. She resembled a creature from a tale, consuming flesh and drinking blood. Jiang thought surely he was hallucinating, having run too quickly and his mind had yet to catch up, causing him to misinterpret the scene. He closed his eyes and stepped back, taking several deep breaths to calm the unsettling feelings within him before cautiously opening the door once more. His narrow eyes slowly opened to behold the same scene, and he was instantly struck with shock. A demon. The prince had been consumed by a demon. As the night deepened, a piercing scream shattered the silence, echoing throughout the entire Baiyuan Wangfu. Almost everyone in the Wang residence heard those words. Jiang Xueci, Yan Jin. Jiang Xueci felt somewhat speechless. Was this young master of the Huayin Marquis truly not more than a 3-year-old child? Young Master Qi, what are you saying? Qingyu rushed over, immediately hearing the shocking declaration made by Jiang. He waved his hand, signaling the servants gathered in the courtyard to retreat. Before ushering Jiang into the Tsiyu pavilion and closing the door, isolating them from the commotion outside, Jiang drew his sword from his waist, exclaiming, Jiang Xueci, I never expected you to be a demoness. No wonder you have bewitched the prince to such an extent. Today, I shall rid the people of this scourge, this monstrosity. Jiang Xueci clicked her tongue in disdain, turning to Yan Jin with a sigh. Isn't this just foolishness? How can anyone enter the Wang residence so easily? The prince needs to manage his people better. Yan Jin's expression darkened as he cast a glance at Qingyu, who promptly seized the long sword from Jiang's grasp. Young Master Qi, what brings you here in such a frenzy? Qingyu inquired. It was then that Qingyu recalled the pressing matter at hand. My lord, there's trouble. The military camp has been flooded. My father sent me to inform you at once. Yan Jin's brows furrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. Have they caught the arsonist? Jiang shook his head repeatedly. Not yet. Yan Jin paused momentarily, then raised his arm before Jiang Xueci's lips. Wait until you finish drinking. Then I shall attend to the matter. Jiang's jaw nearly dropped. The last time the prince had hung him outside the Wangyue Tower for an entire night due to Jiang Xueci. He had realized that the prince was not indifferent to feminine charms, but merely found those women lacking in beauty. Yet even so, he never anticipated that the prince could be so utterly enchanted by this demoness, even going so far as to let her drink his blood. After Yan Jin departed, Jiang immediately sought to follow, seemingly fearing retribution from Jiang Xueci, the demoness, should she take offense and seek vengeance upon him. Jiang Xueci elegantly dabbed her mouth with a handkerchief, observing Jiang's demeanor, which was now a stark contrast to his previous arrogance upon their first meeting, filled instead with trepidation and wariness. A mischievous thought suddenly flickered in her mind. Nanyu closed the door. Nanyu nodded promptly, sealing off Jiang's escape route. What do you intend to do? Jiang Xueci shrugged. What can I do? Since we are old friends reuniting, why not sit down for a cup of tea? I've long wished to meet the illustrious young Master Qi of the Huayin Marquis. Jiang, who often created chaos in Baiyuan City, was indeed the beloved sole heir of the Huayin Marquis, spoiled beyond reason. Yet now, standing before the enchanting Jiang Xueci, who smiled like a flower, he inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine, goosebumps rising. Why you can't? My father is the Huayin Marquis. If you harm me, he will not let you off. Jiang Xueci raised an eyebrow, unconcerned. Oh, how will your father not let me off? Jiang's voice trembled slightly. My father will hire the best Taoist priest to drive you to the ends of the earth. TSK, TSK. Jiang Xueci softly clicked her tongue, expressing her astonishment. You truly startled me. How did your mind develop in Baiyuan City? Her curiosity was palpable. Jiang sat silently, his expression taut with vigilance as he leaned against a pillar, as if seeking solace in that position. Jiang Xueci, choosing to refrain from teasing him further, gracefully picked up her chopsticks and began to eat, her movements so elegant they resembled a captivating painting. Jiang observed her until she finished, then cautiously inquired, May I leave now? Jiang Xueci rose and approached him, and upon seeing his guarded demeanor, she suddenly recalled something. Tell me, how did the military camp catch fire? Was it the provisions that burned, or somewhere else? Although Chi Han was puzzled by her abrupt question, he answered truthfully. It was a kitchen mishap that led to a few tents being affected. Understanding dawned upon Jiang Xueci. According to the narrative she had read, this incident was supposed to occur a week later. Why had it transpired so suddenly? Had she misremembered the timeline due to the antiquity of her source? Indeed, the Baiyuan military camp had experienced a water mishap before, initially confined to the kitchen, which only affected a few tents and was not taken seriously. However, as the flames threatened to extinguish, a strong wind arose, swiftly consuming half of the camp's provisions. She needed to relay this information to Yan Jin. But how could she do so? At that moment, the door was abruptly pushed open. Shen Ziqing limped in, evidently still suffering from a back injury that made walking painfully difficult. Yet she seemed to be in a hurry, as if she bore urgent news. Shen Ziqing? Who harmed you? Chi Han frowned and asked. Shen Ziqing had no time to entertain his inquiries. She urgently stated, "Young Master Qi, you must go to the military camp immediately. A strong wind is about to blow. Hurry and have the prince move the provisions, or they will be burned." Jiang Xueci raised an eyebrow, pleased that her dilemma of how to inform Yan Jin was resolved with Shen Ziqing's arrival. "What are you talking about? The outside is calm. How could a gale suddenly arise? Who are you to command me?" He scoffed, dismissing her with disdain. Shen Ziqing, seemingly anxious, tugged at him, insisting, "You must go quickly. If we don't act in time, the provisions will truly be lost." Chi Han, with his stubborn temperament, shook her off, only to see Shen Ziqing lose her balance and fall clumsily to the ground. Frowning, Chi Han reprimanded, "Who allowed you to touch me?" Jiang Xueci's brow furrowed slightly. Perhaps Shen Ziqing had indeed learned some vital news. "Better safe than sorry. You should go check," she advised. "If what she says is true, you will earn great merit." Chi Han fell silent, contemplating her words, which began to hold some weight. After all, he had nothing pressing to attend to, and a trip to the military camp wouldn't be a burden. Yet, why should he heed Jiang Xueci, this enchanting woman? "You expect me to go just because you said so? That would be quite undignified." Jiang Xueci remained silent, simply gazing at him. The depths of her icy gaze were akin to the frigid frost of a harsh winter, chilling to the very bone. Chi Han inexplicably felt a shiver run down his spine. He coughed lightly and declared, "I shall go. Why be so fierce?" With that, he departed. Shen Ziqing exhaled in relief, enduring the excruciating pain in her waist, yet she felt that it was all worth it. She had saved the military supplies from the North Yuan's considerable depletion. Would the prince not regard her with esteem after this? At that moment, Ziyu rushed over, kneeling before Shen Ziqing, eager to assist her. "Sister Shen, how could you venture out like this? If you must, at least call for me. I could help you." Shen Ziqing comforted her and, rising to her feet, cast a cold smile at Jiang Xueci. "Your Highness, the prince holds a noble status, and what he lacks is a virtuous consort, someone who can support him. In the future, I shall certainly assist you in aiding the prince. Do not take offense. This is merely my duty." Jiang Xueci remained entirely unfazed, disregarding both her words and veiled provocations, even finding her somewhat endearingly foolish. "Very well, I shall count on you." Shen Ziqing continued, "Your Highness, do you still cherish the parrot I gifted you?" That parrot had been trained for a long time at great expense, specifically to mimic Jiang Xueci's speech. After all, the parrot resided in her chamber, naturally overhearing many inappropriate conversations. When the prince visited her, should the parrot inadvertently reveal certain things, he would undoubtedly reprimand her. After all, Jiang Xueci was the female lead, and though her presence here was a mystery, she was destined to assist the male lead in securing his reign. Thus, she would inevitably engage in actions that could harm the prince. Jiang Xueci remained composed, replying dismissively, "Who knows? Perhaps it is simply sleeping, and shall never awaken." She could hardly accept Shen Ziqing's gift with pleasure, knowing full well that Shen Ziqing despised her. How could she be so foolish as to keep something given by her? Shen Ziqing nodded, satisfied. "Very well, I shall take my leave." She awaited the prince's gratitude. Chapter 53. Keep a close watch on her. Did Shen Ziqing inform you of this? Yan Jin inquired, observing the soldiers rushing forth to extinguish the flames. His tone frigid and devoid of warmth. Jiang nodded. Indeed, she sought me out unexpectedly, and curiously, she bore injuries yet insisted I relay a message to the prince. It seems credible, does it not? As he spoke, he gazed towards the distant inferno, feeling an unsettling notion that the towering flames were encroaching upon the supplies. Qingyu paused. Your Highness, should I send someone to retrieve the supplies? If this is true, the losses could be catastrophic. Even if her words were false, it would merely amount to a futile endeavor. However, if they held any truth, the provisions for the soldiers could be reduced to ashes. While the means by which Miss Shun acquired this knowledge remained unclear, it was prudent to exercise caution. Yan Jin nodded go. Upon receiving the command, Qingyu immediately rushed with the servants to transport the supplies, striving to avert the impending flames. After the passage of a mere incense stick's time, a significant portion of the provisions had been successfully relocated, when suddenly, a tempest began to stir within the otherwise tranquil military camp. Gradually, the wind intensified, and the still-burning fire surged towards the remaining supplies in the west. Panic ensued among the crowd, and the soldiers hastily abandoned their loads, fleeing for their lives. A dangerous glint flickered in Yan Jin's eyes. Jiang was somewhat astonished. Was it truly happening? A fierce wind had indeed arisen. Had the supplies not been evacuated, a grave disaster would have been imminent. What was going on with Jiang Xueci? Remarkably, she had spoken the truth. Jiang turned to inquire, Your Highness, does Jiang Xueci possess the ability to predict the weather? Thankfully, we heeded her advice regarding the supplies. At that moment, Qingyu hurried over, reporting, Your Highness, we have identified the arsonist, but he has poisoned himself to death. It is my incompetence. I beg Your Highness to impose punishment. Jiang was taken aback, realizing that this was no mere accident, but a deliberate act. Who could possibly commit such a heinous deed? Did they wish for death? Jiang, you may return now. Jiang nodded slightly. Yes, Your Highness. Once Jiang departed, Qingyu observed the raging flames that were progressively spreading towards the supplies, and his expression grew grim. Your Highness, these individuals are exceedingly audacious. We are far removed in Beiyuan. How we hindered them? Must they persecute us so relentlessly? Although the assassin had taken his own life, he could not shake the feeling that this was somehow connected to the capital. After all, Your Highness has risen from nothing to command 1,000,000 soldiers, and the capital has always regarded him with suspicion, plotting his downfall in secret. Over the years, he had witnessed countless schemes against him. Fortunately, Your Highness has been blessed with fortune, repeatedly escaping peril. Yan Jin's countenance was icy, her eyes reflecting a fierce inferno, appearing particularly sinister in the darkness. Jiang Xueci, how could she have foreseen the sudden gust of wind? And why did she hastily instruct Jiang to inform me to transport the supplies? Qingyu furrowed his brow. Miss Shun has mostly remained in her courtyard, mingling only with the noble ladies of the city, and has had little interaction with others. However, she has indeed changed recently. Yan Jin gently rubbed the prayer beads in her hand, acknowledging that while Miss Shun had performed admirably, she ought not to possess knowledge of such matters. Could it be that she has some connection to the arsonist? Qingyu speculated. Yan Jin remained silent for a moment before commanding, assign someone to monitor her. Report any unusual movements immediately. Qingyu understood that His Highness was inherently suspicious, and not to mention, Miss Shun's words were indeed peculiar. The following day, the Beiyuan royal mansion was abuzz with activity, as the esteemed Princess Xuanhuang from the capital hosted a grand banquet, drawing the attention of noble ladies and young lords from the city, who eagerly flaunted their invitations. Within the Bishi pavilion, Jiang Xueci sat on the bed, her face adorned with a smile, gazing at the several noble ladies seated beside her. Though her family background was not prestigious, having grown up in the Beiyuan royal mansion, she had naturally formed bonds with the noble ladies of Beiyuan. Now that she was injured, it was no surprise that so many had come to visit her. In the future, should I ascend to the status of a princess, these individuals will undoubtedly pledge greater loyalty to me than they do to Jiang Xueci. My sister, however, has truly been careless. How could she have injured her back? She must exercise more caution henceforth. Indeed, It is quite dreary to be confined to rest due to an injury sustained without cause. Fortunately, the princess possesses a kind heart and will likely visit frequently to engage in conversation with my sister. Did you observe the attire the princess donned today? I have heard it was crafted with golden threads, truly resplendent and dazzling. Who could possibly overlook such grandeur? Among our peers, who does not pay close attention to the princess's fashion? My mother even remarked that I have become increasingly beautiful of late. Yan Jin felt a twinge of annoyance. These ancient folk truly are beyond redemption, fixated solely on superficial matters, consumed by envy and rivalry. Young Master Qingyu, what brings you here? Suiyu inquired. Noticing Qingyu approaching with a delicately wrapped parcel, her curiosity piqued. Qingyu replied, neither cold nor warm. Is mission inside? Yes, please come in, young master. Upon entering, Qingyu spotted a multitude of people gathered by the bedside and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yan Jin inquired, Qingyu, what brings you here? Does the prince have any matters to discuss? Qingyu shook his head. The prince has no specific business. He merely instructed me to deliver this to the young lady, stating it would be beneficial for her back injury, and she might wish to give it a try. At this revelation, the onlookers were taken aback, and soon their envious gazes converged upon Yan Jin. A sense of elation swelled within her. Surely this was due to her conversation with Qi Han the previous night, which had prevented the fire from spreading. See, a mere flick of my fingers is all it takes to maneuver through these ancient customs. Suiyu, please take this, she urged. It is kind of you to come all this way. The prince has been unwell and has been preoccupied with military matters. Please take good care of him. Qingyu nodded. Yes, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. With that, he departed. Once he was gone, the noble ladies resumed their chatter. Sister Shun, the prince is truly fond of you. It seems that once he marries the princess, you shall surely be bestowed the title of concubine. Indeed, the prince has never shown such favor to anyone else. It appears sister is destined to be the prince's virtuous consort. Yan Jin smiled lightly. Do not jest with me. The prince has always treated me well, and this is but a trifling gesture. The noble ladies exchanged glances and refrained from further comments. Yet, deep down, they were unanimously filled with envy and disdain towards Yan Jin. Had she not been raised in the royal residence, who would even consider befriending a child of common birth? Suddenly, Yan Jin spoke. Suiyu, assist me in rising. The princess is hosting a banquet today, and I must attend. Otherwise, she may take offense. Chapter 54. Yan Jin. She is truly pretentious. Princess, everything is prepared. Jiang Xueci nodded slightly, casting a glance at the items held by the servants. Proceed. The instructed servants dutifully made their way to the back garden, where the head maid, Zhou Qinyun, approached the lively gathering of esteemed guests. Esteemed guests, this is what our princess has prepared for all of you. Please do partake. Qi Han sat opposite Zhou Qinyun, hearing her words. He curled his finger and took the cup. Let me have a taste. I am curious to see what your princess has prepared. Zhou Qinyun inclined her head slightly and personally brought a cup over, respectfully placing it on the table beside him. Qi Han, with eyes as clear as azure waves, glanced at the liquid that resembled mere water and snorted disdainfully. Is this all your princess has prepared? I am a distinguished guest. Must you be so dismissive? Compelled by his mother to attend, he would otherwise have avoided this gathering hosted by the enchanting lady. It was said that all the young nobles of Beiyuan City were present, and if the Huayin Marquis' residents did not attend, it would be a matter of face. Yet, here he was, reduced to drinking such a mediocre offering, not even a cup of tea. Wasn't it said that this esteemed princess was wealthy enough to rival nations? Qi Han lazily set down the cup, his voice laced with arrogance, openly expressing his discontent. Zhou Qinyun felt somewhat troubled. This young Master Qi was the sole son of the Huayin Marquis, accustomed to being treated like a treasured gem, never having to endure the slightest grievance, with someone always ready to clean up any mess he made. Aside from not showing off in front of the prince, he had rarely faced any failures. Now, how could she dare to say much? She could only respectfully step forward, intending to take the cup away. But just as she took a step closer, a cool, unfeeling voice rang out. If you won't drink, then leave. Jiang Xueci walked in with a graceful and unhurried pace. adorned in a resplendent red dress that dazzled without appearing gaudy, exuding an extraordinary beauty. Jihan frowned slightly, wondering why she was being so fierce. The onlookers exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. It was the first time they had witnessed the royal princess display such fierceness. Their previous impression of her was that of a kind-hearted girl who enjoyed dressing up. Yet now, with a single remark, she had subdued young Master Qi. Jiang Xueci offered a slight bow, prompting everyone to greet her in unison. "Greetings, princess." With a gentle smile, Jiang Xueci replied, "There is no need for formality. This is my first official meeting with you all since arriving in Beiyuan. I hope for more interactions in the future." The crowd hastened to comply, not daring to show any neglect. In an instant, everyone had forgotten about Qi Han, who, for the first time in his life, felt utterly ignored. However, given that it was Jiang Xueci, the person whom the prince had warned them about, Qi Han, despite his irritation, refrained from causing a scene as he usually would. He irritably picked up the cup of water on the table and took a sip, only to have his deep black eyes suddenly light up in astonishment. Looking in disbelief at the seemingly ordinary water, he exclaimed, "What is this flavor? It is so uniquely exquisite. What is this drink? I have never tasted anything like it before." Upon hearing this, the others curiously picked up the drinks from the trays held by the servants and took a sip. The princess had indeed not been jesting. This lay-by was truly a distinctive flavor. If marketed, it would surely yield a bountiful profit. At that moment, a warm male voice emerged. Everyone turned to see the recently renowned merchant, young Master Fu Feng, entering the room. Jiang Xueci smiled gently. "So, would the young Master Fu Feng be willing to engage in this transaction with me?" Fu Feng nodded. "If the princess is willing to disclose the formula, I would certainly agree. We can divide the profits 3 to 7. I shall take 3 and the princess 7. No need for that. A 50-50 split would suffice. As for your portion, you need not hand it directly to me. Simply establish a kanji shop to do some good deeds, which would also accumulate virtue." Shun Ziqing arrived, stumbling and breathless, only to witness a throng in the back garden extolling Jiang Xueci as a living bodhisattva. She is beautiful and kind-hearted, a celestial goddess descending to bestow blessings upon the mortal realm. Her expression soured slightly. "Princess, may you enjoy peace and prosperity. It is my fault. I have yet to recover from my injuries and failed to greet you in a timely manner. I hope for your understanding." As she spoke, she coughed a few times, unwittingly adopting a frail demeanor, as if oppressed by the princess, prompting speculation about the hardships she must endure in her daily life. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Jiang Xueci observed her demeanor without a hint of trepidation and struck her palm. Shun Ziqing was taken aback. After a moment, seeing Nanyu approaching her, she exclaimed, "What do you intend to do? The prince treats me with great respect. On what grounds do you strike me?" The crowd was equally bewildered by the unfolding scene. Jiang Xueci spoke sternly. "The physician has informed me that you are afflicted with a contagious cough. I have advised you to rest quietly in your chamber. Now that you are out, do you wish to infect everyone?" Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively stepped back, while the noble ladies covered their mouths with handkerchiefs, casting disdainful glances at Shun Ziqing. "You speak nonsense. When did I ever have a cough?" Jiang Xueci replied calmly. "Do you think everyone failed to hear? You just coughed quite violently. Otherwise, why would you be bedridden due to illness?" Shun Ziqing immediately retorted, "It is merely a back injury. I fell from the rockery by accident." Jiang Xueci delicately brushed her hair aside. "That is not quite right. You were weak from the cough, unable to stand, which led to your fall from the rockery. It's one thing to be irresponsible for yourself, but how can you be so careless towards others? None of these esteemed guests have wronged you. How can you act in such a manner?" Shun Ziqing was at a loss for words, fully aware that Jiang Xueci was deliberately framing her, yet she found herself unable to prove her innocence. Scanning the faces of those who looked upon her with disdain, she felt a surge of frustration. Is this truly the heroine? She is clearly the wicked rival. Zhou Qianyun, do you not agree with what this princess has stated? Zhou Qianyun's expression shifted slightly. Having been in charge of affairs in the royal residence for many years, she discerned the hierarchy well. The prince held the princess in high regard, while Shun Ziqing was merely the daughter of a commoner. Although her mother had saved the prince, thousands had risked their lives for him in the northern Yuan territory. Yan Jin was hardly exceptional. The princess speaks the truth. The crowd understood. How could someone of the princess's stature possibly lie? It was Yan Jin who, fearing the princess had overshadowed her, was likely causing a scene based on her mother's contributions. Yan Jin gazed at Zhou Qianyun in disbelief, contemplating rebuking her for her timidity. However, the next moment, she caught sight of Yan Jin's figure and hurriedly approached him to lament, "Your Highness, the princess insists that I am afflicted with a contagious cough and demands that Nanyu silence me. You must intercede on my behalf." Yan Jin cast a sharp glance at Jiang Xueci. Upon meeting her frigid gaze, he felt a twinge of regret for his presence. That individual was exceedingly delicate. Should he humiliate her in front of everyone, it could provoke her to wreak havoc upon the royal residence in the future. The princess holds a noble title. How could she possibly slander you? If she has commanded you to be silent, it is likely because you have overstepped your bounds and provoked her ire. Yan Jin froze, incredulous that the very person who had sent someone to deliver her medicine moments ago was now unwilling to defend her. Chapter 55. I kindly advise you to keep your distance from him. Your Highness, you are aware that I am not afflicted with a contagious cough. How can you favor the princess? Yan Jin's urgency mounted. However, observing Yan Jin's expressionless demeanor and his unwavering resolve, the joy that had surged within her before crumbled like a castle of cards. Discontent began to ripple through the crowd. Could the prince truly endorse the princess's slander against her? Why did Yan Jin become increasingly irksome? The princess possesses a kind heart, and in her brief time in Beiyuan, she has accomplished so many benevolent deeds for the people. How could such a person malign you without cause? Indeed, the royal residence lacks a female master. Perhaps you have grown accustomed to living here and have mistakenly assumed the role of mistress, thus showing disrespect to the princess, who is to be the future royal consort. Yan Jin, we know the princess's character all too well. We could never believe she would slander you. A faint smile graced Jiang Xueci's lips as she observed Yan Jin's bewildered and helpless expression, suddenly realizing that her journey through time had yielded little fruit. Did she mistakenly believe she had become the protagonist amid the throng? It is essential to understand that all protagonists and victories are earned through diligent effort. Otherwise, why would she engage in such virtuous acts? Performing noble deeds in a grand manner invariably requires reciprocity. Look, she need not utter a word, and yet support materializes effortlessly. Bring Yan Jin to kneel outside Huayan Hall for reflection. Without my permission, no one is to allow her to rise. Those behind her immediately acquiesced, disregarding Yan Jin's struggles as they forcibly escorted her away. Jiang Xueci exchanged glances with Yan Jin, perceiving the warning in his eyes, yet she merely smiled knowingly, grateful for his intervention on her behalf. Yan Jin's tone remained calm and devoid of warmth, as long as the princess is satisfied. Amidst the crowd, envious murmurs began to emerge. The prince treats the princess exceptionally well. It is truly enviable. Indeed, I have never seen the prince show such kindness to anyone before. It seems the princess possesses remarkable character. Who could argue otherwise? The princess was just saying she intends to collaborate with that dashing merchant to sell the uniquely flavored lei bai, akin to celestial nectar. She plans to donate her profits. The crowd began to disperse, gathering in small clusters. Jiang Xueci approached Yan Jin, and despite her stature, she found herself looking up at him, compelled to adopt a submissive posture. "Your Highness, everyone is praising us as a match made in heaven," she remarked. Yan Jin's lips curled into a scornful smirk. "A match made in heaven? You ought to know that I have no affection for you whatsoever, aside from my need for your assistance." Jiang Xueci clicked her tongue softly, her tone tinged with regret. "There you go again, Your Highness, speaking insincerely. Are you well acquainted with Fu Feng?" Yan Jin inquired. Jiang Xueci replied affirmatively, "Yes. He is a friend, one with whom I share an immediate rapport." Yan Jin cast a glance towards Fu Feng, who was surrounded by a group of noble ladies. Although a faint smile adorned his face, his eyes betrayed a distinct lack of warmth, revealing his evident disdain for the scene. "Allow me to caution you. It would be wise to keep your distance from him. He is not someone you can easily manipulate. Jiang Xueci fell silent, following his gaze toward Fu Feng. After a moment, she replied softly, "Is that so? Yet, I have no intention of manipulating him. I have no true friends in Beiyuan. I merely wish to engage in amicable companionship." Yan Jin chose not to elaborate further, his well-meaning advice serving only to assist Jiang Xueci in alleviating her predicament. The remainder was of little concern to him. The banquet was prepared, and Qinyu beckoned the guests to take their seats. Jiang Xueci discreetly gestured for Nanyu to approach. Moments later, after whispering instructions into Nanyu's ear, she watched as the girl nodded and quietly exited the back courtyard. Meanwhile, Shun Ziqing knelt outside Huiyan Hall, seething with indignation, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust, still unable to quell the bitterness within her heart. She was aware of certain plot developments. She should not be so easily bested by that insufferable woman. Jiang Xueci was merely a figure from the past. How could she possess the modern thoughts and knowledge that Shun Ziqing held? Having been outmaneuvered, Shun Ziqing concluded that the heroine was no better, embodying malice herself. Clearly, she could not afford to remain passive any longer. On the corridor, two maids were gossiping softly. "Is it true what you say? How pitiful. The prince's maternal family served the nation loyally, only to be ensnared by treachery. Indeed, the heavens are blind. I heard that the prince's mother, Lady Lan, fell ill from sorrow and never recovered. Such a tragedy. No wonder the prince visits the capital annually. He must be paying his respects to Lady Lan. Losing one's mother at such a tender age, it is no surprise he's been sent to Beiyuan. Ah, but thankfully, a kind and gentle princess has arrived. Just look at her benevolent and graceful demeanor. She will surely take good care of the prince, which is quite reassuring." Upon hearing their words, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Shun Ziqing's eyes. She had not fully read the novel, leaving her unaware of subsequent events. However, the author had mentioned in the synopsis that the second male lead, the antagonist Yan Jin, and his mother were instigated by the empress and the national uncle, leading the emperor to suspect them and ultimately order their execution. This set in motion the antagonist's rebellion, transforming the realm into a hellish landscape. Later, when the conflict reached the capital, it was said that Yan Jin nearly annihilated the entire city, an utterly terrifying prospect. If I were to disclose this matter to Yan Jin, would I not be aiding her in identifying the murderer of her mother? Surely, my standing would surpass that of Jiang Xueci. Should Yan Jin succeed in her future endeavors with my assistance, is it not plausible that she could seize the throne? Having rendered such significant assistance to Yan Jin, I would undoubtedly ascend to the esteemed position of empress. As this thought crossed Shun Ziqing's mind, a flicker of excitement ignited in her eyes. Suiyu knelt beside her. Catching sight of the prince passing by, she whispered, "Sister Shun, the prince is approaching. We must be sure to kneel properly." Shun Ziqing smiled, convinced that fate was favoring her. She feigned an inability to maintain her posture and collapsed to the ground. After a moment, as Tsiyu helped her to her feet, she steadfastly declared, "It matters not. I can continue. Since the prince has deemed me at fault, I shall accept it and reflect earnestly here." Suiyu was taken aback by her sudden statement. Had she not just been reprimanding the princess? Suddenly, Shun Ziqing felt someone standing behind her, casting a shadow that obscured the sunlight. In astonishment, she turned to find it was indeed Yan Jin approaching. "My prince?" Chapter 56. Shun Ziqing's hubris brings repercussions. Know your place. The princess is your superior. You must be clear on how to conduct yourself from now on. As Shun Ziqing met Yan Jin's gaze, she retorted, "My prince, I have committed no error. I acknowledge your punishment, yet I refuse to concede." Yan Jin's eyes flickered with impatience, though Shun Ziqing remained oblivious to this. "How did you come to know of the military situation?" A glimmer of delight surged within Shun Ziqing. He was indeed inquiring further. "There are many things I am aware of, and I possess numerous innovative ideas that could aid your highness. Are you familiar with gunpowder? With soap? With employing phosphorus powder to eliminate enemies on the battlefield with ease? My prince, the mere mention of gunpowder could claim hundreds of lives. On the battlefield, who could possibly defeat you?" Yan Jin's gaze grew dark and profound, seemingly intrigued by her words. "Assist your young lady to her feet. Accompany me to my study, where I shall listen to your insights. Shen Ziqing's heart soared with joy as she was helped up by Cuiyu and followed Yan Jin. As they walked, they encountered Nanyu, who courteously greeted them. Noticing Shen Ziqing's mocking glance, she remained unfazed and, after the group departed, made her way to Huiyan Hall. I have just instructed you regarding the matter. Do not breathe a word of it to anyone. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to prepare coffins for your families. The two maidservants who had just been sweeping in Huiyan Hall nodded vigorously at her words. Sister Nanyu, rest assured, we would rather die than speak of it. Nanyu nodded slightly, hoping that would indeed be the case. I am quite interested in what you mentioned about gunpowder and using phosphorus to vanquish foes. Pray, elaborate on how this gunpowder can be manufactured. Shen Ziqing paused, lowering her head to sip her tea, her eyes darting around, momentarily regretting her earlier boastfulness. During her school days, she was only aware of indulging in pleasures, and although the teachers had taught her about explosives, she had little interest and did not retain the knowledge. Now, when asked about it, how could she possibly recall? After taking a sip of tea, Shen Ziqing chuckled awkwardly and said, Your Highness, I am aware of something that piques your interest even more. What is it? Shen Ziqing glanced at Qingyu and instructed her to step outside. Yan Jin understood. You may leave now. Qingyu nodded. Yes, Your Highness. Once the door was closed, Shen Ziqing spoke in a hushed tone. Your Highness, I know a shocking secret. The Lady of Lan and your maternal family were not ambushed by the enemy forces of the previous dynasty. Moreover, the Lady of Lan did not succumb to illness due to overwhelming sorrow. In an instant, the calmness in Yan Jin's eyes vanished, replaced by an ominous darkness that sent chills down Shen Ziqing's spine, making it difficult for her to breathe. The prayer beads in her hand shattered, rolling onto the floor with a crisp sound that startled her. She glanced at the beads bouncing on the ground, striving to regain her composure. Your Highness, I speak only the truth. Yan Jin's shadowy gaze remained fixed on her. How did you come to know this? Your Highness, it matters not how I know. I swear on my life that I am not lying. If I lie, may thunder strike me. Yan Jin fell silent, his intense gaze making Shen Ziqing uneasy. Who is it? Finally, Shen Ziqing sighed in relief. It is the Empress and the Duke, who fear that the Lady of Lan's family may one day rise above them, thus whispering insidious words into the Emperor's ear. The Emperor, consumed by suspicion, ultimately dispatched assassins to eliminate the Lady of Lan's family. As for the Lady of Lan, she did not perish from grief, but was executed by the Emperor's decree. Yan Jin's cold, predatory gaze bore into Shen Ziqing, akin to a wolf stalking its prey across a desolate landscape. Instinctively, she swallowed hard, standing up to approach Yan Jin, and, with a sudden thud, knelt before him. Your Highness, I truly do not lie. Everything I say is genuine. If you doubt me, you may send someone to investigate. Yan Jin remained silent, which only heightened Shen Ziqing's anxiety. For reasons unknown, she felt she had acted too impulsively. Yet, the thought of aiding Yan Jin in resolving such a monumental issue filled her with certainty that she had made the right choice. Otherwise, she would forever be bullied by that wretched Jiang Xueci, hindering her bright and glorious future. As Shen Ziqing's mind swirled with thoughts, she suddenly felt a tightening around her neck. In disbelief, she looked at Yan Jin, her heart racing and her body trembling uncontrollably. Your Highness, she gasped in distress. Yan Jin regarded her with a disdainful glare. You had best pray that what you say is true. Otherwise, I shall personally have you torn apart and fed to the dogs. Just as Shen Ziqing felt on the brink of suffocation, Yan Jin finally released her. Shen Ziqing gasped for breath, inhaling the air deeply, her body trembling uncontrollably, as if she were experiencing the malevolence of the antagonist from her stories for the first time, her soul nearly fleeing in terror. What else do I know? Shen Ziqing shook her head. Nothing. I only know this. I only know this. Yan Jin rose and exited the study, the door closing behind him. Your Highness, Yan Jin gazed up at the azure sky, watching the bird soar by, his eyes cold as ice. Take Shen Ziqing to the dungeon and extract every piece of information she possesses at any cost. You handle it personally, Qingyu inquired. Your Highness. Did you not previously state that we should treat Miss Shun with courtesy? If I were to go myself, she might suffer some indignity. His methods of interrogation were never gentle. Those who faced his scrutiny either left on stretchers or barely clinging to life. Yan Jin's chilling gaze fixed upon him, and Qingyu dared not speak further, immediately bowing in acquiescence. Yes, Your Highness, I shall attend to it right away. In the courtyard, everyone was savoring the exquisite dishes prepared by Jiang Xueci's attendants, each dish a novel delight that elicited unanimous praise. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the convivial atmosphere. The once lively hall fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. It appeared someone was in distress. Jiang Xueci's expression shifted slightly as he spoke. We captured an assassin last night, and I believe they are currently being interrogated. The guests were aware of the numerous enemies the prince had made, which had led to the current peace in Beiyuan. Thus the presence of an assassin was not unexpected. The guests expressed their sympathy and did not doubt Jiang Xueci's words, beginning to condemn these foolish individuals. Jiang Xueci smiled faintly as he noticed Nanyu approaching and whispering something in his ear, understanding immediately. Everyone, please continue your meal. Do not allow this minor thief to disturb your appetites. Chapter 57. Encountering danger for several consecutive days. Jiang Xueci had not seen Shen Ziqing within the prince's residence, and guessed she was likely confined somewhere by Yan Jin. Meanwhile, Yan Jin was rarely seen, coming and going at odd hours. Jiang Xueci enjoyed a few leisurely days, dressing exquisitely as she ventured out to explore the mountains and waters, occasionally accompanying noble women from Beiyuan City to enjoy operas and shop, relishing a serene existence. Your Grace, Qingyu, the prince's aide, has arrived, Qingyu announced, and soon Qingyu entered. Bowing respectfully, Your Grace, the prince requests that you prepare yourself. We are to embark on a journey, and shall return in approximately 10 days. So urgent? Where are we going? Jiang Xueci inquired, setting down her hairpin. I am merely tasked with conveying the prince's orders. I know nothing further. Jiang Xueci paused. I understand. Qingyu, gather our belongings. It seems she was required to accompany him, likely to assist in alleviating his cold poison. After all, the night of the full moon was approaching, and it appeared preparations of medicine were necessary. Nanyu, please prepare the herbs, grind them, and pack them for the journey. You will accompany me, while Qingyu stays behind to tend to the house. Yes, Your Grace. In the carriage, Yan Jin remained silent, his complexion somewhat pale, likely due to the exhaustion from his recent early mornings and late nights. Over the past few days, he had indeed grown weary. In a state between slumber and wakefulness, he suddenly sensed someone approaching and instinctively seized a hand that reached toward him. Jiang Xueci was startled, seemingly taken aback by his abrupt awakening and grasping of her. Her shimmering eyes resembled those of a frightened fawn as she explained, I merely wish to massage your acupoints. You appear unwell, and I thought to help you relax. Yan Jin released her wrist, firmly stating, do not overstep your bounds. I will not come to favor you easily due to your actions. Jiang Xueci, undeterred, continued to place her hands over his temples, gently kneading them. Yan Jin glanced at her, but ultimately fell silent, closing his eyes once more. Indeed, it felt considerably better. Jiang Xueci pouted, Amen. Your Highness, where are we headed? Are you taking me out for some amusement? Yan Jin kept his eyes shut, attempting to retrieve the prayer beads from his wrist, only to realize they had shattered. A flicker of irritation surged within him, and he stifled the urge for violence. Noticing his furrowed brow, Jiang Xueci refrained from further inquiries. The carriage continued its journey undeterred until night fell, finally halting at an inn just as Jiang Xueci succumbed to a deep slumber. Your Highness, it seems we shall not arrive until midday tomorrow. We shall rest here for the night. Yan Jin initially intended to command the driver to continue, yet upon observing Jiang Xueci's peaceful sleep, he relented. Nanyu had planned to wait for the prince before assisting her lady down, but upon witnessing the prince carry Jiang Xueci himself, she lowered her head and followed behind. You remain here to guard her, Yan Jin instructed Qingyu as he laid Jiang Xueci on the bed. But Your Highness, we have already left the territory of Tianxian. If you encounter any danger, I shall be concerned, Qingyu replied. With a calm demeanor, Yan Jin reassured, "It matters not. Protecting her is tantamount to safeguarding myself." Qingyu dared not press further and nodded in agreement. Once the door closed, Jiang Xueci slowly opened her eyes and descended from the bed. A solitary candle flickered within the room, casting a dim light that illuminated the modest accommodations. Though it was an inn, it was exceedingly simple, confirming their departure from the realm of Tianxian. Shen Ziqing had likely overheard the discussions of the two maidservants, recalling the truth regarding Yan Jin's maternal lineage and the death of his mother. In her quest for recognition and to garner Yan Jin's attention, she had divulged this information. However, a person as suspicious as Yan Jin would naturally remain incredulous. It seemed she was now seeking out those who had served by the side of the late Lan Fei over a decade prior. She vaguely remembered that the text indeed mentioned those close to Lan Fei had escaped through a dog hole, narrowly avoiding death. Subsequently, they had hidden in the mountains for 2 years, too fearful to remain within Tianxian, eventually departing to live in a village deep in the remote mountains beyond its borders. As the plot unfolded, Yan Jin became aware of the peculiarities surrounding the events of that year, and thus commenced his search for clues. Now, it was merely a matter of advancing this investigation ahead of schedule. However, if the narrative were to be followed, the journey would proceed smoothly, alleviating concerns for personal safety, especially with Shiyu's discreet protection by his side. With this thought in mind, Jiang Xueci returned to bed, listening to Shiyu's words, which suggested they would arrive by noon the following day. "My lord, a contingent of men has blocked our path ahead." The carriage suddenly came to a halt. Jiang Xueci opened the window for a glance and, as expected, saw hundreds of assassins clad in dark garments and masked, evidently prepared for confrontation. "My lord, we have not brought many people this time. Is it safe?" Jiang Xueci expressed her unease. They had only brought 20 men, a stark contrast to their 100 adversaries, which certainly diminished their chances of success. Before Yan Jin could respond, Shiyu interjected, "My lord, another group of assassins is following closely behind. This road is entirely sealed off, with a sheer cliff to the left, leaving us with no option but to retaliate." Yan Jin's eyes were half closed, exuding calmness as he commanded, "Attack." Moments later, the sounds of clashing swords and blades echoed outside. A knot formed in Jiang Xueci's heart. According to the storyline, assassins should not have appeared at all. Why, then, were there so many now, and who sent them? A masked man, concealed 100 meters away, instructed his subordinates. "Force him back to the cliff." One of his companions swiftly produced a whistle, and with a sharp blow, the distant assassins expertly advanced, driving back Shiyu's men. Even as one fell, another took their place, seemingly unafraid of death. An arrow flew toward the carriage, and Jiang Xueci caught a glimpse of its trajectory. "My lord, an arrow!" she exclaimed, instinctively lunging toward Yan Jin. If he were to perish, who would aid her in killing the crown prince and the emperor? He could not die. Yan Jin instinctively wrapped his arms around Jiang Xueci, while his other hand deftly caught the arrow. Due to its tremendous speed, the arrow's barbs embedded themselves between his fingers, drawing forth a trickle of blood, halting just an inch from his eye. Jiang Xueci turned to gaze at the arrow, her heart pounding with dread. It had been so close. Yan Jin lowered his gaze to her, an unusual emotion flickering in his eyes. In the next moment, he lifted her by the waist and leaped into the air. Jiang Xueci's heart raced as she clung tightly to him, catching sight of their carriage now riddled with arrows. Chapter 58. Unconscious emotions at that moment. A masked figure 100 meters away stared in astonishment at the two emerging from the carriage. After a brief pause, he turned and seized the neck of a nearby subordinate, applying pressure. "Did you not say Jiang Xueci was not with him?" "I am uncertain," the subordinate stammered. "When we left the Wang residence, only Yan Jin was present. I did not see the princess. Perhaps she boarded the carriage inside the residence." "I acknowledge my error." The masked man released his grip, warning, "No one is to harm her. Otherwise, I shall take your life." The man, filled with trepidation, immediately sought to command someone to relay his master's orders. However, in the next instant, he witnessed an arrow piercing toward Yan Jin from behind. The princess leaped forth to shield him, causing his heart to nearly leap from his chest. A sharp pain struck her, the arrow embedding itself in her chest, sending excruciating waves of agony coursing through her limbs, leaving her drenched in cold sweat. Jiang Xueci clasped her chest, her complexion paling to a ghostly hue. This delicate body had been cherished since childhood, the treasured jewel of her family, and later, under the care of the Empress Dowager in the palace. She received even greater affection. Now, that arrow had nearly claimed her life. In that moment, Yan Jin comprehended that her act of pushing him away was to protect him from a blade. With assassins swarming like a tide, escape seemed impossible, suggesting that someone had betrayed them, leading to this ambush. The soldiers under his command were dwindling. If the battle continued, death was the only outcome. He could fight his way out, but with Jiang Xueci now in tow, the likelihood of survival diminished greatly. Casting a glance at the precipice nearby, his profound gaze darkened with intensity. "Qingyu," he uttered, swiftly lifting Jiang Xueci into his arms and leaping off the cliff. Qingyu, receiving the command, followed suit without hesitation. Nanyu sheathed her soft sword and leaped after them. Meanwhile, a masked man, 100 meters away, witnessed this scene unfold and swiftly drew his sword, plunging it into the abdomen of a nearby comrade. The crowd behind him held their breath, not daring to utter a sound. "Find her. Spare no effort. Bring her to me," he commanded. "Yes, we shall do so at once." Gradually, Jiang Xueci regained consciousness, only to be met with excruciating pain. As she slowly opened her eyes, she found herself in a cave, surrounded by the bleached bones of animals, suggesting a significant passage of time. Indeed, she was at the bottom of the cliff. Miraculously, she had not shattered upon impact. Heaven had truly favored her. "You're awake?" Yan Jin was crouched nearby, grinding herbs. Jiang Xueci was taken aback by his noble demeanor engaged in such humble tasks, feeling an unfamiliarity wash over her. "Where's Nanyu?" she inquired immediately. She jumped down with Qingyu but failed to grasp the vines. "Qingyu went to rescue her. She should be fine." Jiang Xueci felt a pang of regret. Had she known, she would have insisted Nanyu remain at home. It was all her fault for putting Nanyu in peril. Yan Jin, having prepared the hemostatic herbs, knelt before her. "I will help you remove the arrow. It may hurt a bit, so bear with it." He produced a dagger and carefully cut away the fabric surrounding the wound, grimacing at the sight of the gruesome blood and injury. "Why must you save me? This arrow may not be enough to end my life." Jiang Xueci's complexion was deathly pale, devoid of color, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Enduring the pain with admirable fortitude, she gazed at him silently until, in a fragile voice, she murmured, "I do not know. I only know that I cannot allow you to die. If you perish, I cannot survive either." Yan Jin remarked, "If I were to perish, your hidden guard and Qing would undoubtedly risk their lives to rescue you. Within the royal residence, there would be others to provide you with the antidote. We share no animosity. I have no intention of taking your life." Jiang Xueci understood. Yan Jin was indeed aware of the presence of a hidden guard by his side. However, a man like Yan Jin could hardly be expected to genuinely prepare an antidote for her. How could Qingyu possibly disregard his master in order to facilitate her escape? It was merely a roundabout way of probing her intentions. Their group had departed before dawn, unnoticed by anyone. Yet, they had suddenly encountered an ambush, indicating that someone had betrayed their plans. Jiang Xueci's struggled to grasp Yan Jin's large hand, tears streaming down her cheeks. "You are my future husband. What should I do if you die? How am I to live in Beiyuan?" Despite his reservations towards her, believing her to be a product of the capital, raised within the palace and therefore untrustworthy, she was merely a vulnerable woman. With Beiyuan's wariness of the capital, he was her only hope. Yan Jin was momentarily taken aback, as if something had plunged into the depths of his heart, causing tumultuous waves of emotion. After a prolonged silence, he gazed at her silent tears, helplessness, and despair, gently wiping away her tears. "Do not be afraid." Jiang Xueci bowed her head, refraining from further speech, internally lamenting that her acting skills were wasted in modernity. "I shall extract it for you. Bear with it for a moment." Jiang Xueci nodded, gripping Yan Jin's sleeve tightly. Noticing her readiness, he grasped the feathered arrow and began to pull it out. Yet, scarcely had he extracted it an inch when Jiang Xueci stifled a groan and recoiled, exclaiming in pain. Yan Jin realized that the arrow was barbed, indicating a cruel severity. It is a barbed arrow, but I must remove it. Otherwise, your wound will fester, and over time, it will be even more difficult to extract. Please endure. Yan Jin observed the blood seeping from her lips, evidently from her own biting. He rolled up his sleeve and offered his arm to her. Bite down. My lady. The pain from the previous extraction had drenched Jiang Xueci in sweat, and at that moment, she could not resist. She sank her teeth into his arm. In the next instant, Yan Jin forcefully withdrew the arrow. Blood splattered across his face as the barbed arrow was wrenched from her flesh. Jiang Xueci's eyes turned crimson as she bit down hard, ultimately succumbing to the pain and losing consciousness. Yan Jin, unable to dwell on her plight, immediately began to clean her wound, applying the previously crushed hemostatic herbs. After completing the task, he wiped the blood from his face and observed her pallid complexion, exhaling a sigh as he felt her faint breath. Upon detecting the weak rhythm of her breathing, he released a breath of relief. The young lady exhibited remarkable endurance, not uttering a single sound. He carefully took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her forehead and clean the blood from the corner of her mouth. Yet, his mind lingered on Jiang Xueci's earlier words. After a while, Yan Jin let out a cold laugh. He must have lost his sanity. Chapter 59. You carry me back, Your Highness. In the evening, Qing Yu and Nan Yu finally located the two. Nan Yu was the first to rush to Jiang Xueci's side, her gaze fixed on the gory wound on her chest, the vivid crimson soaking through the bandages. A wave of guilt and regret washed over her. It was her inadequacy that had failed to protect the princess, leaving her with such grievous injuries. My lord, the princess. Nan Yu's voice trembled with emotion. Yan Jin's tone remained indifferent as he replied. She was struck by a barbed arrow. It has been removed and the wound treated. However, we must seek a physician for further care at the earliest. Qing Yu, have you located the address? Qing Yu stepped forward and reported, upon our arrival, I discovered a small path at the cliff's base that leads directly to the village. If we proceed on foot, we should reach in about 5 or 6 hours. Yan Jin's cool gaze swept over Jiang Xueci before he rose decisively. Let us depart immediately. As night descended, the vast sky shimmered with countless stars, enchanting yet mysterious. Atop the precipice stood a masked man, hands clasped behind his back. The chilling winds from the abyss slicing through the air like a blade, sending a bone-deep chill coursing through his limbs. Have you found anything? A subordinate approached and knelt, replying, Not yet. I have just returned from reconnaissance. The arrow that targeted Yan Jin was not shot by our people. Could there be another faction lurking in the shadows, intent on taking Yan Jin's life? Yan Sun removed his mask, his handsome features etched with coldness. Another faction? Yan Jin has many enemies. It is difficult to ascertain. That arrow had been aimed at Yan Jin, yet Xueci had bravely thrown herself in front of him to take the hit. Had she truly developed genuine feelings for Yan Jin during this time? Was that why she risked her life to save him? She was meant to be his consort. Yan Sun's long lashes cast a shadow over his deep-set eyes, filled with remorse. When Jiang Xueci awoke, it was already the 3rd day at noon. The pain from her wound was excruciating. Even the slightest movement brought forth a heart-wrenching agony. Just then, Nan Yu entered the room, her expression lighting up upon seeing her awake. Princess, you are finally awake. You nearly frightened me to death. Nan Yu had been by Jiang Xueci's side since childhood and had never witnessed her endure such torment. Jiang Xueci wished to comfort her, but the pain was too severe. So she motioned for Nan Yu to assist her in sitting up. Where am I? How long have I been asleep? You have been asleep for 2 days, my lady. The Lord has found a village. This should be our destination. Jiang Xueci lowered her gaze as she took the medicine Nan Yu offered, her heart sinking with understanding. With Shun Ziqing's instigation, Yan Jin had indeed learned the truth more swiftly than the original narrative suggested. The one responsible for the death of Consort Lan and her family was none other than the current emperor, who had cast aside his own father to fend for himself in his infancy. According to the story, once Yan Jin became aware of this information, he would begin plotting a palace coup, mere steps away from success. Alas, in this tale, the fated child was Yin Sun. No matter how extraordinary Yan Jin's talents were, he would forever remain overshadowed by the male lead's brilliance, ultimately serving as a stepping stone for the male protagonist to rise above the masses. It was truly unfortunate that Jiang Xueci had revealed this information to Yan Jin. Given his suspicious nature, he would undoubtedly be plunged into despair. She had never intended to act in such a manner. It was Jiang Xueci who recklessly approached her demise. "Where's the prince now?" "He should be by the riverbank." "The riverbank?" Nanyu replied, having heard Qingyu mention that we need to return to Beiyuan via the waterways. However, the prince believed that the princess is gravely injured and should wait until she is in better condition before departing. "How can that be? The assassins on the cliff are filled with murderous intent. Even if we were to fall from the cliff, they would certainly pursue us. If we delay too long, we will inevitably be discovered. Yan Jin's party is not large, and they have already been besieged above. If we continue to wait and are found by those assassins, wouldn't that mean she narrowly escaped death only to meet her end? Nanyu, assist me to the riverbank." "But my lady, your body cannot withstand such exertion." "Trust me." "Your Highness, the princess has arrived." Qingyu inadvertently glanced back and, upon seeing Nanyu supporting the princess, promptly reported. Yan Jin turned around. Jiang Xueci was clad in a simple white dress, a garment belonging to a young woman from the village. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and her delicate face bore a sickly pallor, devoid of any color. Yet her features were remarkably exquisite, resembling a fragile beauty stepped out from a painting. Her alluring presence was striking, yet she appeared too delicate to fend for herself, captivating to the point of being impossible to look away from. Yan Jin furrowed her brow slightly and approached her. "You are gravely injured. How could you come out?" Jiang Xueci coughed lightly, inadvertently straining her wound, which caused her face to contort in pain. Yan Jin instinctively lifted her, gently placing her on a nearby stone. "Your Highness, I'm fine. I can set out today." Jiang Xueci insisted. "Those people are approaching with great fervor, and we are not far from the cliff. If they find us, it could mean our demise." Yan Jin understood her concerns and recognized her desire to live. Yet, recalling how this timid girl had selflessly shielded her from a blade just 2 days prior, her heart softened. "Do not fear. Nothing will happen." Jiang Xueci felt utterly speechless. What did it mean that nothing would happen? Those individuals had preemptively hidden here. It was uncertain whether there was a traitor who had leaked their whereabouts. It is better to be safe than sorry. She did not wish to die so soon. She had only just begun to savor the charms of this ancient life. Jiang Xueci grew anxious, which intensified the pain in her chest, and she could not help but cough several times. With each cough, her wound opened further, and blood began to seep through. Yan Jin gently soothed her back. "Do not rush. If I say nothing will happen, then it will be so." "Qingyu." At the prince's command, Qingyu immediately clapped thrice, and soon several hundred dark guards emerged from the forest. "These are all loyal warriors under my command, who arrived early this morning. Even if those individuals pursue us now, they will not be able to harm you. You shall remain here to recuperate. We will return to Beiyuan once your wound has healed." Jiang Xueci nodded, extending her hand, waiting for Yan Jin to carry her. "Please take me back. I can no longer walk. The wind by the river is strong, and it gives me a headache." Qingyu pressed her lips together, pondering the princess's delicate nature. Although she had indeed saved the prince's life before, the prince was not one to publicly carry a young lady in his arms. After all, many had saved the prince, and countless had sacrificed their lives for him. He would hardly be swayed by the princess's past deeds. In the next moment, Qingyu was left dumbfounded. Chapter 60. Without effort, how can one expect reward? Qingyu gaped, her eyes wide as she watched her prince embrace the princess and retreat. At that moment, she began to question if her prince had been possessed. Throughout history, she had seen many handsome princes, yet none quite like the princess. However, the prince was not one to be enticed by beauty. Moreover, many had saved him, and he did not strike her as a man easily softened by sentiment. Could it be that the princess's beauty and her act of heroism had moved him? Qingyu found herself in a profound existential crisis. Jiang Xueci obediently rested her head against Yan Jin's chest, her arms wrapped around his neck, and a faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils. A gentle breeze stirred her flowing dress, catching the attention of the villagers passing by. In this remote mountain village, sightings of outsiders were rare, and the appearance of such a striking young man was simply irresistible. "My lord," Jiang Xueci murmured, her voice weak and pale from her injuries. "I would like some fish soup." "Very well," he replied. Jiang Xueci fell silent, and as she looked up, she was met with the strikingly refined line of his jaw, smooth and seemingly crafted by artistry. In the novel, the author had described the second male lead, Yan Jin, as possessing a serene and noble visage akin to a celestial being. Initially, she thought this description exaggerated, trying to compare him to the handsome male stars of the entertainment industry. Yet, now that she had traversed into this world, she realized that her previous comparisons were inadequate. Yan Jin's appearance and bone structure truly warranted the author's portrayal. Where has Miss Jiang gone? I went out for a moment and could not find you. I was worried sick," a young woman exclaimed anxiously upon seeing Jiang Xueci being carried back by the remarkably handsome man. "How could you wander about in your condition?" "This is the owner of this home," Yan Jin explained, gently placing Jiang Xueci on the bed. Jiang Xueci understood and asked, "What shall I call you, sister?" The young woman, charmed by Jiang Xueci's soft and delicate voice, replied, "Just call me Sister Zhang." "Thank you, Sister Zhang. I fear I will be a bother in the coming days." "Nonsense, my dear. It has been ages since we've seen outsiders. Your presence brings me joy. Just focus on your recovery and don't fret." Jiang Xueci offered a faint smile, her lowered gaze and fluttering lashes still failing to conceal her beauty, which only intensified her vulnerable allure. Sister Zhang felt her heart melt at the sight, wishing she could cradle the young girl in her hands. After conversing with Sister Zhang for a while, Jiang Xueci finally succumbed to sleep. As night descended, the tranquil village was occasionally punctuated by the sounds of cicadas and frogs, inexplicably soothing to the heart. Jiang Xueci awoke in the latter half of the night. Perhaps she had slumbered too long during the day and now found herself unable to sleep. Listening to the sound from outside felt reminiscent of her childhood vacations with family in an ancient town. Those were days filled with companionship and carefree joy, each morning bringing happiness upon awakening. Yet ultimately, they could not remain by her side. Now, having traversed to this ancient era, she felt equally isolated and forlorn. Perhaps in her past life, she had committed misdeeds that resulted in her perpetual loss of familial companionship. Jiang Xueci chuckled softly at this thought. The window creaked open. Bathed in the faint moonlight, she could vaguely discern a shadow slipping through the window. However, she remained silent, cautiously sitting up without aggravating her wounds. Although the pain was still sharp, she clutched the quilt tightly, attempting to divert her attention. "Master," came the voice of her secret guard, bestowed upon her by the Empress Dowager before leaving the palace. "Master, I am at fault. I nearly harmed the princess." Jiang Xueci's voice was delicate and ethereal. "You handled this matter well. No one knows that it was you who shot that arrow." She, who had survived amidst bloodshed since childhood, could not comprehend. To him, the singular purpose was to protect his master. Yet, even if the princess was to be harmed, there was no need for a barbed arrow. Such a weapon could take half a life, and for someone like the sheltered princess, it would be unbearable. Even a man of 7 feet would struggle to withstand it. The flesh would be torn, resulting in a gruesome wound. Jiang Xueci furrowed her brow, exhaling a heavy sigh. What one does not invest, one cannot expect to gain. For someone like Yan Jin, one must create opportunities rather than wait. She perceived herself as an observer, fully aware of how the original host endured a life of suffering on a conventional path. Since she had arrived, she was determined not to repeat those mistakes. Although she considered herself a traveler from another realm, she did not possess extraordinary powers. In this feudal ancient society, her only lifeline was Yan Jin. Only he could eliminate the despicable male lead and truly bring down the wretched emperor who had destroyed the original host's family. Thus, she must earn Yan Jin's trust. She could not allow herself to be viewed as a mere informant to be guarded against in the capital. Have you discovered who was behind the assassination attempt on Yan Jin? Xuan inquired solemnly. It's the Crown Prince. Jiang Xueci's gaze sharpened. Indeed. The moment Yan Sun learned that the one who had rescued him was not Bai Qingqing but herself, the plot began to shift. According to the storyline, Yan Jin should have encountered no obstacles along his journey. Yet now, the distant Yan Sun had arrived here with the intent to kill Yan Jin. When Yan Jin departed, he had done so under the cover of night, which meant there must be spies among his ranks who had revealed his whereabouts. Did the secret guards in the woods truly arrive here early this morning? Xuan shook his head. This subordinate does not know, but the dense forest beside the village is complex in terrain. It would be easy for an ordinary person to lose their way. However, the terrain of this village is easily defensible yet difficult to attack. If the prince truly finds this place, he may find it hard to escape. Jiang Xueci nodded slightly, acknowledging the information. I understand. You may leave now. As dawn broke, wisps of smoke began to rise from the village, creating a serene and harmonious atmosphere. Then you entered the room and saw her lordship sleeping with a pale face, her brows furrowed and her hands tightly gripping the blanket, causing her heart to ache. Feeling a pang of sadness, she refrained from interrupting and planned to take the bowl of rice porridge back to heat it up, intending to bring it to her lordship once she awoke. Just as she stepped out, she spotted Yan Jin approaching. Young master, she altered her address, wary of arousing suspicion in the village. Yan Jin acknowledged her with a nod. Is she awake? Then you shook her head. Yan Jin glanced at the item in her hands and suggested, prepare a bowl of carp porridge instead. She likely wouldn't have the appetite for that. Yes, young master. Chapter 61. I want you to feed me. When Jiang Xueci awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Yan Jin seated at the foot of her bed, instantly feeling a wave of grievance wash over her. It hurts. Yan Jin's brow furrowed slightly. He had never consoled a woman before and was at a loss for how to comfort her, so he awkwardly reached out to pat the top of her head. Just then, Sister Zhang entered, carrying a bowl of carp porridge. Upon seeing the two, she immediately smiled. You young couple truly are affectionate. I can only imagine how beautiful your children will be in the future. Jiang Xueci glanced at Yan Jin and then grasped his hand. My husband has always treated me well. He even said he wouldn't let me have children in the future, fearing it would cause me pain. Isn't that right, husband? A flicker of surprise crossed Yan Jin's eyes, but he soon realized that such peculiar thoughts and spontaneous fabrications were indeed within her capabilities. While it might be surprising coming from others, it was entirely expected from her. Jiang Xueci continued, Husband, please feed me. As she spoke, she opened her arms, waiting for him to lift her up. Yan Jin averted his gaze, and seeing her frail appearance, he chose not to say anything. He gently helped her sit up against the pillows before taking the bowl of porridge. He fed her carefully, one spoonful at a time. Jiang Xueci consumed the porridge slowly, her eyes cast down, quietly resembling a delicate porcelain doll, emanating a sense of fragility, as if a gentle breeze could sweep her away. Yan Jin unconsciously smiled faintly, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he watched her enjoy the meal, akin to nurturing a young creature he had found. Qing Yu stood at the door, nearly astonished. Their lord was feeding porridge to the lady? Was the lord truly experiencing budding feelings of affection? How delightful! Qing Yu wore a knowing smile, while Nanyu frowned, finding his demeanor somewhat embarrassing, instinctively stepping back to distance herself from him, wishing to avoid being in the same frame. Sister Zhang had chores to attend to in the fields, and soon left after spending a short while in the room. Jiang Xueci finished the entire bowl, feeling warmth spread through her stomach, and the pain from her injury lessened compared to when she had first awoken. Why do you call me husband? Yan Jin suddenly inquired. Jiang Xueci raised an eyebrow. Do you dislike me calling you that? Yan Jin remained silent, seemingly unconcerned. Jiang Xueci continued. You will be my husband in the future. I cannot simply address you as your highness, can I? That would only complicate matters. It is better to call you husband in advance. With a tone of haughty elegance, she resembled clouds drifting gracefully in the sky, soft and melodious. Husband, will you take me out for a stroll later? I dislike lying in bed. It is dreadfully boring. Very well. Once you finish your medicine and still wish to go outside, I shall accompany you. he replied. It is settled then. A moment later, Nanyu entered, announcing, Young master, the medicine has arrived. Jiang Xueci's injuries were severe. Had it not been for the covert guards bringing the medicine, she would have been too weak to speak, suffering in agony on the bed. The heat of the day rendered her wounds prone to festering, necessitating a change of dressings twice a day. With the door closed, Qingyu stood guard outside, while Nanyu cautiously peeled back the bandages to reveal the still ghastly wounds, causing her heart to tighten. Yan Jin tilted Jiang Xueci's head to rest against his shoulder, wishing to shield her from this sight, fearing she might not be able to bear it. Miss, please endure a little. It may hurt. Nanyu spoke gently, noticing her mistress's face buried in the prince's embrace. Hearing her acknowledgement, she began to clean the wounds. Jiang Xueci trembled uncontrollably, gripping Yan Jin's hand tightly, her nails nearly digging into his flesh, yet he showed no intention of releasing her. He gazed at the horrific wounds, struggling to fathom how someone so proud could endure such pain. Her instinctive reactions revealed her true feelings. He was indeed astonished by her willingness to shield him from danger. Jiang Xueci's fingertips quivered, and in her 2 lifetimes, the most excruciating experience she had endured was the extraction of a wisdom tooth. However, in comparison, the pain from this barbed arrow was far greater. Sweat beaded on her forehead, her complexion pale and sickly, her lips devoid of color. Unable to suppress her cries of pain, Yan Jin sensed her tremors, yet heard no sound escape her lips. He gently lifted her chin, observing her biting her lip so fiercely that it bled, and swiftly pried her mouth open, extending his arm to assist her. Tears fell like a curtain of pearls. If only he could bear this suffering in her stead. But alas, such was not the nature of reality. Ultimately, Jiang Xueci succumbed to her pain and fainted. Nanyu took the blood-soaked cloth away, and a profound silence enveloped the room. Qingyu knocked and entered, glancing at the unconscious woman before speaking. Your Highness, reports have come in. The Crown Prince will find this place within 3 days. Yan Jin remained silent, his expression calm as he toyed with Jiang Xueci's hair, winding it around his fingers, leaving one to ponder what schemes were brewing in his mind. There had been no news of the Crown Prince departing the capital, suggesting he had slipped away secretly. The young lady's charm was truly remarkable, compelling the usually cautious Crown Prince to take such a risk. Qingyu Path. The Crown Prince is now aware that it was the princess who once saved him. It appears that this endeavor aims to achieve 2 objectives: to take the princess away and eliminate the prince. The true target of those individuals has always been the prince. After inadvertently harming the princess, they have refrained from approaching him as boldly as before. Yan Jin, with his naturally noble demeanor, exudes an air of detached elegance. While he does not smile, he bears the countenance of a saint, imbued with an aura of compassion for the world. Yet now, with a smile, he carries a hint of the coldness and murderous intent that often accompanies those in positions of power. Since he has arrived, let this place become the prince's final resting ground. Qingyu acquiesced. Throughout his life, the prince has harbored no affection for the emperor or the capital. Following the empress's counsel, the emperor dispatched the young prince to Beiyuan to fend for himself. It has now come to light that the Shun family was not annihilated by rebel forces, but rather was secretly executed by the suspicious emperor, who also drove consort Lan to her demise. With the truth now unveiled, the soldiers of Beiyuan will undoubtedly rally behind the prince, transforming the capital into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, presenting the emperor's head before consort Lan's tomb for a heartfelt atonement. And, of course, there is the empress to consider. The prince has orchestrated this intricate game, willing to take risks, all the while awaiting the crown prince to unwittingly step into the trap. With the crown prince's disappearance, chaos is sure to ensue in the capital. Qingyu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately spoke. My lord, have you perhaps developed feelings for the princess? Yan Jin cast a glance at him. Feelings? How could I possibly harbor affection for such a haughty vase? Jiang Xueci, furrowing her brow, let out a soft whimper as if troubled by a haunting dream. Yan Jin instinctively reached out to gently stroke her head, murmuring, do not fear, do not fear. I am here. Qingyu. Chapter 62. Xueci, return to the capital with me. In the village, Rain had suddenly begun to fall these past few days. The sound of raindrops cascading from the eaves creating a melodious chorus. Jiang Xueci had spent the last few days lying in bed, too exhausted to venture outside. She retrieved a string of prayer beads from beneath her pillow, the very one she had taken from Yan Jin's chamber prior to her departure, which he typically wore at all times. Since the day she hosted a banquet at the residence, he had ceased to wear these cherished beads, likely having learned of the tragic fate of his maternal family from Yan Jin and inadvertently broke them. During Yan Jin's absence, she had taken to wearing the prayer beads, threading them with the finest cord to ensure their durability. "Nanyu, where is Yan Jin now?" "He is resting in his room. Miss, he has been visiting you more attentively these past few days while you have been taking your medicine and changing your dressings." Nanyu felt a measure of comfort in this, reassured that the prince was not as cold-hearted as he seemed, and that the princess's eventual union with him would undoubtedly be far more favorable than a marriage with the crown prince. The princess, having faced familial upheaval in her childhood, transformed from the cherished pearl of the Jiang family into an orphan. Yet, such a virtuous individual as the princess deserved a happy ending. Jiang Xueci maintained a calm expression. "Please leave me for now. I wish to be alone." Yes, that night, the desolate sky was devoid of stars, and the room was so dark that one could not see their hand before their face, enveloped in an unsettling silence. Jiang Xueci gently pressed her hand to her chest, feeling a discomfort that made sleep elusive. In a haze of confusion, she suddenly sensed a shadow before her bed. Just as she was about to speak, the figure drew closer and covered her mouth. "Don't scream, it's me." Jiang Xueci instantly understood. The crown prince had found her. "Xueci, I've finally found you." Yan Jin slowly released his hand from her mouth, noticing her lack of a scream. Exhausted, he sat on the edge of the bed, though her face remained obscured. An overwhelming sense of guilt and self-reproach surged within him. If it weren't for his moment of folly, she wouldn't be here, nor would she be injured. Once, her heart and eyes had been filled with thoughts of him, yet he had caused her such harm. "Your Highness? What are you doing here?" Jiang Xueci feigned ignorance. Yan Jin fumbled for her hand, cautiously grasping it, only to feel her withdraw. A sharp pang of anguish struck him, inundating him with an unbearable sorrow. "Xueci, I am imprisoned by Qingqing, and I have not married Su Jiaojiao. It was my momentary confusion that caused you distress. If you wish, I can take you back to the capital right now. You're my only wife. Will you forgive me?" For the first time in his life, Yan Jin spoke with trepidation, fearing Jiang Xueci might reject him, might not grant him forgiveness. No one could fathom the depth of his heartache when he witnessed her recklessly shielding Yan Jin from arrows. He had been grievously mistaken. Jiang Xueci remained silent, struggling to comprehend why Yan Jin could hold such unwavering love for someone unfamiliar, merely due to a childhood act of salvation. Previously, he had mistakenly believed by Qingqing to be his savior. Thus, without hesitation, he had harmed her, whom he had been devoted to protecting. Now, knowing that it was she who had saved him, he had promptly imprisoned by Qingqing and returned to seek her out. Such was the absurdity of their fated connection. Even love seemed laughable. Between herself and Yan Jin, there was an everlasting bond of destiny. If she were the original character, she would surely have followed him without hesitation, knowing he had braved danger to find her. But she was not that person. "Why should I forgive you? Why should I trust you? Have you forgotten how you knelt in the imperial study mere days after our wedding, demanding to part ways? How resolute you were then, and now you seek me again. Do you not find this amusing?" Yan Jin's heart sank. He had anticipated her refusal, yet hearing it aloud felt like a knife piercing his heart. "Indeed, it is quite ridiculous. Have you fallen for Yan Jin?" he suddenly inquired. Jiang Xueci's tone was faint and weak. "The prince treats me well. He defends me before others, cares for me, does not humiliate or harm me, nor allows others to do so. Is it not expected that I would like him?" Her calm demeanor belied the pain of her words, piercing Yan Jin's proud heart with an insurmountable sense of defeat. Yet it mattered not. His loyal assassins had infiltrated the village, and Yan Jin would undoubtedly perish today. Once Yan Jin was dead, Xueci would return to his side, and the looming threat of Bei Yuan would be resolved. At that moment, he would pour out all he had to atone, to reclaim her, to repent. She once adored herself so deeply that she would undoubtedly forgive herself. It is merely a matter of time. She would ascend as the empress alongside him, becoming his sole beloved and the mother of his future heir, sharing a lifetime together. As long as Yan Jin were to perish, nothing else would pose a problem. If not for the enveloping darkness, devoid of any light, Jiang Xueci might have perceived the almost pathological hostility and malevolence in Yan Sun's eyes. Xueci, I understand you are reluctant to forgive me now, but one day I shall earn your forgiveness. For the time being, you must come with me. I cannot rest easy with you remaining in Beiyuan. After tonight, Yan Jin will meet his end here. If he dies, Beiyuan will surely plunge into turmoil. Jiang Xueci, a citizen of the capital, realized that if she returned alone, the people of Beiyuan would not spare her. As he grasped her wrist, the pull aggravated her wound, sending excruciating pain coursing through her limbs, leaving her face contorted in agony and her forehead drenched in cold sweat. Yet, Yan Sun's grip was too strong. She found herself incapable of breaking free. Release me. I refuse to follow you. If you persist, I shall call for help. Outside the window, torches suddenly ignited, illuminating the surroundings. Yan Sun's expression darkened. Xueci, he will not come to rescue you. A dead man cannot even save himself. How could he possibly save you? Jiang Xueci froze. What are you saying? What dead man? What have you done to Yan Jin? Observing her agitated demeanor, Yan Sun's brows furrowed slightly, an expression of displeasure flickering in his eyes. Xueci, cease this commotion. Return to the capital with me. I swear by the heavens that I shall neither harm you nor allow anyone else to do so. Jiang Xueci shook her head, her once clear eyes now clouded with disbelief at Yan Sun's words. Yan Jin, she cried out desperately. Jiang Xueci, Yan Sun replied coldly. How could someone as cold-blooded and suspicious as he truly care for you? How can he be worthy of your affection? Come back with me. Just then, the door swung open, and before the figure appeared, a voice resonated. Where does the crown prince intend to take my betrothed? Chapter 63. The protagonist with a destiny's halo, demand payment. Yan Sun was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to comprehend that Yan Jin was still alive. The figures outside, holding torches, were unmistakably not his men. It was clear they belonged to Yan Jin. A wave of unease washed over Yan Sun. He had once planted a spy within Yan Jin's departing entourage, and all the movements had been disclosed to him. However, it now appeared he had walked into a trap. Yan Jin must have known of that informant, thus luring him into a scheme. Perched upon the cliff, it was also intentional for him to fall, guiding him to this defensible yet precarious village. Yan Jin observed Yan Sun's firm grip on Jiang Xueci's wrist, a flicker of irritation and malice crossing his brow. You are far too rash and overconfident. Jiang Xueci gazed at the burning torches outside, contemplating that Yan Sun likely possessed not even a fraction of certainty in this encounter. A few days ago, upon awakening, I surveyed this village. There were reasons why the close attendant of Lady Lan chose to escape here. The village is concealed, easily defensible, and there exists a waterway for retreat. Regardless, Yan Sun's impulsive arrival here is somewhat reckless. Moreover, this place is already ensnared by Yan Jin's meticulously arranged hidden guards, creating a net from which Yan Sun has no means of escape. Luring someone into a trap and relishing the pleasure of tormenting them is precisely what Yan Jin most delights in. To take such risks, leading Yan Sun to believe there is no retreat and no capacity for counterattack, only to drive her to the precipice before mercilessly pursuing victory. This is akin to a lamb walking into a tiger's den. It turns out, Yan Jin's purpose in coming here is not solely to find the attendant from Lady Lan's past and uncover the truth, but also to eliminate Yan Sun, achieving two goals with one move. Yet, she senses that matters cannot proceed too smoothly. Yan Jin extends her hand, and an attendant promptly presents a bow and arrow. Yan Jin knocks the arrow, aiming it at Yan Sun, her gaze chillingly devoid of warmth. Release her, she commands. Yan Sun, seemingly unfazed, tightens her grip on Jiang Xueci's wrist, her resolve unwavering. She is the solitary princess consort. Princess consort? A mocking smile plays on Yan Jin's lips. In this lifetime, You can only be my consort. Release her, and I shall spare your life. Impossible. He turns back. Xueci, rest assured, I will take you away. Jiang Xueci finds these men to be an exasperating nuisance. How dare this scoundrel brazenly approach her with such words? She has carefully crafted an intimate narrative with Yan Jin over the past few days. How could she possibly concede to him at such a critical moment? Good looks are irrelevant. He is a rogue who would harm her based on hearsay. Jiang Xueci coughs lightly, seemingly agitated by her wound, covering her chest delicately with her other hand, fragile as a porcelain doll. Yan Jin, I feel unwell. At her utterance, Yan Jin immediately releases the arrow. A muffled grunt is heard as Yan Sun stumbles back, an arrow piercing his arm, a searing pain coursing through him, yet he remains silent. Several hidden guards surround him, while Yan Jin strides over and envelopes her in his embrace. It's all right. I shall have someone brew a bowl of medicinal soup for you shortly. It will alleviate your suffering. Yan Sun grits her teeth. Jiang Xueci, as long as I hold on to you, he dares to shoot arrows. Do you truly believe he cares for you? Yan Jin, barely concealing his irritation, gazes down at Jiang Xueci, observing her momentary pause, which stirs a wave of frustration within him, rendering him somewhat uncomfortable. Jiang Xueci ultimately remains silent. It is absurdly ludicrous to think that a man as suspicious and cold-hearted as Yan Jin would fall irrevocably in love with her merely because she shielded him from an arrow. However, she senses a gradual shift in Yan Jin's attitude towards her. This, she decides, is sufficient. Patience is key. One cannot rush the process. For someone as inherently aloof as Yan Jin, inching closer to his heart is the wisest approach. Take them away, Yan Jin commands, his tone betraying a hint of impatience. Seemingly irked by Yan Sun's incessant chatter, Qing Yu, possessing keen insight, waved his hand, signaling everyone to withdraw. At the entrance, he halted Nanyu, who sought to enter, and subsequently closed the door. Inside, a profound silence enveloped the room. I can assure you that he will not harm you, and I would never misfire, Yan Jin explained. Yet, upon uttering those words, he himself found them peculiar. Jiang Xueci replied with indifference. Soon rising from his embrace to lie on the bed with her back turned to him, Yan Jin's expression darkened momentarily after covering her with a blanket. He exited the room to brew a bowl of baishui sand for her to take. Nanyu nodded immediately. Yes, your highness. Above, the vast sky lacked a single star. The floating clouds, faintly illuminated by lightning, rendered a fleeting violet hue across the heavens. Rain was imminent. Your highness, how will the crown prince be dealt with? Shall we proceed with an execution? Yan Jin sought to remove the prayer beads from his wrist, only to find them absent, realizing the string had broken while at the palace. At that moment, a tide of suppressed rage surged within him, his eyes radiating a reckless killing intent, resembling a fallen deity, outwardly noble yet harboring a starkly contrasting darkness within. Kill, he commanded. The dark guard promptly set off to relay the orders. Yan Jin gazed up at the stormy skies, an icy glint in his eyes. He would spare none. Yan Sun, the emperor, the empress, and the duke of state. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed in the distance, followed by a cascade of lightning strikes. Yan Jin furrowed his brow, hastily moving toward the source of the disturbance. A dark guard rushed in, exclaiming, "It's disastrous, your highness. Lightning has struck our executioner, and the crown prince has escaped." Qing Yu paused momentarily before swiftly responding. Then what are we waiting for? Pursue him. The dark guard replied, "It is not that we do not chase, but that the lightning has obstructed our path. It is as if the lightning was summoned by the crown prince himself, blocking our advance. Every time someone attempts to pursue, lightning strikes down, incapacitating them, leaving us helplessly watching." Jiang Xueci lay on the bed, yet the commotion outside was not distant nor faint. She could hear everything clearly. Indeed, attempting to eliminate the fated male lead of this realm through ordinary means was futile. Even with Yan Sun devoid of any chance for escape, the heavens still conspired to assist him. Fate would not be denied. The halo of protection remained. What a predicament! Jiang Xueci's gaze narrowed, her eyes shimmering with calculation. What if Yan Jin were to lose the male lead's divine aura? What if he succumbed to darkness, committing heinous acts that even the heavens could not abide? Would the celestial forces continue to shield him? Chapter 64. It's over. I've become delusional. Yan Sun escaped, and no one pursued him. The web of fate intricately woven in the depths of the mountains awaited the prey to unwittingly walk into its trap. Now that the prey had arrived, it fled in a manner that left everyone astonished. This was exceedingly strange. Now that he was gone, the storm had dissipated. Truly, the Crown Prince was fortunate. Qingyu mused, finding it difficult to rationalize this situation. To call it luck seemed an understatement. It was absurdly fortuitous. Had it not been for these thunderbolts, the heir of Tianqian would have perished here today. Yan Jin's gaze fell upon those struck by lightning, their bodies emanating a white aura that gradually dissipated into the air. Their forms were charred and unrecognizable. Qingyu inquired, "Your Highness, how shall we deal with the others? Some of those who had infiltrated this place with the Crown Prince were killed, while others have been captured." Yan Jin turned, casually stating, "Eliminate them." Abandoned in the North Abyss during his youth, he had survived through sheer will, his hands stained with blood over the years. The prayer beads gifted to him by the Lan consort at birth had been consecrated and remained on his wrist, suppressing the turbulent wrath within him. Yet now, devoid of the beads, he maintained an exterior of a serene Buddhist disciple, devoid of sorrow or joy. Nevertheless, Qingyu could sense an overwhelming aura that rendered him breathless, akin to being amidst a shura, inducing a sense of trepidation. Jiang Xueci found it difficult to sleep, having stayed awake until exhaustion claimed her the past few nights. Her wound from the barbed arrow throbbed painfully, even in stillness, and she knew it would take time to heal. When Yan Jin entered, he found her lying with her back turned. At that moment, Nan Yu approached, carrying a bowl of medicinal soup. Yan Jin took it from her, instructing, "You may leave now." Then you glanced at the figure on the bed before retreating quietly. "Rise. The broth is ready. It will ease your discomfort," he urged. Jiang Xueci remained unresponsive, as though she had fallen asleep without hearing him. However, Yan Jin was aware that she was not truly asleep. After a prolonged silence, seeing her reluctance to rise, he placed the bowl down and intended to assist her, only to witness her turning over on her own. Yan Jin instinctively helped her sit up and noticed the redness at the corners of her eyes. In the dim light, her pale visage concealed her suppressed grievances, and without uttering a word, she took the bowl of broth, lowering her head to sip it delicately, a stark contrast to her usual proud demeanor. Silent and expressionless, she sat quietly. A sense of frustration welled within Yan Jin. How could he not perceive that Jiang Xueci had recently wept? It was evident she felt wronged. After all, she was still a young girl, injured as she was, unable to comprehend why he had drawn his bow and loosed an arrow without regard for her safety. Yet, had he not possessed absolute certainty, he would never have loosed that arrow. Yan Sun had traveled a great distance, driven by the impulse to find Jiang Xueci, and he would never dream of placing her in danger to threaten his own escape. This notion he held, yet the young girl perceived him as cold-hearted, utterly indifferent to her life. In the past, he would have dismissed others' opinions without a second thought. However, now, he found himself reluctant to leave her side. This sensation baffled him. It was most peculiar. Jiang Xueci finished the bowl of broth alone, feeling warmth envelop her stomach, bringing some comfort to her body. She placed the empty bowl on the table beside her bed, and Yan Jin instinctively reached out to take it. Jiang Xueci retrieved a small wooden box from beneath her pillow, crafted from exquisite Wangwali wood. The intricate patterns danced like rippling water, unmistakably revealing the opulence of this rare treasure. "Is this for me?" Yan Jin asked, somewhat taken aback. Jiang Xueci nodded, lifting her gaze to meet his. At that moment, Yan Jin perceived the young girl as remarkably obedient. Her eyes, sparkling like stars, were veiled in a delicate mist, as if concealing a multitude of celestial lights that irresistibly drew one's gaze. Yan Jin accepted the box and opened it, momentarily stunned. Inside lay a string of broken prayer beads. "I took the liberty of bringing the prayer beads you had previously collected. Over the past few nights, I secretly rethreaded them." Her voice was soft, akin to the lingering mist that permeates the mountains, ethereal and melodious. I heard that these beads were given to you by Lady Lan Fei at your birth, symbolizing her blessings and hopes for you. Now that they are mended, they represent my blessings for you. A profound ripple stirred within him, as if a heavy object had been cast into the depths of his heart, sending waves spreading outward. Jiang Xueci delicately lifted the prayer beads from the box and adorned his left wrist with them. It is said in Buddhism that the left hand is revered as the hand of compassion. Thus, prayer beads are traditionally worn on the left. Do you like it? Are you touched? Jiang Xueci suddenly beamed a smile. Yan Jin remained silent, gazing at the beads on his wrist, still warm from her touch. After a moment, he gently stroked her head and whispered, "Thank you." The notorious villain, stained with blood, uttering sincere gratitude without pretense, was a rarity. Jiang Xueci felt that this moment was extraordinary, regardless of the setting. "Hold me," she requested. Yan Jin did not refuse. Without uttering a word, he carefully embraced her. The warmth and softness of her presence enveloped him, as if she might shatter with the slightest pressure. He closed his eyes, tenderly caressing her back, as his heart gradually calmed. In the past, that string of prayer beads had been an insurmountable obsession for him, a fantasy of maternal love he had never possessed. Deep within, he yearned for love. Now, he found himself with a new fixation. Yet at that moment, Yan Jin never foresaw that this obsession would one day lead him to a fate worse than death. As Jiang Xueci drifted into slumber, Yan Jin remained by her side, watching her serene sleeping face, a hint of amusement flickering within him. Upon first meeting her, he thought her beauty was so exquisite it could be skinned and preserved as a work of art to be admired. But now, he felt that any harm that came to this girl would warrant the most severe punishment for the perpetrator. The next morning, Yan Jin emerged from Jiang Xueci's room, his eyes slightly shadowed, suggesting a night devoid of rest. Qingyu, taken aback, hurried over, only to see a young attendant carrying a basin of water who, unaware of the prince's presence, splashed water onto his garments. "This little attendant is in for a world of trouble," Qingyu exclaimed. "Your Highness, please forgive me. I am doomed." The attendant cried, panic-stricken. Yan Jin remained composed. "It's all right, just be more careful next time." "What?" Qingyu replied, bewildered. "It is finished. I have become so overwhelmed that I am now experiencing hallucinations." Chapter 65. Women can be whimsical. Men's souls may drift. Jiang Xueci was not one to remain idle, and after several days of lying in bed, she felt as though she might rot. Despite the pain from her wounds, she insisted on getting up to take a stroll outside. A few days prior, a group of young people had arrived in the village, presumably having fallen from a cliff. One young lady among them sustaining grave injuries. Now, as she observed the well-trained men clad in dark robes coming and going, she could not help but wonder about their origins, realizing that these young individuals must possess remarkable significance. Furthermore, those men referred to one exceptionally handsome man as Wang Yi, indicating that they were not individuals to be trifled with by the villagers. For a time, the villagers dared not breathe too loudly, filled with trepidation, uncertain of when these visitors would depart. The usual clamor of harsh voices had vanished without a trace, replaced by an air of politeness. Jiang Xueci sat languidly in a chair in the courtyard, soaking up the sun, her eyes half closed in a lazy manner. Bathed in sunlight, her flawless skin glowed with a brilliance that was almost blinding. Fortunately, nourished by various precious herbs over the past few days, her complexion had improved somewhat, no longer appearing as wretched and sickly as before. Surely, that little girl, Chunyu, must be feeling exceedingly bored in the manor now. Upon our return, she will undoubtedly complain and create a ruckus. Nanyu, who was famously aloof, heard this and maintained her indifferent expression. "My lady, the sun is quite strong outside. Perhaps I should assist you to a cooler place?" Jiang Xueci snorted lightly. "No, I have been cooped up for days. I must bask in the sun properly. By the way, the scenery by the river we visited before was truly splendid. I wish to see it again." Nanyu hesitated. "My lady, that river is quite a distance from here. You may tire yourself out. If your wound were to be strained, it would cause you more suffering." After several days, She had finally observed a marked improvement in her wound, which was beginning to scab over. Jiang Xueci had always been delicate, making it difficult to imagine how she had managed to endure thus far. I must go. I must go. She whimsically pouted, leaving Nanyo's heart melting, though her face remained as cold as ever. If you do not allow me to go, I shall starve myself and perish before your very eyes. Nanyu felt a sense of helplessness, yet she could not contain her joy. For days, her lady had worn a pained expression, lacking the strength to even speak. Let alone jest. Now that she could crack a joke, it seemed she was indeed on the mend. My lady, let's wait a few more days. Once your wound has healed a bit more, I shall take you there. I fear for the strain on your injury. Jiang Xueci frowned, her expression shifting slightly as she suddenly inquired, What of Yan Jin? The Wang Yi is in his chamber. It appears he is engaged in correspondence with a carrier pigeon, as he has not emerged since the morning. Jiang Xueci tilted her head slightly, her innocent and fragile demeanor gazing at the tightly shut door in the distance. After a moment, she gently pressed her hand against her chest and called out, Yan Jin. Moments later, the door in the distance opened. Yan Jin always favored wearing a simple white robe, embodying an ethereal presence, untouched by the mundane world. Upon his wrist rested a string of translucent prayer beads, subtly enhancing his ascetic demeanor. As Yan Jin approached, she cast a shadow over him, momentarily obscuring the sunlight that had illuminated her figure. Jiang Xueci extended her arms, urging me to accompany her to the riverside, yearning for a breath of fresh air as the current setting felt rather dull. She playfully indulged in her whims, her voice a siren's melody, sweet and beguiling. The slight upward curve of her eyes concealed a glimmer of mischief, while her soft, pink lips appeared plump and lustrous. Even in her unadorned state, with hair cascading freely, she possessed an uncanny ability to captivate those around her. Behind them, Qing Yu shook his head. He had grown accustomed to the princess's audacity, yet he wondered if she feared the potential embarrassment of being spurned by the prince. The princess, though appearing delicate and fragile, harbored a formidable courage. She dared to command even the prince. It was puzzling how, in recent days, the prince had succumbed so easily to her whims, responding to her every request without a hint of ire, indulging her without reservation. Observing the prince effortlessly lift the princess and stride towards the riverbank, Qing Yu felt a twinge of reflection. Even the most formidable of individuals could lose their wits in the presence of beauty. If they did not, perhaps the beauty they encountered was not enchanting enough. You nearly killed the crown prince. If he returns to the capital, he is unlikely to let you off easily. In such dire straits, Yan Sun managed to escape. Jiang Xueci had sensed that matters would not unfold smoothly, but she could never have anticipated such absurdity. Do you still hold him in your heart? Yan Jin stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing into the distance, his voice devoid of discernible emotion. Jiang Xueci laughed at this. I am no masochist. He humiliated me so thoroughly that I could never harbor any affection for him. If my parents were still alive, they would be heartbroken for me. Her tone turned somber as she continued. If my parents were here, no one would dare to bully me. A solitary girl, unprotected, is simply an easy target for torment. Yan Jin replied, From now on, I shall be your protector. With me by your side, I will not allow anyone to bully you. Jiang Xueci turned to face him. But what if one day I betray you and leave? Yan Jin furrowed his brow slightly as he regarded her. Those who have betrayed me have met their demise. However, should it be you, I would be loath to see you perish. Yet I will ensure you understand the consequences of betraying me. His tone was remarkably calm, yet the very steadiness of his words sent a shiver down her spine. Jiang Xueci nearly forgot that he was the infamous villain of the story, known for his cruel and cunning methods. Upon their first encounter, she had witnessed him commanding the creation of human skin lanterns. If such a day were to arrive, she mused, her fate would surely be grim. With a slight bite of her lip, she remarked, How fearsome. Rising from her perch on the stone, she approached him. Standing a head taller than her, Yan Jin's presence loomed as she had to tilt her head back to meet his gaze. Why are you so kind to me? Jiang Xueci asked, her eyes twinkling with mirth. You have already inquired about this before. Why ask again? Yan Jin remained silent, merely seeking confirmation. Though the prince can be quite wicked at times, he is actually rather good to me. At the very least, you treat me far better than the prince. You defend me in front of outsiders, ensuring that I am not ridiculed or embarrassed. Moreover, the prince possesses an appealing appearance that captivates me at first sight. The title of the most handsome man in the book is not mere flattery. When Jiang Xueci first laid eyes on Yan Jin, she found him to be as exquisite as jade, a gentleman unparalleled in the world. "Do you like me, your highness?" she suddenly inquired, her gaze radiant with anticipation. Yan Jin averted his gaze, declaring, "How could this prince possibly like you?" A cold laugh echoed in Jiang Xueci's heart as she ruthlessly pinched her thigh, tears streaming down her cheeks like a waterfall. Yan Jin sensed something amiss with the girl's sudden silence, and upon glancing down, he beheld her weeping silently, resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom, utterly delicate. Chapter 66. She claimed to be from the 22nd century. Yan Jin's long lashes cast a shadow over his eyes, which sparkled with fragmented light as he gazed at her tear-streaked face, raising a hand to wipe away her tears. Her skin was warm and smooth, reminiscent of flawless jade. "I find your tears quite endearing," he remarked. Jiang Xueci's tears ceased abruptly. "Is this man truly peculiar?" Yan Jin observed the sudden disappearance of her tears with a hint of playful intrigue, prompting Jiang Xueci to swiftly change the subject. "I heard there are fireflies in the woods. Will you take me to catch them tonight?" If she did not divert the topic, he feared she might turn him into a specimen. "Vuvuvu, I am scared." In the following days, Qingyu witnessed the prince's remarkable patience as he accompanied the young lady to catch fireflies, stargaze on the rooftop, and enjoy the gentle breeze by the river while watching the sunrise and sunset. Previously, Qingyu thought such activities had nothing to do with his master, but now he felt that even celestial beings could descend to the mortal realm. Jiang Xueci could no longer remain in the village after a few days, as her wounds had begun to scab and showed significant improvement. With her efforts, the group finally set out via waterway to return to Beiyuan. At the Beiyuan prince's residence, Qingyu sat by the pond, feeding the fish, pondering when the princess might return. Suddenly, she glanced up and saw her mistress being carried back by the prince, prompting her to rush over. "Princess, you have finally returned. I have missed you dearly." After placing her in the room, Yan Jin departed, burdened with numerous accumulated affairs. Jiang Xueci did not hinder him. It was then that Qingyu noticed something amiss with her mistress's chest. Upon inquiring, she learned of the distressing events that had transpired, and tears flowed freely from her eyes. Which scoundrel dared to treat the princess in such a manner? How cruel! I cursed that person to never know a moment of peace. At that moment, Xiwen could not suppress a sneeze. Jiang Xueci found it amusing. If Xiwen were to discover Qinyu's curse, a confrontation would surely ensue. "It's nothing. Look, I am perfectly well now." Qinyu pouted. "As a respected lady, how much suffering must you endure? All right, do not worry. I have a task for you to handle. As you command, my princess. Inquire whether the esteemed Tianzi know. One room at Jiayue Tower has been booked for 10 days hence. If it has not been reserved, kindly secure it on my behalf, for I shall have pressing needs at that time." Though Qinyu found the request peculiar, she nodded in acquiescence. "Yes, my lady. I shall attend to it at once." Jiang Xueci nodded, and shortly thereafter, Zhou Qinyan entered, bowing respectfully. "Long live the princess." "What brings you here, Miss Zhou?" Jiang Xueci inquired. With a wave of her hand, Zhou Qinyan revealed several young attendants entering behind her, each carrying a tray. "My lady, these are nourishing tonics sent by the prince for your well-being. They are all rare treasures, and the prince has noted your recent fatigue and urges you to replenish your vitality." Among the offerings were ginseng aged a millennium, Tianshan snow lotus, Ganoderma, and deer antler, precious items unattainable by the common populace. Jiang Xueci glanced over them and replied, "Nanyu, please accept these." After a moment, she inquired further, "How fares Shun Ziqing of late?" Zhou Qinyan's expression shifted slightly. "Miss Shun has fallen gravely ill and has been sent to a country estate for recuperation. It seems she will not return for some time." In truth, she was unaware of the specifics, only knowing that on the day of the feast, Shun Ziqing was suddenly taken away by the prince's men and thereafter, her whereabouts remained a mystery. She had once attempted to inquire with Qingyu, but the latter had deflected her questions with vague excuses, leaving Zhou Qianyun to refrain from pressing further. Jiang Xueci nodded. Understanding, you may leave now. She mused to herself. Shen Ziqing may not survive to see the light of day again. Within the confines of the royal prison, Shen Ziqing was bound in a most distressing manner upon a cross, her body and face marred with injuries. Whip marks and branding scars covered her exposed skin, bloodied and ghastly, a sight that evoked horror. Greetings, my lord. Upon sighting their master, the guards immediately knelt in respect. Has she divulged anything? The guard promptly replied, reporting to the prince, she has indeed revealed some information, but Qingyu's piercing gaze demanded, but what? What did she say? Having languished in confinement for an extended period, the entirety of the royal household believed Shen Ziqing to be gravely ill and sent away for recuperation. After all, at the banquet, Jiang Xueci had publicly declared her afflicted with a contagious illness, and Yan Jin had offered no further clarification, simply endorsing the narrative that she had been dispatched. Yet who could have fathomed that Shen Ziqing was imprisoned within the dungeons? At that moment, she had boldly asserted that Empress Lan and her family had met their demise at the emperor's behest, prompting the prince to diligently investigate. Eventually, they uncovered that a close maid of Empress Lan had taken refuge in a remote village abroad. This inquiry led them to the truth of the events from years past. It was revealed that Empress Lan and her kin had not perished at the hands of enemy forces, nor had she succumbed to despair. Rather, she had been executed by imperial decree. Qingyu had always believed that all fathers cherish their children, but upon learning the truth, he felt a chilling numbness in his fingertips. The emperor's cruelty towards his own offspring was truly heartless. Did she reveal how she came to know these things? From whose lips did this information originate? The guard hesitated, finding the admission difficult to voice, for he felt that such claims would be met with disbelief. Even he himself deemed the revelations utterly absurd. Shen Ziqing claimed to hail from the 22nd century, asserting that she was not of this world. Here, we merely exist within the confines of a book, where everyone's fate is predetermined. A glint of danger flickered in Yan Jin's eyes, his penetrating gaze resting upon the woman who had fainted not far away. What are you talking about? What book? The guard gritted his teeth, expressing disbelief in Shen Ziqing's words. Cautiously, he glanced at his lord's expression, and upon seeing no sign of anger, continued, she also mentioned that the lord would eventually meet his demise at the hands of the crown prince. Preposterous, Qingyu rebuked. My lord, this Shen Ziqing must be deranged. It would be prudent to eliminate her. Yan Jin remained silent, his countenance inscrutable. In the dimly lit dungeon, the flickering candlelight cast an eerie glow upon him, accentuating the coldness that enveloped the air. What else did she say? The guard felt a shiver run down his spine. She claimed that in this world, the male protagonist is the crown prince, and the female lead is the county princess, destined to endure various misunderstandings before growing old together. Yan Jin's deep gaze brimmed with a chilling malevolence, an aura of dread emanating from him as a murderous intent began to coalesce. Growing old together? He scoffed derisively. Aside from me, she shall not grace the presence of anyone else. Chapter 67. Utterly annoyed, Jiang Xueci had spent a considerable portion of the past month recuperating from her injuries within the confines of the royal residence. With the nourishing tonics provided by Yan Jin, her complexion had gradually regained its vitality, and her wounds were healing. After months of seclusion, her appearance on the bustling streets of Changjia instantly drew the attention of many. It was no wonder that the common folk reacted this way. When she first arrived in Beiyuan, her dazzling attire had captivated all, inspiring the noble ladies of Beiyuan to follow suit. Now, after such an extended absence, the noble women were left in a state of anxiety. Not to mention, the county princess's concocted Thunderblue had become a sensation in Beiyuan City, generating substantial wealth alongside master foofing. However, the county princess chose to donate all her earnings to charitable endeavors, establishing porridge kitchens and offering free medical treatment to the impoverished, earning her the adoration of the populace as a living bodhisattva. Despite her time in the capital, numerous tidings had reached her regarding local affairs. Whispers circulated that she was a twice-married woman, having knelt in the imperial study for days following her wedding to the crown prince. Had these rumors emerged when she first arrived, the citizens might have scorned her. Yet now, with her favorable reputation, the people merely regarded the crown prince as blind to her virtues. County princess, we have been wandering for quite some time. Shall we take a respite at a tea house? Chunyu expressed concern for her well-being, mindful of her recent severe injuries, urging caution and care. Jiang Xueci nodded and found a private room to enjoy her tea. Downstairs, the atmosphere was lively, filled with the vibrant essence of life. Have you heard? The saintess of the Yaoqi clan is currently in the capital. It is said that the emperor holds her in high regard, even constructing a palace for her outside the palace gates. Upon hearing this, the crowd's interest was piqued. The Yaoqi clan was renowned as one of the most enigmatic entities across the 9 provinces. Legend spoke of their miraculous intervention a century ago when they saved an emperor on the brink of death who had suffered grievous injuries in battle, with his attendants having searched far and wide for a skilled physician to no avail. Ultimately, it was the members of the Yaoqi clan who revived him at the brink of death, providing assistance that led to the miraculous victory of 30,000 soldiers against 1,000,000 foes, becoming a legend across the 9 provinces. It was due to that event that the Yaoqi clan gained renown throughout the land, with whispers among the populace proclaiming them to be divine beings capable of resurrecting the dead, endowed with supernatural powers, as if sent by celestial messengers to bless the mortal realm. However, the Yaoqi clan later vanished from sight, and despite the fervent searches across the 9 provinces, their whereabouts remained a mystery. Now, they have reemerged. What is the true nature of this saintly maiden? Was it not said that the Yaoqi clan would never return to the world? How did she arrive in the capital? The emergence of the Yaoqi clan surely heralds significant events to come. Who can say? Rumor has it that this maiden was brought back by the crown prince from among the common folk. It seems that it is because of her that the crown prince intends to divorce his bride merely 4 days after their wedding. It is truly unfortunate for our county princess. However, being of the Yaoqi clan, she must simply accept her misfortune. I am quite eager to visit the capital and see this saintly maiden for myself. Indeed, one wonders what kind of celestial being she is. The most enigmatic Yaoqi clan has emerged, and she is a saint. Jiang Xueci took small bites of osmanthus cake, listening to the chatter from below without displaying much emotion. Yet, Chunyu was incensed, thinking they could not possibly be referring to Bai Qingqing. How could such a wretched woman be deemed a saint? Does she truly deserve it? Jiang Xueci pushed the pastry towards her. You have quite the temper. I am not even angry, yet you are beside yourself. Chunyu pouted, declaring that she merely could not stand to see her lady suffer. That Bai Qingqing, pretending to be delicate while stealing the crown prince away, has caused the prince to treat you so poorly. Just thinking of it makes me wish to tear her apart. Jiang Xueci smiled faintly, a glimmer of interest flashing in her starry eyes, yet she remained unhurried. A stir arose among the crowd. Jiang Xueci glanced over and indeed spotted Yan Jin's figure. Thus she pulled aside the curtain of the 2nd floor, her face blooming with a radiant smile as she waved. Yan Jin's eyes crinkled with a hint of amusement as he ascended to the 2nd floor. What are you doing here? I came to escort you home for dinner. I have prepared all your favorite dishes today. Chunyu smirked, pursing her lips. Jiang Xueci inquired with a smile. How did you know what I like to eat? Yan Jin gently tousled her hair, stating, Did you not say you adore me? Naturally, whatever I enjoy, you shall enjoy too. Jiang Xueci retorted, How utterly annoying. She pouted, her delicate face radiating displeasure, yet somehow it only accentuated her beauty even in anger. Yan Jin remained expressionless, devoid of joy or sorrow, desires or demands. But at that moment, his calm gaze harbored a hint of possessiveness, perhaps stirred by Shun Ziqing's previous words. The patrons of the tea house on the 1st floor were astonished to witness the prince, known for his disinterest in women, escorting the county princess. They had previously heard tales of how the prince took great care of her, and seeing it firsthand was indeed shocking. After all, how many had sought to present beautiful women to the prince in hopes of winning his favor, only to have their efforts met with rejection. Some even dared to provoke him, ultimately meeting a grim fate, turned into mere skins of beauty. From this point onward, no one dared to send a beauty to the royal residence, nor did anyone venture to seek their own demise by doing so. Observing the way the prince tenderly cared for the county princess, one could not help but feel that their striking beauty complemented each other remarkably well. The illustrious North Yuan king, renowned for his martial prowess and hailed as the most handsome man in Tianxian, paired with the kind-hearted and stunningly beautiful princess, seemed an utterly destined match. It appeared that North Yuan was soon to celebrate a momentous occasion. Upon returning to the royal residence, Jiang Xueci gazed at the array of dishes before her. Her appetite instantly piqued. Yan Jin, seeing her relish her meal, instructed Qingyu to bring forth a certain item. As Jiang Xueci continued to enjoy her food, she noticed Qingyu approaching with a small box, presenting it with both hands before Yan Jin. He accepted it and opened the box, revealing a delicate blue and white porcelain vial inside. "Drink this," he urged. Jiang Xueci hesitated. "What is this? You wouldn't be trying to poison me again, would you?" "You'll only know once you drink it," he replied, though doubt lingered in her mind. She quickly rationalized that Yan Jin had no reason to harm her now. She took the small vial, uncapped it, and consumed its contents in one swift motion. As she quietly absorbed the experience, a sudden, tingling discomfort coursed through her arm. Just as she was about to voice her concern, she noticed Yan Jin grasping her hand, using a dagger to make a small incision in his palm. In mere moments, a small, dark brown insect emerged from the wound. A wave of revulsion washed over Jiang Xueci. "This was the poison I had placed upon you before. You need not worry about it any longer." Jiang Xueci was taken aback. "Aren't you concerned that without the poison as constraint, I might refuse to give you the antidote?" Yan Jin smiled gently, an aura of serene incense enveloping him, his smile contrasting sharply with his usual aloof demeanor, exuding warmth like the gentle spring rain. It was a side of him Jiang Xueci had never witnessed before, causing her heart to flutter inexplicably. He remarked, "My little lady would never be so heartless." Chapter 68. Before the Buddha, life and death in Yan's hands, the first materialist of Tianxian, "Do you have such faith in me?" Yan Jin responded, "Do you not deserve my trust?" Jiang Xueci found his skill in argumentation remarkable, as he countered her inquiries with his own. She smiled gently, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons, pure and bright, akin to a refreshing breeze that brings joy to the heart. "Of course." A subtle smile flickered at the corner of Yan Jin's lips as he instructed Qingyu to fetch bandaging supplies, personally tending to her wound and tying it with a beautiful knot. A few months prior, the Empress of Xiling had returned with the 13th Prince of Xiling in hopes of reclaiming her biological daughter, Princess Lin Jining, who had now successfully returned to North Yuan City to rest for a time. The Empress's health was precarious, and it was uncertain whether she could endure the journey back to Xiling. When Jiang Xueci reunited with Lin Jining, they found themselves with an abundance of conversation. The Empress was also accommodated in the finest official in within North Yuan City, as Jiang Xueci had opted not to place her in the royal residence, fearing that if any misfortune befell the Empress there, it would provide those in the capital an opportunity to implicate Yan Jin. After all, the old men in the capital constantly keep a watchful eye on the movements of Beiyuan, and they are already wary of Yan Jin. Even if the incident involving the Empress of Xiling has no connection to Yan Jin, they would still link her to it. In a private room of the tavern, Xueci inquired, "Before your time travel, which year did you come from?" Jiang Xueci took a sip of her wine, which was indeed rich and fragrant. "I traveled from the year 2121. How about you?" "Me too. Does that mean we both crossed over in the same year?" "Where are you from?" Lin Jining seemed to have been pent up for these days, speaking with great excitement. It was no wonder. Encountering such an extraordinary situation was remarkable, and it was comforting to meet a fellow townsman. "Do you know Yuning? It's a Fortune Global 500 company. Had I not traveled, I would surely have had a bright future ahead. Moreover, Yuning offers a 4-day workweek with an additional day off each month, specifically for women. The benefits are excellent, and the working hours are favorable. It's truly a pity to have ended up here." Jiang Xueci smiled lightly. "Is it really that good? You can't forget it even after becoming a princess?" "Absolutely. Joining Yuning is every university student's dream. What about you? What do you do?" Are you still in school? Jiang Xueci raised an eyebrow slightly. By coincidence, I was also named Jiang Xueci before I crossed over. Do you know the surname of Yuning's largest shareholder? Lin Zining pondered for a moment, recalling that the largest shareholder was said to be a young woman who inherited her family's shares. After entering the company, she ruthlessly sent several senior executives to prison, showing no mercy, and it was rumored that some of them were her relatives. Upon reflection, it seemed that the shareholder's surname was indeed Jiang. It was said that she was quite beautiful, a femme fatale, and many male employees discussed her in hushed tones, some even loitering in the parking lot to create opportunities. Foregoing hard work, Lin Zining seemed to realize the gravity of the situation. The person before her also bore the name Jiang Xueci, just like Yuning's young shareholder. You can't possibly be the largest shareholder of Yuning, Director Jiang, can you? Lin Zining's voice quivered with excitement. She had encountered her boss. Goodness. Jiang Xueci found her reaction amusing. What a coincidence. In fact, there are quite a few time travelers here, aside from us. There's one more. Lin Zining immediately exclaimed, Really, boss? Where's that person? Call her over so we can have a meal together. This encounter is truly serendipitous. Jiang Xueci leisurely sipped her wine. She's likely not going to survive much longer. Why is that? She was too naive, revealing the plot she knew to Yan Jin, which aroused Yan Jin's suspicion that she was a spy. She probably won't last long. Perhaps she's already dead. Jiang Xueci's tone was flat, devoid of significant emotion. She raised her gaze to Lin Zining, observing a flicker of fear in her eyes, a subtle shift in expression. You should understand what I mean. Since you have come, and your presence bears little relation to the plot, it would be best not to involve yourself. Do not divulge your origins to others, nor foretell the events of the future. As a traveler between realms, safeguarding the secret of your journey is the wisest course. Lin Zining nodded dumbly, committing the advice to memory. I shall never disclose anything to anyone. Jiang Xueci was pleased. The nights in Beiyuan City were devoid of curfews and brimming with liveliness. Are you not departing tomorrow? This evening, I shall extend my hospitality and show you around. She proposed. Indeed, that sounds delightful. Lin Zining, somewhat carefree, immediately cast aside her earlier concerns at the prospect of entertainment. In the Wang resident's study, Yan Jin observed Qing Yu entering with a cup of tea, his brow slightly furrowed. What brings you here? Every day at this hour, Jiang Xueci would deliver a bowl of sweet soup. Why has she not arrived yet? Qing Yu clicked his tongue. Who else could it be? Your Highness? Has your servant fallen out of favor? He lamented. Alas, it seems your heart has changed. What is Jiang Xueci doing? Qing Yu turned to address him. The princess is currently out enjoying herself with the 9th princess of Xiling. She likely won't return until late. Is there something you wish to discuss with her? Yan Jin frowned slightly, his gaze drifting to the pile of documents on the table, growing increasingly vexed. Send a Xiling entourage away by tomorrow. Understood, Your Highness. After a moment, he added, Your birthday is tomorrow. Should I arrange for some preparations? Although the prince had not celebrated his birthday in many years, with the presence of the princess, it seemed appropriate to inquire. Yan Jin paused. No need. I have not celebrated for so long. It is unnecessary now. Qing Yu dared not press further. As you wish, Your Highness. Yan Jin removed the string of prayer beads from his wrist, idly playing with them in his hands. After a while, he rose and approached the Buddha statue, lighting several incense sticks. The fragrant smoke wafted into the air, and the scent of agarwood gradually intensified within the room. At that moment, a guard entered. Your Highness, Shun Ziqing is unlikely to last much longer. Should we administer medication to prolong her life? Yan Jin stood before the statue, impassive and aloof, exuding an aura of detachment akin to a disciple untouched by worldly affairs. Yet his words belied this demeanor, lacking the compassion one would expect. No need. Whatever was to be expressed has been. Let her perish. His words, spoken before the Buddha, were brazen and chilling, sending shivers down the spine. Chapter 69. A year aright, a joy the following day, as dawn broke, the Xiling entourage set forth. Jiang Xueci, seldom rising early, had come to bid farewell. Lin Zining, filled with reluctance, repeatedly assured her that she would return a visit, yet ultimately boarded the carriage with lingering sorrow. Although the text does not elaborate upon her return, the Emperor of Xiling, burdened with guilt over the Empress, showered affection upon his legitimate daughter. With the Emperor's favor, her future days promised to be bright. Jiang Xueci exhaled a long breath, watching the procession grow distant, when suddenly a man appeared beside her. Fu Feng did not cast a glance at her, his gaze following the departing procession. It appeared that the princess and the ninth princess of Xiling shared a close bond. Indeed, she was my only companion during my youth. In the treacherous environment of the palace, having a friend is a rare treasure. Recently, my ventures have yielded a commendable income from lay-by. Shall the princess inspect the accounts? Jiang Xueci smiled gently. There is no need. I trust your integrity. May I inquire whether the princess has had breakfast? A new porridge shop has opened in Xiqing, renowned for its delicacies. Would you care to sample it? Jiang Xueci politely declined. There is no need. I have pressing matters today. Let us gather another time. Fu Feng did not press further, merely acquiescing. Yan Jin, who had risen early, noticed Jiang Xueci's absence. Ordinarily, she would join him for breakfast and later accompany him in the study, quietly perusing novels while he attended to state affairs. Where has Jiang Xueci gone? Xing Yu inquired. The princess left early to see off the ninth princess of Xiling and has yet to return to the residence. Shall I dispatch someone to ascertain her whereabouts? Yan Jin gazed at the lavish breakfast spread before him, feeling somewhat disenchanted. No need. Clear the table. I have no appetite. Have those spies within the residence been dealt with? Xing Yu nodded and reported, yes, all have been managed. Have we yet to locate the crown prince? No. I have dispatched covert guards to search, but there has been no news. Though the crown prince is injured, it is not severe. He should be returning to the capital. After all, the borders are swarming with my men, and he cannot afford to take risks by remaining here. However, despite the traps set along the route to the capital, we have yet to find him, which raises questions about his current hiding place. Have the Taoist arrangements been made? Qingyu replied affirmatively, yes. The Taoist has been successfully placed by the hands of the uncle of the state in proximity to the emperor. According to reports, the emperor holds the Taoist in high regard. As the emperor ages, he possesses vast power and status, and at this juncture, what he desires most is longevity. Throughout history, countless emperors have coveted the elixir of life, and our current emperor is no exception. Yet, if this elixir outwardly invigorates while secretly acting as a slow poison, should the truth surface, the uncle of the state who facilitated the Taoist introduction to the emperor would undoubtedly find himself in the eye of the storm. Meanwhile, when Bei Yuan mobilizes its forces under the pretense of purging the court, it would be a legitimate endeavor. Yan Jin's tone turned cold and authoritative, instructing that the Taoist maintain a low profile, for his benevolent father must meet his end at his own hands. Yes, proceed to the military camp and summon all the generals of Bei Yuan. As the stars and moon intertwined in the evening sky, the vibrant nightlife of Bei Yuan stirred once more. The countless lights illuminated the city, and the bustling streets overflowed with the essence of human warmth and prosperity. Upon returning to the city, Yan Jin spotted Jiang Xueci's maid awaiting him at the city gate. Pulling his steed to a halt, the exalted king of Bei Yuan inquired, "What brings you here? Where is your mistress?" Chun Yu promptly replied, "My lord, our princess is waiting for you at the Zhiyue Tower. She requests your presence." Yan Jin was unsure of what peculiar thoughts were occupying the mind of the young girl. Upon arrival, he noticed her waving at him from the fifth-floor window of Zhiyue Tower. Her smile radiated brightness and joy, a warmth that seemed to touch the very depths of one's soul, akin to a gentle spring breeze. As the door swung open, he heard her inquire if he had come seeking him. Jiang Xueci briskly walked behind him, closing the door, her hairpin swaying, but not overly so. Clad in a resplendent yellow dress that accentuated her delicate features, she exuded an irresistible charm with her cloud-like hair and blooming visage, her cheeks adorned with a playful smile. She took Yan Jin by the wrist and led him to the long table, exclaiming, "Behold, this is the domain I have crafted for you, my lord." Yan Jin scanned the table, which was adorned with 19 exquisitely crafted brocade boxes, each one a testament to the host's meticulous preparation. "What are these?" he inquired. Jiang Xueci responded, "I have heard from those in the residence that you have never celebrated your birthday, though I know not the reason. A birthday is the most significant day of the year. Thus, I have commemorated all 19 of your birthdays today. What others possess, you shall possess. What others lack, you shall have." With a lowered gaze, Yan Jin opened the first box, revealing a pure gold collar accompanied by a letter. He unfolded it to read, "This year, I am yet to be born, but my future husband has already graced the world." The second gift was an exquisite black bamboo flute, the final work of Master Su. "This year, my future husband turns 2. Wait for me, for I shall soon arrive." The third gift was a golden piccio. "This year, I too have entered the world. They say the piccio wards off evil, and I hope my Jin remains safe throughout his life." As he unwrapped the remaining gifts, each one stirred a profound emotion within him, the likes of which he had never experienced before. From the moment he entered this world, he had known no love. His mother was driven to her demise by his father, the emperor, and while the empress kept him close, he had never seen a day of light. Later, he was cast into the desolate North Yuan, left to fend for himself, narrowly escaping death on numerous occasions. For years, no one had ever conveyed to him what it felt like to be loved, to be cared for. He had grown accustomed to solitude. Had he never glimpsed the light, he could have remained in darkness indefinitely. Yet now, a beam of light illuminated his being, as if a divine blessing had been bestowed upon him, revealing the sensation of being cherished. It dawned on him that the world had not always rejected him. Observing his vulnerable, moved expression, Jiang Xueci felt a tremor in her heart. He was not innately a wicked soul. A flicker of compassion arose within her, only to be swiftly subdued. Outside the window, vibrant fireworks erupted in a dazzling display. Yan Jin enveloped her in his arms, holding her tightly, as though he sought to merge her essence with his own. An overwhelming love surged within him, complex enough to make him tremble, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Let us wed. I shall elevate you to the highest echelons, where the masses shall honor you." Chapter 70. Abundance of men, what is the most esteemed position? Jiang Xueci retorted. She understood that Yan Jin had learned the truth about her mother's death and would undoubtedly come to the capital, which was precisely what she yearned to witness. The original owner had suffered wounds that transcended mere physical and emotional torment inflicted by the male protagonist Yan Sun. It was a vendetta against her entire family. Yet, Yan Jin had spoken so candidly to her. Did he truly not fear that she might inadvertently relay the news back to the capital? His faith in her was remarkable. Yan Jin gently caressed her head, gazing into the distance at the resplendent fireworks blossoming in the sky, and fell silent. His speed was remarkable. By the following morning, preparations within the residence were already underway. Some were calculating auspicious dates, while others were arranging the 3 letters and 6 etiquettes. The entire household was suffused with an atmosphere of jubilance. Zhou Qinyun scoured the entirety of Beiyuan City for embroiderers, instructing them to procure the finest materials, jewels, and gold threads to craft the bridal gown. Given the exorbitant compensation, the embroiderers found themselves sleeping only a few hours each day, feeling that such remuneration was too good to be true. News of the impending marriage of the Beiyuan prince spread throughout the city. Many young women, though sorrowful and disappointed, could not harbor jealousy upon learning that the future princess was a royal bestowment and a woman of beauty and kindness. Early in the morning, Jiang Xueci was summoned to have her measurements taken for the wedding gown, her eyes still glistening with tears, appearing quite disheveled and yawning. This sight nearly melted the hearts of the embroiderers. "Chunyu, I wish to have buns from Jiayue Tower. Please send someone to fetch them," Jiang Xueci instructed. Yes, I shall send someone at once," Chunyu answered eagerly. "That one be necessary." Upon entering, Yan Jin immediately noticed the young girl, still half asleep. "I shall return to take your measurements once the princess is awake." Understood, the embroiderers replied in unison, bowing in compliance. After they departed, Yan Jin instructed for breakfast to be brought in. "You enjoyed an extra bun at Jiayue Tower yesterday, so I thought of your fondness and had someone procure them this morning." Upon seeing the buns, Jiang Xueci's face illuminated with a smile. "Ah, Jin, You are truly wonderful. Apart from my parents, brothers, and the Empress Dowager, you treat me the best." Yan Jin's lips curved slightly. Jiang Xueci's manner of eating was exceptionally graceful, making her a delightful sight, lifting the appetite of those dining alongside her. "Do you have any plans for today?" Jiang Xueci inquired, sipping her soybean milk leisurely. "The daughter of Governor Zhao has invited me to the Baihuayuan to admire the poppies. However, while the poppies are indeed beautiful, I have a preference for peonies." As she spoke, she sighed, lamenting that the peony season had passed, rendering them invisible to her now. "Had we not left Baiyuan City, we could have enjoyed their splendor. You favor peonies?" Jiang Xueci nodded obediently. Peonies are truly magnificent, resplendent in color and regal in bearing, rightfully celebrated as the king of flowers. "Of course, I prefer the finest. Had we not departed Baiyuan City for that village, we would have been right in time for the peony bloom. To pluck one and wear it in my hair would have been enchanting. Alas, the passage of time resulted in missed opportunities, and upon our return, the blooming had come to an end." Yan Jin remarked that you have been quite busy lately, and if you are weary, it would be best to remain indoors and rest properly. "I refuse," she replied. "Previously, when I was recuperating, you wouldn't let me go out, and now that I long for some amusement, I feel stifled. This is not the modern world where one can idly scroll through videos or play games. In this ancient era, entertainment is limited to watching plays or listening to music, and the more intriguing establishments are strictly off-limits under your watchful eye. Enjoying the blossoms is far more entertaining than staying confined within the estate." "Very well. If you wish to go out, then do so. I shall not interfere," Yan Jin replied, before adding, "The Fongling Pavilion has recently received a new batch of shoe brocade. I have instructed my people to select a variety of colors. You may inform the embroiderers of your desires." Jiang Xueci thought to herself that no woman could resist a man who genuinely lavishes her with gifts. Moreover, she had heard that the Fongling Pavilion had acquired a delicate collection of shoe brocade, a highly prized material in this era, valued at 100 taels of silver per bolt. Even noble women must consider their expenses carefully. Previously, she had attempted to procure some, but Nanyu had returned to inform her that all the brocade had been sold. At first, she was puzzled about who could afford such extravagance, only to discover it was Yan Jin. It was remarkable that someone so occupied could still think of such gestures. It truly demonstrated his affection. Jiang Xueci picked up a plump, white bun and held it before him, exclaiming, "Ah Jin, you are wonderful. Allow me to reward you with a bite of this bun." Yan Jin opened his mouth and took a bite, and for some reason, he found today's bun exceptionally delicious and tender. Jiang Xueci smiled and took a bite herself, causing Yan Jin's earlobes to flush slightly as his gaze toward her grew increasingly intense. Chunyu nodded in the background, acknowledging that the princess knew how to captivate. As they made their way to the 100 Flowers garden, it was Yan Jin himself who escorted them, his tenderness and consideration eliciting both astonishment and envy among the noble women. They were astonished that a prince, known for his aloofness and disinterest in women, would choose to accompany a lady for leisure. They envied the princess for having such a devoted husband, believing she must have accumulated countless merits in her past life. "What has happened to the Qi family's younger sister? She appears as though she has been weeping," one remarked as they entered. Jiang Xueci observed a companion whose eyes were red-rimmed and full of sorrow. Jia shook her head. "It is nothing. The princess need not worry. I merely stubbed my toe, and it hurts a bit." Beside her, Zhao Lin sighed. "Stop it. Let me tell you, princess, this Qi family sister is lovesick." "Oh, do share," came the reply. "This Qi family sister has a beloved, a poor scholar, who uses her money but was inadvertently seen by her visiting a brothel." Zhao Lin's voice grew heated. It would be one thing if he visited occasionally, but he is irregular. Spending her money in such a manner is infuriating. Qi defended. "Sister Zhao, Sun Lang is not like that. He treats me well and has promised to marry me as soon as he gains his degree. His visits to the brothel are merely a means to relieve his stress." Jiang Xueci. Indeed, even in ancient times, there existed those captivated by love. Qi hails from a modest background, yet she possesses a remarkable talent for making money. The shops she has established are thriving. and it is surprising to discover that she is infatuated with romance. Chia fidgeted with her handkerchief, expressing, Sun Lang treats me exceptionally well. I cannot bear to part with him. Without him, I cannot survive. Moreover, he does not fancy the courtesans. He claims that I alone occupy his heart. Jiang Xueci extended her hand, saying, Dear Sister Qi, I possess some knowledge of fortune-telling. Would you like me to read your fortune? Chia paused momentarily, then nodded. All right, I appreciate your assistance, Your Grace. Jiang Xueci assumed an air of gravitas, her demeanor reminiscent of an ethereal being, instilling a sense of reverence in those present. Sister Qi, your Sun Lang may impact your financial fortune, she cautioned. Qi appeared momentarily stunned, but her sadness vanished in an instant. Your Grace, you should have mentioned this sooner. I shall easily let go of him. There are plenty of men. The crowd responded with laughter. Chapter 71, The City of Peonies. Jiang Xueci smiled, but remained silent. Regarding this young lady who had elevated her family through her own endeavors, although she had little experience with men, she was susceptible to deception. However, when it concerned the arduous path she had traversed, one instinctively chooses that which holds the utmost significance in their heart. Clearly, the young lady deemed wealth as paramount. Sister Qi, you have moved on remarkably swiftly. Zhao Lin admired Jiang Xueci's ability to encourage her with just a few words. As the group chatted and laughed, Jiang Xueci mused that although the noble women of Beiyuan held lofty aspirations, they were far superior to those in the capital. The pampered girls raised in a gilded cage tended to look down upon others, believing themselves above all. Beiyuan, in truth, was quite delightful. By the way, Your Grace, the lay-by you developed previously was truly exquisite. I hear it has even reached Shieling. You and young Master Fufeng are bound to profit immensely. Indeed, I used to visit young Master Fufeng's tea house daily for a pot. I had never tasted anything so delightful. Now that you are soon to become the princess of Beiyuan, serving lay-by at this gathering would be splendid. Moreover, with both you and the prince being so exceptionally handsome, just imagine how beautiful your future children will be. Jiang Xueci listened to the lively exchanges with a smile, saying little. Eventually, in the afternoon, as the group prepared to leave the 100 Flowers garden, they noticed Yan Jin's carriage waiting at the entrance. In an instant, they understood. The prince had come to escort the princess home once more. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Jiang Xueci climbed into the carriage. You come to fetch me daily. Do you not fear being labeled as a henpecked husband, devoid of any authority? Yan Jin gently ruffled her hair before retracting his hand, admiring his handiwork. Such words shall not reach my ears. Jiang Xueci pondered, realizing that few would dare utter such things in his presence. He was not one to show leniency. Did you enjoy yourself today? He inquired. Jiang Xueci nodded, yes, though I did not see you happy. Tomorrow, I shall not venture outside. Would you accompany me for a horseback ride? A smile unconsciously graced Yan Jin's lips. Very well. Today, Qingyu has selected an auspicious date. We shall wed on the 3rd day of next month. So soon? Will the wedding gown be ready in time? Fear not. Over 300 skilled embroiderers are diligently working to ensure you have a gown to wear on your wedding day. He raised his hand to gently brush her nose, his eyes reflecting her image. Jiang Xueci nestled into his embrace, asking, Why are you so good to me, Ah Jin? Yan Jin gazed down at her, his eyes tender and affectionate. Because it is you, because you reside in my heart. Jiang Xueci, tell me you will forever remain by my side and never leave me. Jiang Xueci's gaze flickered with a hint of complex emotion. After a moment, she countered, Will you always treat me this well? Without hesitation, Yan Jin replied, Indeed. In this lifetime, I shall marry no one but you, and we shall bear children together. It is said that childbirth is excruciatingly painful for women. If you fear the pain, you need not bear children. We could adopt a child if you find the noise of a little one bothersome, allowing the wet nurse and servants to care for them. Regardless, I shall always protect you and ensure no one dares to harm you. Jiang Xueci's heart was tumultuous. In modern society, men often cannot accept a wife who does not bear children, let alone in this era of feudal beliefs. Yet, Yan Jin's acceptance of her choice, due to fear of pain, touched her deeply. It turned out that the love of this little madman was so pure and fervent. Ah Jin, Among all in the land of the 9 provinces, you are my favorite. Indeed, I feel the same. For several consecutive days, Jiang Xueci refrained from any outings, choosing instead to remain by Yan Jin's side, whether he was deliberating state affairs with his ministers or attending to matters at leisure. The young lady, delicate and charming, lay on the couch opposite, engrossed in her reading. Whenever Yan Jin had a moment to spare, he would sit beside her, feeding her fresh grapes. Yan Jin believed that such tranquil days were the most exquisite of all. Reflecting on this, his brows relaxed and softened. Qingyu seemed accustomed to witnessing his lord's attentive demeanor, yet each time it was still somewhat astonishing, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. He pondered that if anyone dared to harm even a single hair on the princess's head, that person would surely meet a most brutal fate. Approaching Yan Jin, he whispered in his ear, "My lord, all is prepared." Yan Jin's expression shifted slightly. "Get up, I shall take you somewhere." Jiang Xueci, feeling languid, protested, "No, I do not wish to go anywhere today. I still want to eat." Yan Jin effortlessly peeled another grape and placed it in her mouth. "Be good. You will enjoy it." Jiang Xueci had grown somewhat lazy in recent days, reluctant to move. However, seeing Yan Jin's determined demeanor, she reluctantly rose. They did not take a carriage. Instead, Yan Jin gracefully leaped onto the saddle and, with a swift motion, took hold of Jiang Xueci's delicate hand, drawing her into his embrace and seating her in front of him. As they rode out of the estate, Jiang Xueci, initially disinterested, was momentarily stunned. The entire city was awash with blooming peonies. Unlike the more common pink peonies, there are also rare green, purple, and vibrant red peonies in full bloom. Their petals are dense, swaying gracefully in the breeze, adorning every street and alley of Baiyuan City. It is no exaggeration to say that the city has been transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors. Though peony season has passed, how did you manage this? Yan Jin, noticing the moisture at the corners of her eyes, spoke gently. "The peonies from Huizhou are in full bloom. I had the Black Riders hasten their return." He assured her that with proper care, they would thrive until their wedding day. She had merely mentioned her fondness for peonies in passing, never anticipating he would go to such lengths. Yan Jin lowered her gaze as tears like pearls streamed from her eyes, chuckling softly. "Are you touched? You truly are easy to please." Chapter 72. Chess as strategy, ideas as troops. The two of them strolled leisurely down the long street, surrounded by vibrant clusters of peonies in full bloom, an enchanting sight that felt like a poetic dream. While those on horseback admired the scenery, the pedestrians below gazed up at them, both scenes equally beautiful. That day, the entire Baiyuan city learned that the blooming peonies were a gift from the prince to the princess, evoking envy among many and making it clear how deeply the prince cared for the princess. As they returned to the manor, Qingyu seemed to have urgent business and called Yan Jin away, leaving Jiang Xueci to return to Tsiyu Pavilion alone, where the young maidservants were discussing the city's splendid peonies. "Princess," the servants greeted her, and Jiang Xueci nodded graciously, her face aglow with warmth. "I wish to bathe. Please prepare for me." "Yes, princess." "Princess, you have returned," Chunyu said, stepping forward. "Miss Qi has sent an invitation, requesting your presence at Jiayue Tower." "Miss Qi?" Chunyu nodded, adding, "I inquired further, and it seems she is troubled by matters of the heart and wishes to speak with you." Jiang Xueci furrowed her brow and replied, "I understand. Prepare a horse. I shall go alone." "Yes, princess." Jiang Xueci rode at a leisurely pace towards Jiayue Tower. As night deepened and the lights of countless homes illuminated the streets, the once dazzling peonies took on a different charm under the dimming glow. A gentle breeze swept by, softening Jiang Xueci's expression. "He truly is wonderful," she mused. "Even a casual remark from me lingers in his heart." In the past, she had longed to pluck that high and aloof flower from its pedestal, to see his eyes filled with her reflection, consumed by a fervent obsession, reveling in his willing descent. Yet, deep down, she felt it would be exceedingly difficult. A person like Yan Jin seemed unlikely to be ensnared by love. But now, he was unbothered by the opinions of others, treating her with utmost kindness, placing the finest things before her. She believed no woman could resist such a man. Finally, Jiang Xueci halted her horse. A young servant promptly took the reins and led it away. After inquiring briefly, she ascended the stairs, but the room was quiet. She proceeded towards the screen at the back. "Miss Chi?" she called softly. However, as the words left her lips, the candlelight was abruptly extinguished, plunging the room into utter darkness, rendering her unable to see her own hand before her face. The light vanished in an instant, and Jiang Xueci felt a tremor in her heart. Just as she was about to hasten towards the door, she suddenly sensed someone pulling her into an embrace. A hand covered her mouth. Her heart raced violently, and she dared not move. "Do not be afraid, it is I." The familiar voice broke through the silence, and in an instant, Jiang Xueci recognized the identity of her captor, Yan Jin, with a ruse of luring her here through the Qi family's younger sister. He possessed remarkable audacity to appear in Beiyuan City. Did he not fear that Yan Jin would learn of his presence and ensure he never left? To take a life in Beiyuan was merely a matter of a finger-s flick for Yan Jin, even though the man before her was the prince of Tianxian. His grip gradually loosened, yet he did not release her. "What brings your highness here? Are you not afraid?" In the enveloping darkness, Yan Jin could not discern her features. Yet having watched over her from the shadows in recent days, he knew well the exquisite beauty that stood before him. Once, she had been his beloved crown princess. Yet, due to his fleeting folly, she had endured countless grievances. Now, her icy words pierced his heart like daggers. "Xueci, I have come to escort you back to the capital." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xueci let out a laugh. "Your highness jests. I am soon to be the princess of Beiyuan. Why would I wish to return to the capital? To suffer humiliation?" Yan Jin's expression darkened. "Xueci, do not speak in such a manner." Jiang Xueci summoned all her strength to push him away. "Your highness, you need not be so circumspect. Why go to such lengths to bring me here? What is your intention? Xueci, remaining by his side will only bring you pain. Compared to being with you, the prince treats me exceedingly well." Yan Jin was undoubtedly aware of the affection and esteem he had shown Jiang Xueci, which was evident to all in Beiyuan City. It is no exaggeration to say he had pampered her like a princess, personally taking her out for leisure and bringing her home. Whatever rare treasures or curious oddities appeared, they would first grace Jiang Xueci's presence. Moreover, the city adorned with peonies was a sight to behold. In such stark contrast, her unwavering inclination towards Yan Jin at this moment was entirely justified, given her past transgressions against her. "What if I told you I know who is responsible for the demise of your entire family?" Jiang Xueci's gaze lowered, her heart tranquil, yet her face betraying a flicker of agitation. Who? Who is it?" Noticing her interest, Yan Jin felt a sense of relief. It was the Wei family. The Wei family? Indeed, the founding general who accompanied the emperor in battle, ambushed and slaughtered in their entirety by the enemy on their way back to the capital. Jiang Xueci was well aware that he referred to Yan Jin's maternal lineage, the Wei family, which the emperor had secretly ordered to be annihilated without leaving a trace. She had previously contemplated that Yan Jin would never relinquish her, given her role as the heroine of this narrative, intertwined with him inextricably. Yet, she had not anticipated that he would so shamelessly shift the blame for the emperor's actions onto those who were already deceased. The Wei family had long been at odds with your father, who had repeatedly admonished them for their excessive accomplishments that threatened his authority. For years, I have been clandestinely investigating, and, at last, I have uncovered the evidence. The Jiang family was annihilated in a single night as a consequence of revenge from the Wei clan. Jiang Xueci's heart was filled with a cold derision. They say the male protagonist is a gentleman, yet it appears he is a man who resorts to any means necessary. She pretended to stumble and fell to the ground, prompting Yan Jin to rush forward and assist her. "Xueci, the Wei clan is related to Yan Jin as his maternal uncle. How could you possibly marry him? He is the enemy responsible for your family's destruction. If you truly wed him, you will endure a lifetime of suffering. Come back to the capital with me. I will take care of everything, and I promise to look after you. Trust me." Seeing her silence, Yan Jin understood that this sudden revelation must be overwhelming for her. "Take your time to ponder. If you wish to return to the capital with me, I shall come for you in 7 nights, and we shall leave this place together. Currently, the city of Beiyuan is under rigorous lockdown, and his men have been searching for him relentlessly. He cannot afford to waste much time. But his intention here is to take Jiang Xueci away, and he possesses the means to do so. Yan Jin departed. Jiang Xueci knelt on the ground, her delicate face, reminiscent of a blooming lotus, gradually broke into a smile, her fingertips trembling uncontrollably, betraying her excitement. After a moment, she let out a soft laugh. The game is finally about to commence. She would indeed return to the capital, to Yan Jin's side. The halo of the Son of Heaven must be personally removed by her to enable Yan Jin to turn the tide in his favor. Chapter 73. Who dares to marry you? I shall ensure his demise. The following morning, whispers filled the air. Have you heard? The princess's family seems to have been exterminated by the Wei clan. Is that true? The Wei clan? Is it the same Wei family related to our prince? Indeed. I heard from old Jiang, who was out shopping this morning. The rumor is spreading like wildfire. I heard it too. It seems it was because Jiang Xueci repeatedly impeached the Wei clan for overshadowing the emperor, leading to the emperor stripping General Wei of his title and sending him home to retire. Could have been out of jealousy that they were wiped out? How terrifying. The court is indeed a cauldron of blood and intrigue. To annihilate an entire family only to face annihilation oneself. How the tides of fortune turn. Do not spread baseless rumors. We do not yet know whether this is true. Moreover, do not let the princess hear you, or the prince will not take kindly to it. If the princess learns of this and refuses to marry, would that not cause an upheaval? After all, the Wei clan is the maternal family of the prince's mother. If this is true, it would mean a vendetta. As Nanyu passed through the corridor, she noticed the servants abruptly fall silent and scatter, frowning slightly as she entered the room. Princess, the prince requests your presence for breakfast. Jiang Xueci sat before the mirror as Chunyu styled her hair. Tell him, I shall not be going today. Have the kitchen prepare some breakfast instead. Nanyu received the order and promptly withdrew, only to soon see Yan Jin arriving in haste. Observing her indifferent demeanor, he found it difficult to ascertain whether she had heard the rumors circulating outside. He was aware of the annihilation of the Jiang family. Ever since he came to understand his true feelings, he had been discreetly dispatching individuals to investigate the events of that fateful day, yearning to uncover the truth behind the massacre of the Jiang family. This was his duty. Yet, before any news could return, rumors began to circulate, and he worried that Jiang Xueci might succumb to unwarranted thoughts. Their wedding day was fast approaching, and he wished for no obstacles in their path. Why not go and eat? He refrained from asking directly. Jiang Xueci allowed Chunyu to place the last hairpin in her hair before lazily turning around. She felt quite fatigued today and had no desire to move. Yan Jin observed her closely, noting her usual delicate demeanor, which alleviated some of his worries. Being affected by another's emotions was indeed a rather uncomfortable experience. Yet Yan Jin found it sweetly endearing. Today, this prince has prepared all your favorite dishes. If you do not wish to move, I shall have them brought to you, he said. Jiang Xueci's eyes sparkled with joy. Then I wish to eat in the courtyard. Very well, he replied, extending his arms. Then you must let me carry you outside. While an ordinary man might hesitate to carry a woman in public for fear of gossip, Yan Jin, as the Prince of Beiyuan, unabashedly lifted her into his arms and took her to the courtyard. To outsiders, Yan Jin appeared as a noble and ascetic figure, untouched by worldly desires. Yet, in truth, his affections for Jiang Xueci were a fervent flame, one he wished the entire realm to witness. His ardor was profound, a tenderness that others could scarcely perceive. You are so delicate. Who else but I would pamper you so? He teased. Jiang Xueci raised an eyebrow, smiling brightly. So I am your future princess. If you ever change your heart, I shall ignore you. And what if you were to change your heart? Yan Jin playfully countered. With a twinkle in her eyes, Jiang Xueci declared, I shall always favor you. Yan Jin, how could I ever change my heart? If I were to, it would only be because you mistreated me. At that point, I would marry someone else. Yan Jin's expression softened, his gaze filled with an enduring tenderness and possessiveness. After a moment, he wiped his mouth and spoke in his usual gentle tone. You must remember, you can only remain by my side. Should there come a day when you leave me, no one would dare to marry you. I shall see to it. Jiang Xueci understood fully that if such a day were to arrive, he would indeed follow through. However, hearing him speak such words with that gentle demeanor sent a shiver down her spine. "I understand," she replied, her energy sapped, as she was experiencing her monthly cycle, leaving her feeling rather languid. Throughout breakfast, Yan Jin patiently fed her, offering one small bite after another. If word got out that the Prince of Beiyuan was so tenderly feeding a woman, the world would likely find it hard to believe. Yet, the servants witnessing the scene felt that the princess deserved such honor and affection. Not only men, but even the women around her adored her immensely, wishing to give her the very best of everything. "I'm thirsty," she said. "What would you like to drink?" "Taiping monkey kue," she replied. Behind her, Qingyu waved her hand, and immediately a maid went to brew tea. Jiang Xueci languidly basked in the morning sun, savoring the breakfast that Yan Jin had fed her. Suddenly, she felt that such a tranquil and peaceful existence was almost turning her into a little idle person. In her past life, she had longed to be a carefree little waste. However, her uncles and aunts were unwilling to allow it, compelling her to remain incessantly busy. Ultimately, she did not disappoint their expectations and sent her overly concerned relatives away. Now, having arrived in ancient times and borrowed someone else's identity to enjoy a period of respite, she felt it was only fitting to seek vengeance in return. If it were merely a common grudge, it would suffice, but this was a matter of annihilation. The day of her grand wedding was approaching, and for the next few days, she was to remain at home, avoiding any excursions. On the eve of her wedding, she would be sent to the residence on Fenglin Street. It was customary not to fetch the bride from her home, and since she was now without parents and her family resided not in Beiyuan, it was necessary for him to prepare in advance to escort her back to the Wangfu from Fenglin Street. Jiang Xueci nodded, acquiescing. Obediently, Yan Jin's eyes softened unconsciously. After feeding her breakfast, Yan Jin casually consumed a bit for herself before departing the residence. For these few days, the princess was not permitted to leave the estate, nor was she to hear any of the gossip circulating outside. Should anyone invite her out for leisure, all would be declined. Qingyu assented, "Yes, my lord." The rumors outside were already being suppressed, and it was believed that they would soon be quelled. "Have you yet discovered who disseminated these tales?" "Not yet." Yan Jin's demeanor grew somber. "Find out. I wish to know from whence these miscreants come, who seek to sow discord between us." "Rest assured, my lord, I shall exert every effort. By the way, my lord, young Master Fufeng wishes to see you." Yan Jin replied in a deep voice. "Let him wait in the Qingyan Hall. Also, she has recently taken a liking to Taiping Monkey King tea. Procure a sufficient amount to send to her quarters. She enjoys the cuisine from Jiayue Tower, and since she cannot go out in these days, summon the chef from Jiayue Tower to prepare her 3 meals a day." Understood. Chapter 74. As long as this king is unwilling, you shall not depart from Beiyuan City. In Qingyan Hall, where are the items? Yan Jin entered and scanned the room before taking her seat in the prominent Taisher chair. With her slender fingers, she lifted a cup of tea and took a sip. Fufeng did not rise nor utter a word, calmly producing a small blue and white porcelain bottle from his sleeve and placing it on the adjacent table. The contents of this bottle, if fully consumed, would surely lead to a death by bleeding from all 7 orifices. However, a mere touch would only accelerate its toxicity, rendering it undetectable at first glance. Fufeng's voice lacked its usual warmth, sounding flat and devoid of emotion. In less than 2 months, it will inevitably result in a sudden demise. The bottle's contents were remarkable in that a slight addition would elude the most astute physician's scrutiny. Yet, once the bottle was entirely emptied, the poisoning would be unmistakably lethal. Calculating the timeline, it amounted to a dosage sufficient for 2 months. Yan Jin toyed with the prayer beads, which had been personally strung together by the young girl. "When will you leave?" With a light chuckle, Fu Feng questioned the prince's certainty that I would deliver this item to him, and subsequently return to Shilin. Yan Jin maintained an expression devoid of joy or sorrow, rendering it difficult to discern his true thoughts. "You are the crown prince of Shilin, assisting me in the assassination of the emperor. When chaos befalls Tianxian, it would be foolish in the extreme for you not to seize the opportunity to conquer Tianxian. Moreover, how could your assistance to me be without ulterior motives?" The royal family of Xiling is rife with open and covert strife, and your position as crown prince is far from secure. However, should you instigate turmoil within Tianxian, you could capitalize on the chaos to solidify your claim to the throne. He had initially accepted Fu Feng's help, fully aware that such kindness was not without its own designs. Given his status, it was clear he sought to incite discord within Tianxian to fortify his position. As Fu Feng raised his gaze, he concealed the coldness in his eyes and replied, "Your Highness jested. I am merely traveling in Tianxian and have no thoughts of such absurdity. However, with my royal sister returning home, I believe it is time for me to visit her." Yan Jin's expression remained indifferent. "Is that so? Do you truly believe you can step even a foot outside Beiyuan City? What capability do you possess to force your departure from Beiyuan City?" The two had effectively reached an impasse. Yan Jin never considered himself a gentleman. He utilized others when advantageous. Once he obtained what he desired, he ensured to eliminate any potential repercussions. Although he sought to plunge Tianxian into chaos, he would never tolerate interference from Xiling. Fu Feng was not surprised. Having dared to come, he had clearly prepared himself. "The prince is poisoned. Perhaps I could assist you in finding an antidote." Yan Jin's demeanor remained tranquil, leaving Fu Feng unable to detect even a hint of satisfaction. The poison had been administered to him by someone from the capital, though he was uncertain whether it was Yin Sun or the emperor himself. While Jiang Xueci provided monthly antidotes, her words suggested that a complete cure was not forthcoming. For now, he could only alleviate the symptoms, and whether he could fully eradicate the toxin remained uncertain. "Have you heard of the Yaoqi clan?" Yan Jin's eyes flickered slightly. Fu Feng continued nonchalantly. "The Yaoqi clan is shrouded in mystery. Across the entire Jiuzhou continent, no one has succeeded in locating them. It is said they can cure all poisons and even bring the dead back to life. If your highness permits my departure, I shall reveal the whereabouts of the Yaoqi clan." He was unaware that for centuries, no one had managed to discover the clan's location. Now, finding himself in a perilous situation, he sought to instigate turmoil in Tianxian, having no other recourse in Xiling. His numerous brothers were embroiled in fierce competition, all eyes fixed on their respective standings. His father did not particularly favor him, and if he failed to accomplish something that would command universal respect, his position would inevitably be usurped. Yan Jin half closed his eyes, fiddling with his prayer beads. Indeed, the whereabouts of the Yaoqi clan are indeed enticing. Fu Feng continued, "Should your highness allow me to leave, I will divulge the location of the Yaoqi clan. In due course, your highness shall enjoy longevity and gaze upon the vast expanse of the realm." Yan Jin's lips curled into a reckless smile. "I wonder if the crown prince of Xiling has ever heard the adage about seeking the tiger's skin?" He rose, his posture as upright as a verdant pine. "The Yaoqi clan is a secret sought after by all of Jiuzhou. Do you not think it a waste to offer this in exchange for a chance to leave Beiyuan? Or do you believe that I would take you seriously?" Fu Feng's heart tightened, yet he maintained a facade of calm. "It is only natural that the prince does not trust me. However, is he not concerned that the poison within him may prevent him from ever seizing the throne?" Unbeknownst to Fu Feng, Jiang Xueci had been secretly detoxifying him each month, which led him to believe that Yan Jin would surely be swayed. "Qing Yu," he called, and Qing Yu entered, asking what the prince required. "The heavens of Tianxian are about to change. Why not stay and witness the unfolding of the storm?" Fu Feng's countenance immediately darkened. The implication was unmistakable. He wished to keep him in Beiyuan. "As long as I refuse, you shall not leave the city of Beiyuan. The whereabouts of the Yaoqi clan do indeed intrigue me, yet I have long held a disdain for you." He approached slowly, picking up a small porcelain vial from a table, his gaze cold and profound. "Your deliberate proximity to my princess has displeased me greatly. Were you not of use to me, I would have dealt with you in the capital." Yan Jin turned to leave, but paused at the door, commanding, "Take the prince of Xiling below and ensure he is well cared for. Without my permission, he is not to leave the dungeon. Should I ever go to war with Xiling, he shall serve as my banner." Qing Yu glanced at the astonished Fu Feng and replied, "Yes, my lord." Qing Yu was not surprised. No one could manipulate the prince. Those who could be of use were merely pawns for the prince's temporary advantage. Once deemed useless, their fate was invariably death. The prince of Xiling, despite his brilliance, was unfortunate to encounter his own prince. The servants of the Beiyuan royal household were exceedingly discreet. As they led Fu Feng to the dungeon, they encountered a few servants along the way, yet none dared utter a word. Zhou Qianyun observed Fu Feng being escorted by Qing Yu and several guards towards the dungeon, her brow slightly furrowing. It seemed that Fu Feng had been collaborating with the princess in their ventures. The recent fire in Beiyuan, ignited by Lei Bai, was a shared endeavor that had filled their coffers. Would the princess be aware of the prince's actions? If she knew, would she attempt to rescue Fu Feng? Given the prince's temperament, would he not be incensed if the princess were involved? Chapter 75. Do you think you are worthy of blaming me? Princess, this is the Tai-Ping Monkey King tea that the prince asked me to bring you. He mentioned that you have taken a liking to it recently, so I prepared some for you. Jiang Xueci was savoring grapes peeled by Nanyu, while Chunyu sat nearby, also enjoying the fruit. Zhou Qianyun had never witnessed a maid daring to eat alongside her mistress, let alone sit beside her. The princess truly lived up to the rumors of her kindness towards those around her. In stark contrast, this was a stark divergence from the behavior of the former Shen Ziqing, who often preached equality, yet acted in ways that belied her words. In public, she puts on a faade of authority, yet behind closed doors, she commands her subordinates without hesitation. At the slightest inconvenience, she displays her temper and scolds others. While the princess may exude an air of dignity in public, in private, she is quite indulgent towards those around her. Spring Rain, please take this, she said, as Spring Rain promptly rose to accept the items. Jiang Xueci cast a glance at Zhou Qianyun, who appeared hesitant, as if she wished to speak. Is there something else? Jiang inquired. After a brief silence, Zhou Qianyun nodded cautiously. Are you familiar with that young gentleman from Fufeng? Why do you mention him so suddenly? Zhou Qianyun hesitated, but ultimately replied with care, I saw Qing Yu bringing the young gentleman from Fufeng to the dungeon. I am uncertain if he has offended the prince. I should not have spoken of this, but I feared there might be a misunderstanding, given your acquaintance with him. Jiang Xueci regarded her silently, her expression inscrutable, which made Zhou Qianyun feel an inexplicable sense of unease. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, she said. After Zhou Qianyun departed, Nanyu spoke solemnly. My lady, she harbors ill intentions. Jiang Xueci remained silent, savoring the grapes that Nanyu had peeled for her, her exquisite eyes glimmering with a hidden light. So sour, she remarked. Shall I fetch you some lychees instead? Nanyu offered. No need. Have everyone in the manor come to Tsiyu Pavilion. I have matters to discuss with them. Nanyu promptly complied. Yes, my lady. Nanyu moved swiftly, aware that she had received the princess's command. The servants, not daring to delay, hurried to gather at Tsiyu Pavilion. After all, a rightful mistress would soon preside over the manor, and the prince was particularly fond of her. Who would dare to neglect such an occasion? Within a short span of time, the entire household staff had assembled at Tsiyu Pavilion. Were it not for the fact that Tsiyu Pavilion was the largest and finest courtyard in the manor, there might not have been enough space to accommodate so many people. Jiang Xueci stepped forward unhurriedly, clad in a simple white dress that radiated an air of rare elegance. Under the moonlight, she appeared as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens, breathtakingly beautiful and ethereal. I have summoned you all here today to convey an important message. Is Zhou Qianyun present? Zhou Qianyun stood at the forefront of the crowd, as her position as the steward of the manor necessitated her prominent placement. Yet, she was somewhat perplexed by the princess's intentions. What is your command, my lady? Zhou Qianyun respectfully stepped forward and bowed. Jiang Xueci's expression remained impassive from today onwards. Zhou Qianyun will no longer serve as the steward of the manor. At this pronouncement, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. No longer the steward? Zhou Qianyun had held this position for 6 years. Although she was only 21, she had amassed considerable experience and had never erred in her duties. Why would the princess say such a thing now? Had Zhou Qianyun offended her? My lady, what do you mean by this? Jiang Xueci replied. The meaning is quite literal. From tomorrow onwards, you shall serve as a laundry maid. Zhou Qianyun was somewhat incredulous. Your Highness, my responsibilities were entrusted to me by the prince himself. Do you not fear his wrath for such impulsive actions? Blissfully dismissive, Jiang Xueci seemed to find her words amusing, letting out a soft laugh. Do you think you are worthy of such concern? Have you elevated your own status too highly? Zhou Qianyun gritted her teeth, perplexed by the sudden animosity directed at her by the princess. Was it because she had previously mentioned the matter of Master Fufeng? Surely, she had only spoken casually. It couldn't possibly have provoked such ire. She had only meant well. Jiang Xueci stood above her on the steps, relishing the view of someone gazing up at her, filled with disdain yet helplessness. Previously, she had never regarded Zhou Qianyun with much thought, merely acknowledging her competence and efficiency. However, the words Zhou had just spoken, coupled with her feigned hesitance, revealed that Zhou's intentions were not so innocent after all. She and Fufeng were partners, yet Fufeng was currently imprisoned by Yan Jin, indicating that something had transpired between them. Yan Jin, with his possessive nature, would undoubtedly become furious if he discovered she had secretly met Fufeng or, in a fit of impulse, had released him. Zhou Qianyun had managed to serve under Yan Jin for many years without falling into folly, so her deliberate disclosure of this matter surely carried ulterior motives. Jiang Xueci had not anticipated that Yan Jin would have someone like Zhou Qianyun in his thoughts. Indeed, she was far more elusive than Shen Ziqing. Yet, it was regrettable, had the original protagonist, with her virtuous and resilient spirit, been in her place. She might have been swayed to rescue him. But Jiang Xueci possessed the script, and though Fufeng's identity was briefly mentioned in the narrative, she was acutely aware that he was the unstable prince of Xiling, destined to perish at Yan Jin's hands. She had no lofty aspirations to save everyone, especially since Fufeng represented a rival nation. Was she foolish enough to rescue the offspring of her enemy? In her own world, who would willingly save the child of a power holder from an adversarial nation? Preposterous. Fufeng had approached her for reasons unknown, yet she had not invested much thought into it. She merely played along to pass the time. After all, boredom had set in, and he was not unappealing. Hearing the commotion, Yan Jin approached, only to find the dimly lit CIU pavilion crowded with nearly everyone from the royal residence. What transpired? Zhou Qianyun, spotting him, felt as though she had grasped a lifeline, immediately kneeling with a quivering voice, as if bearing an immense grievance. Your Highness, I do not know how I have offended the princess. She intends to punish me by sending me to wash clothes. I have diligently served for many years and have never been negligent. I cannot fathom if the princess has misunderstood my intentions. Yan Jin furrowed his brow. You wish to punish her by making her a laundry maid? Jiang Xueci nonchalantly nodded. How could one do such a thing? Upon hearing this, Zhou Qianyun felt a wave of relief wash over her. Chapter 76. I want you to witness how he loves me. Subsequently, she toiled diligently, never daring to slacken her efforts, all in hopes of standing a little higher and appearing by his side. After the passing of the steward, she was promoted by the prince to become the new steward of the royal residence, consistently serving as the prince's most capable aide in the inner court. Although the prince was known for his cold and indifferent demeanor, he would not neglect his own. The servants around them were utterly perplexed by the unfolding scene. Having served in the royal residence for several years, even the newcomers had been there for over a year, and they were well aware of the character of Steward Zhou. She was seasoned and competent, treating them with kindness, never adopting an air of superiority. Now, it was unclear why the princess sought to strip her of her authority. However, the princess was not the type to act without reason. The underlying circumstances were beyond the comprehension of the onlookers, who could only watch in silence. Zhou Qianyun's voice trembled slightly. She usually exuded calmness, but in this moment, she appeared genuinely helpless. Yet, to be fair, there was no trace of fragility, only a facade of endurance. Your Highness, the princess may have misunderstood me. As a servant, I ought to apologize to the princess. As she spoke, she bowed deeply to Jiang Xueci, pleading for forgiveness, admitting her fault. By lowering herself to such an extent, she evoked a sense of pity from the crowd. Jiang Xueci observed her with keen interest, standing unhurriedly, exuding an air of nonchalance. A gentle breeze stirred her elegant attire, which, though white, was made of exquisite cloud-patterned silk, shimmering beautifully under the candlelight and moonlight, resembling ethereal clouds, captivating all eyes. Everyone waited for the prince's response, and soon they saw Yan Jin instructing the servant Nanyu to fetch a shawl. He personally draped the plain shawl over her shoulders, reminiscent of a celestial maiden from Tianshan, embodying a melancholic and aloof grace. This is your mistake. After all, you are merely a servant. Why venture out into the cold? Should you catch a chill, what then? The crowd fell silent, equally astonished. Zhou Qingyun gazed at him in disbelief. Jiang Xueci mused that if Yan Jin were to ascend to the throne, he might well be a tyrant. She feared becoming a beauty who brought disaster to the realm, as chronicled in history. Do you not wish to inquire why I intend to discipline her? She has been the steward of your royal residence for many years. Yan Jin tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. You are not one to act capriciously. Such a grand display to discipline her must mean she has provoked you. But even if you were to act without reason, I would still indulge you. Qingyu, I came here without having eaten, and now I am full. Jiang Xueci smiled, aware of Zhou Qingyun's capabilities. After all, having served faithfully by Yan Jin's side for many years, she had undoubtedly earned his trust. Yet now, without even posing a question, he had unhesitatingly sided with her. Jiang Xueci realized that although he currently favored her, she still felt a mix of gratitude and delight. Your Highness, Zhou Qingyun called out, hoping to awaken his sense of reason. Yan Jin's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Xueci. Since she had caused your displeasure, why not simply eliminate her rather than going through such elaborate measures? Qingyu, attend to this matter. Zhou Qingyun gasped in shock and immediately pleaded for mercy. Your Highness, I have served in the royal residence for many years. Though I may not have achieved great accomplishments, I have endured hardships. How can you condemn me to death without ascertaining the truth? Qingyu felt a twinge of compassion, yet the prince's orders were akin to a decree from the heavens. Even after many years of acquaintance, he could not afford to show leniency. Jiang Xueci cast a glance at Qingyu, who was approaching her. Wait a moment. I instructed her to wash clothes, and she shall do so. Very well, as you wish. It is cold outside, let's retreat indoors. You may enter first. I have matters to discuss with her. Yan Jin acquiesced and instructed Qingyu to disperse the onlookers before finally stepping into the room. Instantaneously, the courtyard was left with only the disheveled Zhou Qingyun kneeling on the ground and Jiang Xueci standing before her. Zhou Qingyun glared at her, unable to maintain her composure despite years of feigned calmness. You harbor feelings for Yan Jin, don't you? You intentionally leaked information to me, hoping to incite a quarrel between us, did you not? Zhou Qingyun gritted her teeth, remaining silent. Jiang Xueci let out a light laugh, her smile devoid of warmth and brimming with mockery. I shall not kill you. Rather, I want you to witness that even if I leave him, he will continue to hold me in his thoughts. And you can only watch from a distance as he is consumed by thoughts of me. That must be quite a torment, would it not? To desire what one cannot attain is truly heart-wrenching, is it not? The prince will never favor a woman as malicious as you. One day, when he discovers your true nature, he will surely cast you aside. Absolutely. Jiang Xueci shrugged, unconvinced. Those two words left Zhou Qingyun trembling with rage, as if she had unleashed every insult she had ever endured, only to be met with a mere retort. It was succinct yet undeniably infuriating. Moments later, laughter echoed from within the room. Zhou Qingyun fixed her gaze intently on the inside, and when she saw Qingyu approach, she rose to her feet. You need not guide me. I know the way. The people within the royal residence were astute, having offended the princess. Zhou Qingyun was acutely aware that the prince's reaction indicated his indifference to her plight. Consequently, she had transformed from a steward of the royal residence to a mere laundry maid, and most offered her no sympathy. They assigned her the dirtiest garments to wash, while those who remained uninvolved treated the matter as a personal affair to be ignored. It was a precipitous fall from grace. The transition from simplicity to extravagance is straightforward, yet the reverse is exceedingly arduous. Spring Rain and Nanyu withdrew in tacit understanding, closing the door behind them. Jiang Xueci languidly reclined upon the couch. Do you truly not wish to inquire why I dealt with Zhou Qingyun in this manner? A capable assistant, Do you not feel any regret? She deliberately teased. Yan Jin peeled a lychee and fed it to her. A capable assistant? She hardly qualifies. There are many who could fulfill the duties of the royal steward. The lychee's juice burst forth in her mouth, enveloping her senses in a sweet aroma that made her heart feel delightfully heavy. She informed me that you have imprisoned Fufeng in the dungeon. Yan Jin's movements momentarily paused, but he soon resumed peeling the lychee, feeding it to her with an unruffled demeanor, and deftly took the pit from her mouth, placing it aside. Do you wish for him to emerge? He inquired softly, devoid of emotion, as if merely discussing a trivial matter. Jiang Xueci's eyes curved into a smile. If I wish for his release, would you not be consumed by jealousy? My lord, the entire palace would surely be suffused with the scent of acidity, would it not? Chapter 77. A gift, a blessing. Yan Jin chuckled lightly. Would I feel jealousy? What a jest. Jiang Xueci playfully poked his cheek. You are truly adorable, my lord. A faint blush crept onto Yan Jin's ears. Adorable? What nonsense are you speaking? Jiang Xueci pressed her lips together, then gently clicked her tongue. Whatever you say, my lord, shall be so. She added, I shall not rescue Fufeng. The only one deserving of my salvation is you, my lord. Yan Jin's expression softened ever so slightly. I have only met Fufeng a handful of times. Though we have engaged in business together, we are hardly acquainted. Your decision to imprison him must be well considered, and I shall not interfere. Suddenly, she rose and approached Yan Jin, her body yielding as she leaned against him. Instinctively, he steadied her. Jiang Xueci knelt on one knee atop the chair, her hands resting on his shoulders, her delicate face adorned with a mischievous smile. The faint scent of flowers emanated from her, sending a quiver through his heart. I am the beloved wife of the Lord, and I need only to adorn myself beautifully each day, so as not to trouble you. They were close enough that, should she lean in slightly further, her nose would brush against his. Yan Jin's throat bobbed. He had never before touched a woman, finding them bothersome and delicate, with not a single concubine in his inner quarters. Yet he was a young man brimming with vigor, and having Jiang Xueci, such a captivating enchantress, so close, was undeniably provocative. It would have been unnatural not to react. His entire being tingled, as if a fire blazed within, yearning to ravage the woman before him. To see her weep and plead for mercy. Jiang Xueci traced his features with her slender finger. From the moment she first beheld Yan Jin, she thought a rarity for a man to possess such exquisite looks. His flawless visage and noble bearing evoked a sense of compassion, stirring a desire to pull him down from the heavens and fill his eyes with passion and vibrant hues for her alone. My lord, will you love me forever? Yes, he replied without hesitation, his gaze filled with her reflection, leaving no room for another. Jiang Xueci smiled, like a glacier melting, a spring day adorned with blossoms, or a vast expanse of brilliant starlight. Yan Jin understood in his heart that he had truly succumbed. His emotions, wild and unrestrained, thrilled him to the point of trembling. A gift, a blessing. Jiang Xueci lifted his chin, placing a gentle kiss on his Adam's apple, causing him to shudder, his eyes aflame with desire as he suddenly pressed her beneath him. What do you intend to do, my lord? Yan Jin whispered 2 words in her ear, causing Jiang Xueci to blush fiercely in an instant. How vexing. No, we are yet to be wed. Yan Jin observed her startled expression, mistakenly believing her to possess audacious courage. Fear not, I am merely jesting. Our wedding night shall indeed be grand and magnificent. I assure you, I shall cherish you well, except, of course, in matters of the bedchamber. Yan Jin rose to leave, feeling a tinge of helplessness. He ignites the fire without considering how to quell it. I shall take a bath. Qing Yu looked puzzled. Had he not bathed upon his arrival? Yan Jin clarified, I require cold water. Qing Yu pursed her lips, recognizing the significance. How gratifying, the prince has matured. The following day, in the afternoon hall, it was said that the prince had brought back a coral taller than a person to CIU Pavilion. I just delivered some garments to the princess and caught a glimpse of it. It is truly beautiful, though I have not seen it myself. Little Fu said that the coral is worth a fortune, exceedingly precious. The princess is indeed fortunate. Indeed, the prince's blatant favoritism is enviable. I wonder if I shall ever encounter a husband as splendid as the prince. Zhou Qinyun sat on a small stool, washing clothes, listening to the waves of envy echoing around her, her eyes cold with disdain. Yet, she was alone, unable to change her fate. As Jiang Xueci once remarked, she could only watch helplessly as the prince lavished his affection upon her. Zhou Qinyun watched this as well. Xiao Yun threw the dirty clothes at her feet. Zhou Qinyun glared at her coldly. That is your responsibility. Why must I do it? Xiao Yun, however, remained unfazed, stating, I ordered you to wash, so you will wash. Those are the garments of Sister Chunyu, the princess's attendant. You must clean them and deliver them to Sister Chunyu. Ignoring her, let's go rest. Xiao Yun, having been punished by Zhou Qinyun for her misdeeds in the past, now seized the chance to retaliate. Jiang Xueci was seated in the courtyard, admiring the grand choral with the maidens of Ciu Pavilion when she caught a glimpse of a furtive figure peering over the wall. Jiang immediately gestured for silence, urging her not to alert anyone. Jiang Xueci's expression shifted slightly, dismissing everyone, be discreet. Yes, my lady, they replied in unison. Only then did Jiang scale the wall, glancing around as if fearing discovery, and made his way directly into the room. Leaning against the doorframe, he beckoned her inside. Jiang Xueci lazily rose and entered, questioning, why so secretive? Can you not enter openly? Your behavior suggests I'm secretly keeping a lover. Jiang, what thoughts occupy your mind? Speak, what is it? Jiang appeared somewhat embarrassed. The stores of Fufeng have closed, and thus I cannot procure lay-by. I used to savor it daily, and now I am deprived. His voice dwindled to a whisper. He felt awkward coming here, yet lay-by was simply too delightful. He had never encountered such exquisite taste in his life. Though uncertain of Fufeng's circumstances, whether they absconded with funds, he could only come here in hopes of fortune. Why not? My lady, we could sell lay-by together. I could share the profits with you, 50-50. Jiang Xueci raised an eyebrow slightly. Do you enjoy drinking so much? Qianu did repeatedly, feeling somewhat disheartened by his own lack of composure. He cleared his throat gently, saying, I'm merely looking to partner with you in business. Jiang Xueci smiled faintly. That could certainly be arranged. Jiang's eyes lit up. However, a 50-50 split won't suffice. Let us make it 90-10. What? That seems rather unfair. Jiang protested. I cannot take advantage of you. 50-50 will suffice. No need for formality. Jiang Xueci shot him a disdainful glance. What are you thinking? I'll take 9, and you 1. Is your heart made of stone? Jiang Xueci's expression shifted as she became intrigued. How about this? If you dance for me in the courtyard, I'll agree to a 9-1 split. Jiang was instantly incensed. Are you mocking me? I'm a dignified man, and you expect me to dance? With that, he angrily turned to leave. Jiang Xueci leisurely remarked, Chunyu, summon the prince, and tell him there's a mouse named Qi here. Wait. Jiang, upon hearing this, quickly returned, adopting a different demeanor. I am quite adept with both sword and dance. In the following moments, Jiang Xueci witnessed a rather comical spectacle. Jiang's dancing evoked a peculiar image of Daji, charmingly seduced by Li Kuei, both stimulating and somewhat amusing. Chunyu, beside her, was laughing so hard she could scarcely breathe. Jiang Xueci grew concerned that Chunyu might laugh herself to death. Enough. Jiang Xueci had initially intended to tease Jiang, but now she feared for her maid's well-being. Jiang shot Chunyu a disparaging look, deeming her unrefined. This dance had revealed to him an unexpected talent. Truly, he was remarkable in all he undertook. If she were a woman, the prince might very well be enamored with this madcap. All right, Nanyu, please write down Leiby's formula and hand it to Jiang. By the way, I haven't been outside the manor for a few days. Has anything interesting occurred out there? Jiang's eyes flickered momentarily before he shook his head. Nothing much, really. Recently, aside from the prince's wedding, there's been no other news. With the wedding approaching, it's best for you to remain at home. At that moment, Yan Jin, standing at the moon gate, relaxed his previously furrowed brow upon hearing this. What brings you here? Jiang was startled. He had sneaked in, waiting until the prince's carriage had left the manor before daring to enter. How had the prince returned so soon? The prince now forbade anyone from seeing the county princess, and he felt as though he had been caught. Yan Jin maintained a calm facade. Your mother was startled by a horse today and is currently at home. The Huayan Marquis's household is looking for you. Are you not aware? Shihan was no fool. He recognized the prince's subtle hint to depart and quickly took his leave. Does Shanhua still like it? Jiang Xueci inquired, to which she nodded in affirmation. Indeed, but I've been cooped up in a manor for days, finding it rather dull. May I venture outside the city tomorrow? Yan Jin reached out to gently pat her head. Very well, but I am concerned. Please take more people with you tomorrow. Jiang Xueci furrowed her brow, pondering the meaning of venturing out accompanied by a throng of people. Are you not aware that I have shadow guards? Their presence ensures my safety. Yan Jin's expression remained calm, yet imposing, his eyes radiating an undeniable authority. Obey me. Otherwise, do not venture outside. Jiang Xueci felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Very well. The whispers circulating outside had not entirely dissipated. The rumors in Beiyuan City were still rampant, and she was curious to discover the identity of the instigator. Out of the corner of her eye, Jiang Xueci noticed a hint of crimson on his sleeve. You carry the scent of blood. Yan Jin retracted his hand, admitting, it was a moment of carelessness on my part. I shall change my attire. Suddenly, the afternoon sky transformed. The previously clear weather turned ominous, and torrential rain commenced without warning. Jiang Xueci observed the peonies at the window, drenched by the downpour, prompting everyone to retreat beneath the eaves. Standing under the eaves, she extended her hand, feeling the raindrops cascade onto her skin. A laundry maid, holding an umbrella and carrying clean garments, entered the room of Chunyu, seemingly there to deliver the fresh clothes. My lady, you are dressed too lightly. Allow me to assist you inside. Jiang Xueci nodded slightly and stepped into the room. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed from outside. Frowning, Jiang Xueci inquired, what has happened? Nanyu quickly nodded and soon returned with Chunyu and the laundry maid, Xiaoyan. What has transpired? Chunyu's face turned pale as she exclaimed, My lady, there was a snake concealed within the garment she brought. I was so terrified that I could not suppress my scream. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun fell to her knees, pleading, My lady, spare me. How could I dare commit such an act? I harbor no enmity towards Chunyu. I would never do such a thing. Xiaoyan appeared genuinely frightened, trembling uncontrollably and refusing to raise her gaze. If it were not for you, how could a snake have been discovered in the clothes you delivered? Who among you laundered and delivered them? Do you expect me to believe your deceit? Chunyu seemed agitated. Xiaoyan hastily defended herself. Sister Chunyu, I did not wash those clothes. I was feeling unwell today, so I asked Zhou Qinyan for assistance. She entrusted me with the garments. She is the one who has framed me. I implore you, my lady, to discern the truth. It must be Zhou Qinyun's machinations. Leaning slightly against the armrest, Jiang Xueci inquired, And what of the snake? Was it captured? Chunyu replied, The snake was dead. Summon Zhou Qinyan. Nanyu swiftly complied, and in no time, the border envoy brought Zhou Qinyan. Confused, Zhou Qinyan asked, My lady, Did you summon me for something? Chunyu recounted the events in detail, causing Zhou Qinyan to furrow her brow and shake her head after a moment. It was not my doing. Xiaoyan retorted angrily. If it wasn't Tu, then who could it be? Am I to believe that I orchestrated this entire charade for amusement? Zhou Qinyan remained unperturbed, insisting I did not commit this act. Jiang Xueci raised her teacup and took a gentle sip. The warm tea coursed through her, alleviating the chill within her, filling her with warmth. Nanyu, investigate this matter. Nanyu nodded respectfully and withdrew. Jiang Xueci displayed no discernible expression as she disregarded the two individuals kneeling before her. She stifled a yawn and said, Chunyu, assist me in resting for a while. With that, she reclined on the bed, falling into a light slumber. After ensuring the quilt was properly tucked, Chunyu exited the room. She circumvented the two and washed her hands before returning to sit on one side, commencing to peel grapes. The princess had recently developed a fondness for grapes and lychees, so Chunyu prepared a few for when the princess awoke. Xiaoyan cautiously inquired, Sister Chunyu, will she remain kneeling there? Having been by Jiang Xueci's side for an extended period, Chunyu, despite her usual sharp tongue, refrained from making any jibes at this moment. Fear not. Nan Yu is a person of decisive action, fair and just. The truth will emerge in due course, and no one shall be wronged. The identity of the culprit will inevitably be revealed. Zhou Qianyun cast a glance at Xiaoyan, remaining silent as she straightened her posture in a kneeling position. When Yan Jin entered, it was as if he were oblivious to the two. "Where's the princess?" Chunyu rose, stating, "The princess is resting inside. Does the prince require me to rouse her?" "No need. It is not urgent. The bridal gown is prepared. I intended to bring it for her to try on, but we shall wait until she awakens." Zhou Qianyun's gaze fell on Yan Jin, who, after a prolonged silence, continued to avert his eyes, his head bowed, filled with unyielding resentment and indignation. Initially, she had indeed intended to instigate a conflict between the two before the wedding. But her subtle insinuations had unexpectedly incited Jiang Xueci's venomous jealousy. Chapter 79. A path littered with thorns, yet seeking tranquility now. The prince was unwilling even to glance her way. It must be that wretched woman who was sowing discord. Such jealousy. How could she ever merit the role of the mistress of the royal residence? Those outside remained blissfully ignorant, believing her to be a benevolent and virtuous goddess. How blind they were! Zhou Qianyun lowered her head, concealing the jealousy and hatred etched on her face. The rain continued to fall, unrelenting, intensifying as night descended. When Jiang Xueci roused, the outside world had succumbed to darkness. Still dazed from her slumber, she appeared both fragile and innocuous. "When did you arrive? Why did you not wake me? You seem to be sleeping so soundly that I thought it best not to disturb you." "There was nothing pressing at hand," Chunyu replied, her gaze fixed upon Jiang Xueci, contemplating her potential obligations, while her other hand delicately twirled a strand of prayer beads with an air of reserved elegance. Jiang Xueci noticed that Nan Yu had returned, indicating that the investigation had borne fruit. "Speak," she commanded. Nan Yu stepped forward. "Princess, I discovered that Xiaoyan sought out Wang Er, who tends to the garden, this afternoon. In his possession was a dead snake. Calculating the time, it coincides with her visit to Tsiyu Pavilion to deliver clothing." Xiaoyun's heart sank, and she immediately bowed her head. "Princess, you see clearly." "I did not. This must be a conspiracy orchestrated by Zhou Qianyun to frame me. I implore you to discern the truth." Jiang Xueci's voice was devoid of warmth. "To err and yet show no remorse, wishing to retaliate. Speak plainly. Did you intend to frame Zhou Qianyun, or were you merely attempting to frighten Chunyu?" Xiaoyan repeatedly pleaded, "Your Highness, I truly do not understand what has transpired. I implore you to see the truth." Jiang Xueci recognized the girl's stubbornness. Without the application of torture, she would likely remain silent. However, such measures seemed excessive and a waste of time for this matter. It was evident that Xiaoyan aimed to frame Zhou Qianyun. Previously, there had been whispers of a laundry maid harboring animosity towards Zhou Qianyun, which had led to her being assigned to that role as an act of retaliation. "Enough," Jiang Xueci commanded. "You shall kneel outside and return at dawn to sincerely repent." Xiaoyun, feeling utterly defeated, slumped to the ground. After a moment, realizing there was no room for negotiation and fearing further repercussions from the prince, she steeled herself to rise. Casting a fierce glare at Zhou Qianyun, she made her way to the courtyard to kneel, allowing the rain to drench her. This time, she had escaped a severe reprimand from the princess, which she deemed a stroke of luck, but she vowed to repay this grudge in due time. "Return now," Jiang Xueci instructed. Zhou Qianyun was somewhat taken aback by this unexpected leniency, although she sensed that Jiang Xueci might be contemplating some form of torment. She ultimately exited with an air of dignified composure. Throughout the encounter, Yan Jin had not cast a single glance in her direction. Chunyu expressed her dissatisfaction. "Why not punish Zhou Qianyun together? She walks around as if she is owed something." Jiang Xueci smiled silently. "There are myriad ways to inflict suffering. Why must she dirty her hands?" Xiaoyan would not despise herself for this encounter. After all, humans possess an innate inclination to align with strength. She would only resent her own lack of preparation. Yet, this bitterness would surely be redirected towards Zhou Qianyun. Now that Zhou Qianyun had offended her, the entire household would be aware of it. The The servants, astute as they are, would follow their master's displeasure and bully whomever she deemed unworthy. Xiaoyan was not one to be trifled with, and Zhou Qianyun would likely face a grim future. While she never initiated conflict, should someone dare to provoke her, she would return the favor tenfold. Just as today, Xiaoyan sought to leverage Jiang Xueci's influence to deal with Zhou Qianyun. She would not allow herself to be used as a mere pawn. Kneeling through the stormy night would serve as a fitting lesson for her. "What is this?" Jiang Xueci inquired, glancing at a red bridal gown draped over a nearby cabinet. "Has the wedding dress been completed?" Yan Jin finally closed his book and rubbed his temples. "Yes, the work was completed in haste, hence the timely embroidery. Try it on. If it does not fit perfectly, I shall have the seamstresses amended overnight." Gently, Jiang Xueci caressed the vibrant crimson fabric of the bridal gown, admiring its exquisite craftsmanship. The meticulous effort put into creating such a fine piece in such a short span of time was commendable. Chunyu and Nanyu entered to assist her in donning the wedding attire, and upon seeing her adorned in the gown, Chunyu's eyes welled with tears, as if she were marrying off her own daughter, overwhelmed by emotion. It is often said that a woman in bridal attire embodies the most beautiful moment of her life. Chunyu had once dismissed this notion as an exaggeration. Yet, in this moment, she found the sentiment to hold true. Once, the princess's radiant beauty was unmatched. Akin to a blooming lotus, her elegance and grace defying description. Now clad in a resplendent crimson wedding gown, she radiated an ethereal beauty, embodying a unique blend of elegance and gentle allure, akin to a rare pearl in this world. Yan Jin, hearing the commotion, entered and stood beside the screen. His breath momentarily caught. The warmth of a tender smile escaped the corners of his eyes, a sentiment he himself had not consciously acknowledged. Beautiful, two simple words, yet they conveyed profound emotions. Jiang Xueci twirled, the hem of her gown swirling gracefully. The golden embroidery shimmered under the candlelight, seeming almost alive. Yan Jin approached, and the two attentive maidservants discreetly withdrew. From his bosom, he produced a Zeton wooden box, within which lay an exquisite hairpin adorned with Eastern pearls, worth a fortune. The envoy from the capital had arrived today to extend his congratulations, bringing with him a gift from the imperial concubine, this very hairpin. It was said that this hairpin was bestowed upon the imperial concubine by the late emperor upon her entry into the palace, a token of her thoughts for Jiang Xueci. As she received it, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. In this realm, her parents, like in her past life, were absent, leaving only the imperial concubine to genuinely care for the original owner. She felt a visceral warmth, a blend of gratitude, nostalgia, and love. This hairpin symbolized her hopes and blessings for herself. Yan Jin gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, reassuringly stating, "If you wish to see the imperial concubine, I shall take you to visit her." Jiang Xueci lowered her head, and after a pause, softly replied, "But the capital is on high alert regarding you, and you nearly harmed the crown prince. How can we return?" Yan Jin tenderly caressed her cheek, his touch filled with affection. On that day, when she learned of her intent to kill Yan Sun, how could she not fathom her true desires? Yet, she asked nothing and did nothing, simply remaining quietly by his side. Her trust in him was unwavering. How could he possibly let her down? "This is not something for you to ponder. My future may be fraught with challenges and dangers, but yours shall undoubtedly be smooth and secure." After Yan Jin departed, for the first time, Jiang Xueci found herself unable to sleep through the long night. It was not until the first rays of dawn illuminated her chamber that weariness finally overtook her, and she succumbed to slumber. The planned outing was abandoned, and she remained within the estate for several more days. Today, however, she was to visit the residence on Maple Forest Street, where Yan Jin would come to escort her back to the Northern Yuan Prince's mansion. Dressed in delicate shades of pink, she appeared as a blooming flower. Her long hair elegantly styled into an intricate bun, adorned with a matching peony. While some might deem such adornments commonplace, on her, they became a striking accent, captivating all who beheld her. Having remained within the estate for an extended period, her venture out sparked considerable intrigue. The presence of men was of little concern. For with the northern Yuan prince's protection, who would dare provoke his wrath? Rather, it was the throngs of women in the city who flocked to catch a glimpse of the day's attire of the noble lady. Eager to emulate her fashionable elegance throughout the town, Jiang Xueci gazed at the throngs of youthful women bustling in the distance, and couldn't help but marvel at her own success as a beauty blogger. In an era where female admirers abound, she felt an immense sense of pride. Yan Jin, wrapping his arm around Jiang Xueci's slender waist, lifted her with ease, drawing envious glances from onlookers. It was well known throughout the city that the prince was indifferent to women. Those who dared to pursue him had met with dire consequences. Yet now, whispers of the prince's deep affection for the princess echoed in the air. And while the populace was well aware of this, witnessing it firsthand still evoked astonishment at the princess's fortunate fate. Upon entering the carriage, Jiang Xueci eagerly called out for candied hawthorns, awaiting Yan Jin's arrival. He promptly instructed the driver to halt before a vendor selling the sweet treats. In no time, a string of hawthorns appeared in Yan Jin's hand, yet he did not offer them to her. Instead, he gathered her into his embrace, feeding her personally. Jiang Xueci made no resistance, melting into his hold as she savored the sugary morsels. It was often said that a husband should pamper his wife to the point of becoming a delicate creature, and she felt that Yan Jin had mastered this art without any guidance. In recent days, she had indeed grown quite indulgent, her every need catered to, even as Yan Jin insisted on carrying her out to bask in the sun. The residence on Fenglin Street was not far from the royal palace, merely 6 streets away. Although the location was relatively tranquil, it was precisely this serenity that had drawn them to purchase it. Yan Jin had occasionally stayed there for brief retreats in the past. Upon her arrival, Jiang Xueci found several servants already bustling about the house. Despite its infrequent occupancy, the abode was immaculately maintained, exuding elegance and refinement. With pavilions and towers nestled among lush greenery, the melodic chirping of birds filled the air, and peonies bloomed in abundance, creating an oasis that invited relaxation. "You shall reside here today, for tomorrow I shall escort you home," he declared. "Moreover, regarding the dowry you instructed Nan Yu and Chun Yu to prepare, I have arranged for them to cease their efforts. Your dowry has already been arranged by me." Jiang Xueci was taken aback. "But that is not proper. The dowry is traditionally prepared by the bride's family. It was customary for elders to oversee such arrangements. Yet with no elders present in her life and the Dowager Empress unable to attend from the palace, she had relied on Nan Yu and Chun Yu for assistance." Yan Jin gently stroked her head, reassuring her, "There is no need for you to concern yourself with that. What is yours remains yours, and what is mine is also yours." Chun Yu, standing at the entrance, smiled with delight. The prince's preparations for the dowry and betrothal gifts were said to surpass even those of the crown prince's wedding. The grand procession of the bridal procession and banquet, it was rumored, would see every inn in Beiyuan City reserved by the prince for their wedding feast, allowing the entire populace to partake in the festivities. Such ostentation served to highlight the significance he placed on his future princess. The spring rain also stirs emotions within the heart. When the prince first arrived here, although he would publicly defend the princess, there was still a palpable distance between them, and he was quite indifferent to her in private. Now, it seems that the prince's affections surpass those of any man in the world. However, what about the cherries? Jiang Xueci cast a glance at the table, where an array of fruits and preserved delicacies lay, and was particularly astonished by a plate of cherries. In her modern life, strawberries and cherries were her favorites. Yan Jin placed one in her mouth and quipped, "What cherries? These are merely cherries. Have you never tasted them in the capital?" "Poor girl," Jiang Xueci retorted, "get lost." "Do you like it?" he asked. Jiang Xueci nodded earnestly. "Ido. I hereby declare that cherries are my utmost favorite. Grapes have plummeted in my esteem." Yan Jin was charmed by her adorableness and pinched her cheek affectionately. "If you like them, I shall ensure they are delivered to you every day." "All right. I have some matters to attend to, so you behave here. I shall return for you tomorrow." Jiang Xueci nodded obediently. After he departed, she smiled at Chunyu, who was watching with twinkling eyes, and said, "Come in, eat whatever you desire." Why pretend now that he has left? She had always been kind to these 2 maids. In other words, she maintained cordial relations with those who had not provoked her. Xunyu chuckled and pulled Nanyu inside. Princess, these cherries are truly delightful. Jiang Xueci smiled lightly, her gaze drifting to a nearby cage that housed a parrot, which reminded her of the one Shun Ziqing had once gifted her, now regrettably deceased due to her own negligence. Gumin. Soon, a maid entered. Who brought this parrot? The maid promptly replied, in response to the princess. This parrot was arranged by Steward Zhou in the past. Does the princess not like it? If not, I shall remove it immediately. Jiang Xueci's expression darkened slightly at the mention of Steward Zhou, realizing that this arrangement predated Zhou Qianyin's demotion to a laundry maid. No need, you may leave. The maid bowed respectfully and exited. Once the door closed, Jiang Xueci approached the parrot, which was gazing at her, and a subtle smile graced her lips. Little one? The parrot mimicked, little one, little one. Ah, quite a clever parrot, Jiang Xueci chuckled as it exclaimed, help, help. The smile on her face widened, echoing, help, help. The parrot repeated, help, help. Chapter 81. The night before the wedding. The bride is abducted that night. Jiang Xueci shed her lavish attire for a snow-white nightgown, her long hair cascading down her back. She climbed into bed, intending to rest well. A fleeting glance revealed the window slowly opening. Feigning ignorance, she closed her eyes. In the darkness, no one could tell whether she had noticed. A figure entered, and Jiang Xueci was not particularly surprised. Yan Jin had mentioned he would seek her out, and after such a lengthy absence, he was undoubtedly waiting for the opportune moment. Tonight marks a pivotal moment. The intoxicating fragrance wafted through the room, gradually enveloping Jiang Xueci, who succumbed to a drowsy slumber. The man approached the bedside, attentively listening to her faint breaths. Gently, he patted her shoulder, and upon noticing her lack of response, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He had previously mentioned that he would grant her the opportunity for contemplation. However, tomorrow was the day of her grand wedding to Yan Jin. He could not allow Jiang Xueci to utter anything that did not meet his approval. Thus, he was prepared to forcibly take her away if necessary. An inconspicuous carriage appeared on the bustling street. Beiyuan City was known as a sleepless metropolis, and with the prince's wedding imminent, the night was alive with festivities akin to the Lantern Festival. Everywhere, joyous red decorations adorned the surroundings, and passers-by wore smiles of delight. The city gates had been locked, and the guards, observing the slowly approaching carriage, stepped forward. Who goes there? The gates are locked. No one may leave the city. The coachman replied, Sir, I am a servant of the princess, and I have been tasked with purchasing Yangshan noodles from Su's family. The guard furrowed his brow slightly. The princess? It is said that although she is beautiful and kind-hearted, she can be rather spoiled at times, especially with the prince's affection. It indeed seems like something she would do, to send someone out at night for noodles. Nevertheless, a lock is a lock. Without orders, we cannot open the gates, he insisted. The coachman, feeling somewhat helpless, turned to the person inside the carriage. Miss Chunyu, the guard refuses to let us pass. At that moment, a token was thrust through the curtain, accompanied by an irritable voice. Step aside immediately. Do you think you can bear the consequences of keeping the princess waiting? How many of you dare obstruct her attendance? Tomorrow, I shall inform the princess to speak with the prince about your insolence. Upon hearing this, the guard took the token, examined it, and confirmed it indeed belonged to the princess. The carriage appeared unremarkable, presumably meant for the servants. The coachman had referred to the occupant as Miss Chunyu, and it was well known that the princess had a companion by that name, known for her fiery temperament. It seemed the princess genuinely desired those Yangshan noodles. Given her status, the guards had no courage to impede her passage. The guard respectfully returned the token, saying, Open the gates, allow their passage. The coachman breathed a sigh of relief and guided the horses out of the city. The guard observed the departing carriage, his expression shifting as he instructed his men. You stay here and keep watch. I shall report to the prince. Inside the carriage, Yan Jin gazed at the slumbering Jiang Xueci, his emotions a complex tapestry. Beside him, a woman, who had just introduced herself as Chunyu, remained vigilant. The true Chunyu was likely already asleep. Yan Jin had been in a long-standing struggle with Yan Jin. Despite having eliminated numerous informants, some hidden pawns had never been deployed. Naturally, they remained undetected. Now, in Baiyuan City, he was devoid of any informants. Soon, all his hidden allies would face death to obstruct and confuse Yan Jin. Yan Jin exhaled a breath of frustration. The smooth exit from the city was merely a reflection of his astute calculation. The entire Baiyuan City was well aware of his fondness for Jiang Xueci, which rendered the townsfolk hesitant to show her any disrespect, let alone obstruct her passage. They took a narrow path, adhering to their plan to reach the ferry, circumventing the route via maritime transport, landing in Jiangning before returning to the capital. Despite their successful departure, Yan Jin knew that news of this event would inevitably reach him with great swiftness. The woman beside him gazed at him with concern. The prince was never one to act recklessly, yet here he was, taking such a perilous risk by abducting the princess on the eve of a grand wedding. Should anything go awry, the prince would surely meet his demise within the walls of Baiyuan. The carriage sped along, its ordinary design rendering it rather uncomfortable, jostling them at every turn. Yan Jin carefully cradled her in his arms, striving to minimize the jolts and protect her, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future that awaited them upon their return to the capital. The guards hastily knocked upon the door of the Baiyuan prince's residence, and soon a servant opened it. "Is the prince available? I have urgent matters to report." The servant, not daring to delay, promptly led him to Jing'an Pavilion. Yan Jin, for reasons unknown, found himself restless that night, his eyes closed yet consumed by thoughts of the excitement and anticipation for the morrow. He rose and lit incense before the Buddha, rolling the prayer beads in an effort to quell his exuberance. "My lord, the city guard has urgent news to convey." Yan Jin slowly opened his eyes, beckoning the guard to enter. The guard, head bowed, stepped inside, immediately kneeling upon seeing the prince. "Your Highness, just moments ago, Miss Chunyu, who attends the princess, sought to leave the city with the princess's token, claiming she wished to buy the spring noodles from Su's establishment, as the princess had expressly requested them." Yan Jin's brow furrowed, and his indifferent gaze darkened with a chilling intensity that sent shivers of dread through those present. Without a moment's hesitation, he rose and made his way toward the residence on Fenglan Street. The door swung open, and the servant, taken aback by the prince's unexpected arrival at such an hour, dared not speak further as he observed Yan Jin striding purposefully toward the inner courtyard. Jiang Xueci had always preferred solitude during the night, leaving the entrance eerily silent, devoid of any maidservants. He hesitated, his hand poised in the air, his heart racing, dreading the sight of an empty room upon his entrance. Gritting his teeth, Yan Jin pushed the door open. The bed lay vacant. A chill coursed through him as the candles flickered to life, revealing an absence of any presence. One window stood ajar. Qin Yu entered shortly thereafter, summoning Man Yu and Chun Yu. "Where is she?" Yan Jin's voice resonated with menace. "I don't know, my lord," Chun Yu replied, bewildered. Man Yu remained silent, her expression equally perplexed. Upon entering, Yan Jin had detected a faint, intoxicating fragrance, indicating that someone had likely drugged her and taken her away forcibly. At that moment, a caged parrot began to squawk, "Help! Help! Help! Help!" Yan Jin's expression turned icy, a tempest of dark clouds gathering in his brow. The atmosphere within the room becoming oppressively cold, sending shivers down spines. "Pursue them. If you fail, I shall have your heads." He paused, then added, "But above all, her safety is paramount. Not a single hair on her head must be harmed." Qing Yu nodded. "Yes, your highness." Chapter 82. Returning to the capital. Yan Jin cast a glance at the two kneeling maidservants on the floor, who had accompanied Jiang Xueci to Baiyuan and had served her since childhood. To her, they were akin to family. Had they been ordinary maidservants, he would have surely punished them for their negligence, executing them on the spot. Yet they were not. Yan Jin merely swept them with a glance before departing, the oppressive atmosphere in the room still lingering. Chun Yu gently touched her chest, rising to her feet, and as she watched the prince's figure fade from view, she finally exhaled in relief. Man Yu stood up to open the door of the birdcage, releasing the parrot within. Chun Yu sighed, remarking that the princess was indeed correct. The prince would not implicate them. Nanyo's tone was calm, clearly unfazed by the princess's disappearance. The prince loved the princess dearly. How could he possibly harm those around her? The princess was meticulous in her planning, and they could only hope her scheme would succeed, justifying all the time spent in devising it. Chunyu nodded, surmising that the prince must believe someone had abducted the princess, unaware that she had willingly allowed herself to be taken. They could not follow him. Doing so would surely arouse his suspicions. You say the prince treats the princess so well? Why does she not confide in him? She recalled the prince's earlier demeanor, which had indeed been frightening. Nanyu helplessly scratched her nose. If the princess had confided in the prince, even with good intentions, would he permit her to take such a risk? How many men are willing to stand behind a woman, unless they are dependent on her? However, if she left on the eve of the wedding, and the prince discovered that the crown prince had taken the princess, the conflict between them would surely escalate. The heavens are shifting. A storm is brewing. The following day, Yan Jin had not slept all night, standing atop the city wall, gazing into the distance with a cold and solemn expression, causing the guards atop the wall to hold their breath. Indeed, something had gone awry last night. Who could have anticipated that the princess was inside the carriage? Today was the prince's grand wedding, yet the bride was nowhere to be found, causing a headache for all. Within the city, there was much speculation as to why the royal residence remained silent. The inhabitants of the residence did not dare to venture out, fearful of being questioned about the situation. The crux of the matter was that they were equally in the dark. A guard hurried back with news. Your Highness, a group has interfered, delaying our progress. There are a total of 43 individuals, and when escape was impossible, they all took their own lives. I found an unopened letter on one of them. After speaking, he presented the unopened letter with both hands. Yan Jin took it, opened it briefly, and expressionlessly tore it to shreds. It was from Yin's son. He had been hiding within Baiyuan City all along. Pursue them through the back roads, official paths, and waterways. Leave no stone unturned in the search. Aside from Jiang Xueci, spare no one else, regardless of their fate. Yan Jin's voice was calm. Yet this very tranquility served as a stark reminder to his subordinates that the prince was truly enraged. Throughout Baiyuan City, guards clad in silver armor moved about expressionlessly. The inhabitants had no idea what had transpired, but they vaguely sensed that the princess was missing. Though the circumstances remain unclear, an air of caution blankets the surroundings, silencing the once vibrant streets, now resembling a desolate city. 3 months later, the esteemed physician respectfully announced, Your Highness, the antidote has been administered to the princess. She should awaken soon. Yan Sun nodded slightly, his gaze fixed upon her as he sat by the bedside. I understand. You may leave now. Yes, I take my leave. Yan Sun's expression was somewhat grim. Over the past 3 months, he had evaded capture, only daring to relax once he reached his own territory after disembarking in Jiangning. He exhaled a heavy sigh, relieved to finally have brought her back. With gentle tenderness, he caressed her cheek. She had been in a drug-induced slumber for an extended period, and her delicate frame had noticeably thinned, yet the young lady remained strikingly beautiful. As her eyelashes fluttered, Jiang Xueci felt a peculiar tingling sensation on her face. Groggily, she lifted her eyelids, only to find herself in an unfamiliar setting, neither the residence on Fenglin Street nor the northern Yuan Royal Palace. Xueci, you have awakened. Yan Sun spoke softly, his tone infused with a gentleness Jiang Xueci had never before heard. Startled, Jiang Xueci retreated to the corner, her instincts on high alert. What are you doing here? Wait, is this the Eastern Palace? A hint of disappointment flickered in Yan Sun's eyes. Are you afraid of me? Jiang Xueci remained silent, confused by her surroundings, curling up in the corner with her eyes tinged with distress, her anger abruptly extinguished. Do not be afraid. I will not harm you. This is the Eastern Palace. We are home. Home. Jiang Xueci, he found the notion ludicrous. The Eastern Palace had never been her home. It belonged to her enemies, the very place associated with her family's annihilation. Observing his pale complexion, she understood that their journey back to the capital must have been fraught with hardship, especially since she had been in a deep slumber for what felt like an eternity. Xueci, I was wrong in the past. I promise I will never harm you again. Trust me. Grant me this one chance, will you? Jiang Xueci remained silent, akin to a frightened little rabbit. I know you are angry because I have wronged you before, but rest assured, I will not repeat those mistakes. I shall marry you and you alone." After a long pause, Jiang Xueci's trembling voice broke the silence. "What about Yan Jin?" A self-deprecating smile crept upon Yan Sun's lips. "You shall never see him again. Xueci, he is not worthy of you." "Do you know why the Jiang family faced annihilation?" Jiang Xueci seemed agitated by his words. "What do you mean?" Yan Sun maintained his composure. "The Jiang family was destroyed by the Wei family. While Jiang Xiang was still alive, he and the Wei family were at odds in the court, even going so far as to repeatedly propose that the Wei family retire to the countryside, stripping the Grand General of his title. The Wei family is Yan Jin's maternal uncle. How could I allow you to marry into the family of your enemies? If you doubt my words, here is the evidence." With that, he placed a box before her. Jiang Xueci gazed at the box, a bitter smile forming. It was laughable how he shifted the blame for his own and the emperor's misdeeds onto Yan Jin and the Wei family. The lengths to which he would go to incite her hatred for Yan Jin were utterly absurd. Such a person, did he truly believe he deserved the favor of heaven? It was nothing short of ridiculous. She pretended to be oblivious as she opened the box, gazing at the meticulously prepared evidence by Yan Sun, her body trembling slightly. Yan Sun, fully aware of his own shamelessness, was determined to keep her by his side, extinguishing her affections for Yan Jin, even if it meant embracing his own disgrace. Before his arrival, he had never imagined that someone as detached as Yan Jin could lavish such affection on Xueci, having just endured heartbreak. How could Xueci not be moved? He had to prevent her feelings from escalating further. Chapter 83. A slap before the East Palace Gate. Jiang Momo appears Xueci. "I have some matters to attend to. Please calm yourself for now. I will join you for dinner this evening." Yan Sun ultimately found it unbearable to witness her in such a state. Gritting his teeth, he finally rose. Having been away from the capital for an extended period, he had many affairs to manage. "Take good care of the princess. Should I discover anyone neglecting their duties, beware of the consequences," he commanded. The attendants immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes, Your Highness." Once he departed, the remaining individuals exchanged glances. Wasn't it said that the princess was to marry the Northern Abyss King? The capital had even sent envoys to offer their congratulations. Why then had she returned to the East Palace? It was perplexing. However, given the Crown Prince's prolonged absence, they dared not voice their thoughts and instead resumed their tasks in silence. After he left, the expression of sorrow and fury on Jiang Xueci's face gradually faded. She placed all the items back into the box and set it aside, lying down to sleep. Her head still felt somewhat dazed. She wondered how Yan Jin was faring. Surely she must be heartbroken. Yet, if she did not return to the capital, how could she hope to diminish Yan Sun's celestial luster little by little? Perhaps only she, as a fellow protagonist, could achieve this. She wished for Yan Sun's demise, for the emperor's downfall. Only when Yan Sun's brilliance had faded could Yan Jin turn the tables and shatter the narrative's conclusion. Otherwise, a direct confrontation would inevitably lead to a repeat of their last encounter in that village, where Yan Sun miraculously escaped unharmed. However, if she were to divulge her plans to him, he would likely confine her, preventing her from returning to the capital. "What did you say?" Su Jiaojiao exclaimed in disbelief, shattering the porcelain in her hands, her shock and anger palpable at the maid's revelation. Lana was taken aback. She anticipated her anger, but did not foresee such a fierce reaction. "The Crown Prince has truly returned, but he brought the princess back with him. I witnessed it myself at the East Palace Gate." The maid insisted. Su Jiaojiao collapsed into a chair, recalling how the emperor had bestowed Jiang Xueci upon the Northern Abyss King, who had personally taken her away. It was said that 3 months prior had been their wedding day, with the capital sending congratulations. How could she suddenly return, especially under the Crown Prince's escort? She had initially been slated to marry the Crown Prince as a secondary consort, but he had abruptly called off the engagement, even casting aside his favored by Qingqing, relegating her to the dungeon. That incident had caused her to lose face, leading to her being mocked by numerous noble women ever since. Although Bai Qingqing's situation is more tragic. She has now transformed into the saintess of the Yaoqi clan, receiving the emperor's favor, while I have been scolded by my own family. Is it possible that the Crown Prince is unwilling to marry either me or by Qingqing for Jiang Xueci's sake. Yet, that cannot be right. After all, Jiang Xueci, who was once the esteemed crown princess, sought a divorce just 4 days after the grand wedding. What on earth is happening? Prepare the carriage. I must visit the Eastern Palace. Upon seeing the young lady of the Su family arriving, the servants of the Eastern Palace dared not be negligent. Yet they also hesitated to allow her entry. Given the crown prince's evident concern for the princess today, these subordinates were wary of opposing their master. The imposing demeanor of Miss Su suggested she was there to confront the princess. "How dare you stop me? You lowly wretch! Are you seeking death?" The young servant, trembling, replied, "This humble servant belongs to the Eastern Palace. If I am to perish, it shall be by the prince's command, not at your behest." Su Xiao, in a fit of rage, recalled how the palace attendants used to fawn over her, bowing and scraping, and now they dare to speak to her thus. Impudence! The current empress is my aunt. She will never abandon me. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Beware! I shall report your insolence to my aunt, and you shall face dire consequences. The servants remained silent, adopting a submissive demeanor. Where is Jiang Xueci? Is she inside? I need not enter, but you must summon her. The foot traffic before the Eastern Palace was not overly crowded, yet upon hearing Jiang Xueci's name, some slowed their pace, eager to learn the unfolding narrative. Jiang Xueci? Isn't she already the princess of Beiyuan? Su Jiao refused to leave, causing a commotion at the Eastern Palace for almost an hour until she finally spotted Jiang Xueci's figure, dressed in her customary elegant attire. Jiang Xueci appeared somewhat pale and worn. She draped a light-colored cloak over her shoulders, exuding an air of exhaustion, yet still radiating an undeniable beauty. After 3 months of deep slumber without proper nourishment, anyone would appear gaunt. Jiang Xueci, devoid of the inclination to adorn herself, had only emerged due to Su Jiao's incessant disturbance. "What do you want?" Su Jiao exclaimed, recognizing her. "Didn't you marry the Prince of Beiyuan? Why are you back? What business is it of yours?" This question momentarily rendered Su Jiao speechless. After a pause, she ceded, "Harlot, you seduced the crown prince, and, after being spurned, you turned your sights on the Prince of Beiyuan. Now you surely find Beiyuan lacking compared to the capital, and are scheming to seduce the crown prince back to the capital. Jiang Xueci, how shameless can you be? Can't you survive without enticing men?" Her words were undeniably harsh, to the point where even the servants found them difficult to bear. Jiang Xueci maintained her composure, revealing little emotion, yet her shimmering eyes were filled with frost, compelling others to regard her with caution. "What's your hurry?" She gently clicked her tongue. "I have done nothing. He was the one who took me back the night before my wedding. Look at the lengths he has gone to reclaim me, while you could do nothing but watch. Now, you cannot even become a concubine. Who would dare marry you in the future?" Jiang Xueci's tone was calm, yet deliberate, akin to a knife piercing deeply into Su Jiao's heart. One was serene and untroubled, while the other was filled with rage and desperation, creating a stark contrast that left the onlookers feeling that Miss Su had brought great disgrace upon herself. Silence. Su Jia spat. If it weren't for your seductive ways enticing His Highness, would he behave this way? Jiang Xueci stepped forward and struck her across the face with considerable force. Caught off guard, Su Jiao fell to the ground, clutching her face in disbelief. How could anyone dare to hit her? Jiang Xueci looked down at her with an air of superiority. "I typically do not strike those beneath me, but your incessant noise today has become quite unbearable. You all, restrain her," Jiang Xueci commanded with a light, airy tone. The palace attendants behind her exchanged glances, recalling His Highness's instructions before his departure. Gritting their teeth, they stepped forward to apprehend Su Jiao, bringing her to Jiang Xueci's feet. "Let me go. How dare you treat me this way? I shall report this to my aunt." "The Empress, release me." Su Jiao's followers finally reacted, attempting to pull the attendants away, but were thwarted by others from the East Palace, unable to approach, forced to watch their mistress in such a humiliating predicament. Smack. Chapter 84. The Empress, you still protect her? You shameless wretch. How dare you humiliate me? Su Jiao had never endured such indignities throughout her life. She was always the one to bully others, Despite her father's favoritism towards her two half-sisters, she had never suffered. For her mother was the matriarch, and her grandfather's affection ensured no one dared to oppose her openly. Now, this wretched woman had struck her at the gates of the East Palace, witnessed by so many commoners. What a humiliation! Su Jiaojiao's face flushed with anger. Her gaze fixed on Jiang Xueci with a murderous intensity. If looks could kill, Jiang Xueci would have been slain 1,000 times over. Smack! 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 After delivering more than a dozen slaps, Jiang Xueci's hand began to tingle, perhaps due to her prolonged period of sustenance on only liquid food, leaving her somewhat weakened. At last, she ceased her assault. Initially, Su Jiaojiao hurled insults, her words as venomous as could be, but soon she could not utter another word. Her face felt fiery and swollen. Jiang Xueci grasped her chin, forcing her to meet her gaze. I detest the humiliation of wanton women. Just because you are one does not imply that others are as well. Su Jiaojiao gritted her teeth, her eyes ablaze with fury. Yet, restrained by the attendants of the East Palace, she found herself utterly powerless. After a long pause, Jiang Xueci waved her hand, signaling for them to release her. I will certainly inform His Highness and my aunt, the Empress. I am eager to see if His Highness will defend you for such behavior. Jiang Xueci replied with a faint smile. How fortuitous, for I too wish to see, she continued, how far Yan Jin will tolerate you, so that I may gauge my actions accordingly. She rubbed her hand, reflecting that had she been in Beiyuan, there would have been no need for her to intervene personally. Yan Jin would surely have dealt with this individual on her behalf. No, the people from Beiyuan are actually quite endearing, unlike the spoiled and willful young ladies of the capital. After all, there are many demons at the foot of Ling Mountain. Jiang Xueci walked slowly into the East Palace, and the others followed suit. Su Jiaojiao gritted her teeth, exclaiming, I want to enter the palace. Lana immediately stepped forward to assist her, but before she could touch her, she was pushed away and slapped. You wretched servant, were you hiding behind just to watch me make a fool of myself? Lana covered her face in defense, saying, Miss, it was those people who blocked me. I could hardly get through. Su Jiaojiao shot her a disdainful glance, stood up on her own, and covered her face as she climbed into the carriage. By chance, the crown prince was in the empress's palace. Upon entering, Su Jiaojiao noticed the empress's displeased expression, likely due to the crown prince bringing Jiang Xueci back. With tears streaming down her face, she fell to her knees before the empress, crying, Aunt, you must stand up for me. The empress, who usually doted on this niece, felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing her in such a state. Who has dared to strike you, my dear? Speak to your aunt, and I shall take matters into my own hands. Su Jiaojiao sobbed heavily. It was Jiang Xueci. Yan Jin's expression shifted. I heard Jiang Xueci was in the East Palace. I thought it strange for a Beiyuan princess to be there, so I went to take a look. To my surprise, she not only forbade me from entering, but had the East Palace guards restrain me and slap me multiple times. What? She actually dared to hit you? The empress frowned. Crown Prince, is this the result of your reckless actions? You brought her back at great risk, and she dares to send her people to strike Jiao. This is insurrection. The empress's fury made the palace attendants kneel in fear. Yan Jin glanced at Su Jiaojiao's swollen cheek and said in a deep voice, Xueci would not strike without provocation. My cousin is often willful. It is possible she provoked Xueci. Are you still defending her? The empress retorted, I do not know how you persuaded the emperor to overlook this matter, but I will never allow such a woman to become the crown princess. The emperor, infatuated with alchemical elixirs, spent his days with that sorcerer, neglecting state affairs. He had no inclination to manage these matters. However, she could not let a woman who had been cast aside by the crown prince become the crown princess again. If you insist on this, you shall have to step over my dead body. Su Jiaojiao whimpered, Aunt, please do not be angry. It must be that Jiang Xueci has bewitched the crown prince. He is not an irrational person. The empress remained silent, her expression still grim. Yan Jin rose, saying, Mother, please calm your anger. In the past, I have wronged Xueci, but from now on, I will cherish and protect her. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Now that his father neglected state affairs, engrossed in the pursuit of immortality, all responsibilities fell upon him. Though he was the crown prince, he effectively governed the state. Moreover, he had been absent from the capital for a considerable time, resulting in a mountain of accumulated state matters to address. He had no time to listen to Su Jiao's lamentations. Aunt, the crown prince must have been enchanted by that vixen. Her arrogance is unbearable. If she truly becomes the crown princess again, how will she torment Jiao? Su Jiao wept sorrowfully, resting her head on the empress's lap. The empress gently caressed her shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not cry, my dear. As long as I am here, such a thing shall never come to pass." Suddenly, Su Jiao seemed to have an idea. "Aunt, why not take this opportunity to eliminate her? You are the empress, the mother of the nation. It will be a simple matter for you to deal with someone like her." The empress replied sternly, "Do not speak nonsense. Though I am the empress, I would never resort to such measures. This child speaks without thinking. Even if one were to contemplate such actions, it should not be uttered in front of so many servants. Moreover, that Jiang Xueci was raised by the Dowager Empress, who is no ordinary person and certainly not easily deceived. If I were to act against Jiang Xueci without due consideration, that old woman would certainly not stand idly by." She commanded, "Fetch some ointment from physician Su. A young lady's face must not bear scars. We must act swiftly to reduce the swelling." Su Jiao pouted, "So, Jiao is to suffer in vain?" The empress comforted her. "I will summon Jiang Xueci to the palace tomorrow. I will not allow you to endure pain needlessly." Su Jiao, seeing this, refrained from further protests and acquiesced. Bai Qingqing, now a saintess of the Yaoqi clan, was revered wherever she went, even within the palace where she could roam freely. Upon seeing the crown prince, her heart leaped with joy, and she approached him. "Greetings, your highness. I was worried about your return." Yan Jin, having learned of this woman's deceit, regarded her with disdain. He had once contemplated her demise, yet somehow rumors had spread, and his father had taken her directly from the dungeon. "What does it concern you?" Bai Qingqing paused, realizing that the crown prince was still upset with her. "But I was merely infatuated with you. Can you truly be so heartless?" Yan Jin dismissed her, turning away to depart. Chapter 85. The humble crown prince. When Yan Jin returned, it was already evening. Jiang Xueci gazed at the light fare laid out on the table, saying nothing as she moved to tend to the flowers. "What is the matter? Is it not to your taste? You used to enjoy these dishes," Yan Jin said, approaching her, his voice unconsciously softening, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor during discussions with military officials. The palace maids observing the pair could not help but think them well matched. The princess was exquisitely beautiful, and the crown prince was remarkably handsome. Any child they bore would surely be striking, for the royal family was never lacking in good looks. "I do not like it. I used to eat it merely because you did. I was pretending. I prefer spicy food," Jiang Xueci confessed. Yan Jin felt a pang in his heart, realizing how cruel he had been in the past. "Someone, remove these dishes and bring some spicy ones instead." "Yes, your highness." Yan Jin, having been pampered his entire life, had never learned to care for others. If she did not express herself directly, he would remain oblivious to the reason for her refusal to eat, believing she was merely sulking. Furthermore, for someone like Yan Jin, who had once hurt her, hearing the truth would only deepen his feelings of guilt and sorrow. "I am aware that you are feeling disheartened. Rest assured, Beiyuan has always been a thorn in the side of the capital, and I shall avenge you. Trust in me." Jiang Xueci lowered her head, gazing at the flourishing peony, while memories of the abundant peonies in Beiyuan City flooded her mind. "I thought you would inquire about the reason I struck Su Jiao upon your return." Yan Jin chuckled softly. "The servants in the manor have already informed me that it was not your fault. She uttered words that angered you. If striking her brings you solace, then do so. I will support you in this matter." Jiang Xueci fell into silence, and after a long pause, she spoke. "I wish to go home." Jansun resolutely declined. "No." As soon as the words left his lips, he felt a pang of regret. Sensing he had been overly harsh, she likely would not appreciate it. He could not fathom why he felt an air of trepidation when facing her, a fear of inciting her disdain and of causing her unhappiness. "After your departure from Beiyuan, the servants in Jiang Manor abandoned it. Now, the manor stands desolate and uninhabitable. Moreover, you are equally free here. Should you require anything, merely inform the servants, and they will procure it for you. Although she now resides in the capital, he feared that Yan Jin, that madman, might resort to similar means to seize her away. By keeping her close, he felt a semblance of peace. Staying by his side would also afford him the opportunity to gradually win her acceptance once more. Jiang Xueci suddenly turned to face him, her petite visage devoid of the previous gentleness and obedience, replaced instead by a mocking chill. There was only distance and indifference, devoid of affection. What position do I hold in the Easter Palace? I shall marry you, we will wed, and you will still be my crown princess. Apart from you, I shall not take a concubine or secondary wife. Jiang Xueci let out a sudden laugh, her smile dripping with derision. Crown princess? I held that title once. Have you forgotten, your highness? It lasted for 4 days. Yan Sun's face turned ashen, his throat constricting in confusion as he averted his gaze. These peonies seem to be wilting. I shall have new ones brought for you tomorrow. Recently, the upper forest garden has cultivated a batch of lilies. I will send some to you as well. Jiang Xueci remained silent, witnessing for the first time the usually lofty crown prince in such a vulnerable state. When he was fawned over, he felt no disdain, yet now, as she offered him no kindness, he eagerly awaited her acceptance. How base! I have no appetite. I do not wish to eat. I am going to bed. Jiang Xueci issued her dismissal. Yan Sun nodded slightly. Very well, then. Sleep early. I shall not disturb you. The moment the door closed, he turned away, watching the bright candlelight within extinguish, feeling a profound heaviness in his heart. He longed to embrace Jiang Xueci, to confess his errors, to acknowledge his grave mistakes. Yet, he feared that she would reject him, would come to loathe him. Shun-Yi observed his master standing outside the door for an extended period, long enough for his legs to grow weary. Finally, he witnessed him turn and depart. This was the first time he had seen his master in such a disheveled and humble state. The prince had always been one to obtain whatever he desired. How could he now appear so cautious? During the day, those ministers and military officials dared not breathe a word before him. Yet now, before the princess, he exhibited such a lowly demeanor. If only I had known. Alas, fate is indeed a cruel mistress. Shun-Yi, at your service. I am utterly oblivious to what she enjoys. She must be profoundly disappointed in me. A pang of sorrow struck Shun-Yi as he could not bear to witness his highness so heartbroken and troubled by love. Why must the noble princess inflict such pain upon someone so exalted? Yet, upon reflection, it is understandable. A woman elevated to the status of the crown princess for merely 4 days, and his highness kneels in the imperial study, pleading for a divorce, provoking ridicule throughout the capital. Such humiliation is not easily forgotten. His highness is the crown prince, while the princess is but a young girl, with time and gentle persuasion. She will surely forgive you. Yan Sun, though aware of his attempts to console her, could only muster a self-deprecating smile and remain silent. The following morning, an edict arrived from Kuan-Ning Palace, summoning the esteemed princess to the palace. Yan Sun glanced at Jiang Xueci, who was dining nearby. Today, Xueci was unwell and should avoid the palace to prevent spreading illness to the empress. Once she recovers, I shall personally escort her to meet the empress. The inner court official hesitated. The empress insisted on seeing the princess, leaving him uncertain about how to report back. Jiang Xueci put down her chopsticks, saying, "It matters not. I shall go to the palace. After all, I have returned to the capital and must also pay my respects to the Grand Dowager." Seeing her determination, Yan Sun felt compelled to say nothing more. Shun-Yi, accompany the princess to the palace today. Jiang Xueci interjected, "There is no need. I do not like him. He previously sided with Bai Qingqing and claimed I was being unreasonable." Shun-Yi thought, how am I being unjustly involved in this? At that time, he was merely following his highness's orders to protect Bai Qingqing, not acting of his own volition. I cannot allow you to enter the palace alone. It brings me no comfort. What is there to worry about? The empress would not dare to harm me openly. After all, the Grand Dowager is present. Moreover, if I do not go, how can I gradually distance Yan Sun from the empress? She eagerly awaits the empress's mistreatment. even without the empress's edict. She had already resolved to enter the palace today. Very well, since you are determined, I shall not hinder you. I must attend to military matters shortly, but I will first escort you to the palace. I will return in the afternoon to take you home. Chapter 86. I advise you to end my life today. Jiang Xueci had grown up in the palace, and nearly everyone there recognized the princess. However, her story was exceedingly legendary. Once the most cherished girl of the Grand Dowager and the Emperor, she was later bestowed upon the Crown Prince as his bride. Yet, just 4 days after the wedding, the Crown Prince knelt in the imperial study, pleading for a divorce, thus bringing great disgrace upon the princess and inviting scorn from countless onlookers. She was subsequently given to the king of Beiyuan as his prospective consort, yet for reasons unknown. The future princess of Beiyuan now found herself back in the palace. Rumor had it that the crown prince had brought her back. Yesterday, numerous court officials sought to pressure the crown prince into returning her swiftly, fearing that a woman's public antics might provoke the discontent of Beiyuan. Alas, they were all rebuked, and the most vocal among them nearly lost his life to the crown prince's sword. What exactly is going on here remains unclear to the onlookers. The matron of Kuan-Ning Palace, Lady Cui, slightly nodded her head in acknowledgement. Jiang Xueci, however, was not angered, unlike her usual gentle demeanor. Her face bore a faint expression devoid of emotion. Lady Cui felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. She had always seen the princess dressed in a simple and elegant manner, resembling an ethereal being untouched by the mundane world. Now, adorned in lavish attire, her beauty was strikingly radiant, capable of captivating hearts with just a glance. A display of extravagant allure that was undeniably conspicuous. Jiang Xueci possessed both exquisite looks and a fine bone structure, and even in such resplendent clothing, she did not appear vulgar, attracting the furtive glances of the inner court's officials and maidens, who could not avert their gaze. Standing at the entrance, Jiang Xueci awaited Lady Cui's leisurely return from inside to report. However, she did not emerge promptly. After standing outside for half an hour, she finally saw Lady Cui sauntering out, clearly intending to make her wait deliberately. "Please, Your Highness," said Jiang Xueci, saying little more as she entered. She gazed upon the familiar and exalted empress, performing a respectful bow that left no room for error. The empress frowned slightly, seemingly displeased by her opulent attire, perhaps even envious of the young blossoms that bloomed too vibrantly, reminding her of the youthful consorts in the harem. "How did you return? The crown prince is not a fool. Did you secretly send him a letter, enticing him to the North Abyss to bring you back?" Yesterday, she had questioned Yan Jin in detail, but he had revealed nothing, merely stating that he would marry Jiang Xueci as his only wife. Yan Jin was the heir apparent, while the emperor was preoccupied with elixirs for eternal life, neglecting state affairs entirely. He governed the country and attended to political matters, destined to be a powerful emperor. How could he choose to marry only one woman in his lifetime? Jiang Xueci replied in a calm tone, "I do not know. It was the eve of the wedding when the crown prince forcibly took me away." Impudence. The crown prince is the heir. Had you not deliberately seduced him, he would not have acted thus. Surely, you must have corresponded with him secretly, feigning innocence to solicit his affection. The empress's ire flared. This shameless girl has revealed her true nature. Previously, she pretended to be obedient, unaware that beneath her facade lies a base character. Indeed, she is a creature unrefined, lacking parental guidance. How could Yan Jin be so foolish as to be enchanted by such superficiality? Though the empress was enraged, Jiang Xueci remained composed, displaying no signs of fear or sorrow, seemingly intrigued by the empress's anger. "Your Majesty, the matriarch of the nation, the most dignified and composed person in the realm, is now so agitated? Could it be that the crown prince has turned against you for my sake?" Impudence. This sarcastic remark utterly infuriated the empress. What mother could tolerate another woman sowing discord before her, especially when it struck a nerve, revealing an undeniable truth? "Come, strike her." Lady Cui's hand, known for its severity, struck Jiang Xueci's cheek with considerable force. After just 4 or 5 blows, her face was left flushed, a pitiful sight indeed. Moreover, Jiang Xueci's skin was extraordinarily delicate, appearing breathtakingly beautiful from a distance, evoking a sense of pity in my heart. The Empress felt somewhat appeased, instructing that 10 slaps be administered, and that she should kneel outside without permission to rise. With that, she rose and retreated to the inner chamber to rest. Cui Momo had delivered enough slaps, but suddenly, Jiang Xueci spoke, her gaze as venomous as a serpent, cold and sinister. I advise you to kill me today, or one day I shall ensure your demise is most unpleasant. Cui Momo felt an inexplicable shiver run down her spine. The words were spoken softly, meant for her ears alone. For some reason, she now found Jiang Xueci somewhat terrifying. Once so meek and never daring to defy anyone, how had she transformed? Was this her true nature? Cui Momo replied coldly, "If the princess possesses such abilities, I shall await your command." Jiang Xueci suddenly smiled. Very well. Without waiting for others to urge her, she walked out and knelt outside the hall. The palace servants exchanged glances, but no one dared to speak, merely bowing their heads to continue their tasks. Although Jiang Xueci forbade Shenyang from following her, Yan Jin still felt uneasy and instructed Shenyang to remain behind. Indeed, he soon witnessed the princess being bullied. He immediately stepped forward, intending to take her back, fearing the crown prince would blame him upon his return. However, he was stopped by Cui Momo. "What is the purpose of your actions, Sir Shun? Do you wish to defy the Empress's decree? Without Her Majesty's permission today, no one may take her away." Shun Yi frowned. Surely, Cui Momo knew how much the crown prince valued the princess. Unfazed, Cui Momo replied, "I only heed the Empress's orders. I am aware that you would not dare to forcibly take anyone from Kuan-Ning Palace unless you wish to lose your head." Shun Yi, troubled, turned and left, intending to report to the crown prince at the military camp. Intruding into Kuan-Ning Palace was a matter punishable by death for 9 generations. He truly did not dare to do so. As soon as Shun Yi departed, Zheng Momo, who was beside the noble consort Shu, arrived. Cui Momo's expression shifted slightly as she nodded slightly. Zheng Momo looked at Jiang Xueci, whose cheeks were flushed, her heart aching with concern. What has happened to the princess? Jiang Xueci could discern who genuinely cared for her and who merely feigned sympathy. Zheng Momo had watched her grow up. She understood. "Momo, you should return. The Empress has punished me to remain here. I have angered her. The noble consort is of advanced age, and I do not wish to cause her worry. Momo, if you simply think, this matter will not reach her ears." Zheng Momo hesitated. The noble consort's health has not been well. The physician has advised that she must not be subjected to any stress. But how could she bear to leave the princess alone here? Jiang Xueci understood her thoughts. "Momo, I can only be well if the noble consort is well. I beg you, please return, all right?" Cui Momo felt relieved at this and added fuel to the fire. The noble consort's health is fragile. If she were to fall ill due to some gossip, Zheng Momo would be committing a grave sin. Ultimately, Zheng Momo departed. Chapter 87. The Wheel of Fortune. The summer sun was exceptionally fierce, and Cui Momo sat in the corridor, observing Jiang Xueci kneeling outside the hall. A young palace maid, who usually bonded well with Cui Momo, felt a pang of sympathy. "Cui Momo, perhaps we should let the princess kneel in the shade. The sun is so intense. She might suffer from heat stroke if she continues like this." Cui Momo shot her a glare, admonishing her to mind her own business. She has angered Her Majesty, and this is the consequence she deserves. Besides, knowing she was coming to see the Empress, she dressed so ostentatiously. The young ladies today truly lack shame and understanding of propriety. The young maid furrowed her brow. The princess was so young and beautiful, her attire comparable to that of noble women, perhaps even less flamboyant at times. Why was Cui Momo so enraged? Surely, she looked lovely and pleasing to the eye. The Empress's disdain for the princess was due to her own niece, but what fueled Cui Momo's aversion? After half an hour, it was already midday. Cui Momo, observing the glaring sunlight outside, suddenly rose with an umbrella and approached Jiang Xueci. "Is this how you kneel? Keep your back straight. Are you being lazy? The Empress's instruction is a privilege, and what are you doing?" This old crone had long held a grievance against her. simply because she had once caught her sharing a meal with a young eunuch. Now, she was seizing the opportunity to take revenge while the empress punished her. Jiang Xueci felt weak under the scorching sun, her head spinning as if she might faint. Noticing her indifference, Cui Momo grasped her arm, intending to pull her upright. Just as she was about to speak, she felt a sharp pain in her lower back and was suddenly kicked aside, landing awkwardly on the ground, groaning. Yan Jin was aware of his mother's disdain for Jiang Xueci, yet he had not anticipated such public humiliation, forcing her to kneel in this sweltering heat. It was indeed wise to have Shenyang accompany him. Otherwise, he would remain oblivious to the unfolding events. Jiang Xueci's complexion turned pale, the vivid redness and swelling on her cheeks alarmingly evident, tightening Yan Jin's heart. He swiftly picked her up in his arms, reassuring her, "Do not fear. I shall take you home. Your Highness, the princess has defied the empress, and it is the empress who has punished her to kneel. If you carry her away like this, are you not defying the empress?" Yan Jin cast a cold glance at her. "Did you strike her face?" Cui Momo hesitated briefly before replying. "It was the empress's command for me to strike her. Even if the crown prince is angry, would he dare to bypass the empress's punishment? Furthermore, I have served the empress since childhood as her maid, and over the years, the crown prince has always treated me with courtesy. Even in anger, he would not truly harm me." With this thought, Cui Momo mustered her strength to stand. Jiang Xueci, utterly drained of energy, lay weakly in Yan Jin's arms, her small head resting against his chest, exuding an aura of delicate fragility. It is no wonder that the men feel a sense of pity for the delicate beauty before them. Even the court maidens present wished to cradle the princess in their hands, unable to bear the thought of such a fragile creature enduring any hardship. "Shenyang, take her away." Naturally, Shenyang, standing behind, uttered no protest. As a loyal servant of the prince, he promptly obeyed the command. Lifting Cui Momo as one would a chick and carrying her out, she immediately began to scream, yet in the next moment, a swift strike to her neck rendered her unconscious. Silence descended. The farcical scene came to an end, while the empress remained blissfully unaware, and none dared to disturb her afternoon slumber. The palace of Kuining fell into an eerie stillness. All the physicians of the Tai hospital were stationed at the East Palace, having informed the prince that the princess had merely suffered from heat stroke and would soon recover with some herbal broth and rest. However, the prince wore a frosty expression, and none dared to leave. No one was bold enough to utter a word, fearing that a careless remark might provoke his wrath. Had it not been said that the prince held no affection for the princess? Now, setting aside the sudden return of the princess to the capital, the rapid shift in the prince's demeanor was indeed astonishing. It felt as though the tides of fortune had shifted. At that moment, Shenyang entered. "Your Highness, the empress requests your presence in the palace." Yan Jin, his expression inscrutable, replied, "I have no time." Shenyang nodded and withdrew, fully aware of the implications behind the empress's summons. Forcing someone away and taking Cui Momo along would surely incite the empress's ire. When Jiang Xueci awoke an hour later, she opened her eyes to find Yan Jin, his face etched with concern, and a group of kneeling physicians visibly relieved. "Xueci, you have finally awakened." Jiang Xueci averted her gaze, her eyes rimmed with red, exuding a sense of fragility akin to that of a delicate porcelain doll, easily shattered with the slightest touch. Yan Jin's heart ached for her. He loathed himself for failing to protect her from such an ordeal. "I'm sorry." At those words, the physicians were taken aback. The usually exalted crown prince, revered by all, now displayed such a humble demeanor. Was the world about to collapse? How could one witness such an absurdity? "You may all leave." With the prince's command, the physicians hastily departed. "Xueci, I distinctly told you not to go. Had you listened to me, you would not have suffered such torment." Jiang Xueci suddenly laughed, a self-deprecating sound. "Indeed, it is all my fault." "That is not what I meant." Yan Jin quickly clarified, "I'm merely." In the realm of politics, he was typically as adept as a fish in water. Yet at this moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Xueci remained silent, reflecting on the whimsical nature of fate. After all, it was merely a childhood act of saving him. Yet her role as the female lead in their shared narrative seemed to have etched his affection for her deeply into his heart. It is all right. I have grown accustomed to it. I was destined to be this way, born to atone for sins. Are you not the same, Your Highness? You bully me without restraint, and thus others follow your lead. Her tone was remarkably flat, as if she were discussing something trivial. It was precisely this demeanor that pierced Yan Jin's bones with a profound pain. Jiang Xueci gazed at him quietly, ruthlessly tormenting him with her words, much like he had once done to her. Yan Jin nearly fled in despair. Chapter 88. The Crown Prince is truly bewitched that evening. Jiang Xueci stood outside, gazing at the silvery moonlight, while a young palace maid draped a cloak over her shoulders. A lady as beautiful as the princess should be joyful, radiant with happiness. Yet, there lingered an air of sorrow about her. Having entered the Eastern Palace only recently, and new to the capital, the maid remained oblivious to the events that had transpired between the princess and the crown prince. The other residents of the estate were equally reticent, which she found quite peculiar. Princess, the night air carries a chill. Do take care not to catch cold, the maid implored. Jiang Xueci smiled gently. Thank you. That is very kind of you. The maid's cheeks flushed slightly, as if embarrassed, for it seemed to be the first time anyone had expressed gratitude to her. No need for thanks. The princess's smile is truly enchanting, akin to the celestial beings my mother speaks of, the maid remarked. It is getting late. You should return to rest. I will be fine and will go inside shortly, Jiang Xueci reassured her. The maid hesitated, aware that a noble lady like the princess should have someone keep vigil at night. Jiang Xueci reached out and affectionately stroked the top of her head. It is quite all right. I never require a night watch. Go to sleep. The maid nodded obediently and departed to her quarters. Xinyang, I know you're nearby. Come forth, Jiang Xueci called. Xinyang felt a pang of annoyance. He was not as adept at concealment as the shadow guards. Yet he thought it unlikely he would be discovered. How did the princess know of his presence? The crown prince had tasked him with secretly guarding her. Yet she appeared to harbor disdain for him, making it unlikely she would permit him to approach. Princess, Jiang Xueci inquired, where is Cui Momo? Xinyang was taken aback by her sudden mention of Cui Momo, but he answered candidly, Cui Momo is currently in the dungeon. Take me to her, she commanded. This dungeon is a filthy place, my lady, Xinyang cautioned. Perhaps it would be best if you did not go. Take me to her, Jiang Xueci reiterated firmly. Xinyang sighed, finding the princess's recent temperament unpredictable and his task increasingly burdensome. The two proceeded toward the dungeon, and Jiang Xueci soon realized that the Eastern Palace's dungeon was not merely for show. It housed numerous prisoners, though she was uncertain of their identities. Here we are. Shenyang Anounjet. Jiang Xueci gazed into the cell, where Cui Momo lay prone on a wooden plank, her limbs shackled by iron chains, rendering her immobile. Her back bore gruesome wounds, a sight that was quite shocking. She breathed weakly, her body marred by filth, sweat, and blood, in a most pitiful state. After all, how many inmates in such a place could expect a favorable outcome? The scent of blood permeated the air as she entered. It was indeed surprising that Yan Jin had dealt such a harsh hand to someone so close to his mother. She had assumed he would merely confine her there. What fate awaits Cui Momo? Jiang Xueci inquired. His Highness has given no specific orders, Xinyang replied. However, it is likely she will be punished thus and return by morning. Cui Momo seemed to have heard a sound, and she strained to lift her head to gaze at Jiang Xueci. In that instant, her eyes burned with rage, wishing fervently to inflict 1,000 tortures upon that little wretch. Surely, it was she who had incited his Highness, whispering poison into his ear, prompting him to treat her thus. This little wretch sought to sow discord between his Highness and the Empress. Jiang Xueci clutched her chest and stepped back, her voice barely a whisper. Shun-yi, she is glaring at me. I am terrified. Shun-yi was momentarily taken aback. Even a faint-hearted individual could hardly withstand the sight of the princess in such a delicate state. Before he could utter a word, she turned and left. Shanyi, feeling helpless, went to report to the crown prince. Did she truly say that? Yes, I would not dare to lie. then gouge out her eyes and return her to Kunning Palace by tomorrow. Jiang Xueci finished. He feared that such actions would lead His Highness to become a tyrant upon ascending the throne. Your Highness, the Empress will undoubtedly be enraged. His Highness had taken Shui Momo back without permission and subjected her to punishment. If the Empress learned of this, her wrath would surely descend upon the East Palace. The prospect of her coming to seek vengeance filled him with dread. Yan Jin, engrossed in his reading, did not even lift his eyes. She is merely his servant. What is there to make such a fuss about? If we do not address this matter thoroughly, my mother may frequently trouble Xueci. At this moment, Xinyang finally grasped the nature of the calamity spoken of by the storytellers. It resembled the princess in her present state. In Beiyuan, the king had doted on the princess to the heavens, with the city's peonies blooming solely to elicit a smile from her. Now, His Highness was similarly infatuated, and yet the princess remained indifferent to his affections. Truly remarkable. Xinyang, Yan Jin suddenly spoke. What do you think I should do? How can I win her heart back? Xinyang was rendered speechless. Without a wife of his own, how could he possibly know? Yan Jin let out a self-deprecating laugh. Never mind. You may leave now. Yes, Your Highness. Shortly after his departure, a guard came to report, Your Highness, the Emperor has suddenly coughed up blood and fainted. Yan Jin's expression turned serious as he rose. I must go and see. Shui Momo was returned to Kunning Palace the following morning, not walking, but carried back. Upon seeing her wretched condition, the Empress fainted on the spot. Who could have anticipated that the proud Shui Momo of yesterday would be so brutally beaten? Her eyes gouged out today. Even the dullest minds in Kunning Palace could discern the truth. The Crown Prince had issued a warning to the Empress not to harm the princess any further. The Crown Prince had truly gone mad. When the Empress awoke, she uttered not a single word, merely kneeling before the Buddha, reciting scriptures, seemingly deeply shaken. Naturally, all of this remained confined within Kunning Palace, unknown to those outside. However, Jiang Xueci, having waited an entire day in the East Palace without receiving news from Kunning Palace, realized that Shui Momo's eyes must indeed be lost. The Empress must have seen this and dared not act rashly. As a mother, her heart must be shattered with sorrow. Yet what did this matter? Compared to the annihilation of the Jiang family, their graves like an ocean, these people ought to feel grateful for their lives. Princess, shall we take a stroll in the garden? The flowers have blossomed beautifully. Jiang Xueci inquired, What is your name? The servant girl replied, I am called Yunyu. A lovely name, Jiang Xueci remarked, causing the young girl to blush once more. The flower viewing is rather dull. Accompany me for a stroll outside. Staying cooped up in the manor all day is stifling. Yunyu hesitated. My lady, it may not be safe outside. What if you were to stumble and injure yourself? His Highness would surely be displeased and might even reprimand me. Jiang Xueci gently touched her slightly swollen cheek, which was healing well thanks to the effective ointment from the Imperial Hospital. Prepare the sedan chair. I wish to have tea at the renowned First Pavilion. With a sigh, Yunyu acquiesced and went to make preparations. Chapter 89. It all depends on your fate to spend finally. The moment has arrived. What tale shall be told today? Hurry, I have awaited you for long. There are not many patrons today, so please do not slack. The storyteller hurriedly entered, noting that lately the number of guests had dwindled, and the proprietor had remarked that if he could not deliver an engaging tale, there would be no need for him to return. Although he was a man who could feed himself without concern for his family, the proprietor's dissatisfaction with his storytelling had resulted in diminished pay, hardly enough for him to seek out Chunyang. Fear not, dear guests, for today I shall regale you with an intriguing tale concerning the esteemed princess. His Highness the Crown Prince, and the King of Beiyuan, laden with love, hatred, and conflict. Upon hearing this, the audience fell silent, their anticipation palpable. The news of the esteemed princess's return to the capital had spread throughout the city, yet the reasons remained shrouded in mystery. Strangely enough, the discussions surrounding this matter were scarce, as if someone were deliberately suppressing it. Everyone was aware of the princess who had once married the crown prince, a union that had become the talk of the town. Yet, just 4 days after their grand wedding, the crown prince had knelt in the imperial study, pleading for a divorce, creating quite the uproar. Rumors suggested that the crown prince had renounced his marriage for the sake of the holy maiden by Jiang of the Xueci clan. And indeed, there was truth to this. The esteemed princess was known for her jealousy. The crown prince had wished to take the holy maiden as a concubine, but the princess vehemently opposed, insisting that by Jiang be taken as a secondary wife in her rightful position. Eventually, when the holy maiden wished to leave, wanting to spare the crown prince from embarrassment, a fierce argument ensued between him and the princess, leading to their eventual separation. What sort of person is the princess? She could not simply let the matter rest. In the palace, she wept and wailed until she was granted the title of first-rank princess by the emperor. The storyteller, observing the audience's rapt attention, felt a surge of confidence as more patrons entered. Surely, the proprietor would reward him with silver for today as performance. Subsequently, the princess was conferred to the king of Baiyuan, and news of his forthcoming wedding had reached everyone. The princess was soon to become the king's consort. Yet, how could she endure the harshness of Baiyuan? Even though conditions had improved somewhat, they paled in comparison to the opulence and prosperity of our capital. Thus, the princess penned a letter to the crown prince, adopting a pitiful and delicate demeanor, lamenting how poorly the king of Baiyuan treated her. Knowing that the crown prince was not a man of a heart of stone, those of pure virtue and justice, upon reading the sorrowful words of the letter, felt an overwhelming compassion and resolved to bring the individual back. The saintess and the prince were indeed a pair destined by heaven. Yet now they were to be disrupted by this unruly princess. Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted in indignation. The princess had gone too far. She was truly a woman as venomous as a viper. How pitiable the saintess was, such a gentle and kind soul. How could she have crossed paths with the princess? Who could argue otherwise? In my humble opinion, a person as benevolent as the saintess could never be a match for such a toxic woman, which is why she had departed from the Eastern Palace. The prince was no fool. Once he recognized the true nature of the princess, he would undoubtedly abandon her. In the elegant chamber on the second floor, Yan Jin listened to the fervent voices below. "Princess, these people are utterly outrageous, daring to slander you so," she exclaimed, exasperated. Jiang Xueci found amusement in the sight of the usually timid girl, now so passionately agitated. "Do you not believe what they say?" "Of course not," Yan Jin replied earnestly. "The princess is such a wonderful person. She cannot possibly be like that." Jiang Xueci smiled lightly. "If I'm not angry, why should you be? Sit down and enjoy some tea." Yan Jin pouted. "A person as kind as the princess would never allow a mere maid like me to sit with her for tea and pastries. She is certainly not a wicked person." The voices below seemed to swell once more, fueled by those eager to echo the sentiments of disdain. Ultimately, they painted Jiang Xueci as the villain and the saintess by Jiang of the Xueci clan as an ethereal being. After all, the Xueci clan had been shrouded in mystery for centuries on the continent of Jiuzhou, and with the sudden emergence of the saintess, the public naturally adorned her with an infinite halo of admiration. Jiang Xueci's expression shifted slightly. She had yet to reunite with this old friend since returning to the capital. "Princess, how is Baiyuan? I have never been there. I have heard it is quite impoverished." Jiang Xueci's eyes half closed. Baiyuan is not impoverished. On the contrary, it is thriving and prosperous, a city alive with the bustle of life. Is that so? Yet that contradicts what I have heard. The people of the capital often exuded an air of superiority, believing that everywhere outside the capital was destitute. There is no need to heed their words. "Oh, I see." Yan Jin responded earnestly, her innocence endearing. Jiang Xueci continued, "The people of Baiyuan can be clever, but they are fundamentally kind-hearted. There is little deceit or treachery. Most are quite sincere. If you have the chance, do visit Baiyuan. It is truly delightful." "All right, you have finished your pastries. Let's return." Yan Jin glanced at the empty plate, slightly embarrassed. Everything had been consumed, and she had not even realized it was all the princess's. As Jiang Xueci descended, many took notice. One particularly striking young man approached, his eyes betraying a sense of uncontainable admiration. "May I inquire your esteemed name, dear maiden? I do not believe I have had the pleasure of encountering you before." The crowd regarded this interaction as commonplace. Such a beautiful young lady could only be a lady of a distinguished family. Moreover, possessing such exquisite beauty, it is likely that she has remained secluded within her chamber. For otherwise, her reputation would have already spread throughout the capital. Jiang Xueci gently lifted her lips, her tone soft yet laced with a subtle provocation. I am Jiang. Jiang Xueci. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. A man, astonished, exclaimed, Jiang Xueci? You are the esteemed princess? Jiang Xueci offered no further response, merely instructing Yun Yu, present a gold ingot as a reward for the storyteller. Although Yun Yu found this perplexing, considering the storyteller had just spoken ill of the princess, she could not fathom why the princess would still bestow a gold ingot upon him. Surely, this fellow would now have no worries about sustenance for the rest of his life? The storyteller, momentarily stunned, gazed at the gold ingot before him, his heart racing. Having just disparaged the princess, how had he come to face her directly? He had merely intended to embellish his tale to attract customers, indulging in a momentary whim. Thank you for your grace, your highness. The princess turned to him with a smile, her voice as gentle as the soft breeze of early spring. There is no need for such formality. This gold ingot is a reward. It depends on whether you have the fortune to spend it. The storyteller's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 90. I offer you an opportunity. Yet you prove inept silence enveloped the tavern as the crowd listened to the esteemed princess laughing while uttering such cold words. Those who had just echoed their disapproval of the princess now dared not speak a single word. They had merely indulged in a fleeting moment of bravado. Who would be foolish enough to provoke a noble? Jiang Xueci gracefully exited the tavern, and soon after, a group of guards stormed in, their attire indicating they were officials. They approached the storyteller, the leader casting a disdainful glance at the gold ingot on the table. To slander the princess is a crime punishable by death. Do you comprehend the gravity of your offense? The storyteller, petrified, stammered, Sir, I was merely jesting. I shall never dare to do so again. Dare, do you even wish for next time? Under the emperor's gaze, such insolence shall not be tolerated. Seize him. The storyteller resisted, but with so many present, his objections were futile, and he was forcibly taken away. The tavern fell into a deep silence, and for reasons unknown, the patrons refrained from speaking. Shortly thereafter, they all departed. Once outside, the leader of the group entered an alley and addressed the guard. Shen, the man has been taken back to the military command of Wuqing. How shall we proceed? Shen Yang's expression remained calm. Dispose of him as deemed appropriate. Understood, Shun. In the carriage, Yin Yu expressed her discontent. Princess, why did you not punish him? He was so audacious. How could you let him off lightly? Jiang Xueci tossed her an orange. What crime is it to speak ill of the princess? By law, it is a capital offense. She opened the window, observing Shun Yang riding alongside. Indeed, he shall not witness the dawn of tomorrow. To dare to brazenly fabricate tales about me in such a public manner, only to be unfortunate enough to be overheard by me. His ignorance shall cost him dearly. I cannot allow myself to be subjected to such humiliation and slander, nor am I inclined to repay malice with virtue. I do not possess such magnanimity. With a sudden jolt, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. Jiang Xueci lightly shifted her body and immediately saw Yun Yu inquiring, What is the matter? The coachman replied, Your Highness, the road ahead is narrow, blocked by the carriage of the saintess, and we cannot proceed. It is difficult to ascertain who holds greater esteem, the saintess or the princess. Considering the former is a revered figure from the Yaoqi clan and is greatly valued by the emperor himself, whose carriage is ahead, that it refuses to yield to ours. What are you dawdling for? A young maid shouted, her demeanor decidedly unfriendly. I'm speaking to you. Hurry and move aside. Can you bear the consequences of delaying our saintess? Jiang Xueci furrowed her brow slightly, while Yun Yu, unable to contain herself, stepped out with hands on her hips and rebuked. Inside this carriage sits the esteemed princess. How dare you act so insolently? The young maid, who once blushed at the slightest provocation, now displayed an audacious demeanor. The opposing maid paused briefly, then scoffed, And what the princess? Just the other day, the Prince of Fortune made way for our saintess's carriage. Do not speak of respect when you are merely a princess. Such provocative words were intolerable to the ordinary onlookers. At that moment, Bai Qingqing emerged, clad in delicate white attire, exuding gracefulness, and gently reproached, "Frost, you must not be unreasonable." Frost pouted, "Saintess, you have such a good temperament. Given your noble status, it is only right for the princess to yield to you." Bai Qingqing responded, "Frost, the princess is a lady of high birth. How can you act so brazenly? I have indeed indulged you too much." The crowd, upon hearing her words, sighed inwardly. Indeed, the saintess possessed a compassionate nature, while the maid was undeniably aggressive. Jiang Xueci, overhearing the faint murmurs of approval outside, found the situation somewhat amusing. If they truly held her in such high regard, they would have moved aside long ago. Why allow this young maid to create such a ruckus? Did she not understand the temperament of her own people? It was merely an indulgence, a pretense to emerge later as the benevolent figure, seeking to garner favor. She had grown weary of such tactics. "Princess, I have long heard of your return to the capital, but have yet to pay my respects. Might we converse today?" Bai Qingqing stepped down for the carriage to speak. Yan Jin turned around, addressing the princess. Jiang Xueci, finishing the last segment of her orange, exited the carriage at a leisurely pace. A chorus of gasps echoed as Bai Qingqing's calm and gentle expression flickered with a hint of jealousy. "Rekindle old ties? Are we so familiar?" Bai Qingqing lowered her gaze. "I understand that you resent me for having captured the heart of His Highness, but it was beyond my control. I have relinquished my position. Cannot you find it in yourself to forgive?" Jiang Xueci disregarded the accusatory glances of the onlookers and inwardly lamented the pure fade of this so-called White Lotus. "Relinquished?" She smiled lightly, as though she had heard something remarkably amusing, radiating an undeniable brilliance. "You jest, for I was the crown princess from the very beginning. It was I who made way for you, yet you proved inept, failing to seize the opportunity one afforded you. Throughout this ordeal, how can you claim to have yielded your position? Was it I who imprisoned you in the dungeon on the day of your wedding? However, I am curious. Why were you confined in the dungeon by the crown prince?" Bai Qingqing's countenance was ashen, and as she observed Jiang Xueci laughing and conversing, a chill coursed through her. Had Jiang Xueci expressed her sentiments in a fit of rage, perhaps Bai Qingqing would have felt less trepidation. However, the calm demeanor of Jiang Xueci was what truly terrified her. On the day of the prince's wedding, a secondary consort and a concubine were both cast aside, one imprisoned in the dungeon and the other sent home, leaving the entire city in shock. Yet, this incident was eventually suppressed, with no one daring to mention it again. The mention of this event by the princess today made everyone ponder the absurdity of the situation. How could His Highness, who had previously held the saintess in such high regard, allow such events to transpire? Jiang Xueci, observing Bai Qingqing's pale and fearful visage, wore a smile tinged with malicious mockery. Shuang'er immediately supported Bai Qingqing, exclaiming indignantly that how could the princess bully their saintess? Their saintess had turned pale. The saintess had spoken kindly, yet received such scornful words in return. "Who are you to speak in my conversation with your saintess? Besides, I merely stated a fact. Why should your saintess be pale?" Shuang'er gritted her teeth, urging them to step aside as their saintess needed to rest. If anything were to happen to the saintess, the emperor would not spare them. Since following the saintess, Shuang'er had grown increasingly brazen, but it was merely because no one dared to confront her out of respect for Bai Qingqing. Yet an old adage rings true: when a mischievous child is indulged, they only become bolder, and eventually someone will teach them a lesson. Chapter 91. Shenyang. The princess finds me repulsive. Step aside? On what ground should we yield? It is you who should step aside. Yan Yu retorted angrily. Jiang Xueci turned to Shenyang and commanded, "Hand me the dagger." Upon hearing this, Shenyang was taken aback, casting a glance at Bai Qingqing and her maid before hesitantly asking, "Princess, what do you need the dagger for? It is broad daylight. You must not act rashly. That storyteller has brazenly slandered the princess, yet this little maid has only shown disrespect. To kill someone in the street would surely provoke censure from the officials. Recently, the ministers have been pressuring His Highness to return the princess." Jiang Xueci merely fixed her gaze upon him. Xinyang knelt on one knee, imploring, "Princess, please reconsider." Jiang Xueci withdrew her hand with a light click of her tongue. "Xinyang, you're truly insufferable." Xinyang dared not respond. This was the second time the princess had expressed her disdain for him. Yet, he was genuinely fearful. Should he hand her the dagger and she commit some absurd act, it would only bring trouble to his highness. The princess's temperament was as unpredictable as the weather, and he did not dare to take that risk. Jiang Xueci diverted her gaze, stating, "I have never understood the meaning of yielding. Since your horse refuses to yield, perhaps I shall assist in resolving the matter." "What do you mean?" Bai Qingqing inquired, furrowing her brow. Jiang Xueci replied ominously, "I say your horse has reached its final destination. Within 3 seconds, it shall surely perish." The crowd murmured in disbelief. Could the princess truly be mad? How could a perfectly healthy horse suddenly die within 3 seconds? Once, it was said that the princess possessed a gentle and docile temperament. However, the present circumstances suggest otherwise. She is undeniably a little lunatic. Jiang Xueci, seemingly oblivious, began to count down. 3, 2, 1. Whoosh. A flash of silver pierced the air as a feathered arrow struck the neck of Bai Qingqing's horse with unerring accuracy. A startled cry echoed as the magnificent steed collapsed. Lifeless, the carriage tilted precariously to one side, causing a commotion among the onlookers. Even Xinyang stared at her in astonishment. Beside the princess, there were indeed hidden guards. He had failed to notice them. Behold, this is the true way to clear a path. Mere words are futile. Xuan'er felt a chill run down her spine. Watching her in terror, it seemed to be the first time she had encountered such madness. The usual arrogance had vanished without a trace, her body trembling slightly. Jiang Xueci stepped forward, tilting Xuan'er's chin, her smile as radiant and pure as a celestial maiden from the heavens. Yet her words were chillingly cold. "I am in a good mood today. I shall spare you this time. Should you offend me again, I will certainly end your life." With that, she turned and re-entered the carriage. Xuan'er's legs buckled, and she fell to her knees. Gazing at Jiang Xueci's vibrant and pristine silhouette, she inexplicably felt she was witnessing a demoness. How terrifying it was that she could utter such words with a smile. This time, the carriage returned smoothly to the Eastern Palace. "Xuan'er, are you all right?" Bai Qingqing helped her up, noticing her trembling legs and instructing the coachman to assist her. As the crowd saw Jiang Xueci's carriage receding into the distance, they approached Bai Qingqing, inquiring if she needed assistance. Bai Qingqing felt a surge of irritation within, but maintained a courteous demeanor, graciously declining their offers. Jiang Xueci disembarked from the carriage and said to Xinyang, "From this day forth, you are not to follow me. Your presence is distasteful." When Yan Jin returned, he found Xinyang squatting in the study, looking as though he had suffered a blow. "What happened?" Xinyang immediately rose. "Your Highness, the princess forbade me from following her. She claims I am repugnant." Yan Jin sensed a hint of grievance in his words. "Well, since she dislikes you, you need not accompany her." Xinyang followed him into the study. "Your Highness, it seems there are hidden guards by the princess's side." Yan Jin's expression remained impassive. "I am aware. On the way back from Beiyuan, I sensed someone was following. Yet they made no move, merely concealed in the shadows. It is most likely her hidden guards. There is probably only one. Moreover, we did not encounter any of Yan Jin's people along the way, so it is unlikely that this guard was sent by her." "Your Highness, you knew?" "Yes." "Has the guard been exposed?" Xinyang recounted the events in detail, and Yan Jin's brows furrowed slightly. In the past, he had misjudged a person, discarding a gem for a piece of trash, mistaking a fake pearl for a treasure. Today, it was fortunate that Xueci suffered no indignity. Tomorrow, there will likely be those who seek to impeach her. Since she dislikes you, you need not accompany her." "Yes, Your Highness. The rumors circulating outside are particularly unpleasant. I do not wish to hear them." Xinyang nodded. "Understood, Your Highness." Yan Jin casually picked up an official document, only to find a secret letter tucked beneath it. He set aside the document and opened the letter, and his expression grew increasingly grave. "Your Highness, what troubles you?" Yan Jin furrowed his brow. revealing that the letter was sent by the Xueci clan. The Xueci clan? Xinyang exclaimed in surprise. How would they possibly send a letter here? Isn't the saintess of Xueci in the capital? Yan Jin replied. The letter states that they will appear in Minzhou 10 days hence and invite the saintess to meet there. This letter was likely meant for Bai Qingqing. I'm unsure why it has ended up here. Nevertheless, the re-emergence of the Xueci clan warrants my attention. If I can discover the location of their sanctuary, it would be fortuitous. You must deliver this letter to Bai Qingqing at once and inform her that I shall accompany her to Minzhou early tomorrow morning. With a slight shift in demeanor, Yan Jin rose and left the study, making his way to the Yan Palace. Inside, the palace was brightly lit, and from a distance, he could see Jiang Xueci seated by the window, engrossed in her reading. He lingered for a while, observing her until she sensed his intense gaze and met his eyes, prompting him to enter. Have you eaten? He inquired. Yes, Jiang Xueci replied with a faint tone. The previously gentle and compliant manner she had exhibited seemed to belong to a distant past, so long ago that Yan Jin nearly forgot how she had once treated him. I shall be traveling to Minzhou tomorrow morning and will be away for about half a month. While I am gone, do your best to avoid the palace. Jiang Xueci closed her book and asked, What is your purpose in Minzhou? Yan Jin responded candidly. The Xueci clan has sent a letter inviting the saintess to meet in Minzhou. The Xueci clan has always been shrouded in mystery, and uncovering more of their secrets would be beneficial for Tianxian. Jiang Xueci set her book aside with her fair hands and said, The East Palace feels stifling. I wish to accompany you. May I? Yan Jin's gaze softened. You know I would never refuse you. Chapter 92. Ajin Bai Qingqing had not slept a wink throughout the night, her anxiety stemming from the letter received from the Xueci clan. Having fled from Xueci, she was acutely aware of the fate that befell the previous saintess who had vanished, and understood that Jiang Xueci was the new saintess of Xueci. Over the years, members of the Xueci clan had been searching for the saintess, and it was evident that they had learned of her existence, hence the letter. In her desperation to escape the dungeons of the East Palace, she had resorted to the deceit of claiming to be the saintess. The bloodline of the Xueci saintess was sacred, and the clan members would not recognize Jiang Xueci. However, what if those who arrived were familiar faces? Would she not be taken back to Xueci? If that were to happen, her fate would surely be dire. When Shuang'er entered, she found Bai Qingqing sitting there, her expression troubled and her eyes shadowed, clearly having had a restless night. Saintess, what troubles you? Are you not pleased to meet your kin today? Shuang'er asked with a hint of anticipation. Thanks to you, I may finally encounter more members of the Xueci clan. How fortunate. For centuries, no one has seen them. Bai Qingqing felt a lack of enthusiasm, while Shuang, chattering incessantly, suggested, Saintess, allow me to assist you with your adornment. The personnel from the Eastern Palace are already waiting outside. Should we tarry too long, I fear the Crown Prince may become displeased. Bai Qingqing stiffened at the realization that the Eastern Palace's attendants were indeed outside, rendering her indecision futile. At this juncture, she had no choice but to steel herself and proceed. With a sigh, she rose and decided against wearing white today, opting instead for a resplendent red flowing gown. The Crown Prince had previously remarked that she looked lovely in white, yet upon seeing Jiang Xueci in a strikingly vivid red, she found it nearly impossible to divert one's gaze. Dressed so simply, how could she possibly capture the Crown Prince's attention? As she was to accompany him today, she resolved to adopt a more vibrant appearance than usual, hoping to impress him anew. She had never relinquished her aspiration to enter the Eastern Palace. If she were to become the Crown Princess, the Empress of Tianxian, even the Xueci clan would be powerless against her. Could they truly assassinate a nation's queen? Yet, why had the Crown Prince suddenly grown cold toward her? To this day, she remained perplexed. Once, he had treated her with such kindness, fulfilling her every request. But on the day of their wedding, he cast her into the dungeons. What transpired on that fateful day? Despite her efforts to uncover the truth, she could glean no insights. Amongst the throngs at the banquet, it was as though everyone had lost their voices, communicating not a whisper of information. Surely, something significant had occurred. Half an hour later, Bai Qingqing stepped outside, and indeed, she spotted the Crown Prince's carriage ahead. Pausing momentarily, she approached its side. Qingqing pays her respects to His Highness. May you be well. From within the carriage came a cold reply. Let us depart. Bai Qingqing furrowed her brows slightly, choosing not to provoke further annoyance with excessive words, and turned to return to the carriage behind. The procession commenced discreetly. Early in the morning, Jiang Xueci was roused by Yunyu, and allowing her to style her hair simply, she soon succumbed to slumber once more within the carriage. Yan Jin's gaze was filled with a tender affection that could drown a soul, though the person he longed for was right before him. He felt an insurmountable distance between them. This barrier, of course, was one he had erected himself. How absurd it was! He gently draped a blanket over her, his fingers brushing against a strand of her hair, as if merely being by her side at that moment was the most exquisite gift in the world. Ajin Yan Jin's movements faltered. Jiang Xueci frowned, as if she had dreamt of something. Yan Jin remained silent, his strikingly handsome visage devoid of warmth. His gaze fixated on the lock of hair in his hand, his eyes gradually reflecting a sense of melancholy. That evening, the group could only find rest in the wilderness. Bai Qingqing carried a bowl of soup to the side of the carriage. Your Highness, the evening dew is heavy. I have personally brewed a sweet soup to ward off the chill. Please partake. No response came from within the carriage, but Shun Yang, ever perceptive, replied in her stead. Saintess, my master has little appetite. Please keep the sweet soup for yourself. Bai Qingqing gazed at the tightly shut window. Your Highness, you have not stepped outside all day. Why not come out for some fresh air? I can accompany you. There is a river nearby, with quite a picturesque view. Just then, the carriage door was suddenly pushed open. Bai Qingqing's heart leaped with joy, and she immediately approached, but upon seeing the visitor, her smile stiffened uncontrollably. Princess? What are you doing inside the carriage? Jiang Xueci raised an eyebrow. Why can't I be in the carriage? Bai Qingqing was taken aback, observing her in a flowing white attire that shimmered with radiance, an outfit she often wore herself. Yet even in such simplicity, she appeared far more striking than Bai Qingqing in her ostentatious garb. A tinge of awkward jealousy surged within her. It's nothing, just a bit surprised. I thought you were in the Eastern Palace and hadn't tea come along. After all, she was unaware of the happenings at Yaoqi. If she had known, she would have sought it out long ago instead of carelessly selling the jade pendant. No matter, no matter. Jiang Xueci's gaze fell upon the sweet porridge in Bai Qingqing's hand. Having eaten little in the morning and spent her time in the carriage either sleeping or nibbling on fruit, the sight of the warm, sweet porridge indeed made her feel somewhat hungry. The Saintess has shown kindness, if the Crown Prince does not appreciate it. I shall not be ungrateful. To let the Saintess take it back would be a waste of good intentions. Why not allow me to have it? I shall drink it. Bai Qingqing could hardly poison Yan Jin. Could she? Bai Qingqing hesitated. The sweet porridge had grown a bit cold. Perhaps it was best to refrain. If the princess likes it, I can serve you another bowl that is hot. Jiang Xueci stepped forward and seized the sweet porridge from her hands. Why are you being so stingy? Bai Qingqing was the type to portray an image of gentleness, generosity, and understanding in front of others. It seemed that her embarrassment from the previous day on the long street had pushed Jiang Xueci to her limits. Bai Qingqing clenched her teeth. Noticing Jiang Xueci sitting aside and drinking, her expression somewhat peculiar. After a moment, she said in a low voice, You may drink slowly. I shall return to rest first. With that, she hurriedly left. Upon returning, Bai Qingqing instructed Shuang'er, Go pour out the bowl of sweet porridge I just made. Toss it into the river, quickly. Though Shuang'er was perplexed, she complied without question, soon having it done. Bai Qingqing turned back to glance at Jiang Xueci, who was engrossed in her sweet porridge on a large stone in the distance. A flicker of resentment crossed her eyes, and in a fit of frustration, she stomped her foot before boarding the carriage. Chapter 93. Yan Jin. Mobilizing the troops in North Yuan, Qingyu stood anxiously at the door. Tonight was the full moon, the day the prince would suffer from his poison. However, with the princess absent, the prince was in a state of torment. Upon entering Jing'an Pavilion, Nanyu immediately spotted Qingyu pacing back and forth. Noticing the dark guards surrounding her, all watching intently, she cautiously spoke from the moon gate. She feared that if she rushed in, the hidden weapons of those guards might claim her life. Qingyu, Nanyu called. Qingyu turned around. Nanyu, what brings you here? He He was unconcerned that she might discover anything, as the princess had always sent soup and medicine with Nanyu accompanying her each time. Nanyu approached, aware that today marked the prince's day of poisoning, hence she had brought the antidote. You, Yu exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. Nanyu elucidated. The princess holds deep affection for the prince. Had she been here, there would have been no need for me to deliver this remedy. With the princess now missing, I believe she would have wished for me to do so. Moreover, the prince must recover to muster the strength to search for her. Upon concluding her words, she poured a small amount of the medicinal concoction into an empty bowl beside her and swiftly drank it all. I have consumed it. There is nothing harmful within. Do not hesitate, take it inside at once. Yu gazed at the bowl of medicine, then promptly seized it and turned to enter the chamber. Nanyu exhaled a heavy sigh. This task had been entrusted to her by the princess. By tomorrow, she would provide Yu with the formula for the antidote. Although it could not completely eradicate the cold poison, it should extend life by 2 or 3 years without issue. Yan Jin's complexion was ghastly pale, veins bulging, and despite the excruciating pain coursing through his limbs, he remained silent. The corners of his eyes were tinged a deep crimson, straining against the pain. In his mind, images of Jiang Xueci, who once playfully desired to be held, flooded his thoughts. Yu, kneeling with the still warm medicine in hand, pleaded, "Your Highness, please drink this. With the princess gone, you must take care of yourself so that she may rest easy." Yan Jin, quick-witted, coldly inquired, "What do you mean? Have you found any news of her whereabouts?" Yu furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, "A message from a carrier pigeon just arrived. The princess is currently in the capital." Yu stole a glance at him, then quietly added, "In the East Palace." Yan Jin's crimson gaze suddenly turned icy, exuding an oppressive aura that sent chills down one's spine. Indeed, it was him. No one else could have taken her from Beiyuan. His expression grew frigid as he rose. Water droplets cascaded down his body, revealing his chiseled abs and alluring physique, a striking contrast to his composed and noble appearance. He appended the bowl of medicine, spilling it on the ground. Yu gasped in shock. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" "It is my failure to protect her. I deserve this." He had been careless, allowing Yin Sun to seize the opportunity during the wedding preparations, leaving him unable to safeguard her. She must be terrified now. So delicate, she would surely blame herself for not being protected. This medicine was sent by Nanyu.